Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 604, Chapter 603, A Day Spent with Two Women. Alex woke up the next morning and wearily opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling of the room that had been allocated to him in the manor. With a sleepy gaze, Alex slowly scanned the entire room to make sure that Jongya and Alucard had not, after all, decided to start a fight yesterday while he was sleeping. Yawning lightly, Alex sat down on the edge of the bed and tiredly rubbed his face with both hands. Even while sitting on the edge of the bed, Alex still could not arrive at any final answer to the question, why, even though he doesn't need sleep at all, does he feel so utterly terrible every time he wakes up? Stopping himself from asking those eternal questions, Alex quickly washed his face, changed into casual everyday clothes and went to have breakfast. Upon reaching the dining room, Alex saw Integra, who was currently eating her breakfast. Alex approached the table and sat down directly opposite Integra, giving a small nod of his head while trying hard not to fall asleep again right there. Having seen Alex first thing in the morning, Integra raised an evaluating, appraising look toward him. After all, because of what she had learned yesterday from Sarah's, she now understood that Alex not only knew far more than he ever said out loud, but that even the king of hell, deposed though he might be, was afraid of him as well. And this fact only further fueled Integra's burning interest in unraveling all of Alex's secrets. Alex himself did not react in any way to Integra's intense studying gaze. Right now all he wanted was to eat his breakfast and drink some coffee. And just when Alex was already thinking about asking Walter to bring him breakfast, Walter himself appeared without any request from Alex and brought him his breakfast. As soon as you finish eating breakfast, go straight to my office. You still have a great deal of work that needs to be completed, Integra said, taking a small sip of her tea. All right. Alex replied in a very sleepy, drawn-out voice. Integra slightly raised her eyes, mentally noting to herself that immediately after waking up, Alex's behavior differed very strongly from his usual demeanor, the one she had already managed to observe during all the days he had spent in Helsing. Alex himself was occupied solely with the task of finally waking up completely. Taking a sip of coffee, Alex met Integra's gaze and suddenly thought that if, by some miracle, his relationship with Integra ever shifted to a truly romantic level, he was absolutely certain he would end up acquiring yet another strict wife. Alex had absolutely no objections to Integra's character. On the contrary, he greatly valued such purposeful, determined women, because every girl in his own family pursued the things they loved while constantly learning something new. Even the usually very lazy Loki behaved responsibly, albeit only very rarely. Sinking deeper into his own thoughts, Alex continued looking straight at Integra, who was also looking directly back at him. Integra herself was trying to understand what exactly was happening inside Alex's head at that precise moment. Because his gaze seemed extremely strange and unusual to her. And before Alex even had time to finish his breakfast and stretch his body to relax a little, Integra immediately led him to her office, so they could continue the work that still remained unfinished. Integra herself slept only 4 or 5 hours per day and always devoted herself completely and without reserve to her work, because that was her duty. While sitting in Integra's office and sorting through documents, Alex clearly understood that this activity would continue straight until evening. During the process of sorting documents, Alex talked with Integra, mostly about work-related topics, but sometimes their conversations touched on ordinary everyday subjects. Despite the fact that Integra had known Alex for only a few days, this did not prevent her from discussing casual everyday topics with him whenever it did not interfere with work. What was especially pleasant for Integra to hear from Alex was that he too valued his own work very highly and considered work to be his personal duty. And Integra truly appreciated those words of his at their full worth. During this conversation, Integra realized that this was her chance to learn much more about Alex, so she began asking him various questions while he was busy working. And knowing exactly how to ask questions correctly, Integra decided to inquire about the things she had read in Alex's personal dossier, the one she had received from the Bureau of Control. Alex saw no reason whatsoever to refuse Integra and began telling her about the kind of work he had been doing. Listening to Alex's account of how he carried out his assignments, Integra could not help but admire the way he performed his duties using such highly unorthodox and unconventional methods, while always remaining on the very front line. When dinner time arrived, Walter rolled a cart loaded with food into Integra's office, which meant they could finally take a break from work. Having brought dinner into the office, Walter could not fail to notice the strange, unusual atmosphere that reigned between Integra and Alex inside the room. It even seemed to Walter for a moment that he had already witnessed something very similar in the past, back when both Integra's father and mother were still alive. The two of them had also sat together in the same office and worked side by side so that Helsing could continue to exist. Walter knew perfectly well what had happened to Integra in the past when she was still a child. Walter still clearly remembered how Integra's mother had contracted a severe illness and soon after passed away. After that, Arthur Helsing himself caught the same disease, precisely because he had taken care of his seriously ill wife. Before his inevitable death, Arthur had paid enormous attention to preparing Integra for her future role as head of the Helsing organization. He taught her almost everything he knew before he died. Fearing the possible schemes and malicious intentions of his younger brother, Arthur officially named Integra head of the organization, imploring his brother to take care of his daughter. But just as Arthur had suspected, his brother harbored truly evil motives, and decided to overthrow Integra. At that time Walter had not been present at Helsing, he had been sent away on a mission and therefore could not come to Integra's aid. However, Arthur had managed to tell Integra about the weapon that was stored in the basement of the Helsing manor. While fleeing from her uncle, who wanted to seize power over Helsing, Integra succeeded in reaching the basement, and that was where a fateful meeting with Alucard took place. A little more than 10 years had passed since that moment. But Walter still remembered what Integra had been like as a child, and what she had ultimately become, transforming into a calm, steadfast, and highly determined woman who would not flinch even if hell itself froze right before her eyes or if the entire world came to an end. Integra had become that kind of woman with an exceptionally strong mentality, ready to take up arms and go straight to the front line, to deliver merciless judgments and to be the one who decides who should be killed, in essence, acting as judge, jury, and executioner all at once. Walter could not even recall seeing Integra smile so frequently as she had done in recent times. Walter had observed that Integra never showed any particular emotions, neither to joyful nor to bad news, always remaining restrained and composed, until Alex appeared and, simply through his presence, began noticeably influencing Integra. Walter even wanted to see how far the interaction between Alex and Integra could possibly go and what it would ultimately lead to. Meanwhile, Alex and Integra continued their conversation throughout dinner. After finishing dinner, they once again returned to the work that still needed to be completed. When it finally began to grow dark outside, Alex set the documents aside and decided to switch to his other task, namely, to prepare for what was destined to happen in London in the near future. Alex knew exactly how the original timeline was supposed to unfold, thanks to his own memories, but since he was now situated in an alternate timeline where many different timelines intersected, Alex understood perfectly well that absolutely anything could influence the final outcome. However, thanks to the fact that the duties of death had been quite literally forced upon him, no one could prevent Alex from seeing what might occur in the future. And after confirming that the remnants of Millennium would still invade London regardless, Alex wanted to prevent the deaths of millions of people. Stretching slightly, Alex rose from the sofa on which he had been sitting while performing his work. "Where are you headed?" "Your portion of the work hasn't been finished yet," Integra said, lifting her gaze toward Alex. "I've already completed my part of the work, and also a significant part of yours, Integra. And now I'm going for a walk around London, maybe I'll drop by a pub again." "I don't know yet, I'll decide what to do when I get there," Alex said, pointing at the tall stack of documents lying on the table. "If you want to drink, you can drink right here in my office. And at the same time continue working," Integra said in a calm tone, folding her hands beneath her chin and looking straight at Alex. "I would agree to that. But as I already told you, I need to prepare everything properly. The word walk is just words. In reality, I'm simply going on reconnaissance. I don't want to receive a blow to the back when no one expects it," Alex said, placing both hands behind his head. "You should have started with that. Then hurry up and come back soon. There is still a great deal of work that needs to be done," Integra said, giving a slight nod. "When I return, we can have a drink. And while I'm in London, is there anything you would like me to pick up for you?" Alex said, offering a small smile. "Go to this address and collect the whiskey I usually drink. Then go to this other address, and pick up my cigars," Integra said, writing 2 addresses on a small scrap of paper and extending it toward Alex. "So now I'm also a courier?" Alex asked, taking the scrap of paper from Integra's hand. "You offered it yourself. I didn't force you. Now move faster, I'm giving you exactly 2 hours, Integra said, waving her hand to shoo Alex away. "From your manor to London takes half an hour by car, and the same amount of time to come back," Alex said, grimacing slightly. "I don't care. How exactly you plan to manage everything is not my concern. And now you have 1 hour and 59 minutes left," Integra said, glancing at the wristwatch on her own wrist. Alex looked at Integra, who was staring back at him and tapping her finger against the watch on her wrist, indicating that his time was still running. Alex could only sigh, fully realizing once again how extremely difficult it was to deal with Integra. Alex admitted to himself that Integra was probably the most complicated and difficult woman he had ever had to deal with. Alex did not doubt his love for his wives and his family for even a single second, yet he still thought that dealing with Integra was exceptionally hard. Alex was certain that if he were to tell Integra about his true identity right at this moment, she would most likely only raise an eyebrow slightly in mild surprise and then continue ordering him around anyway. "Oh, Father, what did I do to deserve all of this?" Alex said as he left Integra's office. "I heard you," Integra called out after him. Alex merely rolled his eyes, closed the doors of Integra's office behind him, and walked down the corridor toward the exit. Once Alex had left, Integra felt, even if only for a brief instant, that together with Alex a strange, unusual feeling of comfort and coziness had departed, a feeling she had experienced simply from his presence. But Integra thought about it only for a moment before returning to her work. What Integra definitely did not know was that this entire effect was due to the fact that Alex had been personally blessed by Hestia herself, and his mere presence granted people around him a profound sense of warmth and comfort. While leaving the manor, Alex encountered Sarah's, who was simply wandering aimlessly through the empty estate, wondering what she could possibly occupy herself with. Without realizing it, Sarah's had stopped right near the very spot where Alex had once pinned her against the wall. Sarah's froze in place, looked at the wall, and her face instantly flushed bright red. And even with her exceptional vampire hearing, she had not noticed Alex approaching her from behind. Alex placed his hand on Sarah's shoulder, and she jumped up like a frightened cat, nearly hitting her head against the corridor ceiling. Seeing what had happened to Sarah's, Alex tilted his head slightly to one side. Realizing that it was Alex, Sarah's became even more embarrassed. "What are you doing here?" Sarah's asked, trying to behave normally and not reveal the intense embarrassment she was feeling. "I want to go for a ride to London and take a walk. Would you like to come with me?" Alex said, looking at Sarah's reddened face. "I don't know. Probably. I guess I can," Sarah said, lowering her head downward. When Alex suggested going to London, Sarah immediately remembered his earlier words about how she ought to invite him on a date, and how she herself had spoken about it. Thinking that this might actually turn into a date, Sarah blushed even more intensely. But she tried very hard not to show it, which she did rather poorly, because as a vampire she had extremely pale skin, which made the blush on her face stand out very clearly. Alex tried to maintain a calm expression on his face while observing the rapid changes in Sarah's facial expressions, so as not to burst out laughing. Alex saw how many different expressions passed across Sarah's face in such a short instant, that it was difficult for him to hold back his laughter. Alex had no idea that right now a genuine storm of emotions and uncontrollable thoughts was raging inside Sarah's head. "Then let's go, for an evening walk through London," Alex said, placing both hands on Sarah's shoulders and beginning to gently push her toward the exit. "Don't push me, I can walk by myself," Sarah said, but she didn't even try to resist Alex's actions. While Alex kept his hands on Sarah's shoulders and pushed her forward, an irrepressible smile that she could not hide spread across Sarah's own face. When they stepped outside the manor, Alex felt someone watching him and turned his head toward the roof of the building. Alex saw Alucard, who was sitting on the very edge of the manor roof, one leg bent beneath her and her cheek resting on her fist. Even at that moment Alex thought that despite the fact that Alucard, being a woman, still wore a version of her usual masculine clothing, it did not prevent her from being considered a very attractive woman. Alex even believed that Alucard chose this style of clothing partly because of Integra, who also preferred a more masculine style of dress over traditionally feminine clothing. Alucard was looking down at Alex, and on her face was a small, slightly bored smile, as though something that belonged to her had suddenly decided to leave. Alex smiled faintly and waved his hand at Alucard, then pulled Fenrir out from his inventory. Sarah noticed what Alex was doing and also looked toward the roof, but saw no one there and tilted her head in embarrassment. When Alex sat on the motorcycle and started the engine, Sarah immediately climbed on behind him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. While riding out of the manor grounds, Alex began thinking about how he was going to manage to do everything in time. He needed not only to scout the main headquarters of the Men of Letters, but also to take a proper walk with Sarah to enjoy nighttime London, and also to stop by the addresses Integra had given him, and all of this had to be accomplished within the allotted time. Alex knew that if he was even one single moment late, he would lose the points he had earned with Integra. And Alex was exactly the kind of person who hated losing. From the very beginning of his path he had never once lost, and the current situation would be no exception. And Alex had an excellent method for managing to do everything at once, the very method he always resorted to whenever multiple tasks needed to be performed simultaneously. Already while approaching London, Alex created several of his clones and sent them off to handle the errands, while he himself would enjoy the walk with Sarah's. After riding a short distance through nighttime London, Alex parked the motorcycle not far from the London Eye. "Well then, shall we walk a little? After all, this is my first time in London and there's still a lot I haven't seen," Alex said, getting off the motorcycle. "That's the London Eye. I was here once when I was still a child," Sarah said with a smile, looking at the illuminated London Eye. "Then the tour is on you," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. "Rely on me. I know almost everything around here." "Almost," Sarah said in a slightly embarrassed tone. Alex smiled and began walking together with Sarah's. Sarah's herself had absolutely nothing against such a walk, in fact she very much wanted something like this, because it still helped her feel like a human being rather than just a vampire. And while being in Alex's company, Sarah's felt that she was still a person. Strolling along the embankment of the River Thames, Alex and Sarah's talked about various things, mostly silly everyday nonsense that kept making Sarah's laugh. At one point Alex stopped to buy 2 cups of coffee, and handed one to Sarah's. In response Sarah's looked at Alex with an expression that clearly said, "Are you serious right now?" Alex rolled his eyes, reached into Sarah's pocket, pulled out the little box of blood candies, and dropped one into the coffee. "Now try it." "It's really delicious," Alex said, giving a small smile. Sarah's narrowed her eyes at Alex, then at the coffee, which she knew perfectly well she should not be able to drink. But deciding to trust Alex, Sarah's took a small sip, just in case the nausea returned. But instead of nausea she tasted coffee with caramel. Thinking it might have been her imagination, Sarah's took another sip, and became absolutely convinced that she really tasted caramel coffee and felt no nausea whatsoever from normal food. Sarah's could not understand how a single blood candy could allow her to drink coffee. "Well, I told you so," Alex said with a smile, watching Sarah's reaction. How did one single blood candy let me drink coffee normally?" Sarah's asked in genuine surprise, looking first at her coffee and then at Alex. "I already told you, this is special artificial blood. That's the entire reason. Though truthfully it only works well with coffee, not with tea." "With tea, let's just say the taste turns out far from pleasant," Alex said, stroking his chin. Sarah's perfectly understood what Alex meant by those words. After all, she knew very well that giving artificial blood a pleasant taste was something truly extraordinary. But the mere fact that she could now at least drink coffee already greatly improved her mood. Taking yet another sip of the caramel-flavored coffee, Sarah's narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and continued walking along the embankment with Alex. As they continued strolling, Alex occasionally told jokes to Sarah's, which made Sarah smile and respond with jokes of her own. Moving a little farther to a quieter spot with fewer people, Alex and Sarah's leaned against the railing, looking out at the Thames illuminated by the embankment lamps. "Sarah's, want to hear another joke?" Alex asked, turning his head towards Sarah's, who was leaning on the railing and gazing at the river. "Go ahead. What other stupid joke have you decided to tell me today?" Sarah said, looking at Alex with a light smirk on her face. "What do you do when you see a nuclear explosion?" Alex asked, looking at Sarah's with a grin. "What? Hide. Accept your fate?" Sarah's asked in confusion, tilting her head to one side. "Hold your rifle out at arm's length, so the molten metal doesn't drip onto your combat boots," Alex said, chuckling lightly. That was a very strange joke," Sarah's honestly admitted, staring at Alex. "It's just army humor," Alex said in a carefree tone. "Did you serve in the army? I mean, before you became an agent?" Sarah's asked, leaning her back against the railing. "No. I simply work with guys who did serve in the army. A friend told me that joke. Let's just say he has quite a specific and rather dark sense of humor," Alex said, shrugging lightly. "How specific?" Sarah's asked, narrowing her eyes slightly with a smile. "Well, for example, why don't blind guys skydive? Scares the shit out o' their dogs," Alex said, smiling faintly. PFF. Ha ha ha. "Okay, I admit, that really is specific humor. I wonder what he's like, your friend." Sarah's laughed a little and nearly dropped her coffee while laughing. "You'll see him soon. I invited him to join Helsing as a new operative," Alex said, lighting another cigarette. Sarah's raised an eyebrow in surprise and decided to ask for more details. Alex told Sarah's that Integra had decided to hire new members for Helsing, and that he had suggested some candidates of his own. After walking a little farther along the embankment, Alex and Sarah's returned to the motorcycle, in order to head back to Helsing. Alex checked the time, and he was exactly on schedule to return in time. At that moment Sarah's was very pleased with this simple walk, it had helped her cope with the chaos that had been swirling in her head. And despite the awkward situation that had occurred earlier between her and Alex in the corridor, Sarah's could not deny that she genuinely enjoyed being in Alex's company, someone she could talk to about absolutely anything, someone who was not afraid of her, even though she was a vampire. After all, she still remembered the looks that the other Helsing members gave her. And what Sarah's valued most in Alex was that he saw a girl in her, and above all else he saw a human being in her. The ride back to the manor passed in silence. Sarah simply wrapped her arms around Alex's waist, enjoying the ride itself and the pleasant aftertaste that this walk had left behind. Upon returning to the manor, Alex and Sarah's got off the motorcycle, and Alex immediately stored the motorcycle away. Once again seeing how Alex summoned and hid his motorcycle, Sarah's could not help thinking how incredibly convenient it was. And during the walk Sarah's had learned that Alex kept his belongings inside his own shadow. Entering the manor, Sarah's looked at Alex in such a way that it seemed she wanted to say something to him right then. Alex noticed Sarah's gaze and smiled lightly. "Tomorrow we can go for another walk." "It was interesting," Alex said with a smile, playfully flicking Sarah's on the forehead. "Okay. Tomorrow I'll show you another place I liked visiting," Sarah said, her face lighting up with a bright smile. "Of course. Good night, Sarah's Victoria," Alex said, waving his hand. Watching Alex's back as he walked away, Sarah smiled and set off with light steps back toward the basement. Alex went up to the necessary floor of the manor and headed toward Integra's office. Before entering, Alex took out the whiskey and thin cigars from his inventory, the ones his clones had purchased while he was walking with Sarah's. Holding 2 boxes in his hands, Alex pushed open the doors of Integra's office and entered without any unnecessary ceremony. Hearing the sound of the opening doors, Integra raised her gaze and saw Alex, then looked at the watch on her wrist. Integra saw that Alex had returned precisely within the time limit she had set for him. "You were almost late." "Well done," Integra said in a calm tone. "Punctuality is not about clocks, it is about respect," Alex said in an equally calm tone, placing the box containing the whiskey and cigars on Integra's desk. "At least there are still some men left who understand the value of good manners," Integra said, lighting a thin cigar and praising Alex in her usual manner. "I'll take that as a compliment," Alex said, sitting down on the chair opposite Integra. Integra merely exhaled a stream of white smoke in Alex's direction and tapped her finger against the empty glass standing beside her. Alex smiled, opened the bottle of whiskey and filled Integra's glass, then poured one for himself. Integra set her paperwork aside, brought the glass to her lips, and immediately drained it in one go. Alex took a sip and could not help appreciating the taste of the whiskey that Integra drank. After finishing his glass, Alex refilled both glasses, his own and Integra's. Alex and Integra continued drinking in silence, until Integra tossed a folder of documents in front of Alex that he still needed to sort through. Alex looked tiredly at Integra, whose entire demeanor made it clear that he had rested enough and could resume working. Alex sighed wearily, drained his glass of whiskey, lit a cigarette and once again set to work. Alex was certain that Brunhild was definitely watching him right now, and as confirmation he heard Brunhild's voice inside his head thanks to their spiritual connection. Hearing Brunhild's voice in his head, he was convinced that if he ever returned to Orario, the girls would most likely immediately dump all their work onto him and then go off to relax themselves. Integra raised her gaze for only a brief moment, looking at Alex, who sat before her sorting and organizing documents while muttering quietly to himself, then returned to her own work. "How did your reconnaissance go?" Integra asked, lowering her gaze back to the documents and pushing the ones she had already reviewed to the side. "Fine. I inspected the so-called supernatural alarm system of that order of book nerds. Then walked around a bit near their headquarters. And other small things like that. I'll continue tomorrow," Alex said, taking the next folder of documents. "And why exactly were you examining their alarm system?" Integra asked without lifting her head. "You already know what I intend to do with their order, because they possess something that is better off destroyed rather than used," Alex said, cracking his neck slightly and raising his gaze toward Integra. "Yes, I know. You intend to kill them all. And I am pretending that I have no knowledge of what you plan to do. Perhaps in the past I would have said that they are important to Britain. But if what you told me is true, then it is better to kill them all immediately. I don't know whether what you said about this power of darkness is actually true. But I have no intention of waiting to find out for myself. If killing them will protect Britain, then that is the lesser evil," Integra said, lifting her gaze toward Alex. "Unfortunately, it is true. And only one thing can destroy those fragments. And that thing does not exist in Britain," Alex said, pouring whiskey into the glasses. "And what is this thing that can destroy ancient evil?" Integra asked, taking a sip of whiskey. "The first blade," Alex said calmly, lighting a cigarette. "The first blade? Are you talking about the blade of Cain, the progenitor of murder? The weapon of the men who committed the very first and most terrible sin, fratricide?" Integra asked, genuinely surprised by what she had just heard from Alex. "The very same. Right now that blade is in the hands of my friend. Let's just say, he and that blade are connected." "And in quite a strange way," Alex said, giving a small nod. "How are they connected?" Integra asked, frowning. "It's a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it right now?" Alex asked, glancing at the time, when it was already almost midnight. "Quite an interesting conversation you're having here. Mind if I join?" A light female voice suddenly sounded from the darkness. Alex and Integra turned their heads toward the wall, and Alucard stepped straight through the wall. A light smile played on her face as she entered the office. Alucard immediately looked at Alex, and as always, an unchanging wide smile appeared on her face when she looked at him. Integra, however, noticed that particular gaze with which Alucard regarded Alex. And Integra still wondered, why was Alucard so fixated on Alex, and what exactly had she seen in him to awaken such strong interest? Seeing Alucard appear, Alex smiled faintly in response. "Do stories like this actually interest you, Alucard?" Integra asked, looking calmly at Alucard, who sat down on the sofa and threw her legs up onto the table. "Not particularly. But I am interested in hearing the story about the first blade, and how it ended up in the hands of an ordinary man. And that is far more interesting, especially when the one telling it personally knows that man," Alucard said, narrowing her eyes slightly at Alex. I wouldn't call this story interesting. It's more of a tragic fate, Alex said, shaking his head slightly. Fate. What does fate have to do with it? Integra asked, while Alucard frowned upon hearing the word fate. Dean. He is a direct descendant of Cain, and he resembles him very strongly. Both are elder brothers, both struggled with the darkness inside themselves, both killed many people, both protected their younger brother. But at one point Cain made his choice, while Dean was unable to do so, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. What do you mean by that? What does it mean, Cain made a choice, but your friend did not? Integra asked, feeling that she was missing something important. Cain did not kill Abel out of envy. Cain killed Abel when Lucifer began corrupting Abel's soul. And so that Abel would go to heaven, Cain killed his own brother to prevent him from being eternally damned in hell. And one could say, Cain voluntarily placed a collar around his own neck, handed the chain to Lucifer, and became the first knight of hell, Alex said, flicking the ash into the ashtray. How do you know all this? Integra asked, bringing the thin cigar to her lips. Cain told me himself, Alex said, leaning back in the chair he was sitting in. So Cain survived until these times. I see, even at such a moment he turned a blind eye to it. God does not help those who kneel before him. God does not save those who pray for mercy, Alucard said, removing her red glasses. Some of it is lies, some of it is truth. Not everyone is given to know it, and not everyone is given to understand it. Sometimes behind embellished truth hides an even more hideous lie, Alex said, looking at Alucard. Alucard responded to Alex's words with a light smile and once again put her glasses back on, to hide her eyes. Integra, meanwhile, frowned, until she finally sighed. Integra looked at Alex and asked him to tell the entire story, so that she could understand what was what. Alex gave a small nod and began recounting everything he remembered, omitting the less important details. Alex also had to explain about the mark of Cain and what purpose it served. Upon hearing that the mark of Cain served as a seal that held back the darkness, Integra merely gave Alex an empty stare because he associated with the Winchester brothers, who had released such an entity into the world. Of course, Alex did not mention that Amara was God's sister, because he was certain, Integra would definitely begin doubting her faith. Alex knew that although Integra believed in God, that belief was mostly tied to her duty toward Helsing and the British Crown. He even felt a momentary desire to see how Integra would react if she learned that the so-called God was merely an impostor pretending to be God. Alex knew that Integra and Alucard would react very differently to that truth, especially to the truth that he himself was the son of the true creator. When Alex finished recounting what had actually happened with Cain and how the first blade ended up in Dean's hands, Integra merely nodded and returned to her work, as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The fact that she had heard a truthful story did not change the fact that she had a duty she must fulfill, and she would fulfill it. Even after hearing something like this, Integra would never stop defending Britain and killing monsters, in order to carry out her duty as the head of Helsing. Alucard, having heard such a story, could not resist making several sharp, mocking comments about what kind of fate had truly befallen Cain. Alex looked at Alucard and perfectly understood why this female vampire felt such disdain toward God and why she had turned away from him. When Alex finished the story and was ready to return to work, Alucard approached him, ran a finger along his cheek and then left again. Alex watched the departing Alucard's back, as she passed straight through the wall and disappeared from sight. After Alucard left, Alex and Integra returned to sorting documents, and in this manner another full hour passed, along with an entire bottle of whiskey. Looking at how much alcohol Integra usually drank, Alex was convinced she could easily compete with some of the girls from his family who also liked to drink on relaxed evenings at home. And when exactly can I go to sleep? Alex asked, handing documents over to Integra. It's only 2 o'clock in the morning. You'll still have time to get some rest. And don't forget, before you can go to sleep, you must finish your portion of the work, Integra said without lifting her gaze toward Alex. I've already been dealing with these documents all day long. They never seem to end, Alex said, massaging the bridge of his nose. Stop acting like a child and keep working. Once you finish, you can go to sleep, Integra said, raising her gaze toward Alex for a brief moment. For the love of all the saints, we live in the modern world. Is it really so difficult to write a program and create a digital archive of documents, so that everything can be stored on Helsing's private server? Helsing has more than enough money to implement something like that, Alex began to complain, no longer wanting to look at any more documents. I have no intention of trusting strangers who might reach out toward Helsing's secrets, Integra said, offering her argument against Alex's complaints. Ugh, how can anyone live like this? During my very first week in the bunker I digitized the entire library, the entire archive, everything, Alex muttered under his breath. Have you finished whining? Integra asked, setting her pen aside, propping her chin up with her hands and looking straight at Alex. I think so, yes, Alex said, giving a small smile. You are in an organization that has survived 2 world wars, several internal coup attempts within the country, and a full-scale invasion by an army of artificial vampires. And all this time we survived precisely because we did not trust modern solutions and convenient programs. Are you seriously suggesting that I put Britain's security at risk just so you can work more comfortably until 2 in the morning? Integra said, looking at Alex with a cold gaze. I understand that perfectly well, Integra. I'm simply voicing my thoughts. But I won't try to convince you otherwise. This is your organization, and you yourself know best how to manage it, Alex said, looking directly into Integra's eyes. Then fewer words and fewer complaints. One more word of complaint, and I will order Walter to bring you an inkwell and a quill. You can write everything by hand until morning. So keep going, Integra said, continuing to look coldly into Alex's eyes. No need to wake Walter. Let him rest. I'll go brew myself some coffee. I'm tired of drinking whiskey. Coffee and a cigarette, that's what really wakes me up, Alex said, stretching slightly. Then hurry up, Integra said, watching Alex as he left. Leaving Integra's office, Alex merely waved his hand, indicating that he would return soon. When Alex had gone, a faint smirk appeared on Integra's face, and she returned to working with the documents. Alex returned 10 minutes later with coffee, and sat down opposite Integra again, continuing to work on the documents, but this time deciding to listen to music, to at least distract himself a little. And seeing that Integra had no objection to this, Alex smiled and kept working. The only thing that truly irritated Alex about this document work was that he had to do it the human way. Otherwise he could have sorted through all the documents using his clones in just a couple of hours, and spent the remaining time simply resting. Integra raised her gaze for only a short moment, looking at Alex, who was now listening to music, and immediately returned to her own work. The main thing for her was that he performed his duties properly. And the very fact that he could say no to her, defend his own point of view, and still look her straight in the eyes when anyone else in his place would have already looked away, only made Integra value Alex even more. To be continued. I basically sacrificed sleep to write this chapter. In fact, I just started getting insomnia, so I just sat down to write. I decided not to jump straight into the Helsing plot, but just another day of Alex's life in Helsing, including his interactions with women. And now I can go to bed with peace of mind. Chapter 605, Chapter 604, even if there are many options, there is always only one correct one. Alex continued working in Integra's company until the first rays of sunlight began to creep into the room. While sorting through documents, Alex slightly narrowed his eyes. A direct beam of sunlight had struck him right in the face. Shielding his eyes with one hand, he glanced at the time and realized he wasn't going to get any sleep at all. He knew for certain, the moment the wild Geese mercenary unit arrived, events would start unfolding at such a frantic pace that he would have to juggle an enormous amount of tasks simultaneously. Checking the date, Alex understood he now had only a couple of days left before the mercenary showed up, and he still hadn't managed to prepare anything meaningful, simply because he had decided to put his own plans on hold and spend time getting to know the 3 women better, Integra, Alucard, and Sarah's. In the end, that choice had shrunk his timeline down to just a handful of days. Having finished sorting the final batch of documents, Alex set the folder aside, stretched lightly, and stood up. Integra lifted her gaze to him, then glanced at the watch on her wrist, fully aware that dawn had already broken. She took the folder Alex had been working on, quickly skimmed through the pages, and gave a small nod, silently granting him permission to go and rest. Alex merely waved his hand in casual farewell and left Integra's office, because he already knew perfectly well that for the next couple of days sleep would be a luxury he couldn't afford. He wanted to prepare everything for the war that was about to descend on London. Sure, Alex enjoyed watching that kind of spectacle, but he wasn't so selfish that he would sacrifice millions of lives just to witness it. Walking through the corridors of the Helsing manor, Alex ran into Walter, who was already awake at this hour. After exchanging brief greetings, Alex continued on his way. Stepping outside the manor, he immediately summoned Fenrir, started the engine, and headed back toward London to begin putting his plan into motion. Integra, who had just left her office to take a short breather before diving back into paperwork, heard the roar of the motorcycle and walked over to the window, just in time to see Alex speeding away on the bike. Watching him disappear down the road, Integra couldn't help but ask herself, why had he left again when just a few hours earlier he had been complaining about wanting to sleep? Narrowing her eyes slightly, she decided she would interrogate Alex properly when he returned, but for now she needed to recover some strength before the next mountain of documents. Casting one last glance at the receding silhouette of Alex on his motorcycle, Integra headed toward her bedroom. By that point Alex had already left Helsing territory and was tearing down the road toward London at full throttle. He knew, of course, that Integra had gone to rest, which gave him roughly 4 to 5 hours to accomplish what he needed and get back before she woke up. Despite all his earlier grumbling, Alex actually found it interesting to experience this kind of work dynamic with a woman like Integra. He had always enjoyed trying new things, including being bossed around by someone like her. All the way to London his mind wandered over various thoughts crowding his head, including the realization that he really needed to have a serious conversation with Alucard in order to better understand this female vampire who had suddenly become so fixated on him. Back in London once again, Alex couldn't help reflecting on just how massive the city truly was. Slowing down a little as he entered the urban area, he steered toward Big Ben, one of the tallest and most recognizable landmarks. Reaching Big Ben, Alex turned into a narrow side alley, stored Fenrir back in his inventory, and used a quick spell to change into ordinary civilian clothes, blending in with the crowd and avoiding unnecessary attention. Emerging from the alley, he melted into the flow of pedestrians and calmly made his way toward the famous clock tower. His goal was to reach one of the highest points in the city so he could survey the area and start implementing his plan. Following the stream of tourists, Alex accidentally slipped into an organized tour group whose guide was enthusiastically explaining the history of Big Ben. Dressed in casual clothes, a black cap pulled low, and half his face hidden behind a mask, he drew almost no attention. Alex even found it amusing that no one questioned why an extra person had suddenly joined their group. Once near Big Ben, Alex tilted his head back slightly to take in the top of the iconic clock tower. "Looks pretty decent up close," he muttered, hands in his pockets, gazing upward. Because he had blended into the tour group, he didn't even need to use any special abilities to get inside Big Ben. Trailing at the very back of the group, Alex quietly peeled away and slipped through a different door, then began climbing the stairs all the way to the very top. As he ascended, Alex whistled a light tune, a cigarette balanced between his fingers. Reaching the uppermost level, he calmly passed through the closed doors and stepped out onto the exterior. Casting a simple, "Don't notice me" spell on himself, he leaped onto the spire of Big Ben and began surveying the sprawling city below. Standing atop the spire, Alex narrowed his eyes and pondered where exactly to begin executing his plan. He understood perfectly, to pull off what he had in mind, he would need to proceed with extreme caution. In order to prevent the deaths of London's residents, Alex intended to turn the entire city, at least temporarily, into a kind of limbo-like pocket dimension that would swallow the whole metropolis the moment Millennium invaded. Carrying out such a plan was extraordinarily difficult. He had to create a perfect buffer zone capable of absorbing millions of people without anyone noticing. What Alex needed was an ideal subspace, an exact replica of London, so he could relocate nearly 10 million people into it while leaving the physical city intact and undisturbed. Thanks to the clones he had sent on reconnaissance yesterday, he now possessed a detailed map not only of the Men of Letters headquarters, which resembled an aristocratic academy hidden in the heart of London, but also the precise locations of every so-called supernatural alarm system, which he planned to repurpose for his own ends. "Ugh, so much damn work," Alex muttered, counting on his fingers. Create an astral duplicate of London. Relocate almost 10 million people without them noticing a thing. Do it so perfectly that no being in this universe detects what I'm doing. Swap out the real people with illusions to avoid suspicion during the war. And first, quietly remove the book nerds from the board before everything hits the fan. Yeah, hello, massive headache. He considered his priorities for a moment, then decided to start with the supernatural alarm systems, reworking them to serve his needs, while leaving the Men of Letters themselves to be dealt with by his own people later. Standing on the Big Ben spire, Alex turned his gaze toward the Men of Letters headquarters. Through the memories of the clone who had infiltrated the place, he knew the Order had become far more cautious and secretive after what he had done to their hidden safe houses. His clone had overheard the elders arguing about why their members had vanished without a trace from those bunkers, why all the valuable books and artifacts had been stolen. From those memories Alex couldn't help but smirk. The elders were debating whether Millennium had struck, or whether Helsing had launched a covert attack. In the end they concluded that Integra must have discovered their treachery and sent Alucard for revenge. Having reached that decision, they chose to lie low until their anti-Alucard weapon was fully ready and they could be absolutely certain of killing her. Reviewing those memories, Alex merely shook his head at how utterly idiotic the British branch of the Men of Letters had turned out to be. Alright, enough thinking. Time to execute yet another insane plan of mine, he said, clapping his hands once and leaping down from the spire. Landing lightly on the upper balcony of Big Ben, Alex clapped again, and a group of his clones materialized around him, each dressed in different casual outfits. Once again he noted how every clone reflected a different facet of his own personality, which was why they behaved so erratically. Looking at their faces, some wearing blatant boredom as though they were sick of working, others grinning like the whole situation was pure entertainment, and a few looking openly irritated by everything around them, Alex gave them a dry stare and waved his hand, signaling them to get moving. The clones merely nodded slightly, and since they were fragments of Alex himself, instead of walking down the stairs they simply jumped off the balcony and scattered across the streets of London like ordinary people, which, of course, they were not. All Alex could hope was that his clones wouldn't cause yet another unnecessary mess in the middle of everything. Sighing, he left Big Ben, slipped into the nearest alley, and vanished, reappearing on the outskirts of the city. While his clones went about their tasks, Alex focused on marking the outer boundaries of London so there would be no glitches when the time came to enact his insane plan. When he placed the final marker on a stone at the very edge of the city, he checked the time and realized Integra had likely already woken up from her short rest. Stretching lightly, Alex disappeared again and reappeared not far from the Helsing manor. To avoid drawing attention, he summoned Fenrir once more and rode back. Entering the manor, he headed straight for the dining room, intent on grabbing some coffee. As he stepped inside, he saw Integra already eating breakfast. She lifted her gaze slightly when he entered. Alex gave a small nod and sat down across from her. The moment he took his seat, Walter appeared with a steaming cup of coffee. "Why did you go back to London again?" Integra asked, continuing to eat. "Had a couple of important things to take care of," Alex replied, taking a sip of coffee and leaning back in his chair. Integra raised her eyes to him and stared intently, clearly waiting for him to elaborate. But Alex merely shrugged, making it clear he wasn't planning to explain anything just yet. Seeing that he had no intention of volunteering more information, Integra frowned and fixed him with a stern look, silently demanding he tell her everything. She could not tolerate anything that lay outside her control, and she intended to know exactly what Alex was planning. Alex understood perfectly well that Integra would keep staring at him like that, her usual way of extracting answers. Over the past few days spent in her company, he had come to understand her even better, not just as a fictional character he once knew, but now as a living, breathing person. To avoid further questions, he decided to tell her at least part of the truth, that he intended to intercept and take control of the supernatural alarm system, redirecting it into Helsing's hands. Hearing that, Integra nodded, though she could sense he was still holding back a great deal. And Alex had absolutely no intention of revealing his truly insane plans to her. Finishing his coffee, he followed Integra back to her office to continue working. This time Alex resolved to finish his share as quickly as possible, because tonight he still had plans, another walk through London with Sarah's, and afterward he intended to finally pay Alucard a visit, mentally preparing himself for the possibility that the insane female vampire might attack him again. By the time night had fully fallen, Alex completed his work and was ready to leave Integra's office. This time she didn't impose any time limit for his return. She had noticed that he had not only finished everything she assigned him, but had also taken care of a significant portion of her own workload. Integra merely watched him leave, then returned to the small amount of work she still had left. Once again encountering Sarah's in the manor corridor, they set off for another walk in London, though this time it wasn't just a casual stroll through an evening park. Alex had genuinely enjoyed the park walk with Sarah's, especially how much she seemed to like his stupid, dark-humored jokes. This time they stayed out a little longer, talking and getting to know each other even better. After the walk, Alex and Sarah's returned to the Helsing manor. Sarah's was very happy with the evening and grateful that being around Alex let her feel like an ordinary girl again. Back at the manor, Alex gathered his thoughts and headed toward the basement, mentally bracing himself for the possibility that he might once again have to fight Alucard, even if he still didn't fully understand why it kept happening. The one thing Alex knew for sure was that the goddess of luck was once again throwing obstacles in his path. Descending into the basement, he saw Alucard again, lounging on her throne, legs crossed, fingers interlaced, head slightly bowed in boredom. When he entered, Alucard lifted her gaze to him, and a smile spread across her face, delighted that he had finally come to visit her. Her eyes flashed faintly, and her hair began to stir gently. "I was starting to think you'd never come see me," she said in a lightly amused tone, baring her sharp fangs as she looked at him. "Well, in the current situation it's either I come to you, or you show up again the moment I try to sleep. And I really don't like being woken up." "Only family members get that privilege," Alex replied, stepping closer. "Oh. So you came to me after all," Alucard said lightly, clearly entertained by his words. Alex looked at the smiling Alucard and merely shook his head. Summoning a throne for himself, he sat down beside her and simply closed his eyes, leaning back. The moment he relaxed, even for a second, he felt cold fingers brush against his lips. Opening his eyes, he saw Alucard standing in front of him, tracing his lips with her fingertips. Looking into her eyes, Alex realized once again why women like her became so obsessed with him. He knew there were only two ways to deal with such women: run far enough that they could never reach him, or respond to their madness with even greater madness of his own. Women like Alucard could wait an eternity to obtain what they desired, but sometimes their obsession overpowered patience, and they simply took it. To prevent that from happening, Alex understood he needed to seize control of the situation before her madness took over completely. Alucard gently ran her finger along his lips, lightly licking her own, never breaking eye contact as she watched his reaction. "You know I could take you right now, without asking permission. But where would the fun be in that?" she murmured, trailing her cold fingers down his cheek and along his neck. Alex felt her icy touch glide over his throat, tracing his collarbone. He saw the obsession burning in her eyes, the exact same kind of obsession he had once seen in Freya when she first set her sights on him. And Alex knew that Freya's love had been far more consuming than Alucard's, simply because Freya was the goddess of love, and her love was an impossibly heavy burden. But once Alex had given her his own love in return, she had finally begun to calm. He hadn't wanted to rush things, but as always, some matters lay beyond his control. Alex caught Alucard's wrist, which only made her smile widen as she leaned even closer. He knew exactly where this could lead, so he discreetly disabled Navi the fairy drone to ensure no one saw what was about to happen and blocked his spiritual link, just to be safe. You do realize two can play this game, right? Alex asked, and the light vanished from his eyes. Then show me how you play, Alucard whispered, so close now that she could see something dark and mesmerizing flickering in his gaze. I don't just want your body. I want everything, your soul, your heart, all of you. And if you become mine, you will be mine forever, only mine. No matter where you run, you will always belong to me. For all eternity, Alex said, slowly running his palm along her cheek. Alucard stared into his empty, lightless eyes filled with a single, all-consuming obsession directed solely at her. Alex gently pulled her closer. Alucard didn't resist, quite the opposite, her eyes widened with delight, her smile stretched even wider. In an instant she was straddling his lap, legs wrapped tightly around his waist, making it very clear that he wasn't escaping her anytime soon. She pressed him back against the throne with all her strength, her long hair falling like a curtain to shield them from any prying eyes. Leaning in toward his lips, instead of the kiss she craved, she felt Alex's hot breath against her face. Smiling even wider, even more madly, Alucard leaned to his ear, exhaling cold, misty air against his neck. Show me how insane you can be, my chosen one. Show me your mad love. Prove that you are worthy of me, she rasped, voice low and husky in his ear. Love has always been madness. And if you're not going to run, then you will be only mine, Alex said, wrapping his arms around her waist. Prove you can hold me, Alucard whispered, licking along his neck. Alex felt her soft thighs tighten around his waist, her fingers digging into his shoulders with tremendous force, her cold tongue gliding along his throat and collarbone, and the firm press of her breasts against his chest. He understood there was only one way out of this situation, because if he tried to flee now, he would have to run to another universe entirely. Alucard's eyes were blazing with even greater obsession, as though she was already on the verge of tearing his clothes off. Alex snapped his fingers, raising a sound-suppressing barrier, and in the same instant kissed Alucard on the lips. He realized that if this continued, it would be a betrayal of Integra, from both his side and Alucard's. He thought perhaps stopping at the kiss would be enough, but Alucard clearly had other ideas. She had no intention of stopping now that someone like Alex was right in front of her. Having tasted his kiss, his intoxicating scent so close, she wasn't letting go. But Alex had forgotten one crucial detail: the bond between Alucard and Integra was no ordinary magical contract, it was absolute submission. Integra could feel everything Alucard felt, and right now, everything happening to Alucard was also happening to her. At that very moment, Integra, sitting in her office, felt it all, every single emotion Alucard was experiencing. My mistress always knows where I am, and with whom. Want her to see this. Alucard whispered into Alex's ear. Hearing those words, Alex instantly remembered what she meant. In that instant he realized he had screwed up, and badly. Of course he was possessive, but Alucard's words snapped him back to reality. Just before she could kiss him again, both of them heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching, growing louder and closer with every second. A faint smile curved Alucard's lips as she remained firmly seated on Alex's lap, legs still locked around his waist. Hearing those heavy steps, Alex knew it was Integra, and she was furious. He understood there were only two possible outcomes: she would throw him out, ruining all his plans and forcing him to handle everything alone, or she would berate him for hours and bury him under so much work that he wouldn't be able to manage it by himself. He could already feel the storm of emotions raging inside Integra, especially rage and irritation. See you soon, my chosen one. Right now my mistress is very angry about your little games, Alucard chuckled softly, kissing him one last time before melting into the shadows. Alex watched her vanish, leaving him alone to deal with the consequences as an enraged Integra drew nearer. A powerful headache began to bloom behind his eyes at the thought of what was coming. Just as he sighed in resignation, realizing even someone like him still had to play by the rules, a ridiculous idea popped into his head for how to calm Integra down. He wasn't sure it would work in this situation. But it was the only path he saw to avoid a truly disastrous outcome. The heavy footsteps grew closer, and in the next instant Integra appeared in the basement chamber. Her eyes blazed with fury and irritation. Entering the place where Alucard usually resided, she saw only Alex, staring straight at her. When she appeared, he noticed the saber in her hand, a clear sign that if he chose his words poorly, she would try to kill him. Integra stepped right up to him and pressed the blade to his throat, looking directly into his eyes. Where is she? She demanded in a cold, strict tone, the edge of her saber resting against his skin. Gone. Again, Alex answered, making no attempt to move the cold steel away from his neck. What were you doing here? And don't you dare lie to me. I'm not asking what happened between you. I already know, Integra said sharply, letting the blade press just a fraction harder. We were kissing, Alex replied, keeping his expression perfectly calm. Hearing his honest answer, Integra narrowed her eyes, staring straight into his, as waves of anger and irritation crashed over her and then receded again. She saw no fear in his gaze, only honesty and the quiet acknowledgement that he knew exactly what he had done. Gritting her teeth, Integra tightened her grip on the saber hilt, fighting the urge to simply sever his head. All because she felt her control slipping. If Alex and Alucard were consumed by insane obsession toward those they desired, then Integra carried the same kind of obsession, but turned inward as absolute control. Everything that belonged to her must belong to her alone and obey only her. During the time Alex had spent in Helsing, especially after he declared that from now on he would obey only her, Integra had already begun to consider him hers. And when he proved his usefulness, when he showed that even while following her orders he still stood on equal footing with her, her controlling nature could not tolerate the idea that something belonging to her would act without her permission. The reason for Integra's behavior toward Alex was tied to Freya's blessing, which had affected her only lightly, yet enough to awaken this intense need to control him. Right now a single thought echoed in Integra's mind: bind Alex the same way she had bound Alucard, so he wouldn't dare act without her explicit permission. Her eyes seemed ready to devour him whole, torn between the urge to eliminate anything she couldn't control, and the desire to possess him completely, to make him obey only her. And she would find a way to control him, to make Alex hers alone. Integra didn't understand where these feelings toward a man she had known for less than a week were coming from, but she wanted to control him, to make him belong only to her. Alex calmly met her blue gaze, and clearly saw the possessive, controlling hunger burning inside her. Realizing this, he almost sighed, because he already knew what he had to do to calm her. "Do you have anything else to say?" Integra asked, still holding the saber steady. "Let's make a contract," Alex said calmly, rising from his throne and looking straight into her eyes. Hearing those words, Integra's eyes widened for a split second as she processed what kind of contract he meant in this moment. And with every passing instant, her desire to control Alex grew stronger. Looking into Integra's obsessive, controlling gaze, Alex was glad he had preemptively disabled the fairy drone that always hovered around him, ensuring no one could see what was happening in the basement right now. Feeling the cold edge of the saber still pressed to his throat, Alex waited for Integra to speak. "Go on," she said, slowly lowering the blade and regaining control over her emotions. "We'll make an equal contract. You to me, I to you. Completely fair, no loopholes, equal rights over each other," Alex said in a calm voice. "No." Integra snapped, grabbing him by the collar and pulling his face close to hers. "You are in my house. In my organization. And if you want to stay here, if you want to be part of this, part of my life, then you will be mine. Completely. Without remainder. Only mine. I'm afraid the price of my service is very high, Integra. In my current situation I can only offer an equal contract. Even so, I will be yours." "I will do what you ask," Alex replied evenly, feeling Integra's breath against his face. "Why? Explain." "Right now," she demanded, gripping his collar even tighter. "There are things that are rather difficult to explain. I have my own duty, my own destiny, that I must fulfill. And I am not a servant, Integra. Only one stands above me, and only my family stands beside me. Everyone else is beneath me. My burden is heavier than yours. The weight I carry on my shoulders could break anyone, drive them into madness and despair. Nothing will stop me from fulfilling my purpose. Now choose, Integra. Will you drive me away, or not? But know this, even if you do, I will still do what I must. I will still protect you from everything that's coming, even if you end up hating me. Or you can accept me and keep trying to control me, knowing that I do it of my own free will," Alex said, looking straight into her eyes. Integra stared back, and felt the iron cage she had built around her heart to suppress her emotions begin to crack, just a little. In Alex's eyes she saw that his duty and responsibilities were far heavier than anything she carried. She thought about his words: drive him away, and lose even the partial control she currently held with his consent, or keep him and form a contract, but know that he followed her wishes only because he chose to. Integra had only two options: complete loss of control, or the illusion of control. She refused both. She wanted total control over Alex, all of him, and she refused to lose that grip. "We will make a contract," she said coldly, her voice laced with controlling obsession. "Starting tomorrow, you report to me every single step. Every one. Even if you go down to the basement to her. If she calls for you, you refuse until I allow it. If she touches you, you tell me. Everything. If you leave the manor, I will know. If you spend time with Sarah's, you tell me. Even if you sleep with Sarah's, I will know. Remember, while you are under my roof, you belong only to me and no one else. You are mine alone. You will stay by my side until I release you." Looking into Integra's eyes, filled with control and possession, Alex could guess that this behavior stemmed from the fact that this was an entirely different timeline. His presence over the past few days had affected her so strongly that she had become this way. What Alex knew for certain was that Integra could never truly be changed, not unless centuries passed. He had a specific type of contract in mind, the same kind he had formed with the 11 Valkyries. Looks like instead of the basement I'll be locked in the manor, he muttered under his breath. Do you understand me? Integra asked, staring at him. And since we're on equal terms, the same applies to you. Because it will be an equal contract, Alex replied, meeting her gaze. Fine. I agree, Integra said, nodding once. Then I need to explain exactly what kind of contract we're making. It's called Volundar. We will be bound on a completely different level, far deeper than the contract between you and Alucard. You will feel not only my emotions, but hear my thoughts as well. Does that suit you? And this bond will be eternal, Alex said softly, looking into her eyes. Integra looked back, and quickly made the decision that would ultimately change her life forever. Right now, all she wanted was to control Alex completely. Seeing her nod, Alex knew Brunhild and Gondel would definitely want to strangle him, especially Gondel, while Brunhild would scold him for yet another reckless decision. But he had already spoken the words and could not take them back. All that remained was to see it through to the end. With Integra's consent, Alex formed the Volundar. Taking both of Integra's hands in his own, he gently squeezed them and leaned forward. He touched his forehead to hers, exactly as he remembered doing when he formed Volundar with the other Valkyries. Even though the process was slightly different this time, he followed the necessary steps. But during the formation of the Volundar with Integra, Alex forgot one crucial factor, her contract with Alucard, in which part of Integra's soul belonged to Alucard, and part of Alucard's soul belonged to Integra. So in binding himself to Integra, he had also, unintentionally, bound himself to Alucard, who had been watching everything from the shadows the entire time. At the same moment, the Valkyries also felt Alex link himself to both Integra and Alucard. Somewhere far away, Brunhild let out an exhausted groan at yet another foolish action from her husband, who never thought things through in moments like these. To be continued. I think there's a brief explanation here as to why Integra is like this. It's quite simple. Firstly, it's due to Alucard's influence, thanks to their counterattack. Despite being an Iron Lady, Integra is still human, albeit a strong-willed one. And Alex's appearance further intensified this effect, causing Integra's emotions to flare up. And one thing leads to another, and we get this result. Basically, it's all clear. Chapter 606, Chapter 605, the last day before the main events begin. Only after Alex formed the Volundar with Integra did he realize that the bond had extended to Alucard as well. Because instead of one connection after sealing the soul contract, he immediately felt two, and in that instant, he understood everything. At that moment Alex felt a powerful wave of moral exhaustion from everything that had just happened. He knew how to control the Volundar so that Integra wouldn't hear the thoughts he didn't want her to hear, including anything related to his true identity that she had no business knowing. But right after the contract was sealed, Integra immediately calmed down and regained control over her emotions, the very ones that had raged inside her the moment she began hearing someone else's thoughts in her head. And upon hearing his very first thought, Integra couldn't hold back and punched Alex square in the face. Of course, Alex didn't feel the blow at all, whereas Integra fully felt the faint crunch of bones in her own hand. The reason was simple. Alex had been thinking about why he could never just rest normally, why something always happened around him that gave him yet another massive headache. Integra, naturally, took it personally, and that was why she struck. Looking at her with tired eyes, Alex reached out and gently touched her hand, healing it instantly. But Integra was still irritated, though at the same time she had finally gotten what she wanted, control over Alex, even if only partial. Having obtained her desire, she felt satisfied, yet her face showed absolutely nothing of it. And so that Alex wouldn't remain in the basement any longer, Integra, in her usual commanding manner, ordered him to follow her, making it clear he was not to be left alone with Alucard again. Integra wasn't the kind of woman who would feel jealousy, she didn't even know what jealousy was. What Integra had truly experienced was the fear of losing control. The terror that one day she would be left alone, that everyone would leave, and she would lose her grip on everything around her. Alex immediately blocked Integra's thoughts, so he wouldn't have to listen to her inner monologue, because he hated invading someone's mind unless they were an enemy. As they left the basement, Alex caught sight of Alucard's red eyes glowing from the shadows in the far corner. Of course he felt the bond with Alucard too, and in those eyes he saw not only amusement, but genuine, burning interest in what was happening right now. Sighing once again, Alex gave Alucard a small wave goodbye, because he understood perfectly, his life had just become even more insane. Now he was tied to two women, one who loved to control everything, and the other who was utterly mad and obsessed with him. Alex knew that Alucard had been aiming for a completely different outcome when she let Integra feel, through their link, everything that had happened between them in the basement earlier. She had wanted something else entirely. And yet, in the end, she ended up winning even more. As confirmation, Alex heard Alucard's loud, delighted laughter echo inside his head, perfectly agreeing with his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Integra walked ahead, leading Alex back to her office, all the while trying to listen in on his thoughts, which she could now hear, in an attempt to uncover everything happening inside his head. Alex, of course, wasn't bothered by the fact that Integra wanted to learn all his secrets, but right now he understood that he would soon have to face a very long conversation with his family, explaining his actions, especially to Brunhild, because he had bound himself to Integra and Alucard through Volander. Alex knew an extremely long and unavoidable conversation awaited him. Back in Integra's office once again, he looked at her, and without a word she pointed to the sofa where he usually worked, telling him he was to stay right there until she finished her own tasks. Alex simply nodded and sat down on the sofa, then pulled his phone out of his pocket, making it very clear with his whole demeanor that he had zero intention of working at that moment. The second he opened the family chat, he was met with a flood of messages, mockery, outright teasing about how this was all his own fault, including dozens of messages from Brunhild scolding him for what he had done. Reading through the family chat, Alex received one single message from Wednesday, very dark, with an unmistakable hint of torture waiting for him when he returned to America, for what he had done. Alex could only sigh as he scrolled through the chat, while Integra watched him, hands folded under her chin, eyes slightly narrowed. It didn't take her long to realize he was hiding something again, because the moment he picked up the phone, she stopped hearing his thoughts. But from the expression on his face she quickly understood, it was probably his family. And in that moment it began to dawn on Integra that she still knew almost nothing about Alex's personal life, aside from what was written in the dossier she had received from the Bureau of Control, except for the fact that he had adopted a child. But that dossier contained nothing about his private life. Alex felt Integra's piercing gaze on him, but right now he had absolutely no intention of saying anything about his family. If he did, the situation would become even worse than before, especially after he had only just managed to calm Integra down. After finishing his replies to the family chat, Alex decided to simply rest, to stop thinking about anything at all. He stood up from the sofa, walked over to the bookshelf in Integra's office, picked the first book that caught his eye, and returned to the sofa to read. The moment he started reading, Alex began hearing Alucard's voice in his head. She started talking to him, lightly laughing about everything that had happened. Of course Alex understood exactly why Alucard was so amused. Until recently, this female vampire's life had been painfully boring and monotonous, but now something new and exciting had appeared, and she clearly had no intention of stopping anytime soon. While reading the book and simultaneously chatting with Alucard, Alex kept feeling random objects fly at his head, thrown by Integra. The reason was simple. Integra had realized that now she could also hear Alucard's thoughts, whereas before they had only felt each other's emotions. But Alucard was fully taking advantage of the fact that Integra could hear her conversation with Alex, and in the end, it was Alex who suffered the consequences. He could only hope that Integra would run out of things on her desk to throw at him before she finally snapped and tried to kill him again. Integra, for the love of the Creator, stop throwing things at me. It doesn't hurt, it's just annoying, Alex said, continuing to read without even looking up. Then stop talking to my dog. I haven't given you permission to speak with her, not after what the two of you did, Integra replied, hurling an ashtray at his head. It shattered against his skull. Fine, we'll play by your rules. I'll tell you one thing about myself, something you won't learn without my permission. Will that satisfy you, so you'll stop throwing your desk at me? And put the stapler back where it belongs, Alex said, finally turning his head toward Integra. Hearing his offer, Integra was genuinely intrigued, because she understood she knew almost nothing about him, including who or what he really was. Integra was completely certain that Alex was not human. No human could fight Alucard when her restrictions were lifted to level 1 and walk away completely unharmed. Integra knew she had only one question she could ask right now, so she wanted to choose the one that would reveal the most about him. Alex, meanwhile, continued reading, calmly waiting for Integra to decide what to ask. He didn't even need to hear her thoughts to guess what she wanted to know. Alucard had gone quiet too, waiting, though she kept nudging Integra in her mind to ask who or what Alex truly was. Integra tapped her finger on the desk, trying to tune out Alucard's voice in her head so she could focus solely on her own thoughts. After a few rhythmic taps, she froze, having finally decided on her question. Even though she had gained conditional control over him, because he allowed her to command him, Integra still wanted to uncover every secret Alex kept hidden. Who are you? Integra asked, staring intently at him. If you're asking about my identity, or rather, what I am, then recently I've become death, Alex replied in a bored tone, still reading his book. Hearing that answer, Integra fell silent for a moment, then reached for a thin cigar, lit it, and took a slow drag. Exhaling white smoke, she realized she hadn't misheard. She had definitely heard Alex say he was death. Looking at the man lying on the sofa in her office, Integra was stunned for only a second, then quickly regained composure. Meanwhile Alucard burst into loud, manic laughter inside her head, which Integra ignored, continuing to stare at Alex. Taking another drag, Integra leaned forward, propping her chin on her hands. Go on, she said calmly. What exactly do you want to know in this situation? Why am I death? Or how I became death? Or what happened to the previous death? Alex asked, turning his head slightly to glance at her from the corner of his eye. Everything, Integra said, exhaling another plume of smoke. Well, the previous death was killed by Dean and Sam, right before they released the darkness. How I became death, that's a rather strange story. A reaper appeared before me, handed me a ring, and said I'd understand. I put the ring on, and became death. In exchange I got a ton of restrictions, Alex explained, shifting to a sitting position and closing the book. What restrictions? Integra asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. All that nonsense about balance and the natural order of things. And to get rid of those restrictions, I simply split myself in two. Now the other me is death, while I can still do whatever I want. I gained a couple of useful abilities, a badass scythe, and a stylish ring. At the same time I lost access to many things that only death can do. In short, I didn't want to be just an observer, so I broke those chains. And before you ask, no, I can't see the future, peek anywhere, or anything like that. Events must happen when they're supposed to happen, and everyone must die when they're supposed to die. Is that answer good enough for you, Integra? Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Understood. That answer will suffice. I understand now. But the conditions remain the same. While you are under my roof, you belong only to me, Integra said calmly, nodding once and fixing him with a cold stare. Alex waved his hand lazily, indicating he already knew that. He didn't even bother commenting on the fact that Integra was the only woman who still kept ordering him around even after learning he was death, even if it was only one aspect of his personality, while he still hid the rest. Alex couldn't help noticing that Integra's gaze didn't change at all after learning he was death. He knew how people usually reacted when they discovered death was standing before them, mostly fear, questions about fate, destiny, and so on. Integra had received the answer she wanted about his identity, but it changed nothing for her. If anything, it only made the situation more interesting. Yet deep inside she still felt that Alex hadn't told her everything, and she was absolutely certain that his claim of being death was only a small fragment of the truth. Alucard, meanwhile, was in absolute ecstasy over what she had learned, and now wanted to possess Alex even more fiercely. Alex himself lay back down on the sofa, opened his book again, and soon simply fell asleep with the book covering his face. Hearing that Alex had fallen asleep, Integra glanced at him, and for a brief, almost imperceptible moment, a tiny smile flickered across her face. And what was happening right now, she liked it very much, even if controlling death itself was proving difficult. But from Alex's words she understood that he had only taken on a few things related to the death persona, and only because he refused to be bound by it. Taking a sip of whiskey, Integra continued watching him, while Alucard's laughter and her words about how mortals were not allowed to command death itself echoed in her mind. But to Integra, Alucard's words sounded like a challenge, and her obsession with controlling Alex only grew stronger as she snapped the thin cigar between her fingers. Because now Alex and Integra were bound through Volander, the blessing of love that Freya had bestowed upon her husband, that blessing began to affect Integra even more powerfully, amplifying her emotions toward Alex and her desire to control him completely. Integra stopped looking at the sleeping Alex and forced herself to focus on her work, to calm the storm raging inside her mind, even though her face remained perfectly composed. She worked through the entire night, paying no attention to Alex sleeping in her office. Yet at the same time it soothed her, because as long as she could see him, he remained under her control. When morning came, Walter, ever the responsible butler, knew that Integra had worked all night without sleep and needed something to restore her strength. He rolled in a cart with a small teapot of still hot tea, light steam rising from it, and a plate of light toast so she could regain some energy. Walter immediately noticed the empty whiskey bottle and overflowing ashtray, a familiar sight whenever Integra pulled an all-nighter. "Good morning, Lady Integra." "Tea," Walter said, entering the office. "Thank you, Walter," Integra replied, setting her documents aside. Walter gave a small smile and wheeled the cart to her desk to pour the tea. The moment the aroma reached her, Integra realized Walter had brewed the exact tea Alex had given her, the one that truly helped her collect her thoughts and calm down, exactly what she needed in moments like these. But before taking a sip, Integra rose from her desk. Walter raised an eyebrow slightly, following her with his gaze, until he saw Alex sleeping on the sofa with a book over his face. At that moment Walter could no longer maintain his perfect butler composure, his mouth fell open in shock, and the teapot nearly slipped from his hands. But what happened next made him seriously question whether what he was seeing was real or if he was still dreaming. Integra walked over to the sofa where Alex slept, lifted her leg, lightly hooking him, and shoved him off the sofa to wake him up. Alex woke up the moment his face hit the floor, and the first thing he saw was Integra's legs, then Integra herself looking down at him from above. "What the hell was that for?" Alex asked, standing up. "You should be grateful I even allowed you to sleep here at all," Integra said, turning away to return to her desk. Yes, thank you, Lady Integra." "Good morning, Walter," Alex said, getting to his feet and spotting Walter. "Good morning, Mr. Alexander." "Tea?" Walter asked, quickly regaining his composure and trying not to show his astonishment. "Coffee, please." "And strawberry cake," Alex replied, rubbing his face to wake up. "I'm afraid we're out of strawberry cake at the moment," Walter said with his professional smile. Alex could only sigh at the lack of strawberry cake, especially since right now he really craved something sweet to deal with this unpleasant awakening. Running a hand through his hair to push it back, Alex gave a slight tug at the edges of his clothes, and they instantly changed into simple casual wear. Still trying to fully wake up, Alex glanced at Integra, who was drinking her tea, and from her face he could tell she felt zero remorse for waking him up that way. Rubbing his face once more, Alex stretched lightly and stood up from the sofa. The moment he moved, Integra immediately turned her attention to him. "Where are you going?" she asked, looking at his back. "To get strawberry cake." "Unlike you, Integra, I like sweets." "Always have," Alex said, heading for the door. "You have 30 minutes to return," Integra said, offering the maximum compromise she was capable of. "There might be a line," Alex replied, turning his head and giving her a tired look. 30 minutes. Not a second longer. I made myself clear. Or have you already forgotten that you now belong to me?" Integra said, setting her cup down and fixing him with a cold stare. Alex just waved his hand and left Integra's office, determined to buy the strawberry cake he so desperately wanted this morning. Even if Integra had forbidden him from leaving, Alex would have gone anyway. Walter, having overheard the exchange between Alex and Integra, raised an eyebrow slightly, catching several very interesting details that were impossible to miss. Especially Integra's words about how Alex now belonged to her. "Lady Integra, if I may inquire. What happened last night between you and Mr. Alexander?" Walter asked, looking at her with genuine curiosity. "We formed a contract." "That's all you need to know, Walter." "When are the mercenaries arriving?" Integra replied in a cold tone, meeting his gaze. "The Wild Geese unit is scheduled to arrive tomorrow evening." "Including the group Mr. Alexander mentioned," Walter answered calmly, not pressing for details about the contract. "That's good. What about the equipment we ordered through his organization?" Integra asked, nodding slightly and taking another sip of tea. "Delivery is expected around noon." "Including your new armored vehicle," Walter said, glancing at his pocket watch. Integra nodded, lighting a thin cigar. She too was curious to see what kind of equipment Alex's organization would deliver, and whether it would match what he had promised. Finishing her tea, she waved her hand, dismissing Walter. Walter gave a slight bow and wheeled the cart out of the office. Some time later Alex returned, holding a small box in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. Not seeing Walter, Alex merely shrugged and sat down on the sofa, placing the cake box on the side table. In a good mood, Alex bobbed his head slightly as he opened the box containing the strawberry cake. Integra clearly heard his thoughts, or rather, the ridiculous song he was mentally singing in praise of strawberry cake. And that stupid song was interfering with her concentration. In a very short time Integra's patience ran out, and she grabbed the ashtray and hurled it at Alex's head to make him stop singing about strawberry cake. Without even turning, Alex caught the ashtray midair and set it on the table. Ignoring everything, Alex began eating his cake as though nothing had happened. But Integra finally got the silence she wanted, and returned to work, occasionally glancing at Alex to make sure he was still there and still under her control. Alex stopped listening to Integra's controlling thoughts, and focused on what he needed to do. Pulling out his notebook, where he wrote down all his plans and ideas, Alex began mapping out how to implement his insane plan. While jotting notes about how to create something like a mini-limbo just for one city without raising any suspicion, he also continued chatting with Alucard, who found this method of communication extremely entertaining. Alex wouldn't have minded talking to Alucard, but some of her words nearly made him choke, because she wasn't giving subtle hints anymore, she was outright saying what she wanted from him. Fortunately, Integra couldn't hear any of that conversation. When noon arrived, Alex heard the sound of truck engines, and closed his notebook, glancing at Integra. Without any change in expression, Integra stood up from her desk and left the office. Following her outside, Alex saw 3 trucks pulling up, and immediately recognized the driver of one of them. A wide smile spread across his face, and he opened the window and jumped down. At that moment 3 trucks parked at the entrance of the Helsing manor, where Walter was already waiting. A girl with bright purple hair stepped out of one of them, dressed and looking like a total tomboy. Stretching lightly, Valerie looked at Walter. Walter looked back at the girl who appeared to be a teenager, and wondered why someone like her had been sent to deliver such cargo. Walter also noticed that only the first truck had a driver, the other 2 were driverless. Delivery for Helsing. Who's signing? Everything's exactly as ordered, Valerie asked, waving the tablet in her hand. Valerie, you little brat. Good to see you, Alex's voice rang out. Valerie looked up and saw Alex, who had jumped out the window. A huge grin spread across her face, and she immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Alex smiled and hugged her back, chuckling softly. Seeing this, Walter raised an eyebrow slightly, noting the relationship between Alex and Valerie. By that time Integra had also stepped outside, and seeing Alex and Valerie embracing, her eyelid twitched faintly, not from jealousy, but from irritation at what she was witnessing. Especially at the smile on Alex's face as he looked at Valerie. In all the time she had known him, Integra had never seen Alex smile like that, as though someone else evoked far more emotion from him than she did. "You're working as a courier again?" Alex asked, setting Valerie back down. "What do you mean, again? You know that's not true." "They just asked me to deliver this load, that's all," Valerie said, smirking. "You think I don't know what you've been up to, you little brat?" Alex asked, grabbing her nose. "Ow ow ow. Let go. I'm not doing anything. It's all lies. I was framed. And anyway, it wasn't me." Valerie protested, trying to wriggle free. Valerie broke free, jumped back, rubbing her reddened nose and hissing at Alex like an angry cat. Alex just rolled his eyes, looking at her in a way that clearly said he knew everything she was involved in, even when he wasn't home. "I said, I'm not doing anything," Valerie grumbled, looking at him with an offended pout while rubbing her nose. "Who recently took a contract for Rogue? Or was that me who stole a new car to flip it on the black market?" Alex asked, staring at her blankly. "It was just one contract. She had something I needed." "That's it," Valerie said, shrugging carelessly. "Oh really? Then who's been taking contracts from Hanako? Or did you think I wouldn't find out how often you hang out in the afterlife with Angel, Alice, and Gal? Formed your own little group and thought Big Brother wouldn't notice?" Alex asked, crossing his arms and looking down at her. "That's Big Brother. You gave me permission yourself," Valerie said, clasping her hands behind her back. Alex looked at Valerie and shook his head slightly, showing he wasn't angry, just talking to her, making it clear he was only watching over her, for her own safety. Seeing that, Valerie broke into a wide grin and jumped up again to hug him. Alex shook his head and hugged her back. Integra and Walter watched the exchange, listening to what Alex and Valerie were saying. From the conversation Integra understood that Valerie was Alex's younger sister, though she didn't see any resemblance. Valerie also noticed Integra and glanced up at Alex. It was no secret to Valerie what her big brother had gotten himself into this time. She had read the family chat yesterday and knew all the details. Valerie just thought her brother was doing something stupid again, in his usual style. After stopping the hug, Alex set Valerie down, and she immediately put on a serious face, walked over to Integra, and handed her the tablet to sign for the delivery. Integra looked at Valerie with her usual cold stare, but Valerie didn't flinch, meeting her gaze with confidence. Valerie had been through so much in her life that a woman like Integra didn't intimidate her. To Valerie, Integra was just another client she was delivering for. Integra was quietly impressed by Valerie's demeanor and confidence. She took the tablet and signed for the delivery. Valerie nodded and led Walter toward the trucks to show him the cargo. "Your little sister?" Integra asked, watching Valerie open the back of one of the trucks. "Yeah. Quite the little brat who loves living wild and free." I blinked, and she grew up so fast, Alex said, nodding slightly and smiling warmly as he watched Valerie. "Blood-related?" Integra asked, noting the tender smile on Alex's face. "When I was working as a mercenary for a while, I took a job and found Valerie. Her own parents had sold her. I rescued her and decided to take her into the family. It took time for her to recover. And as you can see, this is the result," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. "An interesting choice on your part," Integra said, bringing the thin cigar to her lips. "Why? I just do what I want, when I want. And I don't regret giving Valerie what she deserves. Family was never limited to blood, and it doesn't start with blood. Family is the people who stand by you even in the worst moments. And it brings me no small amount of joy to see the woman Valerie has become," Alex said with a gentle smile, watching Valerie explain everything to Walter. Integra looked at Alex's smile again and made no comment on his words. For her, family was something that could make her lose control of the situation, something that could be used against her. But the tender smile on Alex's face stirred strange feelings in her, which she quickly brushed aside and continued watching Valerie talk to Walter. Alex glanced at Integra from the corner of his eye and shrugged slightly, because he knew exactly what had happened to Integra and why she had become the way she was. Shaking his head lightly, Alex looked at Valerie, who had finished talking to Walter and was walking toward them, holding a long case behind her back that looked big enough to hold a sword. "Big brother, they sent something for you too." "Here," Valerie said, handing the weapons case to Alex. "What's in it?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Open it and see for yourself." "It's a gift for you," Valerie said with a sly grin. Alex raised an eyebrow again and opened the case. Inside he immediately saw a chains word, but in a very unique bright purple color scheme. Integra glanced at the weapon and raised an eyebrow slightly, evaluating the weapon painted with wild, childish patterns of sharks and explosions. Alex, of course, instantly knew who had built this chain's word for him. He smirked faintly and pulled the chain's word out of the case, swinging it a couple of times. The weapon emitted a satisfying chainsaw growl as Alex swung it with a wide grin, already imagining how he would slaughter idiots with the weapon his daughter had specially made for him. Integra had no trouble understanding what kind of weapon this was meant for. "Ah, my little potato, she always knows exactly what I want." "Best gift ever," Alex said, resting the chain's word on his shoulder. "Well, she is your daughter." "All right, big brother, I'm off, I've got other jobs," Valerie said, waving and preparing to leave. "Wait, remind Rogue I'm still waiting on my whiskey." "You know, do the usual if there's any delivery trouble," Alex said, waving lazily. "Kill all the idiots, blow everything up, then demand moral compensation for the wait?" Valerie asked, grinning. "Exactly. You know how our family works," Alex said, nodding. "We always keep our word and finish what we start," Valerie said with a smile, nodding back. Alex nodded and hugged Valerie goodbye. Valerie laughed and climbed into the truck, which the robots had already helped unload. Integra watched Alex, having heard that he had a daughter. From his dossier she knew he had adopted Alessa, the girl from the cursed town of Silent Hill. But Integra was absolutely certain that a child like Alessa could never have built a weapon like that. So she saw only one possibility: Alex had other children. Integra didn't even react to the fact that military equipment was being unloaded by robots. The information about Alex's daughters caused a far stronger reaction in her. "You have children?" Integra asked, watching the trucks drive away. "Of course. Want to see pictures?" Alex said with a bright smile. Integra looked at the wide smile on Alex's face and brought the thin cigar to her lips, took a drag and exhaled smoke. She looked at him without any irritation at his offer to show pictures of his daughters, only with an evaluating, thoughtful gaze, trying to read his thoughts through their contract. Taking another drag, Integra thought there was no reason to refuse, but also no particular reason to agree, except that it might help her understand him better. "Fine. Show me," Integra said without much emotion in her voice. Alex smiled and pulled out his phone, immediately showing her pictures of Anya, Jinx, Nyaruko, and Tina, of which he had an enormous number. But even in this situation Alex knew exactly what to show and what to keep hidden. Integra saw photos of girls who looked about 7 years old, all the same age, yet so different. What she noticed was that only 2 of the children had eyes the same color as Alex's. And when Integra saw Jinx, she immediately understood who had built that bizarre chain's word for Alex. "This girl. How old is she now?" Integra asked, pointing at Jinx's photo. "You mean Jinx?" "She's 7 right now, and still growing," Alex said, nodding like a proud father. "She built a weapon at 7. Integra asked for clarification, looking at Alex. "What's so strange about that?" "It's just a weapon. My little gremlins once built a device that could turn water molecules into food. Granted, it came out as poison that drove anyone who ate it insane. But progress was made." "Sort of," Alex said, nodding like a proud father, then cleared his throat dryly to hide his embarrassment. Listening to Alex, Integra looked at the photo of the 7-year-old girls again. She could have thought Alex was lying, but she was certain it was the truth, because she could hear his thoughts through their contract. Even if Integra didn't show it on her face, she was stunned that 7-year-old children were capable of creating something like that. She couldn't even call them geniuses, this was another level entirely. Integra didn't ask Alex where these children came from, who their mothers were, or anything related. She saw no reason to ask such questions. After looking at the photos, Integra simply turned and walked back into the manor. Reaching the doors and before stepping inside, Integra glanced back at Alex. "If they ever show up here, warn me in advance." "I don't like surprises," Integra said, looking at him. "I don't think they'll want to come," Alex replied, rubbing his chin and looking at Integra with genuine surprise. "Doesn't matter. I won't allow unknown children to run around my manor without my knowledge. If they plan to visit, I need to know," Integra said, stepping inside and leaving Alex standing outside. Alex just shrugged and looked at Walter, who was already standing behind him. Alex and Walter exchanged glances, and with a wide grin Alex raised his phone, silently asking Walter if he wanted to see pictures of his daughters too. Walter thought for a moment, then nodded, causing Alex's grin to widen even further, so he could show off photos of his super adorable daughters. And at the same time, down in the basement on her throne sat Alucard, who had seen everything through her connection to Alex and Integra. A mysterious smile played on Alucard's lips as she narrowed her eyes slightly, staring into the void. Because recent events had brought so much new and exciting into her life, and she couldn't wait to see what Alex would show her next and what else could dispel her boredom. To be continued. Yes, I may have dragged my feet before the main events of Helsing Ultimate, but Alex's time in Helsing helped him bond with 3 women. Which is a big plus. I think I should say that all the events from the arrival of the mercenary squad to the start of the war take place in just one freaking week. And I'm serious. I was even surprised by this. But a chronology is a chronology. I certainly won't rush anything. So I can fully enjoy everything. And now it's time for some ice cream. Peace, love, and pink ponies. Chapter 607, Chapter 606, An Embarrassing Date with a Vampire Girl. After the delivery of the military equipment that Integra had ordered through Alex's organization, everything in Helsing seemed to have returned to normal once more. Or at least that was what Alex wanted to believe, when Integra yet again forced him to sit in her office so that he would always stay within her sight and under her full, unremitting control, as if she were afraid of losing sight of him even for a single instant, even for 1 second. This time Alex wasn't even planning to work. Since Integra was so eager to control him and know his exact location every single second, he would give her exactly that opportunity. But at the same time he would do absolutely nothing. Alex simply sat in Integra's office, watching a movie through headphones to keep himself occupied in some way, while simultaneously putting the finishing touches on the last drafts of his insane plan that had long been brewing in his head and now demanded those final decisive strokes. He understood perfectly, he had about 1 week left for preparation and execution. And that 1 week would be more than sufficient. If he had managed to completely rebuild the entire system in Valhalla in just 1 week, then 1 week would be more than enough to bring the London plan to life, with a huge margin to spare, leaving time for refinements, for checking weak points, and for making everything look completely natural and unforced. While Integra was absorbed in her usual work, she kept raising her eyes to Alex from time to time, trying to figure out exactly what he was writing in his notebook. Once again she could not hear his thoughts through their contract. And her controlling nature demanded to know absolutely everything, without the slightest exceptions or loopholes, without even the faintest shadow of anything left unsaid that could worry her or make her doubt. When Alex stood up once more to go get coffee, Integra waited exactly 5 seconds, just to make sure he had truly left and wouldn't suddenly return. She set her pen aside, the thin cigar still clenched between her teeth, walked over to the sofa where Alex had been sitting, and picked up his notebook as though it were the most natural thing in the world, part of her everyday routine. Integra felt not the slightest guilt for snooping. Helsing was her territory. Her office. And Alex belonged to her as well. Therefore everything that belonged to him belonged to her by right and unconditionally, including the most secret thoughts and notes he might try to hide. Calmly opening the notebook, she began turning page after page, unhurriedly, absorbing every detail, every line, every symbol. At first, notes about rune combinations and where and how they could be applied in a wide variety of situations, with annotations about compatibility, potential risks, side effects, and ways to minimize them. But the further she flipped through, the less she understood what she was seeing. Drawings of strange weapons, prosthetics, names of companies she had never heard of and hadn't even suspected existed. Then, creatures that at first glance resembled ghouls, but the more pages she turned, the more horrifying and fundamentally wrong these beings became. Unnatural, distorted, nauseating just by their appearance, as though reality itself refused to accept their existence and tried to force them back into the nothingness from which they had crawled. Amid the chaos of incomprehensible symbols and a language she neither knew nor understood, only one phrase stood out, written in clear, confident English handwriting: necromorphs. Integra froze, staring at the creature. She didn't understand what it was, but she kept turning the pages, unable to stop, as though some force was pulling her forward, compelling her to look. Further on, even more nightmarish forms that sent chills racing down her spine and squeezed something unpleasant tight inside her chest. And finally, a page with 2 strange obelisks, one red, the other black. They were similar yet differed in details that made her skin crawl and her mind refuse to believe what it saw. Beneath them, just one phrase amid the chaos of hieroglyphs: convergence is at hand. Don't stop, mistress. Keep turning the pages. I want to see all the madness he has written. Alucard's insane, delighted laughter rang out in Integra's head, full of ecstasy and anticipation, almost childlike curiosity towards something forbidden. Do you know what language this is? Integra asked coldly, trying not to betray the unease that had already begun creeping in. No idea at all. It's an ancient language. Extremely ancient. So ancient that no one knows anything about it anymore. But that's exactly what makes the situation even more interesting. Creatures whose distorted, unnatural, insane appearance fills me only with awe and the desire to behold this nightmare with my own eyes. A language that will never be known. Once again came Alucard's mad laughter, now almost ecstatic, brimming with hunger. Without answering, Integra continued turning pages. She reached a page with a drawing of a planet, atop which rose a black obelisk covered in the same runes. This obelisk looked different from the previous 2, far more sinister and somehow complete, as though it had already achieved its purpose and was merely waiting for the final step, the last breath. Beneath the drawing, the caption: one of those whose names must not be spoken. And one more short inscription: the cage. Integra kept turning pages, trying to grasp at least something, to catch any thread that might explain what she had seen. But everything Alex had written was in a language she could not read. Just as she was about to turn the next page and see the final entries, Alucard's voice sounded in her head. He's coming back. Integra calmly closed the notebook, placed it back on the side table, and returned to her desk. What she had seen gave her abundant food for thought, and at the same time planted an unpleasant chill deep inside that she could not ignore, something that had settled there and had no intention of leaving. Taking a sip of whiskey and lighting a fresh thin cigar, she tapped her finger on the desk, reflecting on everything she had seen. And the more she thought, the clearer it became. There were far more pages in Alex's notebook than appeared at first glance. This realization only intensified her interest and at the same time her irritation, because she still could not fully penetrate his thoughts and secrets, and that feeling of powerlessness was unbearable to her, almost painful. When Alex returned with a cup of fresh coffee, Integra didn't even raise her eyes to him, continuing to work, though her thoughts were far away, circling obsessively around what she had discovered. Next time ask Walter to brew your coffee, she said in an even tone laced with faint, almost imperceptible irritation. I would say, yes, in that situation. But the walk gives me time to think, Alex replied carelessly, sitting back down on the sofa and making himself comfortable as though nothing had happened. Integra made no comment on his words. Alex noticed that the notebook had been slightly shifted, and only gave a quiet inner smirk. All his notes had been deliberately written so that no one except his family could understand them. Thanks to the wedding rings he had created for his wives, they could read any language, even ancient ones forgotten millennia ago. But Alex wasn't lying, a simple walk really did give him the chance to think properly, to sort everything out, to find the optimal path. While he had gone for coffee, he had already come up with a solution for how to make the plan perfect and avoid arousing any suspicion, even from those watching his every step, every breath. For the rest of the day he put the movie back on through his headphones, so as not to be distracted by stray thoughts. He thought he would be able to finish watching in peace. But someone else had different plans. An interesting way to pass the time, my chosen one, a lazy feminine voice sounded in his head, full of mockery and curiosity, almost playful. Well, it's still better than just sitting in the basement staring into emptiness and waiting for something interesting to happen, Alex replied calmly, not looking away from the screen. At that moment Alucard really was sitting in the basement staring into emptiness. Instead of irritation she burst into loud laughter. Alex had described her current state perfectly, and for some reason it amused her, made her feel alive. Pa ha ha. You're right. Damn right. All of this is just one endless monotonous life, Alucard laughed, leaning back on her throne, letting the laughter echo off the walls. I don't know. Maybe ask Integra to put a TV in the basement. Or at least get internet down there. Life goes on, and every single moment something new is happening, Alex said, taking a sip of coffee. Are you saying that as death? Or are you, like Sarah's, still clinging to your humanity and yearning for normal things? Alucard asked with genuine intrigue, real interest, almost thirst, in her voice. My life has never been normal from the very beginning. I simply do what I want. I came to Helsing because I wanted to. I made a contract with Integra because I wanted to. I am where the most interesting things happen, where I can experience something new. But the one thing that remains unchanged in my life is my love for my family, Alex said, pausing the movie so the conversation could continue, letting the words hang in the air. Family. You have one. And what exactly does your family give you? Love? Warmth? Care? All those feelings are temporary. They fade with time. Family is merely a weakness that can be used against you. And I know that very well. Ask my mistress what family means to her. She will tell you the same thing. Family is weakness, Alucard said in a lazy tone, yet a barely noticeable shadow of doubt, almost a crack, slipped into her voice. That is what only those who cannot protect their family say. Pathetic weaklings justifying their own weakness. Don't want your family used against you. Kill all your enemies. For you and Integra, family is weakness. For me, family is the place where I am waited for. It doesn't matter to them who or what I am. They accept me completely. They don't need to control me. They don't need to subdue me. They know I will always return to them and always give them my love, Alex replied calmly, gazing at the ceiling of Integra's office as though the answers were written there. Alucard, sitting on her throne in the basement, gave a faint smile upon hearing those words. Alex was not lying. Of course Integra had heard the entire conversation, but she was not the type to intervene just to prove she was right. She simply saw no point in it. Yet Alex's words had struck her. In the past she too had had a family. A family that betrayed her and was ready to kill her for power. 10 years ago that day she had lost everything, and personally ordered the destruction of the guilty to purge Helsing of traitors. Over those 10 years she had built an iron cage around her heart, so that no one could enter. That loneliness made her resemble Alucard. Integra looked at Alex and understood, She could not give him what he valued so highly, the family he loved. She even considered becoming his family, to bind him to herself. But she knew she could not give him the kind of love a family gives. She did not understand how to love. Dozens of ideas flashed through her mind about how to tie Alex to Helsing, and above all to herself. But all those ideas were meaningless. He had made it perfectly clear that family came first for him. Integra did not know why she had become so attached to a man she had known for less than a week. But she knew one thing for certain: she did not want to lose him. You're right. I speak that way because I could not protect my family. I simply don't have one anymore. I did, long ago. All of it has been erased by time. Alucard said almost lazily, yet a note of weariness, almost sorrow, slipped into her voice. Ask yourself, Alucard, do you consider Helsing your home? If yes, then you have a home. Even if Integra is your mistress, ask yourself, do you consider her your family? If yes, then you already have a family. You turned Sarah's into a vampire, calling it a momentary lapse or weariness from monotonous boring life. But now Sarah's is part of your family. You created her yourself. Even after becoming a monster, you still reach for that feeling, for a family that will accept you as you are. I am not asking or forcing you to change. You are who you are. And the you of today is the result of the path you have walked. Just try looking at the world from a different angle. You always look into a dark mirror where only your own reflection stares back, Alex said, lifting his gaze to the ceiling of Integra's office. Perhaps, you are right. Who knows? Maybe I want such a place too, a place where someone will wait for me. Even if I am a monster. You truly are interesting, my chosen one. Your words have made me think about many things. Perhaps this is exactly what I have been waiting for so long. Now I want even more to see how you will change my life with your presence. Will you show me other colors of this world, or will you paint my world in even darker shades of black and red? I will be waiting for you, Alucard said quietly, and her voice gradually faded from Alex's head, leaving behind only a faint echo. Having finished the conversation, Alucard rose from her throne and surveyed the dark basement, the place that had been her dwelling for decades. She placed her palm against the cold wall, lost in thought after speaking with Alex. She had not expected his words to affect her so deeply, to stir something inside. But at the same time it was something new for her, something interesting and captivating that she had not felt in a very long time. Alucard had always considered attachment to people temporary, something that eventually fades. She had already forgotten the faces of people she once knew. All of it had become echoes of a distant past. Alucard walked along the wall and thought, could Alex give her something new? Something eternal, like herself. Something that time would not erase. Something that would bring something new into her boring life every single day. Thinking about it, Alucard broke into a wide smile. She clenched her fist, crushing the stone in the wall, and yanked sharply, leaving a long claw mark along the entire length of the wall, as though marking her awakening. Prove to me that I did not choose you in vain. I want you to shatter my boring life and show me more new and astonishing things. Show me new facets of madness. So that I will have the desire to wait for them, just as I waited for you. I want you to prove that you can even change my mistress. I can already feel how she is changing merely from your presence. So become that storm that brings change into our lives. Alucard said, returning to her throne. Back on her throne, Alucard put her red glasses back on and closed her eyes. But the smile did not leave her face. She could sense it, great changes were coming, the kind she had waited for so long. And she was certain she would see them. What intrigued her most was that she did not know how everything would change. And that uncertainty gave her considerable pleasure. Alex, meanwhile, returned to watching his movie, as though he had not just had a conversation about life and family with an ancient vampire living a monotonous existence. He finished the film when the sun had fully set and evening had arrived. Putting his phone away, Alex stretched lightly and stood up from the sofa, preparing to leave Integra's office. Integra, who had been working the whole time, noticed that Alex was getting ready to go somewhere again. Where are you going? She asked without looking up. Going for a walk with Sarah's, Alex replied carelessly. Did I give permission? Integra asked in a cold tone. I promised Sarah's a walk through evening London, and she will get it. I keep my word. Always. And don't forget, you said I must inform you where I am going and with whom, Alex said in the same calm tone, looking Integra straight in the eyes. Hearing this, Integra gripped the pen in her hand, and it snapped under her strength. She didn't even notice. She had plenty of ways to separate Alex and Sarah's and keep both of them inside Helsing. But Alucard's voice sounded in her head, let them go and take their walk. Then they will definitely return. Hearing that, Integra frowned slightly, but quickly realized Alucard was right. Calmly taking out a new pen and lighting a thin cigar, she looked at Alex with her cold blue eyes. Only until midnight. Sarah's must remain in Helsing, Integra said coldly. As you wish. And now I'm off, Alex said, waving goodbye and leaving the office. Integra said nothing, merely watched him go until the office doors closed. She was one of those people who perfectly understood who they really were. And from the conversation between Alex and Alucard she understood, she could not give him what he valued so highly, the family he loved. She even thought about becoming his family, to bind him to herself. But she understood, she could not give him the kind of love a family gives. She did not understand how to love. Dozens of ideas flashed through her head about how to tie Alex to Helsing, and above all to herself. But all those ideas were meaningless, he had clearly stated that family came first for him. Integra did not know why she had become so attached to a man she had known for less than a week. But she knew one thing for certain, she did not want to lose him. Alucard didn't even bother to comment on her mistress's strange thoughts, she merely watched in silence as Integra pondered absurd things. Meanwhile, outside at the entrance to the estate stood Sarah's. This time she had decided to wear casual clothes, because on all previous walks with Alex she had been in her Helsing uniform, which wasn't really suitable for evening strolls around London. So Sarah's had asked Walter to bring her normal clothes. She wore a light blue jacket, under which was a long white t-shirt partially tucked into high-waisted slim dark jeans, and low-heeled boots, so she would be a little taller. After all, she was shorter than Alex, and she didn't want to look so small next to him. While waiting for Alex, Sarah's even wondered how he would react to her outfit. Looking at her clothes, she wasn't sure if she had chosen everything right. I hope it's not too much. Sarah's muttered, checking her appearance. You look great, Alex's voice suddenly sounded right beside her. Hearing him so close, Sarah's couldn't help but revert to her usual clumsy manner, she almost fell because her legs got tangled. Before she hit the ground, Alex caught her by the hand, preventing the fall. This only made Sarah's even more embarrassed, because once again she had made a fool of herself and looked clumsy in front of him. Alex tried not to laugh so as not to offend her. Ready to go? Alex asked, pulling the Fenrir motorcycle out of his inventory. Do you like it? Sarah's asked shyly, watching as Alex got on the bike. If you're asking about your outfit, it suits you very well. Now hop on, Alex said, patting the seat behind him. Sarah smiled genuinely at his words, jumped onto the motorcycle, sat behind him, and wrapped her arms around his waist. Once she was settled, Alex started the engine and immediately headed toward London, for a walk and to unwind. Throughout the entire ride Sarah's couldn't stop smiling. When they reached London, Alex stored Fenrir back in his inventory and began their stroll through the streets together with Sarah's. They immediately bought coffee for themselves. After Sarah's learned that she could drink coffee thanks to the blood candies Alex had given her, she started drinking no less than 10 cups a day, trying different flavors the candies provided. Alex and Sarah's walked the streets and chatted about whatever came to mind. Their walk eventually led them to Big Ben. Even though visiting Big Ben at that hour was impossible, Alex beckoned Sarah's to follow him. Sarah's didn't understand what he intended to do, until they slipped inside unnoticed. Having been a police officer in the past, she didn't want to break the law, even after becoming a vampire. Hey, this is illegal. Maybe we should leave? Sarah's asked, watching Alex pick the lock. It only counts as illegal if someone sees signs of breaking in. No evidence, no crime. Perfect, it's open. Get in quick before anyone sees, Alex said, grabbing Sarah's by the hand. But still. Sarah's began, but Alex had already pulled her inside. Once inside Big Ben, Sarah's could only sigh and let Alex drag her up the stairs. But she kept looking back, thinking someone might have noticed them enter. When they reached the very top, Alex led Sarah's out onto the balcony, so she could fully enjoy the views of nighttime London. Sarah's was still resisting the fact that they had broken in, until she stood at the top and saw the lights of the night city. Sarah's eyes widened at the beauty of the view. She immediately went to the railing and leaned on it, to get a better look. Seeing the smile on her face, Alex calmly climbed over the railing and let his legs dangle down. Be careful. Sarah said in a panicked tone, noticing his actions. Come on. Better sit next to me. What could possibly happen if we sit like this? Alex said with a smile, patting the spot beside him. I don't know. Maybe the wind will blow us off, and we'll fall. And it's really high up here, Sarah said, peering over the railing to see how far down the ground was. You're a vampire, it won't kill you. And me even less so, Alex said, shrugging lightly. Well, you're right about that. But what do you mean, and me even less so? Sarah's asked, climbing over the railing to sit next to Alex. You forgot that I fought your mistress. And somehow didn't get hurt, Alex said, looking at Sarah's with an empty gaze. Oh. Right. I kind of forgot about that. So you're not human either? Sarah said, nodding awkwardly and looking at Alex with caution. I thought you weren't going to ask. Do you really want to know? Alex said, chuckling lightly. Well. Yes, Sarah's replied, sensing something strange in his behavior. Well. I am death, Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly at Sarah's. The wind is so strong here. But did you just say you're death? Sarah's asked, starting to think she had misheard because of the wind at the top of Big Ben. Yeah. I'm death. Scythe, cloak, all that stuff. Alex said, nodding with a smile on his face. At that exact moment Sarah's brain short-circuited. The shock was so strong that her hands gripping the railing slipped. And before she realized it, Sarah's began falling downward. Seeing this, Alex realized he shouldn't have brought Sarah's to Big Ben. He lightly flicked his finger, returning the shocked Sarah's back to her place. Sarah's herself didn't even realize she had started falling and been returned. Right now a real hurricane was raging in her head. She didn't know, should she be afraid, run away and hide, or something else. Seeing her stunned expression, Alex began telling her the version he was already used to explain everything to Sarah's. Listening to Alex's story, Sarah's mechanically nodded like a robot, trying to process everything he was saying. But all she really understood was that he was death only in words. She didn't even grasp what he said about splitting himself into two parts. But the more Alex spoke, the more confused she became. Soon she simply decided to accept what had happened, pretending she hadn't heard anything and nothing had happened, just to calm her already frayed nerves. Can I ask one question, and then we change the subject? It just feels really weird to me that I'm sitting on top of Big Ben with Death himself, Sarah said with a strained smile. Go ahead. Integra and Alucard already asked their questions. So it's only fair if I answer yours, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. What is the meaning of life? I mean, everyone is supposed to ask that. Or not? Sarah's asked, blurting out the first question that came to mind. I don't know, Alex said, spreading his arms. What do you mean, I don't know? You're, well, you know. Death. Shouldn't you know the answer to that? Sarah's asked in surprise, staring at Alex with eyes full of shock and disbelief. I was only death for a few days, and I got bored of it. Every living being has thousands of paths they can take, or have already taken. Every moment the library of death is filled with a new life story of a new person, and every moment many stories come to their end. People have always asked questions, searched for meaning. But the answer has always been one. It's life. Live, walk, look at new things, meet people. Your story has already begun, and the ending is always the same. But what your story will be like, only you decide, Sarah's. Even if your heart no longer beats, you are still alive and can see this world as it will become in the future. So enjoy every moment you see, Alex said, poking his finger into Sarah's chest, causing her to blush. You don't have to poke my chest with your finger. That's sexual harassment. And thank you for answering my question. Even if it was in such a weird way, Sarah said, pushing Alex's finger away with a reddened face. Well, they're softer than I thought. And it was an accident, Alex said, clearing his throat dryly. From his words Sarah's face turned even redder. Looking at Alex, who was nodding as though everything he did was perfectly normal, Sarah's, instead of being afraid of him because he was death, started getting angry at him for touching her chest. Sarah's clenched the hands gripping the railing, and under her grasp the railing cracked and nearly broke. Idiot. You should ask before doing something like that. Sarah said, swinging her leg at Alex. And how do you imagine that? I'm giving a philosophical speech about life, and then I ask, hey, Sarah's, can I touch your chest? It's needed for a more dramatic effect, so everything looks right in this moment. And it's not like I want to touch your chest. I'm not a pervert. I'm just curious. And anyway I'm death, I can touch whoever I want and nothing will happen to me, Alex said, dodging Sarah's kick, jumping back and standing on the railing with his hands behind his head. You yourself said you're no longer death. Right now you're just a pervert who touched a girl's chest. Sarah said, clenching her teeth in anger and pointing at Alex. Okay then, Sarah's, let's start over. Can I touch your chest, for dramatic effect in our dialogue? Alex said with a wide smile, looking at Sarah's. Hearing that, Sarah's froze for a moment, then looked down at her own chest as though considering his words. But immediately after that a vein popped on her forehead from irritation, and she attacked Alex. Even though they were at the top of Big Ben, there was no danger if they fell down. Sarah's attacked Alex, teeth clenched in anger, and once again tried to grab or hit him. Alex dodged in time, still walking along the railing and not letting a single one of Sarah's strikes reach him. Sarah's didn't even notice that they had been on the railing the whole time. Die, pervert. Sarah's shouted, delivering another kick. I can't, I'm death. Ha ha ha, Alex said, doing a backflip, pushing off the railing with his hands and jumping farther away from Sarah's. You yourself said the previous death was killed. Sarah said, timing it perfectly and leaping at Alex. Alex could have dodged, but he became curious what would happen next when he ended up in Sarah's hands. And in that same moment Sarah's wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, to make sure he couldn't escape. And when her anger and embarrassment reached their peak, the only thing she could do in that situation was bite Alex on the head. Not like a vampire, but like a girl experiencing anger and embarrassment at the same time. But what Sarah's hadn't accounted for in that moment was that she had literally pressed Alex's head so hard against her chest that he was completely buried there. At that moment Sarah's looked not like a vampire, but like an angry hamster gnawing on Alex's head to show her anger and hide her embarrassment. But soon it began to dawn on her what position they were in, when she felt Alex's hot breath on her chest. Sarah's froze, and very quickly realized what was happening. Her face instantly turned bright red when she felt Alex's face rubbing against her chest. Sarah's immediately released Alex and jumped back. You did it again. Sarah said, pointing a trembling finger at Alex with a face red from embarrassment. It wasn't me who pressed my head to your chest. You did that. Though yes, it was nice. So which one of us is the real pervert now? I prefer pure and innocent love. And you did that to me. Ah, my heart is broken, Alex said, making a sad face and clutching his heart. No. I'm not a pervert. You did it. Sarah shouted, starting to panic. You can tell that to the police when I tell them everything you did to me. Who will they believe? Me, a very handsome and charming guy. Or you, a very cute vampire girl who's stronger than any guy. Alex said, hiding his smile behind his hand. I'm not a pervert. Sarah shouted again, panicking even harder. At that moment Sarah was panicking and didn't even know what to do or how to respond. Watching her panicked expression, as though she was thinking how to get out of this situation, Alex couldn't hold back and burst into loud laughter, clutching his stomach. Hearing Alex laugh, Sarah froze for a second, staring at him, and then she herself started laughing, finding the whole situation extremely ridiculous and funny. Alex and Sarah kept laughing, until they gradually calmed down. Still smiling, Alex sat back on the railing and patted the spot beside him, so Sarah would sit next to him. Sarah smiled and this time sat closer to Alex. After all, she didn't consider him deaf, she thought a guy like him couldn't possibly be deaf, even if he said smart and philosophical things. But what had just happened between them still brought her pleasure and made her feel the normality of life. But she wasn't going to say that out loud. Because yet another awkward moment had occurred between her and Alex, one that made her feel terribly embarrassed. To be continued. Damn, okay, I'll admit it. I really wanted to get the Helsing ultimate plot started already. But I can't just jump in. I had to show one more date with Sarah to finally get the plot going. So that there wouldn't be any stupid questions about the relationships between Alex, Sarah, Integra, and Alucard later. You could say that during his week in Helsing, Alex got closer to the girls, albeit in a strange way. But as I already said, the plot deadlines are really tight. And so, I wanted to squeeze the most out of Alex's week in Helsing. And so it goes. Peace, love, and an awkward vampire girl. Chapter 608, Chapter 607, Arrival of the Mercenaries. Alex and Sarah stayed perched on top of Big Ben almost until midnight, talking about everything that came to mind, from silly little things to the most unexpected topics that just popped up on their own. Even after learning the truth, that Alex was deaf, albeit nominally, having only recently taken on the role and already grown tired of it, it didn't change how Sarah felt about him. If anything, it was the opposite. This truth made Sarah feel much closer to Alex, despite the fact that awkward moments between them happened quite often, moments that made her blush, get angry, and at the same time unable to hold back a smile. When midnight was nearly upon them, Alex remembered Integra's instruction. Without a word, he scooped Sarah up in his arms and jumped straight off Big Ben. Sarah was first surprised and blushed at being suddenly lifted bridal style, then outright terrified as they began plummeting downward. Even though Sarah had been a vampiress, a proper Draculina, for about a month now, she still panicked at things like this, falling from such a great height, wind whistling in her ears, heart pounding even though it no longer beat, the ground rushing up far too quickly. When Alex's feet touched the ground softly, in that same instant Sarah attacked him again, screaming while trying to strangle him and bite his head at the same time. Alex, despite having a very furious Draculina latched onto him, ignored the fact that Sarah was attempting to gnaw through his skull. Calmly, he pulled Fenrir out of his inventory and sat down on the motorcycle. All the way back to Helsing, Alex felt Sarah's sharp fangs pressing into the top of his head and her arms squeezing around his neck. The only upside in the whole situation for him was that he could feel Sarah's chest pressed against his back while she tried to take revenge for him jumping off Big Ben with her in his arms. On top of everything, Alex could hear Alucard's laughter echoing in his head. She kept repeating how much of a coward Sarah was for getting scared of something like that. But what amused Alucard even more was that Alex actually found what Sarah was doing to him rather pleasant. Alucard even hinted, or rather, said outright, that she could do the exact same thing to him if he'd only come down to the basement to see her. Just before Alucard could promise something even more interesting, a cold voice cut through Alex's mind, Integra ordering Alucard to shut up and telling Alex to hurry back to the mansion. Alex only sighed and gently patted Sarah's on the back to calm her down and get her to stop chewing on his head. But instead of stroking her back, his hand accidentally landed on her ass and gave it a light squeeze, which made Sarah squeak. Instead of her back, Alex realized he was squeezing something very soft and suspiciously familiar. Slowly squeezing again, he mechanically turned his head toward Sarah's, whose face had gone so red she looked like a ripe tomato. Sarah stared at Alex with a blazing red face while he continued to hold her ass. Alex slowly released his grip and immediately looked away, pretending nothing had happened. But inwardly he admitted to himself that it had felt nice, and very soft. Sarah's kept staring at the back of Alex's head with her flushed face, still feeling the aftereffects of him squeezing her ass. Alex acted like nothing occurred and once again silently cursed the goddess of luck, who loved pulling these little pranks on him. Despite having multiple wives, Alex still didn't consider himself a pervert and constantly reminded himself that he only did things like this with women he actually had a relationship with. The rest of the ride back to the Helsing estate passed in silence. Sarah's was still bright red from what Alex had done, while Alex spent the entire remaining journey cursing the goddess of luck for her endless petty tricks. Throughout his entire life Alex had never once seen the goddess of luck in person, yet he knew she existed, and precisely because of all his threats, she kept messing with him while staying perfectly hidden. The situation wasn't helped by Alucard's ongoing laughter in his head, as she repeatedly offered that he could touch her anywhere, anytime, if he'd just come down to the basement. When they finally arrived back at the Helsing estate, Sarah's immediately jumped off Alex's motorcycle and stood in front of him. Alex had barely raised an eyebrow when Sarah's hugged him tightly and then ran inside the mansion. Alex watched her flee and almost called after her that, technically, they were currently living in the same house. But he held back the unnecessary comment so as not to embarrass Sarah's any further. She was already mortified enough. Alex knew what Sarah's was really like on the inside. She always bottled everything up until one day she finally snapped. Alex knew some people might call it fate or coincidence that Alucard turned Sarah's into a vampire. But in reality, Alucard had seen in Sarah's eyes the exact same will to live that she herself had possessed long ago. The moment Alucard looked at the dying Sarah's, she recognized in the eyes of that ordinary policewoman the same look she once had. One thing led to another, and in the end Sarah's became a Draculina. As if to confirm his thoughts, Alex heard Alucard's faint, distant laughter in his mind, neither denying nor confirming his conclusion about why she had turned Sarah's. Alex didn't want Sarah's to change. He wanted her to stay the same sweet, clumsy girl who tripped over her own feet and blushed furiously during awkward moments. She shouldn't have to change, Alex murmured, lighting a cigarette. To my office. Now, came Integra's cold voice in his head. Yeah, Alex replied, stubbing out the cigarette. Exhaling the last of the smoke, Alex put his hands behind his head, walked into the mansion, and headed up to the floor where Integra's office was located. He had half a mind to ask Integra whether she was planning to get some sleep. She hadn't slept in over 24 hours. Stepping into the office, Alex glanced at Integra, who, without looking up, pointed toward the sofa with her finger and continued working on her paperwork. Alex even suspected that Integra thought if she fell asleep, he would immediately go down to the basement to Alucard, or Alucard would come to him the moment Integra was out. He was partially right in that guess. Integra simply believed that if Alex and Alucard grew too close, they might simply leave her, contract or no contract. Alex only looked at Integra, who already had dark circles under her eyes, and walked over to the bookshelf to pick up something to read and pass the time. He understood that if he suggested she go to bed, she would most likely tell him to go to hell, so he said nothing. Alex lay down on the sofa and started reading to lull himself towards sleep. Within half an hour he had covered his face with the book and fallen asleep, not worrying about anything. Integra kept working, occasionally glancing at the sleeping Alex. Another hour passed, and she slightly lifted her glasses to rub the bridge of her nose and relieve the strain in her eyes. Adjusting her glasses, Integra looked at the sleeping Alex and felt a faint calm settle in her chest. She decided to close her eyes just for a moment to ease the accumulated exhaustion. Leaning back slightly in her chair, Integra closed her eyes to rest a little. 10 minutes later she opened them again and looked at Alex, who was still asleep. Making sure he was still there, she closed her eyes once more. And once again closing her eyes, Integra didn't notice how fatigue gradually overwhelmed her until she fell asleep without realizing it. Her head dipped slightly forward, and she slept right there in her chair. The moment Integra fell asleep, Alucard appeared in the office, a faint smile playing on her lips. She passed quietly through the wall and began pacing around Integra's office, even approaching her sleeping mistress, who didn't wake. Chuckling softly, Alucard stepped away from Integra and moved toward Alex, who was sleeping on the sofa with a book covering his face. Alucard leaned over him, casting a shadow across his body, and with a light gesture lifted the book from his face. Seeing Alex's sleeping face once more, Alucard lightly licked her lips, and in the next instant kissed him on the mouth, leaving a clear, vivid red lipstick mark on his lips. The reason for Alucard's action in that moment was simple: to show Integra she shouldn't relax, and to demonstrate that she would still get what she wanted. After kissing Alex, Alucard gently ran her fingers over his lips, smearing the lipstick a little, then stroked his cheeks before carefully placing the book back over his face. Alucard left the same way she had arrived, silently and unnoticed. But as she departed, a wide smile spread across her face, as though she were delighted at having planted the seeds of future chaos. Because she had left unmistakable traces of her presence. Gradually morning arrived, and the sun began to rise. A light knock came at the office door, and Walter entered, pushing a breakfast cart ahead of him. He knew Integra had worked through the night again. Wheeling the cart into the office, Walter once again experienced shock at what he saw. There was Alex again, sleeping on the sofa in Integra's office with a book over his face. But what truly shocked him this time was that Integra herself was asleep, sitting at her desk, head bowed. Walter could hardly believe his eyes. He had followed Integra for 10 years and watched her grow colder and colder, building an iron wall around her heart. And now she was sleeping in her office with a stranger present. Walter couldn't fathom how Alex, in just 1 week, had influenced Integra so deeply that she could fall asleep in his presence. Walter quietly wheeled the cart to Integra's desk and stood beside her. Even asleep, Integra remained alert, sensing someone nearby. Her eyes snapped open and she saw Walter. "Good morning, Lady Integra. Your breakfast is ready," Walter said with his usual calm expression. "Good morning, Walter," Integra replied, rubbing the bridge of her nose and noticing that morning had already come. "Lady Integra, if I may. I believe you should rest. Over the past week you have barely slept. As the head of Helsing, you must always be in top form," Walter said, pouring tea into a cup and placing it in front of her. "I'm fine, Walter. It was only a minute." "Don't exaggerate," Integra said calmly, lifting the teacup to her lips. "As you say, Lady Integra," Walter replied in his steady voice. "And don't you dare speak of what you saw. One word, and I will personally rip your tongue out, Walter," Integra said, fixing him with a cold stare. "I don't understand what you mean, Lady Integra." "I am merely the butler who brought breakfast to his mistress after she worked all night," Walter said with his professional smile. Integra gave a slight nod and set the cup down. Rising from her chair, she walked over to the sofa where Alex slept. She lifted her leg, hooked Alex with her foot, and shoved him off the couch. Waking up yet again by face-planting into the floor, the first thing Alex saw, once more, was Integra's legs. Rolling his eyes, he stood up, rubbing his face, and waved casually at Walter, who continued smiling like the perfect butler, as though nothing unusual was happening. Integra, seeing Alex's face, only grew angrier and looked ready to kick him in the face. Alex, now sitting on the sofa, looked up at Integra standing over him with a furious expression, as though debating whether to kick him or shoot him. Alex tilted his head, genuinely confused about what had made Integra so angry. "Mr. Alexander, I believe you have something on your face," Walter said, gesturing toward his own face. Alex wiped the spot Walter indicated and saw a clear smear of dark red lipstick on his fingers. Pulling out his phone, he saw the lipstick mark smeared across his lips and cheek and immediately looked up at Integra, who was still looming over him. Alex wanted to ask why she was angry when it wasn't his fault. But he knew that if he asked, Integra would definitely shoot him in the face. Calmly standing up, he faced her. Despite Integra always positioning herself as superior in their dynamic, she was noticeably shorter than Alex, who towered over her. Integra stared straight into his eyes, her anger growing stronger. "Look over there, Superman," Alex shouted, pointing toward the window. He pointed with the most convincing face possible, but Integra didn't glance away for even a second. She simply exhaled cigar smoke directly into his face, as if to snap him out of acting like an idiot. "Do you seriously think I'm that stupid?" Integra asked, staring at him blankly. "At least I tried. But wait, there's more. Secret ninja technique, escape from angry woman," Alex said, tossing a smoke bomb at his own feet. The smoke bomb exploded beneath Alex and Integra. Walter immediately stepped back to avoid the cloud. At the same moment Alex dashed past Integra and leapt through the window without breaking it. Once outside, Alex grabbed the ledge and flipped himself onto the roof of the mansion, intending to hide from Integra until evening when the wild Geese mercenaries would arrive. Meanwhile the smoke in Integra's office dissipated as Walter calmly opened the window. Integra remained standing in the same spot, thin cigar clenched between her teeth. Her face clearly showed how furious she was, her jaw clenched so hard a vein throbbed on her forehead. She was angry not only because Alucard had appeared the moment she fell asleep, but also because Alex had caused chaos by setting off a smoke bomb in her office and escaping. Then, almost instantly, she calmed down, exhaled a perfect smoke ring, and returned to her usual cool, indifferent expression. "Lady Integra." "He escaped," Walter said calmly. He didn't escape. He's hiding on the roof like a coward. He's only delayed the inevitable, Integra replied, sitting back down at her desk. Shall I ask Mr. Alexander to return? Walter asked, closing the window after the smoke had cleared. No need. Let him hide if that's what he wants. He'll come back to me eventually, Integra said calmly, taking a sip of tea. At that moment Alex was lying on the roof of the Helsing estate, simply sighing. He realized Alucard had caused chaos purely for the sake of chaos. Lying there with his hands behind his head, Alex wondered why yet another woman like Nyan had appeared in his life. The only positive thing about his relationship with Nyan was that she had given him his little princess Nyaruko, even if she did it without his knowledge. Alex loved his daughter and felt conflicted about Nyan. They weren't enemies, despite what she had done to him during their first meeting, blowing him up along with an entire galaxy. Thinking about his relationship with Nyan, Alex could only sigh. He occasionally heard her voice in his head and sometimes saw Yog, who would come demanding sweets. But after Yog discovered that she could get even more sweets at Irina, Alice, and Hisako's restaurant, she stopped visiting Alex and became a very frequent customer at the Nakiri family restaurant in Ororio. Sighing again, Alex looked up at the sun, realizing he would have to hide from Integra on the roof of her own mansion until evening, when the wild Geese mercenary unit led by Pip Bernadotte would arrive. To pass the time, Alex put on his headphones and played music. Time crawled painfully slowly for Alex. He was just lying there doing nothing, watching clouds drift overhead. When evening finally came and the sun began to sink below the horizon, Alex was sitting on the edge of the roof, holding a plate of strawberry cake, headphones blaring music. As he had expected, he had spent the entire day hiding from Integra, hoping to avoid trouble. Sitting on the edge of the mansion roof, Alex spotted two military-style trucks with canvas covers pulling up, followed by a bus. Realizing who had arrived, a smile spread across his face. Alex smirked, a small dessert fork in his mouth. The first person he saw, of course, was Pip Bernadotte, who stepped out of the bus first and began ordering his men to unload the equipment crates. Pip Bernadotte was slightly above average height and build, with red hair and green eyes. His hair was dirty, thick, and tied into a long braid wrapped around his neck. He wore a dark beige t-shirt under a brown military jacket with the sleeves rolled up to the shoulders. The collar of his jacket was covered in various pins and flags. Seeing Bernadotte in person, Alex nodded to himself, noting the very interesting potential in this man, the potential to lead and to sacrifice. Alex valued people like that, yet at the same time disliked them because such people usually lost everything and ended up alone. If someone like that didn't die on their path, their ending was always solitary. But those thoughts didn't stop Alex from considering inviting Bernadotte into his guild. While Alex continued sitting on the roof, Walter emerged to greet the mercenaries and invited them inside. Of course, Walter glanced up and saw Alex sitting on the roof edge with a plate of strawberry cake. Looking away, Walter led the mercenary unit inside. Bernadotte, who knew only partial details about why they had been hired, also glanced up at the roof after noticing Walter's look. But he saw nothing. Alex had already vanished. Bernadotte still hadn't told his men exactly who they would be fighting. Even he thought it was complete nonsense and didn't believe in monsters. For him, the only monsters in his life had always been the humans who started the wars in which he and his men fought as cannon fodder to earn money. And he didn't even consider himself human anymore for participating in those wars as a mercenary. Following Walter through the estate, the mercenaries carried their gear until he led them to a spacious room where they could wait. Lady Integra will be with you shortly. Please wait here, Walter said, closing the doors. Once Walter left, Bernadotte waved his hand, signaling his comrades to rest after the journey. The mercenaries set their equipment crates on the floor and waited for their new employer. But none of them noticed there was one extra person among them. Alex calmly sat among the wild Geese mercenaries, continuing to eat his strawberry cake as though nothing unusual was happening. Captain Bernadotte, what the hell are we even doing here? One mercenary asked, looking at Bernadotte. Did someone in London decide to start a war? Another asked, leaning against the wall right beside Alex without noticing him. Since when are we bodyguards? Are we just stroking some fat cat's ego? Bernadotte's second-in-command asked, looking at his captain. You guys. I don't even know how to say this. So I'll just say it straight. We've been hired to kill monsters, Bernadotte said with a smirk, sitting on a chair. Kill monsters? Captain, are you serious? One mercenary asked in disbelief, standing beside Bernadotte. Immediately after Bernadotte's words, loud laughter erupted among the mercenaries, who clearly didn't believe their captain. Alex, sitting on his chair, only shook his head, until he spotted Sarah's, who had slipped into the room through the window so quietly that no one noticed. Being herself, even though she tried to be stealthy, Sarah still caught her foot on the window frame and nearly fell. Quickly regaining balance and realizing no one had seen her, Sarah let out a relieved sigh, confirming she was unnoticed. She still didn't understand why she had been asked to sneak in specifically, but she did it anyway. What she did notice among the mercenaries was Alex, sitting on a chair eating strawberry cake. Sarah's mouth fell open in shock, but Alex, noticing her, raised a finger to his lips and gave a small smile. Sarah's mechanically nodded and stood against the wall, hiding in the shadows as Integra had instructed. "Captain, you were joking when you said we're going to kill monsters, right?" one mercenary asked with a light laugh. "It's true," came Integra's cold voice as she entered the room. When Integra appeared and spoke, all eyes turned to her. She stood calmly with her hands behind her back, her cold blue eyes scanning the mercenaries, assessing them. "From this moment on, your enemies are vampires. Beings who gain immortality by drinking human blood. For our work you will need to carry garlic and holy water. Drive wooden stakes through hearts, cut off heads, burn bodies, and scatter the ashes at a crossroads. For full information, I recommend reading Stoker's book," Integra said calmly, though a mocking smile played on her lips. "What a load of crap. Vampires don't exist," one mercenary said, not believing her. "You simply don't know about them. Or rather, you were never told about them. We are the Royal Order of Protestant Knights, Helsing, founded over a century ago. For a long time we operated in secret, fulfilling our original purpose, fighting vampires. If that still isn't enough and you still don't believe, then see for yourselves. This is your opponent, a vampire," Integra said calmly, never losing her mocking smile, and at the end pointed to the side. Everyone looked in surprise where Integra pointed. The mercenaries turned and saw Sarah standing against the wall with a strained smile on her face. When Integra pointed at her, Sarah finally understood why she had been asked to sneak in, so the mercenaries could see a vampire with their own eyes. Seeing Sarah's, who looked utterly harmless, the wild geese burst into loud laughter, making Sarah's smile even more forced. Alex, still sitting in his place, only shook his head, the dessert fork in his mouth. Over the past few days he had already confirmed that Sarah's was far from harmless. If he were still human, Sarah's would have already bitten through his skull or broken his bones, considering the strength hidden in her seemingly fragile body. "What the? Wait a second. You're really a vampire?" Bernadotte asked, walking up to Sarah's and looking down at her with a smirk. "Ah, yeah, pretty much," Sarah said with a strained smile, showing her sharp fangs. Bernadotte looked at Sarah's, then laughed again, as did the rest of the mercenaries behind him. No matter how they looked at her, they definitely didn't see a vampire. Sarah's first glanced at Alex, who waved reassuringly that everything was fine. Then she looked at Integra. "They're laughing at me, aren't they?" Sarah's asked, starting to feel irritated that she was being laughed at for the second time. "Just demonstrated for them, police girl," Integra said calmly, a faint smile on her lips. "Yes, ma'am." "Time to get serious," Sarah said, saluting. Alex watched all this from the side, shook his head again, set the plate of strawberry cake aside, folded his hands in silent prayer, and hoped Bernadotte wouldn't get a concussion. Bernadotte, seeing Sarah's behavior, laughed even harder, ready to make a snarky comment. But Sarah's didn't let him start. She raised her hand toward him and delivered a powerful flick straight to his forehead. The first flick made blood immediately spurt from Bernadotte's nose. He staggered back a step, disoriented. Sarah's didn't stop at one, she instantly appeared beside him and delivered another flick. After the second one, Bernadotte flew backward and crashed into the chair he had been sitting on. His men were horrified by what they saw and now stared at Sarah's like she was a monster. "She's a monster. I didn't even see it coming. She just flicked my forehead and blood poured out like a river. So she really is a vampire," Bernadotte said in a frightened tone, staring at Sarah's. "Indeed. She may be of the lowest rank, but she is a true vampire," came Alucard's magnetic feminine voice. Even though Alucard in her female form was undeniably a very beautiful woman, the way she appeared, passing straight through the wall and looking at them with red eyes and a bloodthirsty smile, filled the mercenaries only with fear. The wild geese unit, led by Bernadotte, immediately began backing away to avoid being near Alucard, whose mere presence terrified them. No one even thought to comment on her beauty. Right now she inspired only panic. One of the mercenaries nearly bumped into the plate of strawberry cake Alex was holding. Alex almost gave himself away when he instinctively wanted to kick the careless mercenary who almost knocked over his cake. What a pathetic gathering of cowards. "Do you really think these will be of any use, my mistress? Soon they will have to guard my sleep and the sleep of my chosen one. Yet all I see is an inattentive rabble that didn't even notice a real monster right in their midst," Alucard said, grinning widely at Bernadotte's unit. Hearing Alucard's words, all the mercenaries began looking around, trying to understand what she meant, until they noticed one extra person among them. All eyes locked onto Alex, who was sitting on a chair eating strawberry cake. When he became the center of attention, he only tilted his head and put another piece of cake in his mouth. "What?" Alex asked, genuinely confused why everyone was staring. "Another vampire," Bernadotte shouted, pointing at Alex. "He is not a vampire. But he is also not human," Integra said calmly, hands still behind her back. Alex gave Integra a tired look and stood up from his seat. When he rose, the mercenaries immediately parted in all directions to avoid accidentally being near him. Alex walked over to Bernadotte, who was still sitting on the floor after Sarah's flick. He crouched down in front of him. Bernadotte swallowed hard, staring into Alex's eyes. Bernadotte immediately realized that no human could have eyes that rainbow-colored. Alex gave a small smile, put the fork in his mouth, and extended a finger toward Bernadotte. Seeing the gesture, Bernadotte froze, until he felt warmth spreading through his body. "You're interesting. Consider it a welcome gift." "No need to thank me," Alex said, standing up and walking away from Bernadotte. Bernadotte didn't understand what Alex had done, but his men saw how the wound on Bernadotte's face healed instantly after Alex's touch. Ignoring the stunned stares of the mercenaries, Alex walked over to Alucard and Integra. Integra looked at Alex with a blank stare that clearly said, "You stopped hiding." Alucard looked at him with a light smile, as though her plan to sow chaos between Alex and Integra had succeeded. Alex reacted calmly to their looks, speared another piece of his cake on the fork, and brought it to Alucard's mouth. Alucard at first didn't understand, then smiled and leaned toward the fork. But instead of eating it normally, she licked the fork while staring straight into Alex's eyes. Alex only rolled his eyes, speared another piece, and ate it himself as though nothing had happened. Integra watched all this with a blank expression, but inside she was seething with irritation. Seeing her anger, Alex handed her the plate of cake and turned to the stunned mercenaries. "All right, enough noise. From this moment on, you work for Helsing. Monsters or whatever else, everything eventually dies. You've only ever killed humans before, now you'll kill vampires. Nothing has changed. You killed for money before, and you'll keep killing for money. Only now you'll be paid more. Including guarding the estate. Understood?" Alex said, clapping his hands to get their attention. "Fine. Since we've taken this contract. As long as we're paid, we'll kill whoever our new employer points at," Bernadotte said, still sitting on the floor, leaning on one knee. "Heh. You're interesting, Bernadotte. All right. Walter." Alex said with a smirk and called out. "Pardon me, Mr. Alexander. I went to meet your people, they were slightly delayed," came Walter's voice from behind. Integra and Alucard turned to look at the people Alex had mentioned. Alex grinned and fist-bumped everyone as he saw Lem, Price, Ghost, Soap, Chris, Leon, Jake, and the rest. Alucard watched Alex's group more closely, and her smile widened when she realized they were genuinely stronger and trained to kill monsters. Alucard couldn't help but comment to Integra on what she noticed. Hearing Alucard's voice in her head, Integra gave the faintest nod. Still smiling, Alex walked over to his team and bumped fists with everyone in greeting. "Yo, boss. Looks like you settled in real quick and became the big man already. Same as always, wherever you go, you end up in charge," R said with his usual sly grin. "Fuck off, R. Better keep your mouth shut. They won't tolerate you here. In just this week people have tried to kill me a couple times and a lot of other shit," Alex said, rolling his eyes. "Well, that's your problem. You pay us, we kill. And didn't you say Dracula was a man? Why is he a woman now?" Jake asked, nodding toward Alucard. "No idea. Anyway, guys, I already sent all the data to your holographic devices, including your first job here in London. Do it fast and clean. Time is short, and as you know, time doesn't wait. Your new toys have arrived, so once you're settled, get to work. Everything else later," Alex said, pulling his phone out of his pocket. Alex sent a message to the team's phones, and notification sounds immediately began chiming. Everyone pulled out their devices and checked the updated intel. While Alex talked to his people, Walter handed Integra a recently arrived letter. Alucard and Sarah's watched Alex speaking with his team. Sarah's remembered Alex mentioning a guy with very specific humor and tried to guess who was who. What interested her most was why one of them was still wearing a mask. But when she met Ghost's grim gaze, Sarah's immediately looked away, slightly frightened. Alucard, meanwhile, observed the newcomers with genuine interest. Unlike the wild Geese mercenaries, Alex's people were not intimidated by her presence. Quite the opposite, she even noticed one of them looking at her with an expression that suggested he was thinking about the fastest and most efficient way to kill her. And that only made her smile widen in delight, enough to terrify any normal person. Finishing his conversation, Alex approached Integra to explain everything and saw the invitation letter from Enrico Maxwell. Integra glanced at Alex, slipped the letter into her pocket, and left together with Alucard, leaving Alex to finish her work. Once Integra was gone, Alex told Walter to quickly brief the newcomers and get them settled. Walter bowed and led everyone away, leaving Alex and Sarah standing in the now empty room. Alex, still holding his plate of cake, looked at Sarah's. She looked back at him. They both smiled, shrugged, and decided to go for a walk. To be continued. Hooray, we finally reached the beginning of the main events. Things should move faster from here, but you know me. Things aren't as clear-cut as they might seem. I might skip over some moments I really don't want to write about, like the villain's behind-the-scenes conversations. Otherwise, we're moving toward the conclusion of the Helsing mini-arc. As for what happens next, I don't know. It seems we could immediately head to the end of this world, or I could pull another rabbit out of my hat, who knows. I'm going to go get some ice cream. Chapter 609, Chapter 608, Evening Walk in Alucard's company. After everyone had dispersed, Alex and Sarah's headed to the dining hall to grab some coffee and just chat about random nonsense. On the way there, Sarah's kept asking Alex questions about who his people used to be in the past. Alex named them and, without going into too much detail, told her what each of them had done before. Sarah's listened attentively and nodded, but she also finally got the answer to her earlier question, which of Alex's friends had such a specific sense of humor. For some reason, she wasn't surprised at all that it turned out to be Ghost. She had immediately pegged him as pretty creepy and dangerous. When they reached the kitchen, Alex brewed coffee for himself and Sarah's, who immediately dropped one of her blood candies into her cup to find out what flavor she'd get today. Unfortunately for Sarah's, luck wasn't on her side. She ended up with a taste she hated, bitter dark chocolate. Sipping coffee together with Alex, Sarah's wanted to ask him what kind of job he had been talking about with his team. She had overheard the conversation thanks to her excellent vampiric hearing. But when she voiced the question, Alex simply replied that it was a secret. Alex had no intention of telling Sarah's that he was sending his people to clean out yet another secret organization in London. He knew that Sarah still believed killing people was wrong, no matter what those people had done. Alex perfectly understood that Sarah's was still a kind girl at heart, despite her nature, so he planned to stay silent. Seeing that Alex wasn't going to answer, Sarah's just nodded, took an offended sip of her coffee, narrowed her eyes slightly at him, and tried to guess what his plans were. But before Alex and Sarah's could fully enjoy their coffee, Integra's voice rang in Alex's head. She requested, or rather, ordered him to come to her office. Sighing, Alex picked up his coffee mug and, together with Sarah's, headed to Integra's office to find out what she wanted. Of course, Alex already knew the answer. It was all connected to Enrico Maxwell, who had sent a letter inviting them to a meeting. And all Alex remembered about Enrico Maxwell was that the man had enormous ambitions and was a fanatical follower of the Catholic Church. Despite his difficult childhood, Enrico Maxwell had still managed to achieve great success on his path and even become the head of a secret organization in the Vatican called Iscariot. Thinking about Enrico, Alex could only shake his head, believing that people like him always became victims of their own ambitions and always ended the same way, dead in some filthy ditch. Because that was exactly the fate awaiting Enrico Maxwell at the end of his road. Alex didn't even need to look into the Library of Death to know the end of this fanatical bishop's path, the one who had already decided to launch a crusade against the Protestant Church. Even if Maxwell didn't die at Alucard's hands in the end, Alex would do it himself. He had never liked fanatics who kept forcing their faith on others, stripping people of their freedom of choice. When they reached Integra's office, Alex saw Integra herself standing by the window, while Alucard was lounging on the sofa where he usually sat, legs propped up on the table. Sarah's was most curious why they had been summoned. Integra simply turned, pointed to the letter on her desk, and indicated that Alex should read it. She was interested in hearing his opinion. Alex shrugged lightly and read the letter Maxwell had sent. Scanning the lines, he barely managed to keep from rolling his eyes at what he saw. The entire text oozed arrogance that made Alex feel physically nauseous. Alucard, seeing Alex's face, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, while Integra continued watching him. "I think we should meet with him," Alex said, placing the letter back on the desk. "Explain," Integra said, crossing her arms over her chest, thin cigar clenched between her teeth. "He might have useful information he'll want to leverage. I think it's no secret to anyone that the Vatican was connected to Millennium. Most likely he has intel on the location of one of Millennium's hideouts or one of their members. And that could play right into our hands," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. "Go on. I want to hear all your reasoning," Integra said, exhaling white smoke. When Walter was searching for everything known about Millennium, he did it openly, as a representative of Helsing. And that information definitely reached Maxwell. But he doesn't know that I brought enough intel on Millennium with me. If we play our cards right in this situation, we can get not only useful information, but also find out what that lapdog is planning. Possibly. But most importantly, if someone brings something we need straight to our doorstep, who are we to refuse it?" Alex said, giving a small smile. "You're right. Then tomorrow we go to the meeting at the military museum to see this Vatican pig," Integra said, stubbing out her thin cigar in the ashtray. Alex smiled and gave a slight nod. Integra shifted her gaze to Alucard, who was sitting on the sofa with her legs on the table, head covering her eyes, hiding her expression, but a wide smile spread across her face because she already knew something interesting would happen tomorrow too. Only Sarah's felt nervous about what was coming. She hadn't had the most pleasant first encounter with Iscariot, when they had tried to kill her. A few minutes after the conversation, Walter appeared and reported that he had settled the mercenaries and was about to brief them fully on what they would be dealing with. Fortunately for Walter, Alex had already prepared the materials, which made his job much easier. Integra nodded. She needed her people ready in the shortest possible time, since no one knew when Millennium would strike next. At that moment Alex waved his hand and decided to go watch how the infiltration of the Men of Letters headquarters would unfold. Even though he had already prepared everything with the help of his clones, he preferred to see it with his own eyes. Hearing Alex's thoughts, Integra frowned slightly but let him go. Alucard followed Alex. She couldn't miss the chance to watch the bloodshed. Leaving the estate, Alex met up with his team on the street just before they were about to depart. After exchanging a few words, Alex reminded them all to be careful, considering what the Men of Letters possessed. With that done, Alex rode ahead, not paying attention to the fact that Alucard had followed him. She couldn't pass up the opportunity to observe the carnage. Alex arrived first at the Men of Letters headquarters and looked at the aristocratic academy, which looked extremely ornate and ancient. Storing his motorcycle in inventory, Alex calmly headed toward the nearest building, climbed onto its roof, and sat on the edge, from where he had a perfect view of the Men of Letters academy. Lighting a cigarette, he waited for his team to arrive. "How long are you going to hide?" "That's not really your style," Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke. "I'm not hiding. I'm simply watching you." Watching the one who gave the order to kill hundreds of people, and didn't hesitate for a single second, came Alucard's soft voice from behind Alex. "I'm just eliminating scum who hold things they shouldn't. That's all. Because what they have in their hands can kill not only Integra and Sarah's, but you too. No matter how many spare lives you've got stockpiled. Whatever is inside there, your immortality won't save you from it," Alex said, turning his head toward Alucard. "You're so caring. I haven't even asked for anything yet, and you've already decided I need your protection. Or were you hoping for a reward? Was the last kiss not enough? You can just ask, and I'll give you everything," Alucard said, leaning closer to Alex and running her fingers across his lips. "You could at least invite me on a date first. So far all I've gotten from you is harassment and attempts to kill me. I haven't even touched you, and you've already groped me in places decent women don't touch men," Alex said in an innocent tone. "Pa ha ha ha. Decent woman? Me? You're hilarious. You want me to become a proper lady for you? Or are you just hiding the fact that you liked it? Just say the word, and we can continue our games like last time." "We still haven't decided who gets to be on top," Alucard said, climbing onto Alex's lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. "I'd prefer to go on a date. Not try to kill each other. And why does anyone need to be on top in a relationship? Relationships are a two-way road, everyone contributes something," Alex said, poking Alucard on the nose with his finger. Alucard didn't respond to Alex's words. She just kept staring into his eyes, trying once again to see the darkness she had glimpsed before. But this time she could only see a tiny fragment of what she had seen earlier, as though his darkness was buried very deep inside him, hidden so no one could see it. Alucard didn't understand why Alex kept hiding his true self behind 100 masks she could see on his face. Over the past week she had seen his smiles, his laziness, and many other expressions. But only once had she seen the real him, when they had fought each other. Alucard shifted her gaze to Alex's shadow, which appeared because of the bright moon high in the sky. The shadow wavered and took the form of a woman. Alucard knew Alex had a family. And she realized that his family was the chains keeping his true self locked inside. She didn't like that Alex hid his real self, but at the same time it fascinated her. How could he contain something like that, something that even made her feel a powerful thrill? Stroking Alex's cheek, Alucard continued staring into his eyes, completely ignoring the fact that Alex's team had already begun their infiltration of the Men of Letters Academy. "You talk about a date. But have you ever gone on a date with the ghost girl who lives in your shadow?" Alucard asked, cupping Alex's cheeks with both hands. "Yes, we went on a date. I saw her past, who she was when she was still alive. And we found the one responsible for her death," Alex said with a light smile, glancing at his shadow. "And what happened to that man?" Alucard asked in an intrigued tone. "I built him a personal hell. Where he relives the most horrific deaths over and over. And I gave him false hope of escape. Now he searches for doors that will grant him freedom again and again, only to die each time and return to the beginning. And Janya watches over him, over all of them who ended up in her world," Alex said with a bloodthirsty smile. Alucard narrowed her eyes when she heard Alex say he had built a hell not for one person, but for many. And she suddenly wanted to see what this hell looked like, one built by someone like Alex and ruled by a ghost girl who was ready to kill her at any moment. Alucard even tried to peer into Alex's mind through the accidental bond he had created. But all she managed to glimpse was a flash of a red city, and Janya herself. Just the sight of that city filled Alucard with the desire to see it with her own eyes. She found it truly beautiful and mesmerizing, especially the screams of pain and despair that brought her immense pleasure. And what truly irritated Alucard was how well Alex guarded his thoughts, so neither she nor Integra could see anything extra, as though his secrets were far more captivating than he had shown so far. Even though Alucard was used to waiting, at that moment she simply couldn't wait to uncover all of Alex's secrets, every single one. She wanted to see them all with her own eyes. Her smile widened, baring sharp teeth, revealing her growing desire to possess Alex completely. "How long are you going to sit on my lap looking so thoughtful, like I owe you something?" Alex asked, looking into Alucard's pensive eyes. "Who knows? But if you want to chase me away, you can try. I always get what I want. And you're no exception. All your secrets, everything you are, will become mine in time," Alucard said, pressing her forehead against Alex's. Alex decided to just leave Alucard alone and returned to watching the academy. His eyes gleamed as he began observing what was happening inside. He saw his team advancing deeper, eliminating everyone on his list while merely putting the rest to sleep. But what made Alex smile was that, in the days since he last checked on the Men of Letters elders, they had become vampires. He saw that vampire chips had been implanted in their brains, the same kind Millennium used to create their vampires. Smiling faintly, Alex pulled a handful of coins from his pocket and tossed them forward. Alucard only caught the barely perceptible movement of his hand, but she didn't see what he did. Seeing the smile on his face, though, she knew something very interesting was happening. Hearing his thoughts that the Men of Letters elders had become vampires, she burst into mad laughter, calling them stupid pigs for what they had done. For Alucard, the Men of Letters were no secret, they had tried to kill her over and always failed. She had devoured everyone who came to slay her. Only one man had ever defeated her, not killed her, but merely sealed her away. Alex glanced at Alucard, who was still sitting on his lap and laughing loudly. Shaking his head slightly, Alex wrapped his arms around her waist, causing her to lean against his chest, gazing up at the moon high in the sky and inhaling the scent of blood wafting from the Men of Letters Academy. Time passed slowly, and soon the team Alex had sent on the cleanup mission left the academy, having eliminated everyone he had marked. Alex wrapped his arms around Alucard's waist and jumped down to meet his people. Lem handed him a small box with a smirk. Alex immediately pocketed it inside his coat. No one even paid attention to the fact that Alex had arrived together with Alucard. The guys were simply used to Alex always being surrounded by dangerous women. After finishing the conversation, Alex mounted Fenrir to ride back to the Helsing estate. But instead of traveling through shadows as she usually did, Alucard sat on the motorcycle behind him, wrapping her arms around his chest. Alex started the engine, waved to his team to follow, and rode ahead. "Sarah's held you like this when you rode together," Alucard said, running her hands over Alex's chest. "Yeah, except she didn't grope my chest like you're doing. And it's pretty ticklish, stop it." "We might crash," Alex said, chuckling lightly as he felt Alucard tickling him. "Oh really? You like it when I do this? Or maybe you want my hands to slide a little lower?" Alucard whispered into his ear, lightly biting his earlobe. "Look, if we crash, we won't get hurt, but my motorcycle will. And by the way, it's expensive, and one of a kind. I built it myself. So don't even think about it, or you'll be walking," Alex said, rolling his eyes and slapping Alucard's hands away from where they were wandering. "Really? Maybe then I can repay you if we crash because you can't control your bike," Alucard said, blowing into his ear and running her tongue along his neck. "Even if Integra sold all of Helsing, she couldn't cover the damage if my motorcycle got wrecked," Alex said, rolling his eyes again as he felt Alucard's sharp teeth on his neck. "That valuable?" Alucard asked in genuine surprise, looking down at the motorcycle they were riding. "There's a katana in the weapons compartment that's as old as you are. It was forged to kill monsters. And it's also one of a kind, just like you. How valuable do you think something like that is?" Alex asked, turning his head toward Alucard. "A weapon that kills monsters. Forged by human hands?" Alucard asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Yes. Made from a special solar metal that absorbs sunlight. That metal can't be obtained anywhere anymore," Alex said, slowing down as he saw the outline of the Helsing estate. "How interesting. I didn't even know such metal existed. Don't you want to tell me more about it?" Alucard asked, showing genuine curiosity. "I don't mind. I think Integra would want to hear it too," Alex said, shrugging lightly. "And why did you mention my mistress?" Alucard asked with a sly smile. "She can hear our conversation. And after every one of your stunts you just disappear, while I'm the one who suffers. I do nothing, yet I get yelled at. I'm used to getting scolded when I actually screw up. But all the recent times, that's completely your fault. You piss her off, and I get the blame. Where's the justice?" Alex said in an irritated tone, parking at the entrance to the Helsing estate. "There is no justice, my dear. Never has been. You've understood that long ago. You're just too soft on my mistress. And she takes advantage of it. Isn't that right? Or do you actually like being dominated? Just say the word, and we can continue our game, Alucard said, grabbing Alex's cheeks and forcing him to look into her eyes. No thanks. I prefer pure and innocent relationships, Alex said with a serious face, staring back into Alucard's eyes. Seeing the seriousness in Alex's eyes, Alucard couldn't hold back and burst into loud, genuine laughter, truly amused by his answer. She still couldn't understand why someone like Alex preferred to build relationships instead of simply taking. He had everything, power, beauty, and everything else that would let him have any woman he desired. But she saw no lie in his eyes. Alex calmly removed Alucard's hands from his face and stood up from the motorcycle, storing it in inventory. And if you decide to kiss me again, at least buy me coffee first. Boop, Alex said, poking Alucard on the nose with his finger and heading toward the mansion doors. That's it. So simple. Alucard asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. Yeah, that's it. Like one person said, we love beauty that lies in simplicity. And in all this time I've never once said I don't like you. Even like this, you're still you. Come on, Integra's already pissed. And you'll just run off again while I get yelled at, Alex said, opening the mansion doors. Alucard was so stunned by Alex's words that she remained standing outside, her long black hair fluttering in the wind as her blood-red eyes followed his back while he entered the mansion. But soon she burst into sincere laughter when she realized everything really was as simple as Alex had said. Alucard was genuinely surprised that someone like Alex preferred the simplest, most ordinary things in relationships. Laughing, Alucard looked up at the moon, thinking that tonight's moon was truly beautiful. Raising her palm toward the moon, she clenched her fist, and her desire to possess Alex grew even stronger, as did her obsession with him. Lowering her gaze, Alucard saw Integra standing on the third floor, looking back at her. Alucard pushed off the ground and flew up to the third-floor window, passing straight through it to stand face-to-face with Integra. What do you think, my mistress? Who will he belong to? One of us, or both? Will he keep indulging your need for control, or will he choose my madness? Who will he choose in the end, you or me? Alucard asked, leaning over Integra. Are you trying to rebel, Alucard? Integra asked, narrowing her eyes. No, my mistress. I'm simply asking you a question. Will your hands be able to hold someone like him? Or will you voluntarily follow him when he leaves? Alucard said lightly, continuing to smile as she looked into Integra's eyes. He won't leave, Integra said coldly. True. After all, he is death. Or perhaps something more than death. Who knows? But the question remains, will you be able to keep him by your side, my mistress? Alucard said, straightening up and looking at Integra. Integra had no intention of responding to Alucard's words. But the seeds of doubt had already been planted in her heart, because the iron wall she had built around it now had a crack, one through which Alucard had managed to slip inside. Integra fixed Alucard with a cold stare, making it clear that one more word and she would lock her in the basement again. In response, Alucard only flashed a toothy grin, showing she was ready for it. Just before Integra could unleash her anger, both she and Alucard heard footsteps and saw Alex, who looked puzzled that Alucard was already there. Alex tilted his head, noticing the strange atmosphere between the two women, but tactfully decided to ignore it so he wouldn't once again become the center of an explosion called female rage. Integra narrowed her eyes and pointed toward the doors of her office, indicating that Alex would be sleeping there again. Shrugging, Alex entered Integra's office and sat on the sofa. Integra and Alucard followed him inside. Integra sat at her desk and resumed work, while Alucard sat next to Alex. She wanted him to tell her more about the weapon he carried with him. Integra wanted to hear it too, but her work couldn't be postponed. Only one person, or rather, one vampire in the mansion, had no idea where everyone had gone. Sarah's wandered the estate looking for Alex. Eventually she reached Integra's office, cautiously peeked in, and saw who was there. But for some reason Sarah's felt a very cold atmosphere in Integra's office, which filled her with strong unease. Come in, police girl. What do you want? Integra said, lifting her gaze to Sarah's. Just, no one was around, and I started looking for you. Sarah said in an embarrassed tone. I see. Anything else? Integra asked, raising her eyes to Sarah's again. No, Sarah said, slightly frightened by Integra's cold stare. Integra looked at the scared Sarah's and said nothing, returning to her work. Sarah swallowed nervously and glanced at Alex and Alucard, who were sitting on the sofa. Alucard was grinning widely, clearly enjoying how frightened Sarah's was. Alex waved to Sarah's, signaling that everything was okay. By that point Alex had already told everything and decided to go to sleep so he could head to the meeting at the military museum tomorrow. He told Integra where he was going and left the office. Integra didn't react to his words or to the fact that he left. Sarah's quickly bowed and hurried after Alex, afraid to remain in Integra's presence without understanding what had happened. When Alex and Sarah's were gone, only Integra and Alucard remained in the office. Integra set her pen down and looked at Alucard, who was looking back at her. Alex, meanwhile, had no idea what was happening between Integra and Alucard, or that he had accidentally provoked the two women into competing for him. At that moment he was walking with Sarah's, who was still trying to calm down after Integra's cold stare. Alex lightly patted Sarah's on the head to help her snap out of it. He walked her to the entrance of the basement where she rested, then headed to his own room to get some rest. Alex definitely didn't want to wake up yet again by face-planting into the floor. Reaching his room, Alex quickly changed and climbed into bed, wrapping himself in the blanket. Gradually morning arrived, and the time for the meeting drew closer while Alex continued sleeping. And while Alex slept, the doors to his room opened, and Integra appeared on the threshold. Integra was not wearing her usual outfit, but a strict, conservative suit with a long skirt and a hat on her head. Behind her stood Walter, hands clasped behind his back, mentally pitying Alex for what awaited him. Seeing the sleeping Alex triggered a mix of emotions in Integra, irritation that he was sleeping while she had worked all night, anger at Alucard's words, and a desire to ruin his sleep just because he had simply left. Integra approached Alex's bed, slightly lifted her skirt, and raised her leg. Once again, she hooked Alex's body with her foot and shoved him off the bed. Hitting the floor face first yet again, Alex let out a tired groan. "Father, why me? I just want some peace," Alex muttered, lying face down on the floor. "Stop whining. You've slept enough." "I have work to do," Integra said coldly. "Can't you wake me up normally? Do you have to throw me off every time? You know it's rude to wake a sleeping person," Alex said, rolling onto his back while still on the floor. "Because you're mine. And I decide when you sleep," Integra said, looking down at him from above. "If I didn't know you better, I'd think that was your way of confessing your love," Alex said wearily. "One more joke like that and you'll get a kick to the face." "Now get up," Integra said coldly. "Oh brother, someone take my shift," Alex muttered, climbing to his feet. Hearing Alex's last words, Integra immediately spun around and aimed a kick at his face. Alex calmly tilted his head back to avoid it. He wasn't the kind of person who enjoyed getting hit first thing in the morning. Alex gave Integra a blank stare, which she returned with her own cold one. Alex shook his head slightly, wondering why Integra was so angry from the moment she woke up. He glanced at Walter, who gave a small shake of his head to indicate he didn't know either. Sighing, Alex changed into his usual casual clothes, a light black coat, black t-shirt, and black jeans. Adjusting his outfit, Alex followed Integra and Walter outside. Stepping outside, Alex saw Hugo, dressed in a strict black suit, standing beside the car. "Good morning, Hugo. If you're driving, that means we're safe," Alex said with a light smile, walking up to Hugo. "Good morning, boss. I'm just more comfortable behind the wheel." "As always," Hugo said with a small smile, opening the doors. Alex nodded understandingly and patted Hugo on the shoulder, indicating he would take it from here. Hugo nodded and went to sit in the driver's seat, while Walter took the front passenger seat. Walter wanted to see for himself how the man Alex had recommended drove, and how professional he was. Alex extended his hand toward Integra to help her into the car. Integra looked at the offered hand, then at him. "I'm not an invalid. And I'm not a lady from the 19th century, Integra said calmly. Alex rolled his eyes, silently urging her to just get in instead of commenting on every move he made. Integra didn't push his hand away, she calmly took it and got into the car. Alex closed the door and sat on the other side, noticing that Alucard and Sarah's were already inside. Integra had specifically ordered this type of car with tinted windows so Alucard and Sarah's could ride with her during the day without issues. Seeing Alex, Sarah's shyly waved, forcing a smile amid the awkward atmosphere. Alucard only lifted her gaze to Alex and gave a faint smile. "You replaced my driver?" "Why?" Integra asked, slightly opening the window and lighting a cigar. "Hugo's a professional. He's an excellent driver and has pulled the guys out of dangerous situations more than once. If we ever need to get away fast, Hugo will get you home safe and sound." "Right, Hugo," Alex said with a light smile. "Exactly, boss. You can count on me, ma'am," Hugo said with a small smile, glancing in the rearview mirror. "How's your family doing?" Alex asked, leaning slightly forward. "You already know everything, boss. My wife opened the flower shop she always dreamed of, and my daughter started training at the Ma family dojo. She's making great progress," Hugo said, chuckling lightly. Alex smiled and nodded. Integra watched Alex curiously as he talked to Hugo, noting once again that he spoke to his subordinates like comrades, not like people he commanded. Integra even felt like asking whether Alex wasn't afraid of betrayal, or if he didn't even consider that his people might betray him. Sarah's already knew about Hugo from yesterday's conversation with Alex, including the fact that Hugo used to be part of the mafia and had been their driver. Soon the military museum came into view, and Hugo parked the car nearby. Alex got out first and gave Hugo a few instructions just in case. He walked to Integra's door and helped her open it, extending his hand. This time Integra refrained from snarky remarks and simply took his hand, stepping out. She immediately headed into the museum together with Walter. Alucard also vanished unnoticed, leaving no trace of her presence. Once again Alex and Sarah's were left alone. Exchanging glances, they both sighed and walked into the museum. Alex knew Maxwell would arrive in a few hours just to annoy Integra, which gave Alex the chance to stroll through the military museum and enjoy the exhibits in Sarah's company. To be continued. You know, I was thinking I could just skip around between events, but screw it. I'll just do as the voices in my head tell me. And I wanted to ask you, should I focus on the supernatural plot after the Helsing arc, to finish that world, or should I show a couple of plots like Outlast, or something like that? I mean, why not? I've certainly thought about why and how Alex might end up in Mount Massive. But it's all up to you. I'm going to get some ice cream. Chapter 610, Chapter 609, Tense Meeting at the Museum. Alex entered the military museum in London accompanied by Sarah's, and his first thought was simply to stroll through the corridors and take a look around. He knew that Enrico Maxwell had deliberately delayed his arrival just to irritate Integra. Realizing he had several hours to explore the museum, Alex was quite pleased. Finally, there was time for a calm, leisurely walk without rush or tension. He immediately headed to the military hardware hall to have a look, and Sarah's promptly followed. She had absolutely no desire to wander the huge museum alone. Alucard, as usual, had vanished somewhere, while Integra and Walter went to the painting hall as indicated in the letter. Strolling through the military hardware hall, Alex simply looked around. He didn't even feel the urge to steal any of the exhibits. The old military equipment looked pleasant to the eye, of course, but to Alex it held no real value, neither practical nor collectible. Alex and Sarah's moved from one hall to another, occasionally running into guided tour groups following their guide. The guide would tell some story or other, about a tank that took part in key battles, or an artillery gun that played an important role in the war. Sarah's walked quietly beside Alex, watching him examine the exhibits while chatting with him about various topics to pass the time. After all, she had come here only as Integra's bodyguard, in case something went wrong. But inside, Sarah still carried the unpleasant feeling from her encounter with Father Alexander Anderson, who had nearly killed her in the past when she was just getting used to being a vampire. And Sarah's honestly admitted to herself, it had not been the most pleasant experience, and definitely not the most pleasant meeting in her life. More than anything, she wanted to avoid any unnecessary fight that could break out at any moment. Time kept passing, and while Alex and Sarah's calmly wandered the museum, Integra remained in the painting hall together with Walter, waiting for Bishop Maxwell who had invited her to the meeting. The longer time dragged on, the more irritated Integra became, though she showed none of it outwardly. Hiding her annoyance, she stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at a large painting depicting war and the confrontation between two sides of a conflict. Integra calmly studied the canvas, as though the image perfectly described what was currently happening in Helsing. "What time is it, Walter?" Integra asked without taking her eyes off the painting. "It's already past 3 in the afternoon," Walter replied, standing a few steps behind her. "They ask us for a meeting and then arrive late. Were they trying to lure us into a trap?" Integra said calmly, though a faint mocking note crept into her voice at her own paranoia. Even they wouldn't pull something like that in broad daylight. "Especially not in the heart of enemy territory," Walter answered calmly, responding to her question. Integra merely sighed, understanding that her suspicions were baseless. She hadn't come to this meeting alone, she had brought Alucard, Sarah's, and Alex. And even though they weren't beside her right now, she clearly sensed Alex's and Alucard's presence somewhere in the museum. Still, the unpleasant feeling refused to leave her. Despite the fact that Alex had brought a sufficient amount of documents on Millennium, Integra still wanted to understand what the organization was plotting and why they had resumed creating artificial vampires. Throughout the entire week she had tried to unravel Millennium's plans but hadn't reached any definitive conclusion. The most unsettling part was the silence that followed the attack on Helsing, and that silence was far more frightening than open war. While Integra once again sank into her thoughts, she heard voices and the sound of approaching footsteps. This place truly must be seen with one's own eyes. "Excellent exhibition, I expected nothing less from the Royal Museum," came the calm and refined voice of Enrico Maxwell. "You are absolutely right, Bishop," replied the priest walking behind him. Integra didn't even turn her head to look at Maxwell, who had arrived so late. Thanks to her cold nature, she quickly composed herself. She had come here for information, not emotions. And just as Alex had told her the previous evening, she simply needed to play along in the game Maxwell himself had started. Seeing Integra standing with an expressionless face, a faint, mocking smile appeared on Maxwell's lips, as though nothing unusual had happened. "What's wrong? Are we late?" Maxwell asked, still smiling mockingly. It would appear so, replied the elderly priest who had come with him. At that moment Maxwell barely suppressed a laugh. He had deliberately arrived several hours late just to infuriate Integra even more. As one of the bishops in the Vatican and head of the secret 13th Department, Maxwell hated Protestants above all else and considered them disgusting. And if he could anger someone like Integra, it would only make his day even better. After all, he had come to London to become the third party in the conflict between Helsing and Millennium, and ultimately emerge the victor. Good day. Sorry we're late. Maxwell said with a friendly smile, taking a step toward Integra. Don't come any closer. Integra said, raising her voice and fixing Maxwell with her cold eyes. Maxwell froze in place at her icy tone, and his smile faltered for a moment, from the way Integra had spoken. But he quickly put the smile back on his face, as though nothing had happened. Integra's reaction was entirely justified. She never allowed people she didn't trust to get close to her, especially not the head of the Vatican's secret department, for whom she had zero trust. What could possibly bring the Vatican here? And not just the Vatican, but the bloodthirsty organization Iscariot, Integra asked, staring at Maxwell with cold eyes. What an awkward start. It seems we're not welcome here. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the head of the Iscariot organization. My name is Enrico Maxwell. A pleasure to meet you, Maxwell said, removing his glasses and giving a slight bow as was proper upon introduction. I don't care who you are. What do you want? Integra said, ignoring his greeting and gestures. Come now. There's no need to be angry. We didn't come here to start a fight, Maxwell said in an innocent tone, waving his hands in a placating gesture. What nonsense. You violated the terms of our agreement when you sent Agent Anderson to Belfast in Northern Ireland. He attacked our agents, 2 of them died. I myself nearly lost my life that day. Don't tell me you forgot, Integra said in an even colder tone. And what of it? Maxwell said arrogantly, crushing his glasses in his hand. What did you say? Integra asked, frowning. Don't get cocky just because I'm being polite. What difference does it make if 2 soldiers or 2 million soldiers die when we're talking about filthy Protestants? If not for His Holiness the Pope's orders, we wouldn't even be speaking to you, you wretched creatures. So stop whining and start listening, you filthy Protestant pig, Maxwell said, completely dropping his refined mask and revealing his true attitude toward Integra. You called her a pig, came Alucard's calm voice, echoing through the entire hall. The moment Maxwell finished speaking, the temperature in the painting hall dropped several degrees, breath began to fog in the air. Maxwell immediately shifted his gaze from Integra and looked behind her, and saw a very beautiful woman dressed in Victorian-era clothing passing straight through the wall. Despite her beauty, Maxwell knew exactly what monster hid behind that lovely face. Alucard stepped through the wall with a smile on her lips that bared her sharp fangs, the shadow from her hat falling gently across her face. No one instills fear in God quite like you do. And your insults, the same ones for over 2,000 years. Some things in this world never change, Alucard said, looking at Maxwell with a mocking gaze. Nosferatu Alucard. Helsing's janitor hiding behind a beautiful face. The bloodthirsty Countess Carmilla. This is our first meeting. A pleasure, Alucard, Maxwell said, maintaining his calm and smile even though he was extremely nervous inside. I'm delighted to meet you too, Maxwell. But we're already saying goodbye. Do you really think you can call my mistress a pig and leave here alive? I'll shoot you, you filthy man thing, Alucard said, drawing her white Casal pistol and aiming it at Maxwell with a wide grin. Oh no. I'm so scared. And yet I still need to speak with this woman whose terrifying bodyguard is pointing a gun at my head. But if you want to put on a show here, I have an idea. Let's even the odds. Anderson. Maxwell said in a mock-frightened tone, then shouted, calling his bodyguard. After Maxwell's shout, a middle-aged man appeared at the far end of the hall, almost as tall as Alucard, with a slightly hunched back and broad shoulders. He had short, spiky silver hair, bright violet eyes, tanned skin, a pronounced square jaw, and light stubble on his face. He wore the standard black clothing of a Catholic priest with a silver cross pendant, and over it a long grey coat. In his hands he held silver bayonets, and his voice echoed through the hall as he recited lines from the Bible. Father Anderson began walking slowly toward Alucard, never taking his eyes off her. In the past he had already tried to kill Alucard, but failed, and every one of their encounters ended in a fight. Maxwell, with an arrogant smile on his face, immediately noticed that Anderson wasn't slowing down. He continued walking toward Alucard, staring without blinking while reciting lines from the Book of Judas. No. Stop, Anderson. Maxwell said, trying to halt him. But Anderson didn't stop, he kept advancing, reciting Bible verses without blinking, eyes fixed on Alucard. At the same moment, a wide grin spread across Alucard's face as she began walking slowly forward. Even though someone like Alex had entered her life and brought far more fun into it, that didn't mean she would let her old enemy go, the one who had attacked her in the past and whom she hadn't been allowed to kill. When Alucard passed by Integra, Integra herself realized she shouldn't have brought Alucard along. And in that same instant she wanted to ask where the hell Alex was right now. She wanted Alex to appear at this exact moment so Alucard would shift her attention to him instead of starting a fight in the museum. Meanwhile, Alucard and Father Anderson stopped facing each other and aimed their weapons at one another. Both wore bloodthirsty grins, they were ready to tear each other apart. The atmosphere in the painting hall grew increasingly tense, the air temperature dropping further, and when the tension reached its peak, a faint click of a pistol slide echoed through the quiet hall. Those present might have thought it was Alucard, but the sound came from behind Maxwell. Alucard and Anderson turned their gazes and saw Maxwell, whose face bore a very nervous, strained smile. Standing beside him was Alex, one hand resting on Maxwell's shoulder, the other holding a pistol whose barrel was pressed firmly against Maxwell's ass. Anderson frowned, and the moment he even considered moving, a light smile appeared on Alex's face, and he pressed the barrel harder against Maxwell's backside. A wide grin instantly spread across Alucard's face when she saw Alex, and Integra let out a relieved sigh. Alex himself grinned broadly, baring sharp teeth as he looked at Anderson. His eyes gleamed when he gazed at the very essence of Anderson, and Alex even thought about inviting Anderson into his guild, because of the kind of entity this priest possessed. "Come on then, priest. Just twitch, and I'll stuff your bishop's ass with so many bullets he'll be shitting lead until the second coming," Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly and smiling. After Alex's words an even heavier silence fell. Anderson stared into Alex's eyes and glanced sidelong at Alucard and Integra, one smiling, the other frowning. Anderson's eyes narrowed further as he noticed Alucard's reaction to Alex's appearance. Maxwell himself could clearly feel, even through his trousers, the cold barrel pressed against his backside, causing not only discomfort but genuine fear. Maxwell shifted his gaze to Integra, hoping she would tell Alex to let him go. But Integra met his panicked look with a lazy, cold stare that made it clear she had no intention of saying anything. At that moment Anderson's eyes narrowed as he considered what to do. Alucard stood before him, while the man he was supposed to protect was now a hostage. Anderson gripped his bayonets tighter and was ready to protect Maxwell at any cost. And just as the atmosphere in the hall once again neared its breaking point, a light feminine voice rang out. "Hello. Please follow this way. Tourists from Japan, please follow me," came Sarah's cheerful voice as she suddenly appeared, leading a group of tourists behind her. Seeing Sarah's and the group of tourists, Alex was slightly stunned, and not just him, everyone present was dumbfounded by what was happening. Alex had only two questions: where had Sarah's gotten that outfit and flag, and how had she ended up leading a group of tourists? The tourists' voices were loud enough as they discussed everything they saw before their eyes, Alucard holding pistols, Father Anderson gripping silver bayonets. Sarah's led the group with such a smile as though everything happening was perfectly normal. Alex swallowed hard to keep from bursting into laughter at the sheer absurdity of the situation. After all, he had been strolling through the museum with Sarah's earlier, and when the argument between Integra and Maxwell began, Alex had immediately vanished, and Sarah's decided to intervene in her own way, quickly finding the perfect solution. She deliberately led the tourists at a slow pace so the rising tension would quickly dissipate. "Not the time or place for a fight, priest," Alucard said, holstering her pistols. "Fine then. See you later, Father Anderson," Alex said, putting away his pistol and preparing to leave. "Yes, I suppose you're both right," Anderson said, concealing his silver bayonets inside his coat. "I'd better head back and get some sleep. I don't like waking up at noon. My dear, care to join me?" Alucard said, preparing to leave and passing through the wall. "Another time, there's a patisserie nearby. I'd rather have some strawberry cake," Alex said, following Alucard through the wall. Alucard burst into laughter one last time and fully departed, as did Alex, who, on his way out, gave Sarah's a thumbs up for her excellent conflict resolution. Sarah's grinned widely and returned the thumbs up, continuing to lead the group of tourists. But she had no intention of telling anyone that she had quietly knocked out the previous tour guide and hidden him in the janitor's closet so no one would find him. Anderson looked in the direction where Alex and Alucard had gone, and his eyes narrowed when he realized Helsing now had another monster. "What filth! Love between monsters," Anderson said, twisting his face in disgust as he walked away. Disgust was plain on Anderson's face at the relationship he had witnessed between Alex and Alucard. It filled him only with revulsion, because he believed monsters were incapable of feelings like love and compassion. But when he turned, a soft smile appeared on his face as he looked at the slightly frightened Maxwell, who had nearly been shot moments earlier. Anderson continued smiling kindly at Maxwell, who quickly regained his composure and forced a strained smile. "Boss, I'm heading back to Rome. This is an amazing museum. Next time let's bring the orphans so they can see this wonderful place themselves," Anderson said with a friendly smile. "Why yes, of course," Maxwell replied with slight nervousness in his voice. And then I'll kill both of them. I swear I'll get them both, Anderson said, clenching his teeth as he walked farther away. Maxwell was still stunned at how quickly everything had happened, watching Anderson depart. He even instinctively touched his backside, still clearly feeling the aftermath of the cold barrel pressed against it. Integra watched this with unconcealed amusement in her eyes. Observing Maxwell's pale face, Integra even thought about rewarding Alex, in her own style. She didn't even consider why she was thinking about rewarding him. Right now, all that concerned her was Maxwell's pale face, as though, without Sarah's intervention in bringing a group of tourists, Alex would have stuffed Maxwell's as full of lead. Ha ha ha. Looks like we both have willful subordinates. Wouldn't you agree? Filthy pig. Integra said with a slight laugh, looking at Maxwell with contempt. Decided to return the insult. Well, I can understand. Perhaps we could talk in the cafe outside. Maxwell said with a strained smile. Why not? Integra replied calmly. Integra and Maxwell left the hall through the archway to go outside and talk. At the same time, Walter and the priest who had come with Maxwell both sighed in relief simultaneously. Walter looked at Sarah's and nodded gratefully, causing Sarah's to flash a wide, fanged grin and raise her thumb in return, imitating Alex's gesture. Meanwhile, Integra and Maxwell stepped outside and walked to the cafe. They decided to take an outdoor table so no one could overhear their conversation, but as they approached the table, Integra and Maxwell saw Alex sitting there with a contented face, eating strawberry cake and drinking coffee. Seeing Alex again, Maxwell's eyelid twitched, and he once more felt that unpleasant sensation in his backside. Don't mind him, he won't touch you while he's eating his strawberry cake, Integra said coldly, sitting down at the table. No one mentioned that Helsing had taken in yet another monster, Maxwell said, narrowing his eyes slightly, deciding to fish for more information. Things like that aren't shouted from the rooftops, Integra replied, waving her hand to indicate she wouldn't say anything more. Maxwell looked at Integra and perfectly understood she had no intention of answering his question no matter how he asked. He shifted his gaze to Alex, who sat calmly a short distance away at another table, eating strawberry cake with one hand and holding his phone in the other. To Maxwell it almost seemed as though the men who had held a gun to him and the one sitting nearby were two different people. Integra, meanwhile, felt her eyelid twitching with irritation, because she could once again hear Alex's thoughts and his latest stupid song praising strawberry cake. Alex paid no attention to Integra or Maxwell, because he sensed the presence of the Major and the doctor from Millennium. His eyes flashed briefly at the Major's audacity. Alex looked through the cafe wall at the Major, who sat with his hands folded under his chin, smiling. Alex smiled when he sensed something very interesting inside the Major, and immediately stopped watching him, deciding that things were turning out far more interesting than he had initially expected. At the same time, Integra and Maxwell sat at another table staring at each other, and neither spoke first. Integra calmly placed her hands in her lap and waited for Maxwell to begin. In this situation she decided to give him the initiative. After all, Alex had explained yesterday why Maxwell had organized this meeting, and she simply needed to play along as he had asked. Integra watched Maxwell, but her gaze was directed past him, to where Alex was sitting. Maxwell narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering when Integra would ask him a question. But unlike Integra, Maxwell didn't possess such great cold patience. Despite being extremely calculating, cruel, and fanatical, he lacked exceptional patience in certain situations, especially when he believed he held the winning position. We know you've been searching for information on a particular word. And your searches yielded no results, Maxwell said with a light smile. Hearing Maxwell's words, Integra remained silent for a moment and recalled that Alex had predicted exactly what Maxwell would say. Integra was already convinced that Alex was far smarter and knew how his opponent would act next. And it was precisely because of this that Integra wanted Alex to belong only to her, because she saw in him everything that drew her in. Integra calmly adjusted her glasses on her nose and looked at Maxwell, showing no sign that she already knew where this conversation was headed. You came prepared. That's exactly right, Integra said calmly. About Millennium, isn't it? Maxwell said, narrowing his eyes and smiling arrogantly. Integra gave a slight nod, confirming his words, causing Maxwell's smile to grow even more arrogant, as though all the cards were finally in his hands. Maxwell began methodically tapping his finger on the briefcase he had brought with him, continuing to look at Integra. I know it's about a secret operation. But we have certain data concerning the name Millennium. Do you want to know it? Do you want me to share it with you? Do you? You do, don't you? Maxwell began, grinning widely. Integra frowned for a moment and heard Alex's voice in her head asking her to keep playing along with this idiot Maxwell so he could stroke his ego. Hearing Alex's voice, Integra frowned even harder, which made Maxwell think he had achieved what he wanted. Maxwell continued speaking, pressing Integra harder so she would give in and say just one word, and he would graciously allow her to see what he had brought. Integra was one step away from punching Maxwell in the face, and the only thing keeping her calm was Alex's voice asking her to endure and keep playing along. Please. Integra said calmly, suppressing the last remnants of her irritation. Hearing that single word from Integra, the one he had wanted so badly, Maxwell let out a light laugh. Integra watched him laugh but didn't react, she simply waited for him to calm down. When he stopped laughing, Maxwell opened the combination lock on his briefcase and slowly lifted the lid, as though savoring the moment. He took out an old diary written in German, bearing the emblem of the Third Reich, and tossed it onto the table in front of Integra. This is Millennium. It all began during World War II. Back then, Nazi soldiers fled en masse from defeated Germany. This operation started shortly before the war ended. Obviously, if soldiers had fled while it was still ongoing, they would have been deserters. A significant portion escaped to South America, where several pro-German states existed, Maxwell began explaining, folding his hands on the table. While Maxwell continued speaking, Integra read the diary, searching for key details and studying everything closely. She realized that some information matched what Alex had brought, but some was far more detailed, helping her better understand the situation. And once again she understood that Alex's words from yesterday had been correct when he said Maxwell would bring such useful information. Integra even thought about asking Alex whether he had used his so-called powers of death to peek at what the conversation would be about. But at that moment Alex's voice sounded again in her head, calling Maxwell an idiot whose actions could be predicted without much effort. Integra barely kept from rolling her eyes at Alex's lazy tone. So this is Millennium? Integra asked, reading the diary. Yes. The Millennium we're talking about was both a plan for transporting people and supplies, and the name of the military unit that carried it out. From your eyes I can see, you're wondering how we know this. Quite right. We know about Millennium because we helped them. The Nazis had the Vatican's full support, Maxwell said in a mocking tone, as though he himself found the Vatican's actions repulsive. Integra lifted her gaze to Maxwell, and for the third time Alex had been right when he said yesterday that the Vatican had also been connected to Millennium during the war. Integra glanced at Alex again. At the table where he sat now lay a dozen empty dessert plates. Integra couldn't help but think how perfectly Alex had predicted the entire conversation with Maxwell, and it both frightened and intrigued her. But her desire to possess Alex hadn't faded, she wanted him by her side, helping her. Integra even briefly thought about giving Alex what he already had. She thought about becoming his family, even if she couldn't love properly or behave like a normal woman. During the conversation Maxwell told Integra everything he wanted to tell. He too had his own selfish motives, to pit Helsing and Millennium against each other and become the third party that would win everything. When he finished speaking, Maxwell stood up from the table and simply left, taking his empty briefcase and leaving the Nazi diary in Integra's hands. As he departed, Maxwell glanced at Alex once more and thought he would need to adjust his plans slightly, now that Helsing had acquired yet another monster, one toward whom even Alucard felt strange emotions. Alex responded to Maxwell's glance with a light smile, narrowing his eyes slightly, and waved with the hand holding his dessert fork. When Maxwell was gone, Alex stood up from his table, still holding his plate of strawberry cake, and moved to sit with Integra. Well, just as I said, we got a nice surprise and useful data. In honor of that, you can buy me some strawberry cake, Alex said with a smirk, putting another piece in his mouth. Integra looked at Alex, who was happily eating cake, then glanced behind him, where the table he had sat at now held a dozen empty dessert plates. She looked back at Alex. Integra still couldn't understand why Alex was so obsessed with sweets. But at the same time she didn't think it was something she should worry about in this situation. Right now she was interested in how Alex's mind worked, how he had predicted her entire conversation with Maxwell, including the fact that the Vatican had supported Germany during the war. Integra calmly tapped her finger on the table, looking at Alex, and at the same time she began to understand him far better, which gave her an advantage in ultimately making him hers. You've already eaten more than 10 pieces of strawberry cake, Integra said calmly, looking at Alex. I could say the same about you. How many cigars do you smoke a day and how many glasses of whiskey do you drink? I stay quiet about it. And that's harmful. Strawberry cake isn't, Alex said carelessly. You smoke no less than I do, don't forget that. And sweets are bad for your stomach and teeth, Integra said, her eyelid twitching slightly at Alex's words. First of all, my cigarettes aren't harmful at all. They just have a bitter taste and don't even smell like cigarette smoke. Second, sweets aren't bad for my teeth or stomach. Look. Alex said calmly, pulling his cheek aside with his finger to show his sharp teeth. Why the hell are you showing me your teeth? And what do you mean your cigarettes aren't harmful? Integra said irritably, staring at Alex. Exactly what I said. Not everyone in my family likes the smell of tobacco. And I love smoking when I need to think. So I had to improvise. If you want to try, here, take one, Alex said, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Integra looked at the pack of cigarettes lying in front of her, then back at Alex, who stretched slightly after finishing yet another piece of strawberry cake. Seeing that he wasn't going to take the pack back, Integra lightly opened it with her finger, took out one cigarette with 2 fingers, and brought it to her lips. Although Integra didn't like cheap tobacco or cheap alcohol, she was still curious what was so special about Alex's cigarettes that he smoked so often. Lightly sniffing the cigarette, she realized it didn't smell like tobacco at all, quite the opposite, it had a very pleasant scent. But she couldn't figure out what it was. Integra clenched the cigarette between her teeth, lit it with her lighter, and took a drag, immediately feeling the familiar bitterness of tobacco and nothing else. "All right, let's go. But don't even think I'm paying for your cake," Integra said, standing up and keeping the cigarette in her teeth. "I already paid for everything. Head of Helsing and can't even afford to buy a cake, what stinginess," Alex said, rolling his eyes slightly. "You want another one?" Integra asked irritably, glaring at Alex. "And why do you always resort to violence?" Alex asked in return, giving her a blank stare. "Then say fewer stupid things. And stop standing there. Let's go. We need to get back to Helsing. And study this diary in more detail," Integra said, starting to walk ahead. "But you're still a cheapskate," Alex said, putting his hands behind his head. At Alex's words a vein popped on Integra's forehead, and she grabbed a chair and threw it at him. Alex caught the chair and set it back in place, continuing to chuckle. Irritably pinching the bridge of her nose, Integra walked ahead, trying to ignore Alex, who was once again acting like an idiot. And to keep her nerves intact, Integra decided to simply ignore Alex for the next few hours, and all her desire to praise him instantly vanished, replaced by the urge to punish him for his stupid comments. To be continued. Anyway, what I wanted to say. Oh, right. Yesterday I laughed for almost an hour because of a comment some idiot left. He started spouting nonsense in the chapter that mentions Alex's wives. And I laughed so hard when he wrote that my story is degenerate, and that all the women throw themselves at the main character, and there isn't a single man, and if there are any, they're all disgusting bastards. While my hero is the best of all, and saves the heroines from toxic relationships. Ha ha ha, I almost died laughing. How I love clowns like that, they always cheer me up. Don't act like that stupid boy. Peace, love, and a beautiful vampire woman. Chapter 611, Chapter 610, How to Properly Escape from Helsing. The return to Helsing after visiting the military museum went without any major problems, except for the fact that Integra was still angry at Alex for calling her a stingy woman, simply because she refused to pay for the enormous amount of strawberry cakes he had eaten all by himself. Sitting in the car, Alex couldn't resist and asked Sarah how she had pulled off that trick with the tourists and what had happened to the previous guide. Hearing the question, Sarah hesitated for a moment, leaned closer to him, and whispered the whole story in his ear. When Alex heard how she had quietly knocked out the guide, hidden him in the janitor's closet, quickly changed into someone else's clothes, and grabbed the little flag, he couldn't hold back, and burst out laughing loudly. From his laughter Sarah blushed even harder and kicked him in the leg. Fortunately, the interior of the car allowed it. Integra had ordered a special commercial vehicle with double rear seats, where Alex sat facing Sarah's, so she could easily reach him with her foot. Integra, calmly looking out the window, asked Sarah's only one question: had she woken the guide up or left him lying in the janitor's closet? Hearing this, Sarah's instantly turned pale, and though she was already pale due to her vampiric nature, her face became almost translucent. Seeing the expression on Sarah's face, Integra understood everything, gave a slight shake of her head, and turned back to the window. At that moment Alex and Alucard burst into loud laughter. Sarah herself was ready to jump out of the car and rush back to the museum to free the tour guide. After all, she hadn't just knocked him out, she had also tied him up. Before Sarah could do anything, Walter's voice came from the front seat. In his usual calm tone, he informed her that he had already freed the bound tour guide. At those words Sarah nearly burst into tears and began thanking Walter with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile Alex and Alucard were still laughing at Sarah's clumsiness. Integra, gazing out the window, began to realize that everything around her had become so noisy that she wasn't used to this level of liveliness. She turned her head slightly and looked at Alex, who was sitting beside her and laughing. Then she shifted her gaze to Sarah's, who was still upset about messing up again. And finally she looked at Alucard, who was cracking jokes, making Sarah's even more flustered and embarrassed. Integra thought about how quickly everything had changed around her. At first it had been just her, Walter, and Alucard. But one day Alucard turned Sarah into a vampire and brought her to Helsing. Even though Integra had always preferred silence, she calmly accepted that the mansion had become a little more lively. Stopping her observation of what was happening inside the car, Integra turned her gaze away again and continued watching the passing London street scenes. Upon arriving back at Helsing, Alex immediately got out of the car and decided to check on his people, to see how they were settling in and to discuss preparations for upcoming events. Sarah instantly followed him. She didn't want to be left alone either, unsure of what to do with herself. Integra watched Alex and Sarah walk away but made no comment. She immediately headed to her office to study the Nazi diary she now held in her hands in more detail. Alex, accompanied by Sarah's, walked down the corridor until he spotted Ghost, dressed in a black hoodie with the hood up and his tattered skull mask on his face. Seeing Ghost, a light smile appeared on Alex's face, while Sarah's once again wondered why even in a situation like this Ghost still didn't take off his mask. "Yo, Simon. How's the settling in going?" Alex said, raising his hand in greeting. Hearing Alex's voice behind him, Ghost turned his head and saw Alex with Sarah's beside him. Meeting Ghost's gaze once again, Sarah's immediately hid behind Alex's back. She didn't know why, but Ghost's stare slightly unnerved her, even though she was a vampire. Seeing Sarah's reaction, Ghost barely raised an eyebrow and looked at Alex, who had already come closer. "Hey, Alex. Fine. How did the meeting go?" Ghost said, giving a slight nod and looking at Alex. "You already know what relations are like between Protestants and Catholics. But overall the meeting was productive," Alex said, shrugging lightly. "If you didn't come back covered in blood again, that means the meeting went far more peacefully than it should have," Ghost said, nodding slightly. "You know, that's kind of hurtful." "I'm not that terrible of a person," Alex said, rolling his eyes slightly. "Aren't you?" Ghost asked, crossing his arms over his chest. "Oh, go to hell. Anyway, we need to talk. Looks like this week's going to be pretty packed. So we need to prepare everything." "You know how it usually goes," Alex said, putting on an offended face. "Got it. Need to gather the guys. What about those mercenaries? Are we briefing them fully?" Ghost said, nodding. "We only need Bernadotte, his men only listen to him. If you read his file, you know what kind of man and leader he is," Alex said, rubbing his chin. Ghost nodded, showing he had read every file Alex had sent him. Sarah stood behind Alex, listening attentively to their conversation but not understanding exactly what Alex was preparing for. All of this was new to her, and she wanted to learn so she could better understand how to react in situations like this. Ghost walked ahead to round everyone up, while Alex beckoned Sarah's to follow with a gesture. Sarah's quickly snapped out of it and hurried after Alex. Gradually evening arrived, and the sun disappeared below the horizon. Several hours earlier Alex had finished discussing plans with his people and was now simply relaxing, or rather, trying to unwind. But once again this week he forgot that as soon as the sun sets, Alucard emerges from the basement, and she immediately appeared beside him. Before Alex could take a sip of coffee, he felt cold hands on his neck gently stroking his chest. Alex looked up and met Alucard's bright red eyes, which gazed at him with unconcealed amusement. Sighing inwardly, Alex decided to let Alucard do whatever she wanted, as long as she didn't cross any necessary boundaries. He didn't need another headache in the form of stern lectures from Integra. Seeing that Alex wasn't resisting, Alucard leaned down a little lower, and her long black hair fell over Alex's shoulders, lightly tickling his neck. While Alucard once again tested the limits of what was allowed, watching how far Alex would let her go, Walter appeared in the doorway and caught this scene, awkwardly adjusting the monocle over his eye. "I take it you already know everything," Walter said, stepping into the room. "Yes. I heard." "It's hard to hide something like that," Alucard said, resting her chin on top of Alex's head. "And I said right from the beginning that this whole thing reeks of Nazi shit. It's actually hard to believe that someone from the Nazis managed to survive until now. But now we have all the proof," Alex said, taking a sip of coffee. Walter gave a slight nod, confirming Alex's words. After all, he had brought documents that originally confirmed the fact that the creation of artificial vampires was tied to the Nazis. But because the Control Bureau was founded after the war, those documents were missing a lot, only indirect hints. There had even been suspicions that someone had found those documents on creating artificial vampires and was simply hiding behind the name Millennium. But after receiving the documents from Maxwell, everything fell into place. Nazis. I still can't believe it. I never thought I'd hear about them again after so many years, Walter said with a light sigh, looking out the window. Are you really surprised, Walter? From the very beginning I had a feeling they were involved. This approaching storm is very familiar to me. And it all started with one single event that happened relatively recently. Everyone felt it and sensed it. And they simply couldn't sit still any longer, Alucard said, hugging Alex's neck tighter and narrowing her eyes with a smile. Seriously? What makes you think that? Walter asked, turning his head toward Alex and Alucard. Don't tell me you still haven't figured it out, Walter. The world is heading toward its end. And everyone wants to have their last dance before the darkness comes. And all these rats can no longer hide in their holes, Alucard said, smiling even wider than before. It's not the end yet. Stop looking ahead. We'll deal with things one at a time, and the darkness, that's another conversation. Let's focus on what's right in front of us, Alex said, gently patting Alucard's arm that was wrapped around his neck. You're so boring. And it could have been a beautiful last dance. But never mind, we'll still have time to dance, my dear. But I can't help reminding you that all their facilities were destroyed during World War II. And back then we cut them all down to the last one. Or has your memory already started failing you, Walter? Alucard said, running her fingers across Alex's chest. Alex gave a slight nod. After all, despite looking like a man slightly over 60, Walter was far older, and that was due to his special physiology that aged him much more slowly than normal humans. And it was only because of these factors that Walter had been accepted into Helsing. Alex had initially wondered why an elderly body like Walter's contained so much strength. And when Alex himself looked at Walter's body with magical vision, he got the answer he needed. Walter himself, hearing Alucard's question, looked slightly thoughtful, as though sinking into old memories that had already become quite blurred due to the amount of time that had passed since then. Oh, right. That's how it was. Now I remember, Walter said with a light smile. That's exactly why I don't want to age. But even so, everything fades with time, Alucard said, pressing herself closer to Alex. Alex felt Alucard's embrace around his neck tighten much more than before. He slightly lifted his head to look into Alucard's eyes and perfectly understood the thoughts of this female vampire. Alex didn't deny that Alucard was right when she said that over time everything is washed away by the river of time, but only if you're always alone. Alex himself believed that if you walk this path with someone, you can see many amazing things the universe has to offer. After all, thanks to the power Alex possessed, he could show his family many astonishing things, each one bringing new impressions. Hey, we Englishmen age with dignity. Alucard, you're heading to South America. We're not polite enough to stay out of the ring when someone clearly calls us to fight, Walter said with a light smile. Ha ha ha. You're such a typical Englishman, Walter. No chance of allowing yourself a little rest. Alucard said, chuckling lightly and looking at Walter. If something doesn't require effort, it's not worth it, Walter said, narrowing his eyes slightly with a smile on his face. Great, trains to South America. I'll go pack my backpack. I've never been there before, Alex said with a smile. You're not going, came Integra's calm voice. At that moment Alex's face looked as though he had just eaten a kilogram of lemons. Turning his head, Alex looked at Integra with an offended expression as she opened the doors and stood in the doorway with a cold look on her face. And no matter how offended Alex looked at Integra, she simply ignored him. Alex even wanted to start complaining that this was too much, that they wouldn't let him have fun. After all, he knew that very interesting events were going to happen in Rio de Janeiro, and he didn't want to miss them. Integra looked at Alex and immediately looked away. At that moment she had no intention of dealing with him. Alucard, Walter already told you. Integra said, looking at Alucard. Yes, Alucard said with a light smile. You have only one order. Find and destroy. Now carry it out, Integra said calmly. As you wish, my mistress, Alucard said, giving a slight bow. Alex sat on the chair and still couldn't understand why they weren't letting him go. And most importantly, Integra hadn't given any exact explanation for why he wasn't going to Rio. Alex narrowed his eyes, feeling betrayed. After all, he was an adult and decided for himself where and when to go, and no one could stop him. But once again Alex forgot that in situations where something was forbidden to him, he behaved like a child in an adult's body. Hey! What's the deal? I want to go too. I'm a grown man, I want to go, Alex said, interrupting the entire atmosphere. No, Integra said, shifting her gaze to Alex. But whyy? Alex asked, standing up from the chair and looking like an offended child. I said no. And stop asking questions, Integra said, delivering the final word and leaving. At that moment Alex's eyelid began to twitch because they wouldn't let him go where something interesting and fun was about to happen. Alex looked at Alucard, but she simply ran her fingers across his cheek and left. Alex's eyelid twitched again, because he saw the meaning in Alucard's gaze, where she was basically saying that he himself had allowed Integra to boss him around, and these were the consequences. Alex turned his gaze to Walter, who awkwardly cleared his throat and immediately left the room, not wanting to deal with Alex. In Alex's head a plan began to form on how to escape, and make it in a very interesting way. Despite all his powers, Alex could simply teleport, and no one could stop him, but he considered that method too boring in the current situation. While the escape plan was forming in Alex's head, he let out a slight villainous laugh. When you're done laughing like a villain from old movies, come straight to my office so I can see you. And don't even think about running away, Integra's voice sounded when she returned and saw Alex laughing like a villain. Can I go? Alex asked, clearing his throat slightly. No. And don't make me wait. I don't have time for your games, Integra said, giving Alex a blank farewell glance. Fine, I tried, Alex said, shrugging. Hearing Alex's words, Integra turned slightly to see if he was following her. And the moment she turned her head, she didn't see Alex and immediately froze in place. Until she felt someone crash into her legs. Looking down, Integra saw Alex in the form of a child, looking up at her with an offended expression. Integra wasn't even surprised that for some reason Alex had turned into a child. She immediately saw through his plan to use this appearance to evoke pity in her. The fact that you turned into a child and are looking at me like that changes nothing. You're not going to South America, Integra said, looking down at child Alex. But please, I want to go too. Let me go. I want to Rio. I've never been to Rio. I want to Rio. Alex said, starting to fake cry and grabbing onto Integra's trouser legs with both hands. Cry all you want. You're still not going anywhere. And let go of my trousers, they're not for your tears, Integra said, jerking her leg to shake Alex off. No. I'll hold onto your trousers until you let me go to Rio, Alex said, grinning widely and gripping Integra's trouser legs even tighter. Integra's eyelid twitched when she realized that dealing with Alex was far more difficult than dealing with Alucard. After all, Alucard usually tried to provoke some emotion in her to crack her mask, while in some moments Alex started behaving like a child he wasn't. Lightly pinching the bridge of her nose, Integra decided to ignore Alex and simply walked forward, ignoring the fact that Alex was still clinging to her trousers. Integra walked ahead and dragged Alex along the floor behind her as he held on. Integra understood what game Alex was playing, and she was perfectly willing to play along, to see who would give in first. And she had no intention of losing. Integra kept walking forward without changing her expression, ignoring Alex's weight as she dragged him along, listening to his complaints about wanting to go to Rio. Alex's girls, watching the broadcast, were already used to this kind of behavior from their husband and therefore only felt slight pity for Integra, who was experiencing it for the first time. After all, they had all gone through something similar when they forbade Alex something. But what Integra didn't know, and none of Alex's girls were going to tell her, was that even if you forbid Alex something, you'll first have to listen to his complaints, but he will still escape, and there's nothing you can do about it. Integra, unaware that Alex's girls were fully enjoying what she was going through, was occupied with something else at that moment, and her irritation grew stronger with every second, with every word Alex said as he clung to her trousers while she dragged him across the floor. Reaching her office, Integra opened the doors and literally dragged Alex inside. Inside the office, Walter was already waiting, having prepared everything for the trip to Rio. Seeing Integra first, Walter wanted to report on his work, until he saw Alex, who had turned into a child and was clinging to Integra's trousers as she dragged him across the floor. Walter lightly adjusted the collar of his shirt and inwardly wondered what he had missed in the 5 minutes he hadn't seen Alex and Integra. Don't mind him. Is everything ready? Integra said, grabbing Alex by the collar with one hand and trying to pry him off her trousers. Yes, Lady Integra. The plane will be ready in a few hours. Tickets for Lady Alucard and her escorts have already been purchased. Given Lady Sarah's condition, it was decided she would fly in the cargo hold, in her coffin. Unlike Lady Alucard, Lady Sarah still has difficulty with sunlight, Walter said, maintaining a stoic face while watching Integra try to detach Alex from herself. I understand. Let go already and stop acting like a child. Didn't you understand the first time when I said no? Integra said, putting all her strength into trying to pull Alex off. I want to go to Rio. I want to try their sweets. I have to go, Alex said, still clinging to Integra's trousers. Why are you so fixated on Rio? Do you know something? Integra asked, starting to notice that Alex was behaving far too suspiciously. What could I possibly know? I just want to go to Rio, that's all. I just love visiting new places. I just wanted to walk around, try the local food in Rio. It's boring in Helsing. If everyone leaves, I'll be bored too. At least with Sarah's I went for evening walks. But if I invite you for a walk, you'll start your tirade again about how you have no time, don't bother me while I'm working, and all that, Alex said, finally letting go of Integra's trouser leg and immediately starting to spout nonsense he was making up on the spot. Integra looked at Alex and didn't deny his words about how she wasn't the type to stroll through evening city streets. And she never intended to. It was no secret to Integra that Alex and Sarah's went for evening walks around London. For a brief moment Integra thought about giving Alex what he was asking for, but she immediately dismissed those thoughts. And with one last glance at Alex, she pointed to the sofa, making it clear that he was to stay within her line of sight and not run off anywhere. Returning to her desk, Integra resumed work. She felt neither jealousy nor envy that Sarah's and Alucard could calmly spend time with Alex while she tried to control him. All she understood was that their approach was far simpler, yet for someone like her, that method was the most difficult. Looking up at Alex, who was now lazily lying on the sofa in her office, Integra narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking about how hard he was to control. Integra had even forgotten, or rather, ignored, that they had made an equal contract and that in their current relationship they were equals. Alex himself lay on the sofa, trying to hide the smile on his face, because everything was going according to his predictions. He had learned the departure time, and all that remained was to find an opportunity and quietly slip away at the very last moment. Alex had already figured out how he would escape, and Walter had even hinted at how to do it. Time moved very slowly because of the waiting, and so that Integra wouldn't immediately notice his escape, Alex left her office and returned holding a cake each time. Every time he left and came back, Integra only glanced up and immediately let him go when she saw he had returned. And when departure time finally arrived, Alex calmly jumped off the sofa, holding a plate, and left Integra's office. The moment he stepped into the corridor, Alex immediately ran toward the basement. He dashed down the stairs into the basement and burst into the room Sarah's used when she slept in her coffin. Alex quickly returned to his normal appearance when he saw Sarah's coffin. Without wasting a second, Alex flung open the coffin and met the stunned gaze of Sarah's. Before she could say anything, Alex put a finger to her lips to keep her quiet and squeezed himself into the coffin with her. At that moment Sarah's was extremely stunned, staring at Alex who was now very close to her. And despite the fact that they were lying very close together, Sarah's chest pressed against Alex's chest, and her legs tangled with his, Sarah's quickly pulled herself together and immediately blushed. "What are you doing? Get out of my coffin." "It's already cramped in here," Sarah said with a red face, trying to push Alex out. "No. I just escaped and I'm not leaving. And if you scream, I'll kiss you." "Got it," Alex said, leaning closer to Sarah's. "Really? No. Stop. Get out of my coffin, you pervert." Sarah's asked, feeling Alex's hot breath on her face, but she quickly came to her senses. "Shoo, someone's coming," Alex said, covering Sarah's mouth with his hand. Sarah's began to struggle to push Alex away, despite both of them lying in the same coffin. But Sarah stopped resisting when she felt the coffin they were in jerk slightly, and it began to be carried somewhere. Sarah's immediately froze and looked at Alex with narrowed eyes, to which Alex put a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. At that time the coffin was being carried by mercenaries from the Wild Geese group, who kept complaining about how heavy Sarah's coffin was, completely unaware that two people were lying inside. And Sarah's, who was supposed to be sleeping, didn't understand where they were being taken or what was happening at all, but hearing the mercenaries complain about the weight, she nearly exploded, and if not for Alex, Sarah's would have jumped out of the coffin to attack those mercenaries. Walter, meanwhile, was overseeing the carrying and loading of the coffin into the special vehicle, thinking that Sarah's was currently asleep. Alucard, who had already changed into more suitable clothing, a strict black women's suit and a black coat draped over her shoulders, watched the coffin with narrowed eyes. How could she not know that inside Sarah's coffin was also Alex? Smiling slightly, Alucard adjusted her red glasses and got into the car, deciding to give Sarah's a little head start in this game. When everything was ready, Walter watched the departing vehicles and returned to the mansion. "Lady Integra, the transport has departed." "And where is Mr. Alexander?" Walter said, entering Integra's office and noticing that Alex was gone. "He escaped in Sarah's coffin," Integra said, setting her pen aside and lighting a thin cigar. "Should I bring him back?" "The transport hasn't gone far yet," Walter asked after a brief moment of thought. "No need. He thought I would believe his nonsense about walking around and trying local food. Or he thought he could change the subject and start talking about dates, and I wouldn't notice. Even the last idiot would notice his desire to go to Rio. And if he wants to go there so badly, that means he believes something is going to happen there," Integra said with a light smirk, exhaling a ring of white smoke. "So the trip to Rio might be a trap set by Millennium?" Walter asked, slightly raising an eyebrow. "I don't know yet. But if he's there, at least someone in their group will have brains," Integra said, tapping her finger on the desk. "I don't think it's worth speaking that way about our allies," Walter said with a light smile. "I didn't say they're all idiots. Sarah's is smart, but she still thinks like a police officer. Alucard isn't stupid either, but only when she's calm. And so that leaves him. It's not for nothing that the Control Bureau values him so highly. And if something unexpected happens, he'll find a solution," Integra said, bringing the thin cigar to her lips. "So we leave everything as is?" Walter asked, giving a slight nod. "Yes, let him enjoy the trip while he can. When he returns, he'll get his punishment for escaping without my permission," Integra said, turning her chair and looking out the window. At the same time, two vehicles continued driving toward the airport in London, and at that moment Alex was lying in the same coffin with Sarah's, explaining to her the reason he had climbed into her coffin. Learning that they were flying all the way to Rio and that she would have to spend the entire time lying in the coffin, Sarah's became very upset. But at the same time Sarah's looked at Alex with a blank stare after what he said. His words about how boring Helsing was and that's why he escaped made Sarah's look at Alex with a tired gaze. But at the same time Sarah's thought that since she was traveling this way, there was one advantage: Alex was lying next to her in the coffin. Sarah's felt how their bodies touched, how her chest rubbed against Alex's chest, and this caused her embarrassment and at the same time a very pleasant feeling in her chest from being so close to Alex. "Well, all right, the flight's long, we can sleep. Now let me slip my arm under, it'll be more comfortable," Alex said, trying to find a better position in the coffin. "Stop. Don't touch me there. Ow. Don't pull my hair, Sarah said, feeling Alex touch her ass again. Then stop moving and let me slip my arm properly under your neck. There, that's better, now it's comfortable, Alex said, sliding his arm under Sarah's head and resting her head on his chest. You could have escaped some other way instead of hiding in my coffin. It's already cramped in here, Sarah said, lying face down on Alex's chest. That would be boring. Of course I could climb out once we take off, but then you'd be left alone in here, Alex said, smiling slightly. No. I mean, it's fine, we can squeeze in. And it's not like there's so little space. It's okay, Sarah said, raising her voice and immediately blushing when she blurted out her real thoughts. Then go to sleep. The flight's going to last more than 11 hours anyway. So we have plenty of time to sleep, Alex said, beginning to stroke Sarah's hair, causing her to blush even harder. Just don't get handsy, Sarah said, looking into his eyes with reddened cheeks. Only if you allow it, Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Alex looked at Sarah's flushed face and smiled lightly, stroking her hair. Sarah was still embarrassed by what she had said, but feeling Alex's gentle strokes through her hair, she narrowed her eyes in pleasure and rested her head on Alex's chest, closing her eyes. Giving into impulse, Sarah wrapped her arms around Alex's waist, entwining her legs with his, mentally repeating to herself that it was only for comfort, not because she wanted to be even closer to Alex. Sarah placed her hand on Alex's stomach, and without realizing it, her hand slipped under his t-shirt. From Alex's methodical gentle stroke, Sarah was one step away from falling asleep, and she didn't even realize what she was doing. But at that moment there was a silly grin on her face as she ran her hand over Alex's stomach. Alex himself felt the softness of Sarah's cold body and had no objections at all. After all, he had slept like this more than once with Alice, who was also quite cold because she was a vampire. The only difference was that before this Alex had never slept in a coffin, and he had a feeling that Wednesday would probably ask to sleep with him the same way when he got back home. Closing his eyes, Alex fell asleep very quickly, paying no attention to what was happening outside. To be continued. So, I just remembered yesterday what was going to happen in Rio, and it dawned on me what I could do about it. But as you know, I don't like to give spoilers unless someone asks for them. So, Alex's trip in the coffin with Sarah to Rio continues. What happens between Alex and Sarah in the coffin? You can use your imagination. Now I'm going to go eat. Have a nice day, peace, love, and brother. Chapter 612, Chapter 611, A Pleasant Time with Two Female Vampires. Alex had barely fallen asleep when he felt the coffin he was lying in with Sarah's jerk slightly once more, and it started being carried somewhere. Listening to the voices outside, Alex caught snippets of the airport workers' conversation. They were carefully loading the coffin into the cargo hold of a private jet. Amid the muffled voices and clanging metal, Alex shifted his gaze to Sarah's. She had already fallen into a deep sleep during the drive to the airport. Her face was calm, lips slightly parted, breathing even and quiet. At the same time, Alex felt extremely strange lying in a coffin. The sensation had nothing to do with the vampire girl next to him, quite the opposite, it was simply unfamiliar and a little cramped. He understood that he would have to spend about 11 hours of flight time to Rio de Janeiro in this position. Sighing to himself, Alex tried to get more comfortable, realizing he had slightly messed up by choosing this particular escape method. The only real advantage was that Sarah was holding him. She pressed her entire cold, yet surprisingly soft and pleasant body against him. Closing his eyes and trying to fall back asleep, Alex once again heard the airport staff's voices. They were securing the coffin with cables, preparing it for the flight. A few minutes later the plane took off. While Alex slept in the coffin alongside Sarah's, Alucard and the others were in the cabin. Alucard sat calmly in her seat, holding a glass of red wine, with a bottle standing on the table in front of her. A little further away sat Pip Bernadotte. He too had been sent on this mission. To occupy himself, he was reading a newspaper. Across the aisle sat Jake Muller, who had volunteered for the assignment because he didn't want to stay on guard duty, and with him flew Pierce Nivens as the group sniper. Jake leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. He couldn't care less that he was flying on the same plane as Alucard. Alex's personality seemed far more intriguing to him than that of an ancient vampire. Considering everything Jake had been through and seen, it was already difficult to surprise him with anything. The same applied to Pierce. He had experienced almost identical events. All of this was because they came from a world where a zombie virus epidemic had broken out, quickly escalating into a full-scale invasion by a demon army, which ultimately ended in a great battle for humanity's survival, and both of them had taken part in it. After that, they joined the guild created by Alex and moved to another world. In the end, they became mercenaries who save worlds. The only one still nervous in the plane's cabin was Bernadotte. He kept glancing warily at Alucard. Sitting opposite her, he couldn't deny that she was an incredibly beautiful woman, yet she still evoked an almost animalistic fear in him. Bernadotte looked at Alucard, who was slowly drinking her wine, and involuntarily wondered, can vampires even drink wine, or was what was poured in her glass not wine at all, but blood? But even though he was very curious, he decided not to ask. What if the answer was something he really didn't want to hear? Putting the newspaper on the table, Bernadotte shifted his gaze to Jake and Pierce. One was sleeping, the other reading documents on a tablet. Guys, I wanted to ask. Bernadotte decided to start a conversation, looking at Jake and Pierce. What exactly? Just make it quick. I want to get some sleep before we land, Jake said, stretching slightly and opening his eyes. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. But who is your boss? No matter how you look at him, he looks like a guy who escaped from the cover of a fashion magazine for teenage girls. And you all seem to work for him. How did you meet? Bernadotte asked, rubbing his chin. You're better off not knowing who Alex really is for now. As for how we met, he saved my life and offered me a job. That's the whole story. He pays enough, even way too much just to kill various monsters, Jake said in a lazy tone, yawning slightly. He saved me and my captain too. And gave us a proper job, Pierce added, lifting his gaze to Bernadotte. That's the story then. So he saved the rest of your guys as well. And what were you before? As I understand it, most of you were soldiers in the past. Bernadotte asked with a slight smile. You're almost right. I used to work as a mercenary in Eastern Europe. This grumpy-faced one was a former member of an international organization. The rest are from all over, Jake said, pointing a finger at Pierce. Got it. So you're also from different corners of the world, just like my guys. That makes sense. And why didn't your boss come along? Or is he currently guarding our new mistress? Bernadotte said, nodding and realizing that they really had a lot in common. He came. He's just hiding, Alucard said calmly, and her red eyes glinted slightly. Jake, Pierce, and Bernadotte simultaneously turned their gazes to Alucard. She sat with one leg crossed over the other, looking toward the cargo hold. Jake only smirked. He perfectly understood. If Alex had come too, that meant something serious was going to happen there. It was no secret to any of them, wherever Alex went, something worthy of his attention would take place. Pierce gave an understanding nod at those words and took the tablet back into his hands, returning to reading documents. Only Bernadotte kept looking around. His first meeting with Alex had been quite absurd. The men had suddenly appeared among his people with a plate of strawberry cake. But Bernadotte still hadn't achieved his goal, to find out who Alex really was. Half the flight time had already passed, and Alex and Sarah's had woken up, and were now simply lying in the coffin, dying of boredom. Despite being very pleased that she was so close to Alex, Sarah's was still incredibly bored. She didn't even know how much longer she would have to spend in the coffin. Alex was frankly bored too and was thinking about what to occupy himself with. Reading a book in such a narrow space was inconvenient, and the only option that came to mind to pass the time was to watch a movie. Getting the phone out in such a tight coffin required some effort from Alex. While he was trying to pull the phone from his pocket, he accidentally touched Sarah's in certain places a couple of times, causing her to blush heavily. Alex paid no attention to the fact that his hand was now sliding along her thighs. He was still trying to feel for his phone in his pocket. He ran his hand up Sarah's thigh, trying to reach the pocket. Where the hell is this damn pocket? So inconvenient. I think I found it. Alex said, feeling the fabric with his fingers. That's not your pocket, Sarah said embarrassedly, blushing even harder. What do you mean? Alex asked, beginning to realize that what he was touching was not the pocket of his own pants. Literally. That's not your pocket, those are my panties. Sarah's practically shouted, and if they hadn't been in a coffin, she would have already pounced on him. Alex's hand immediately froze in place, and he very carefully removed it. Despite finding Sarah's attractive, they still hadn't moved to that stage in their relationship. Alex looked into Sarah's eyes. She was ready to sink her teeth into his face, either from embarrassment or because Alex could have simply told her about it, and she would have thought whether to allow him or not. At that moment two voices battled in Sarah's head. One repeated that it was still too early to move to that stage, while the other grew louder and louder, insisting that she should take everything into her own hands and do it herself. And while Alex was still trying to find the phone, but now much more carefully, trying not to touch Sarah's where he shouldn't again, the second voice in Sarah's head began to win and grew louder every time Alex's hand accidentally touched her. Soon the second voice completely triumphed. At that very moment Sarah's dark blue eyes slowly began to turn red, from bloodlust, excess emotions, and strong desire as she looked at Alex's face. Sarah's breathing quickened, her teeth sharpened, and she gripped Alex's t-shirt even tighter with her fingers. Alex paid no attention to the changes in her gaze. He was busy finally locating his phone. Hooray, found it. Now we can watch a movie. Sarah's, what movie do you want to watch? Sarah's. I don't like the way you're looking at me. Alex said with a smile, turning his gaze to Sarah's, and saw her eyes. Sarah's didn't answer Alex's words. She was staring at him with her bright red eyes glowing in the darkness of the coffin. Sarah's was desperately trying to fight the desire growing inside her, but because they had been lying so close together in the same coffin throughout the entire flight, she could no longer hold back, feeling the intoxicating scent of Alex's body and the warmth of his skin. The last remnants of sanity left Sarah's as she reached out and pushed Alex's phone aside, climbing onto his body. Despite both of them lying in the coffin, Sarah's managed to lie on top of Alex, pressing her full weight against him. She looked into his eyes and extended her palms, placing them on his cheeks. Sarah's thirst intensified with every moment as she gazed at Alex, and all her resistance quickly faded into the background. Sarah's leaned forward toward Alex's lips, and it was as if something was holding her back from that final step. Alex looked back at Sarah's. She was just a centimeter from his face. He raised his hand and ran it across her cheek. "Are you sure?" Alex asked, gently stroking her cheek. Sarah's didn't answer Alex's question, rather, she finally understood what had been holding her back from that last step, her own uncertainty. Was she ready to move forward, not even knowing where it might lead? But together with Alex's question and the sensation of his warm hand stroking her cheek, she got her answer. Yes, she was ready to take this step. Sarah's leaned toward Alex and kissed him on the lips. And at the very moment her lips touched Alex's, the bloodlust washed over her in a new wave. Sarah's gripped Alex's t-shirt with such force that she tore it, exposing his chest. At that moment Sarah's wasn't even thinking, she was simply following instinct. Finishing the kiss, she lightly bit his lip and leaned toward his neck, her cold tongue gently slid up his skin until she was once again at his lips. As if that weren't enough, Sarah's pressed her lips to Alex's again, wanting to savor that feeling once more, which flared up inside her even stronger. She ran her hands over Alex's chest, continuing to rub her body against his. Alex wrapped his arms around Sarah's waist, pulling her closer to him, and Sarah's at that moment definitely didn't mind. Neither of them was even thinking about the fact that they were currently in a coffin at an altitude of 15 kilometers above the ground. Sarah's didn't even notice that her skirt had ridden up, all that concerned her was Alex, and nothing else. At the same time in the plane's cabin, Alucard's eyes faintly glowed red, and a smile appeared on her face. She immediately understood what was happening when she stopped hearing Alex's thoughts, but she still had a connection to Sarah's and could clearly hear what was currently happening in Sarah's head. Hearing her thoughts, Alucard gently swirled the glass of wine in her hand. She was curious how far Sarah's would go during her episode of bloodlust. Would she see it through to the end or chicken out at the last moment? For Alucard this was a kind of game she was happy to observe. After all, if Sarah's managed to get from Alex something she herself hadn't yet received, the game would only become more interesting. Because Alucard herself wanted to claim Alex just as strongly as Integra did. That's right, Sarah's. Let your thirst take over. Show that you're worthy of being part of this little game for his heart. How deep you can plunge into this abyss depends only on you, Alucard said in a quiet voice, slowly swirling the glass of wine in her hand. Fortunately, everything that was happening in the plane's cargo hold inside Sarah's coffin was seen only by Alucard, and she quickly stopped paying attention to it. While no one else could see what was currently taking place inside the coffin, considering the state Sarah's was in. Her hair was disheveled, eyes glazed, the Helsing uniform she wore was also in poor condition, the skirt had ridden up, exposing her thighs and underwear, the shirt partially unbuttoned, baring her chest, as she continued kissing Alex and had no intention of stopping anytime soon because of the sensation she was experiencing. Sarah's continued kissing Alex, red marks from her bites remained on his neck where she had gently bitten his skin. Despite the bloodlust she was experiencing at that moment, Sarah still subconsciously had no intention of harming Alex. Alex himself was fully enjoying everything that was happening between him and Sarah's. Despite everything, he genuinely liked Sarah's. Because of all their evening walks through London he had grown attached to this clumsy vampire girl who, even after turning, tried to remain a normal girl despite being able to tear an adult man apart with her bare hands. Alex and Sarah's continued enjoying each other's company, and Alex even forgot that he wanted to watch a movie to pass the flight time while lying in the coffin. Closer to the end of the flight, Sarah's eyes returned to their normal color, but she didn't stop. She wanted to keep kissing Alex, touching his body, and being closer to him. And if they hadn't been lying in a coffin, Sarah's would already have taken the next step to advance their relationship even further. Sarah's never noticed the state of her clothing, all she wanted was right in front of her. And when the plane was about to land, Sarah's lay her head on Alex's chest, pressing herself against him, tracing her fingers over his chest, since earlier she had torn his t-shirt with her grip. Running her finger across Alex's chest, Sarah's wanted to ask what their relationship was now. But at that very moment the plane jolted slightly as it began its descent, and she decided she would ask Alex later. For now she simply wanted to be as close to him as possible. Soon the plane landed, and the coffin jerked slightly again as it was carried. By this point Sarah's had fallen asleep once more, exhausted from everything that had happened between her and Alex. Alex himself was lost in thought. He began thinking about what was supposed to happen in Rio that evening. Despite remembering the sequence of events, Alex understood, there would always be deviations in certain details that were supposed to occur. This was especially true in the universe he now found himself in. Alex very clearly felt that he was missing one important detail, a thread he hadn't yet seen in this situation. He paid no attention to the shaking of the coffin. He lay in and methodically stroked Sarah's hair, causing her to fall asleep quickly once again. At that moment he was trying to grasp the full picture of what was supposed to happen in Rio. Alex quickly understood, Millennium was preparing a grand stage. And when that thought surfaced in his head, everything clicked, especially when he distinctly felt they had been followed from the very moment the transport left the airport. To confirm his suspicions, Alex focused specifically on the tale, stopping his thoughts about what would happen that evening. The sounds around gradually changed one after another, and Alex already heard the coffin being carried into the hotel lobby. Tilting his head to the side, Alex used magical vision to see what was happening outside. And he saw Alucard. She was dressed in a strict black women's suit. Alex gave a slight nod, appreciating Alucard's beauty in that outfit, especially her slender legs and long black hair that fell down her back below the waist. Alex saw how Alucard hypnotized the receptionist at the front desk and calmly walked away, leaving him standing there with a foolish smile on his face. When the coffin was carried into the penthouse, Alex still sensed the presence of those who had followed them all the way to the hotel. And when the coffin was brought into the penthouse, Alex heard Bernadotte's complaints. Holy shit, the three of us were put in a cheap motel, and here's a whole damn expensive penthouse. What kind of social inequality is this? Damn you, cursed bourgeoisie, Bernadotte began complaining about the injustice. Quiet. Your yelling might wake Sarah's, and she just fell asleep, came Alex's voice from the penthouse. Jake, Pierce, and Bernadotte, who had been complaining a second earlier, immediately turned their gazes to the coffin from which Alex's voice had come. The coffin creaked open, and Alex climbed out, having already restored his clothing to hide the traces of what had happened between him and Sarah's inside the coffin. Quickly getting out, Alex closed the coffin, so no one would see the state Sarah's was currently in. Seeing Alex, Alucard shifted her gaze to the coffin and saw Sarah's condition, her clothes still in disarray, underwear visible, and smiled slightly, licking her lips. Since Sarah's was asleep and Integra wasn't there, she could have a little fun with Alex. No one could interrupt them when they were alone. Boss, you a vampire now, sleeping in a coffin? Jake asked with a smirk, looking at Alex. Almost. And Bernadotte, instead of complaining, you should keep an eye out. We had a tail from the airport, Alex said, lightly rolling his neck. Boss, how many? Pierce asked, knowing Alex wasn't lying. 2 in a car on the street, in an old beat-up green one. 2 more in the window of the building across. 1 hiding in the hallway. And 1 on the roof of the neighboring building, Alex said, pointing in the directions. Hearing Alex's words, Pierce walked to the window, slightly parted the curtain, and pulled binoculars from his backpack. Jake went to the door and took a small device from his bag to peek under the door crack. Even though they knew Alex wasn't lying, they still had to see for themselves. Jake spotted the men in the hallway hiding behind a column and turned, giving a thumbs up, 1 in the corridor. Pierce crouched, cautiously looked out, and saw the car, raised 1 finger, then shifted his gaze to the building and saw 2 more, raised a second finger, then looked at the roof and saw a man dressed as a window cleaner glancing their way, raised a 3rd finger, showing he had seen everything. Alucard, watching this, smiled slightly. After all, she too had sensed they were being followed. She was simply curious to see how Alex's people reacted and how they prepared. And only Bernadotte stood there stunned, but quickly pulled himself together. Take them out quietly. Bernadotte asked, frowning slightly and drawing a suppressed pistol from his jacket. No, that would scare off our target. We still don't know why they're following us or what they're planning. The important thing is they were waiting for us. What do you think, Alucard? Alex said, lighting a cigarette and turning his gaze to Alucard. My dear, if they want to dance with us, we'll dance with them. But not now, tonight. When the stage is set. I too want to see what they're planning and whether their show is worth waiting for, Alucard said, walking up to Alex and placing her palm on his cheek. Alex looked at Alucard with a dry expression, because she herself hadn't said a word about the tale. Alucard responded to Alex's look with a light smile, one that basically said she wasn't obligated to do so. And only Jake, Pierce, and Bernadotte stared at the whole scene with blank expressions, simultaneously feeling superfluous and yet understanding that Alex still hadn't explained what they were supposed to do in this situation. After all, he had said not to touch the pursuers yet, which meant he had another plan. Alex, you can flirt with each other later after we leave. Give us the plan quicker, and we'll go, Jake said, interrupting the atmosphere between Alex and Alucard. For now do nothing. Head to the motel and wait. Their priority target is Alucard, and you're just humans. You know what that means. There are 2 possibilities: they're waiting for us to start investigating so they can suddenly interfere. The second, as Alucard said, they're preparing a stage. But what kind of stage, we don't know yet. So we wait for them to make a move. If they stay silent, we'll make the move ourselves, Alex said, rubbing his chin. Got it. Then we'll come back tonight. Vampires prefer to prowl at night after all, Bernadotte said, nodding and holstering his pistol under his jacket. Not just vampires, other monsters too, Pierce said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. I've got enough vampires for now. I don't want to know what else might be hiding in the closet. Let's go grab a drink, we're in Rio after all, Bernadotte said, heading for the door. Let's go. First time in Rio for me. Alex, we're out, Jake said with a smirk, slinging his gear backpack over his shoulders. Pierce looked at Alex, he nodded, signaling they could leave. And if they went for drinks, it would only create good cover. Pierce understood Alex's gesture and followed Jake and Bernadotte into the corridor. The penthouse was left with only Alex and Alucard, plus Sarah's, who was sleeping in her coffin after everything that had happened between her and Alex. Alex knew, everything would happen when evening came. Until then he simply wanted to relax. And since he was in a luxurious penthouse, he intended to enjoy the rest to the fullest. Being himself, Alex sat on the sofa and simply turned on the TV. And before he could change the channel, Alucard blocked his view. Alex looked up at Alucard, she simply stood in front of him obstructing the television. And before Alex could ask her to move, Alucard climbed onto his lap, pressing her chest against his. It seems this thing interests you more than I do, Alucard whispered, touching Alex's lips with her fingers. And what do you suggest? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow and placing his hands on Alucard's waist. How about we continue what you didn't finish with Sarah's? You know, I was actually jealous that Sarah's, whom I created, managed to go further than I did, Alucard said, whispering into Alex's ear. I know your little games. You're trying to anger Integra again, and I'll be the one who gets blamed. You love pissing off your mistress so much, and in the end she takes it out on me, Alex said, pinching Alucard's ass. Your hands are rather playful, my chosen one. But so what if Integra finds out? She's far away right now, and we're here. Especially when your lips say no, while your body says yes. Alucard said with a wide smile, slipping her hands under Alex's t-shirt and running her fingers across his chest. Your body just feels nice to touch, Alex said, running his hands along Alucard's thighs. Then maybe you want to see more. See what's under this outfit. Just say it, I'll show you everything. Just say one single word and you'll see it all, Alucard said in a seductive tone, continuing to whisper in Alex's ear. You're tempting me so much. Though you already know my answer, Alex said, looking into Alucard's eyes with a light smile. Alucard pulled back slightly from Alex, and her eyes locked onto his. And when she saw in him the same look he had that day in the basement, a wide smile spread across her face. Her clothes instantly vanished, leaving her in nothing but black lingerie. And in that same moment Alucard leaned forward and kissed Alex passionately, literally tearing his clothes off. Because this time no one would interrupt them, and no one would stop her at the worst possible moment. Alucard continued kissing Alex, her fingers digging into his shoulders with such force that if Alex had been an ordinary human, she would have already torn out chunks of his flesh. And before everything escalated into more explicit scenes, Alex made sure Alucard showed nothing to Integra. Because he knew, instead of returning to an enraged woman ready to skin him alive, he would rather confess everything himself and try to calm Integra down. And as an extra precaution Alex created a soundproof barrier around Sarah's coffin, so Sarah's wouldn't suddenly wake up. Time gradually passed, and what was happening between Alex and Alucard had already gone far beyond kissing. Alex wasn't the kind of person to refuse intimacy with a woman who interested him. Even if until last week he had considered Alucard male, now Alex saw her as a woman. At that moment Alucard was fully demonstrating her obsession with Alex, she bit him, scratched him, doing everything to leave her marks on his body. When she finally got what she had so desired, her obsession with Alex exploded in a new wave. When evening arrived, Alex and Alucard lay on the living room sofa of the penthouse, and the place was an absolute mess. Alucard, completely naked, lay on Alex's chest with her head resting on him. She lifted her gaze and saw the clear bite marks on his neck, and narrowed her eyes slightly, but the fire of obsession still burned in her blood-red eyes, as though what had happened between her and Alex wasn't enough and she wanted to continue. Alex lay on his back, slowly stroking Alucard's long hair, and understood, there was no getting out of this. And if he stayed silent, the situation would only get worse. But he had already done it, and the choice was obvious. Looks like I won this game. Integra can't give you this, and Sarah's is still too shy. If not for her thirst, nothing would have happened, Alucard said, lying on Alex's chest. Why are you so obsessed with angering Integra? Alex asked, sighing wearily and looking at Alucard who lay atop him. Because it's fun. Your presence has started changing my mistress, and I want to see how far she'll change. I want to see her expression when she begins to lose control of the situation. I want to know what she'll do. It will be a mesmerizing sight. Will she become that frightened little girl who released me from my seal, or will she go mad? I must see which path Integra chooses, Alucard said, gently stroking Alex's cheek. Ugh. This is giving me a headache. Why do you all love causing trouble so much? And stop trying to push Integra onto your path, it's too boring, Alex said, rolling his eyes slightly and pinching Alucard's as while she continued lying on him. You defend her so much, even from me. What can she possibly give you that I can't? Alucard asked in a surprised tone. I don't need anything. I can get any material thing anytime I want. I already told you, my dear Draculina, emotions matter to me. Love and feelings aren't just words, they're far more than you can imagine. You, Sarah's, and Integra have become some of the people I want to care about. Even though Integra is so cold and loves controlling everything, she's sweet in her own way. Sarah's is pretty clumsy, yet kind and caring. And you with your madness and craving for chaos around you are beautiful in your own way too. You don't need to make others like you, because then they'd lose what makes them special, Alex said, gently cupping Alucard's cheeks. Pahahaha. Integra, sweet. If she heard those words that just left your lips, she'd rip your tongue out. Even after spending a week beside her, you still think she's sweet. You really are interesting, Alucard laughed loudly upon hearing Alex's words. Well, neither of you is the most dangerous woman in my life. So even though Integra doesn't show feminine behavior, in my eyes she's beautiful, Alex said, shrugging lightly with a smile on his face. Really? And who are they then? That ghost girl living in your shadow? Or is there an even more dangerous woman obsessed with you? Who is she? Alucard asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. I'll tell you everything soon. But not yet. There are things that shouldn't be discussed in an atmosphere like this. When we're both naked. But I'll tell you everything soon, Alex said, leaning forward to kiss Alucard on the lips. And you'll tell them too? Alucard asked after the kiss. Considering how our relationships are progressing. I think yes, I'll tell them. Everything, including about my family and what I do. You don't mind waiting a little longer, do you? Alex said, sitting up and settling Alucard on his lap. I'll wait. But how long, that depends on you, my dear. You understand my patience is no longer limitless, after I've tasted you, Alucard said, turning to face Alex and wrapping her legs around his waist. Alex only smiled and kissed Alucard again, while she continued sitting on his lap. But what Alex didn't voice was his desire to see Integra's and Sarah's reactions when they both learned who he really was. Alex was certain, Alucard would be delighted once he told her everything. And despite what was supposed to happen that evening when the sun set, Alex wanted to spend a little more time alone with Alucard, who, with her entire demeanor, showed she had no intention of stopping anytime soon and definitely wouldn't let him go until she was thoroughly satisfied. To be continued. Ahem, so I thought about it, and it seemed like it was time to advance the relationship between Alex and the girls. I certainly wanted to show the part of the plot where something like action would take place in this chapter, but the cockroaches in my head decided to vote for more pleasant things instead of a fight with a defective vampire who likes to throw karate chops and cosplays as Twisted Fate and League of Legends. All that will come later, but for now, I have food and a couch to lie on. Chapter 613, Chapter 612, The Demon King became a terrorist. Again. While Alex was thoroughly enjoying himself in Rio in the company of a beautiful female vampire, at the same time in America, in the state of Kansas outside the town of Lebanon, there stood the Men of Letters bunker. After Alex left, the bunker became quite quiet, if one didn't count one request Alex had made, to shelter the escaped, deposed King of Hell, Crowley, who had managed to slip away from Lucifer. Dean had absolutely no desire to deal with Crowley, so he resorted to the most disgusting tactic he could think of in the situation. Crowley wasn't just locked in a specially isolated room from which he physically couldn't escape the bunker, Dean had also sent Gir, Mimi, and Stitch to keep him company. Thinking about how Crowley now had to endure this insane trio, the kind that could drive anyone mad in a matter of hours, Dean couldn't hold back a smirk. He chuckled maliciously, convinced he'd done exactly the right thing. He walked down the bunker corridor, entered the kitchen, and saw Samantha preparing dinner. Dean looked at her. She had long since become like a little sister to him, since their families were bound by a shared history full of danger, loss, and strange alliances. After exchanging a few words with Samantha, Dean grabbed several sandwiches from the fridge and quickly left the kitchen. Walking down the corridor, he thought about how, during this week without Alex in the bunker, they still hadn't found a single trace of God's blade that they could use as a weapon against Amara. Dean still hadn't told his brother Sam how incredibly difficult it would be for him to harm Amara, even if they did acquire a weapon capable of doing so. Holding a plate of sandwiches, Dean entered the room they had specially converted into a recreation area, which he himself called the Dean Cave, because it had a mini fridge stocked with beer and the big TV he had dreamed of for so long. Entering the rec room, Dean walked over to his favorite armchair, the one he forbade anyone in the bunker from sitting in, even Alex, who had essentially paid for everything. Sitting in his beloved chair, Dean pulled a small lever on the side, stretched out his legs, and leaned back. Stretching slightly, he opened a bottle of beer and immediately turned on the TV. But Dean faced the eternal question many people encounter: what to watch. Holding a beer in one hand and the remote in the other, Dean began flipping channels, hoping that at some point something interesting would catch his eye. Switching from one channel to the next, he eventually stopped on a news channel. And the moment he saw the news, Dean nearly choked on his beer. Seeing the report, he immediately turned up the volume to hear everything clearly. Report from a hotel in Rio de Janeiro. Tension around the hotel continues to rise. Just 30 minutes ago, 3 armed terrorists in animal masks killed several hotel staff and guests before barricading themselves and taking more than 10 hostages on the upper floor, the announcer's voice came from the TV. Dean, mouth agape, stared at the screen and saw 3 photographs of people in round animal masks being shown on television. The frame changed, and footage appeared. A man in a bright red Hawaiian shirt and shorts, wearing a round bear mask on his head, was dancing by the window while a spotlight from a helicopter shone on him, and beside him stood a girl in a round rabbit mask. Even through the mask, Dean could tell the girl was experiencing a whole storm of emotions. Seeing this, Dean burst into loud laughter, thinking that such idiots were hard to find. He was especially amused by the guy in the bear mask with the stupid expression on his face. While Dean laughed and watched the report, Sam entered the rec room holding a tablet. "What are you laughing at?" "Watching your dumb evening shows again." "Your laughter can be heard from the other end of the bunker," Sam asked, stepping into the rec room. "Look, some idiots in animal masks have taken over a hotel. And that one in the bear mask is straight up dancing. This guy must have gotten confused, he should have gone on a dance show instead of becoming a terrorist. And that girl in the rabbit mask looks like she has no idea what's going on. And they're calling them terrorists," Dean said with a smirk, pointing at the TV where the news was playing. Sam shifted his gaze to the screen and saw the guy dancing in the bear mask. For a moment he paused. This dancing guy in the bear mask reminded him of someone far too strongly. And at that instant, Sam's eyelid twitched slightly when he realized who was wearing the bear mask. Unlike Dean, Sam immediately understood who the dancing guy was. But he still hoped he was wrong, because unlike them, the person he thought of wouldn't act so irresponsibly. However, all of Sam's hopes were instantly dashed when he saw the familiar ring on the dancing guy's finger, the very one Dean hadn't noticed due to his inattention. "Dean. You do realize who that is, right?" Sam asked, turning his gaze to his brother. "How the hell should I know that psycho?" "We definitely don't have anyone that insane among our friends," Dean said, looking at Sam in surprise. "Dinner's ready." "What are you guys up to?" came Enid's cheerful voice as she bounced into the rec room. Dean and Sam turned their heads and saw Enid, as always with a bright smile on her face, radiating cheerfulness with her entire presence. Neither Dean nor Sam had ever imagined they would live with a werewolf girl, but Alex's arrival had changed everything. And his presence began to radically change both brothers' views. They started to understand that not everyone they called monsters could be considered evil, some of them just wanted to live a normal life, like everyone else. And Enid's family was a vivid example of that, considering Enid was the niece of their old friend Garth, who, despite becoming a werewolf through his own carelessness, remained a good person. Seeing Enid, Dean smirked slightly, because he, like Sam, considered Enid part of their family. "Hey, little werewolf, look. Some idiots in animal masks took over a whole hotel in Rio," Dean said with a smirk, pointing at the TV. "Really? Why would anyone do that? For the love of all that's holy, what is he doing there?" "I have to call the others," Enid said in a puzzled tone, then exclaimed when she immediately recognized the guy in the bear mask. Enid immediately dashed off to call the other girls. Her reaction instantly confirmed to Sam that he wasn't mistaken, the dancing guy in the bear mask was Alex. And only Dean still didn't understand what was going on and why everyone was reacting this way. A moment later the rec room filled with Lucina, Alice, Wednesday, who was holding Alessa by the hand, and Samantha. Enid had brought them all. Seeing the report, Lucina placed a hand on her forehead, immediately feeling a headache coming on, because she, like the other girls, knew Alex had flown to Rio. Alice, on the other hand, burst out laughing the moment she realized only Alex could pull off something as absurd as dancing in a bear mask while the entire hotel was surrounded by police. Wednesday watched it all with a blank expression, the only emotion flickering across her face being when she simply raised an eyebrow and folded her arms across her chest. Samantha wearily shook her head, once again realizing that her husband sometimes ended up in the most ridiculous situations, and the current one with Alex was no exception. Alessa, of course, immediately recognized her father, because her sisters had already told her that, while their dad was very responsible, sometimes he acted foolishly, just like in situations like this. The only thing Alessa thought about at that moment was whether Dad needed help, not that he was behaving foolishly. Seeing the girls' reactions, Sam gave a crooked smile and sighed as well, thinking about how the hell Alex had managed to go to London and ended up becoming a terrorist who took over an entire hotel in Rio. Only Dean still didn't understand what was happening and why everyone was reacting this way. "So come on. We all know who the guy in the bear mask is. I'm right, aren't I? Dean said, realizing he had missed what everyone else had noticed. It's Dad, Alessa said, looking up at Dean. Alessa, sweetheart. Are you saying that this dancing idiot in the bear mask who took over an entire hotel in Rio is Alex? The one who's supposed to be in London right now, dealing with artificial vampires, thwarting Nazi plans, and hitting on the head of a secret monster hunting organization. Did I get anything wrong? Dean said, listing everything he knew about what Alex was currently busy with. Yes, Dean. That dancing idiot in the bear mask is Alex. I'm honestly surprised you didn't notice the ring on his finger. It's literally staring you in the face, Sam said, looking at his brother with a tired gaze. Why the hell would I look at some dancing guy's finger in a bear mask? Dean said, rolling his eyes at Sam. Sam looked back at Dean and shook his head, then turned his gaze to the girls. They were looking at the TV screen with various expressions. Lucina was already typing something on her phone. Alice was talking on the phone and still laughing. Wednesday was inserting her comments about how Alex should have taken over the hotel without making it such a public spectacle. Better tell me, are we going to help him or let him have his fun? Samantha asked, joining the conversation. Maybe. If he asks. He's not in this kind of situation for the first time, he'll figure it out somehow. For now I'll connect to the cameras and start wiping all the footage. We still don't know how this might end, Lucina said, shrugging slightly and continuing to type on her phone. I'm more interested in why he decided to take over an entire hotel. Was it really necessary? Enid asked, worried about Alex even knowing no one could harm him. I think it's somehow connected to the artificial vampires. And judging by everything, they were declared terrorists by the very people behind the creation of these artificial vampires. When you have eternal life as a bargaining chip, any idiot afraid of death will give anything to get it, Wednesday said in a cold tone. The girls looked at Wednesday and nodded, thinking exactly the same as she did. Hearing Wednesday's conclusion, Sam and Dean finally understood what was really going on and why Alex had suddenly become a terrorist in this situation. But now everyone was curious how Alex would get out of it, of course, after he stopped dancing like an idiot in a bear mask. And these news reports were seen by everyone who knew Alex and was acquainted with him in any way. Jessie, who was in the oldest house, was busy trying to figure out how to quietly deal with the artificial vampires that had begun appearing in America. But at that moment her secretary burst into her office with urgent news. Jessie turned on the TV and also saw the report. She immediately recognized Alex and wearily covered her eyes with her hand, wondering what the hell he had done in Rio. Samantha's friends didn't recognize Alex right away, but after a couple of moments Mike recognized him and told Jessica, who immediately called Samantha to find out what the hell was going on. The same went for Heather Mason, who had only recently begun returning to a normal life after coming back to Portland. Since it was summer, Heather spent her time at home. Because of her past, she hadn't managed to make friends. So in the evenings she spent time in the company of her father Harry, who had finally started writing a book at Alex's suggestion and Heather's very insistent requests. Heather and Harry were sitting in the living room of their house simply watching TV when the news began. Heather already knew the world was full of lunatics. After all, she herself had witnessed the madness people could unleash. And before Harry could change the channel, Heather saw a very familiar ring that she would never forget. And she immediately understood that the man in the bear mask was Alex, who had helped her change her life for the better. And she, like everyone else, wondered what the hell he had done and when he had managed to become a terrorist. And shortly before Alex, Alucard, and Sarah's were declared terrorists, Alex and Alucard were calmly spending time together. Despite what had happened between them shortly before, Alex and Alucard lay on the sofa in the penthouse living room, enjoying each other's company. Even a woman like Alucard could talk about various topics, including those that truly interested her. Alucard herself didn't understand why, but her obsession with Alex wasn't just about his body, she also wanted to be closer to him, to know everything about him, from what he liked to what he thought. Alex sat on the sofa while Alucard rested her head on his shoulder, her long hair spilling over his shoulders. Alucard wrapped her arms around Alex's waist and looked into his eyes, slightly narrowing them as she listened to the work he had managed to do. Alucard burst into loud laughter when she heard how Alex had dealt with the cultists, making them die at the hands of their own god, the one they had believed in so fervently. This caused her unrestrained delight, especially the fact that the fanatics died at the hands of what they themselves had created. But listening to Alessa's story, Alucard only showed interest in this child who had been betrayed and sent into darkness, and Alessa herself became part of that darkness to take revenge on everyone who had treated her that way. Alucard wanted to see the child with such a dark soul, with such immense hatred and cruelty that had locked people in a hell created by her own hands to slowly torment them. Alucard even thought about becoming a mother to Alessa, a mother to a child who had plunged into the abyss and returned from it a monster. She wanted to see Alessa's dark soul with her own eyes, to look into this girl's eyes, the one Alex had adopted. Alucard couldn't stop smiling, because from the very beginning Alex had never considered her a monster and at every opportunity called her a beautiful woman. The only reaction she had seen from him was Alex's surprise that she was a woman. And what especially drew her to him was that Alex had been able to give a home to a child considered evil, so that Alessa could have a normal life, as Alex himself had said. I want to see her. I want to see this child whose soul is so dark. I want to see the child who created hell for those who hurt and betrayed her. How beautiful her soul must be, Alucard said, grabbing Alex by the collar and forcing him to look into her eyes. Or do you want her to call you Mama Dracula? Alex asked with a light laugh. Why should she call me that? I don't remember becoming anyone's mother, Alucard said with a slight seductive smile, hinting that Alex himself should say those words. Because you're already mine. Or did you think you could run? Nope, there's nowhere left to run. Not for you, not for Integra, not for Sarah's. Boop, Alex said, chuckling lightly and poking Alucard on the nose. My mistress will be surprised when she hears those words. She thinks you belong to her, and here you are saying she belongs to you. Do you think Integra will let go of what belongs to her? Alucard said, laughing loudly at Alex's words. She simply forgot the terms of the magical contract we made. And you squeezed yourself into it by accident, Alex said, smiling slightly. Oh. And how exactly does the contract I made with Integra differ from the one you made with her? Alucard asked, leaning forward slightly. It differs a lot. A blood contract lasts until one of the parties dies, in Integra's case, death from old age. But Volender, or rather, even a simplified Volender, is a soul-binding contract. And it cannot be broken. One dies, the other dies. As long as I live, Integra lives too. She doesn't know it yet, but she will no longer age, Alex said, twirling a strand of Alucard's long hair around his finger. Pa-ha-ha-ha. You tricked Integra when you made the contract with her. It'll be interesting to see her face when she finds out, Alucard laughed loudly, imagining Integra's expression. She already knew, she just didn't hear those words because of her controlling personality and obsession. But I clearly stated the terms of the contract and that it would last forever. The fact that she missed or ignored it, well, that's her fault. Though it's better she doesn't know yet. You could call it revenge for throwing me off the couch. So you could say I didn't trick her, Alex said with a smile, narrowing his eyes slightly. Alucard paused for a moment, beginning to recall the details of that night when Alex and Integra made the contract. And she clearly remembered how Alex had said the words about the contract being eternal, and Integra had definitely heard them. But until that moment, neither she nor Integra had known that Alex had essentially been forced to become death after the previous death was killed. At that moment Alucard burst into loud laughter, genuinely amused by Integra's carelessness. She and Integra had known each other for 10 years, and she had watched Integra become who she was now. Alucard realized that Alex had influenced Integra so strongly that her obsession with control had transferred to him, and she had overlooked such an important detail. Alucard clutched her stomach, laughing loudly and enjoying Integra's behavior. Because she could feel the emotions Integra felt toward Alex, that too was obsession. Only their obsessions with Alex were different, yet similar. Integra wanted to control Alex so he would stay by her side, she herself wanted all of Alex, not to control him, but to have him by her side. But at that moment Alucard stopped laughing, and she and Alex simultaneously turned their heads toward the window, hearing noise outside. Alex glanced quickly at the clock and realized, the time had come for what he had been waiting for. Alucard, who until then had been wearing only lingerie while pressing herself against Alex, quickly dressed. Her body was briefly enveloped in shadows, and she was already in her Victorian red outfit. Despite not caring how people looked at her, Alucard believed that only Alex had the right to look at her body. Alex himself quickly pulled a large round bear mask from his inventory and put it on his head, changing his outfit to a Hawaiian shirt and shorts. Having put on the bear mask, Alex pulled out another large black cat mask from his inventory and placed it on Alucard's head before she could react. What does this mean? Alucard asked, and her red eyes were still visible even through the black cat mask. Just being careful. But you look really cute in that mask. A proper black cat, Alex said, folding his arms across his chest and nodding. You dare call me cute after putting this on me? Alucard asked, pointing at the round cat head mask on her head. Yes. Want a hug or a kiss? Come here, the kind bear will hug you, Alex said, spreading his arms for an embrace. Alucard looked at Alex, and her red eyes flared even brighter. She noticed that when Alex put on the mask, his entire demeanor seemed to shift once again to another level of madness. But at the same time, it amused her greatly, and aroused her even more. And she thought, since he had given her what she so desired, she would let him have a little fun. Alucard stepped toward Alex, ran her hand over his bear mask, and smiled, deciding to watch what kind of chaos he was about to unleash. At that moment a bright spotlight beam struck the windows, which were covered by dark curtains. Approaching the window, Alex sharply flung the curtains open with both hands, and a bright spotlight from the helicopter hit him in the face. Slightly tilting his head, Alex realized it was a local news helicopter, and a camera was pointed at him. Being himself, Alex raised his hand and flipped the bird toward the camera lens and the operator. Alex even saw the operator's eyelid twitch when he showed the middle finger. The helicopter pulled back when Alucard approached and placed a hand on Alex's shoulder. They both looked down and saw a large crowd, including police, ordinary onlookers who had come to watch, and news crews filming reports. Alex and Alucard exchanged glances, understanding that this was exactly the stage Millennium wanted to set. Alex realized it was time to wake Sarah's. Pulling another mask from his inventory, a white rabbit head, Alex walked over to Sarah's coffin, crouched down, and carefully opened it, first adjusting Sarah's clothes, since everything that didn't need to be seen was still visible. After fixing Sarah's clothes, Alex stroked her cheek to wake her. Sarah's eyelids fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Ah, a bear. Sarah screamed, seeing Alex in the bear head mask. Sarah's, it's me. Stop screaming, Alex said calmly, looking at the stunned Sarah's. Alex. What's going on? Why are you wearing a mask? And what's with the light, and what's all that noise? Sarah's asked, relieved, placing a hand on her chest when she realized it wasn't a real bear in front of her. You'll find out soon. But for now, here's a mask for you, rabbit head, Alex said, placing the rabbit head on Sarah's. Why? What's happening, and why did you put this on me? Sarah's asked, still not understanding what was going on. Sarah's looked around, trying to figure out what was happening, until she saw Alucard, sitting in a chair with a black cat head mask on. Sarah's became completely confused about what was going on. Until she heard a very familiar sound, and at that moment saw the helicopter blades rise to the penthouse floor level, and a bright spotlight beam shone directly in her face. Sarah's immediately jumped up and rushed to the window, and her eyes widened in shock at what was happening below. What the hell is going on here? Sarah shouted, stunned. Now we're terrorists. Look, Alex said, standing beside Sarah's and showing her the screen of his phone. Sarah saw the live news broadcast and saw herself in the camera lens. It was hard not to recognize herself when wearing a white rabbit head. Sarah's grabbed Alex's phone and stared at the screen in shock, then shifted her gaze to the street, to the police cordon with armed SWAT teams who had already set up barriers to keep civilians away. Meanwhile, Alex was having fun, lightly dancing to make the current situation even more absurd. After all, he already knew how and why all of this was happening. Alex considered the Major's plan very, very interesting and well thought out. Because this scene, one small powder keg, would set off all the other kegs scattered around the world. Sarah staggered back from the window, not understanding how the hell any of this had happened while she was simply sleeping in her coffin. Sarah shifted her gaze to Alex, who stood by the window simply dancing. Ha 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 ha, well then, let the war begin, Alucard said, chuckling and sitting in the chair. Sarah's nearly fell at Alucard's words, almost dropping Alex's phone from her hands. Alex caught Sarah's by the arm in time, preventing her from falling. Alex wanted to comfort Sarah's and say a few encouraging words so she wouldn't worry so much about what was happening. But suddenly Alex, Alucard, and Sarah simultaneously turned their heads toward the corridor and heard many rapid footsteps. Not giving Sarah's time to react, he shoved her into the closet, so she wouldn't get in the way. After all, he knew for sure she wouldn't be able to do anything in this situation. Sarah's didn't even have time to realize how she ended up in the closet Alex had pushed her into. And the moment he did that, armed SWAT burst into the penthouse. And before the SWAT officers opened fire on Alucard, Alex appeared in front of her. The only thing Alex didn't like about Alucard's behavior was that she allowed herself to be wounded every time her body was torn to pieces, and all of it just to scare people and show how much of a monster she was. Alucard raised an eyebrow for a moment when the loud shouts of the SWAT officers rang out, and they began shooting. Alex stood in front of Alucard, holding a katana in his hands. When the shooting started, Alex began deflecting the massive stream of bullets without any particular difficulty, not letting a single one reach Alucard. The bullets continued flying, ricocheting off Alex's katana as he deflected each one. Alex's eyes narrowed, and he made a slight swing with the katana, beginning to deflect the bullets back. And when the clicks began, indicating that the magazines were empty, Alex lowered the katana, while the SWAT officers froze, not immediately realizing that some of them were already dead. Pathetic dogs. I see you know how to bite. Only dogs can't kill monsters. Only a human can kill monsters, came Alucard's cold voice from behind Alex. At that moment Alucard experienced a very strange feeling from being protected. She perfectly understood that Alex knew it was hard to kill her, but he still didn't let anyone hurt her. And this simultaneously fascinated and irritated her, but mostly it caused a pleasant feeling in her chest. But that feeling quickly turned to irritation because of the SWAT officers who had burst into the penthouse. Alucard stepped forward, walking past Alex. The moment she took a step, the surviving SWAT officer stepped back, because even without seeing Alucard's face, they felt animalistic fear from her presence and her cold voice that sent shivers down their spines. At that moment Alucard lunged forward and grabbed the first SWAT officer, and tore him in half. When the first officer died, panic broke out among the rest, and they tried to flee. Alex flicked his finger slightly, closing the doors and giving Alucard the opportunity to kill them all. Alucard didn't need weapons, she managed with her bare hands. With one wave of her hand she sliced SWAT officers in half or tore them apart. After killing another SWAT officer, the cat head mask on Alucard's head became covered in blood, and she flicked her hand lightly, shaking the blood off her gloves. Only one SWAT officer remained. He fell on his ass, pressing his back against the wall and pointing his pistol at Alucard and Alex, who had stood motionless since the massacre began. "Monsters," the last surviving SWAT officer screamed. The same words over and over. I've heard them so many times that these words are starting to bore me. But who then stands before me? A human. A dog. A monster. Alucard said in a tender tone, approaching the last survivor. Alucard leaned down slightly, looking straight into the terrified officer's eyes as he shakily pointed his pistol at her. The officer's eyes were full of panic and fear, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he pointed the pistol at Alucard with shaking hands. Seeing her red glowing eyes from under the mask, the officer shakily brought the pistol barrel to his temple, as if this were the only way to escape this place. Despite the trembling in his body and the fear gripping him, he brought the pistol barrel to his temple and pressed the trigger with a trembling finger. A gunshot rang out, and the last SWAT officer chose the most cowardly way to escape the monster that was Alucard. At that moment the smile under Alucard's mask faded. At the same instant her face twisted with anger and rage because the human before her had done this, chosen the easiest way to escape. Pathetic cowardly dog. Alucard hissed through her teeth. He's not a dog, he's a cowardly human. Only a human can make such a choice. A dog would fight to the end. At least he managed to evoke some emotion in you, my dear Carmilla, Alex said, approaching Alucard. Human? Him? Just a pathetic imitation of a human. You can't even call such a coward a human, Alucard said, still feeling angry. He made his choice. Whether he was a dog or a human, it changes nothing. He's already dead. What's the point of being angry at a corpse? He angered you by killing himself. Who cares about him? There are more like him hiding in the corridor, Alex said, taking Alucard by the hand. You're right. What's the point of being angry at a dead cowardly mutt that can't even bite back properly? A pathetic sight, Alucard said, quickly calming down. Alucard hated weakness and cowardice. But Alex's words had a different effect on her. She realized that only a human could make such a choice, end their own life, while a dog would fight to the end if given the command. And thinking about this, Alucard's contempt for these SWAT officers grew even stronger. Feeling the warmth of Alex's hand, she turned to him and leaned forward so close that their masks touched. But at the same time, this bloodshed wasn't enough for her. She wanted more, and even more, and if Alex was beside her, the situation would become even more interesting. Far more interesting. Alex didn't even need to hear Alucard's thoughts to understand what she wanted at that moment. But Alex had no intention of giving it to Alucard, because this entire scene had been prepared specifically for her, so everyone could see it, so every person watching TV would see Alucard step onto the stage prepared for her. But Alex was the kind of person who loved ruining other people's plans, and therefore he wouldn't let Alucard take the stage. After all, he continued to stand by his words, monsters do not exist. To be continued. I actually wanted to show everything in this chapter, including the battle against the fake Twisted Fate. But I looked at the word count and realized I couldn't squeeze everything into one chapter. So instead of ending with Cliff at the beginning of the battle with the vampire, I thought it would be better to make the chapter like this. And so, let's move on. And now that the chapter is written, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to eat some sweets. Peace, love, and a cute bear. Chapter 6:14, Chapter 6:13, Time to kill everyone. Alex and Alucard stood in the middle of the penthouse, surrounded by the bodies of the dead SWAT officers whom Alucard had literally torn to pieces. Blood slowly spread underfoot, forming dark pools and thin rivulets that trickled across the parquet in different directions, filling the air with a heavy metallic stench. Inside the closet where Alex had shoved Sarah so she wouldn't witness the slaughter, there was silence, only the girl's ragged breathing. When it was all over, the closet door cautiously cracked open, and Sarah's peeked out. Her eyes widened in horror, mutilated bodies lay everywhere, the faces of the dead frozen in expressions of absolute, animalistic terror they had felt in their final seconds. Blood was everywhere, on the walls, on the furniture, on the ceiling. Sarah slowly stepped out, looking around until her gaze stopped on Alex and Alucard standing amid this nightmare. What happened here? Sarah's asked quietly, almost in a whisper, staring at both of them. Sarah's, get ready to fight, Alucard said calmly, turning her head toward her. But Sarah's whispered, looking around again and seeing only blood, chunks of bodies, and torn flesh. What are you standing there for? Go get ready, Alucard said, still staring at Sarah's with her cold red eyes. Sarah's froze in place upon hearing those words and shifted her gaze to Alex, hoping he would intervene, say something, stop Alucard. After all, she was certain, he must be against such an order. But at that moment Alex was busy with something else. He was quickly typing on his phone, paying no attention to the conversation between Sarah's and Alucard. He wanted to do everything possible to prevent the powder keg that had been dragged here from exploding. No matter how interesting and well thought out he considered the Major's plan, Alex had no intention of letting this death-obsessed bastard see it through to the end. But Master. They're just humans, Sarah said, stepping closer to Alex and Alucard. So what? Alucard asked calmly, not taking her eyes off Sarah's. They're just humans. Sarah's raised her voice, refusing to follow such an order. Hearing Sarah's shout, Alucard ripped the black cat head mask off her head and grabbed the girl by the collar. The mask fell to the floor, becoming even more stained with blood, but Alucard's gaze remained completely fixed on Sarah's. Her eyes burned with anger. Despite Alex's calming presence, the rage inside her hadn't gone anywhere after one of the SWAT officers chose the most cowardly way to escape her, shooting himself in the head. Sarah's, even hanging in the air, looked straight into Alucard's eyes, making it clear she had no intention of backing down. After all, from the very beginning when she became a vampire, she had been told, you can only kill monsters, not humans. Sarah's believed that if she started killing humans, she would finally turn into a monster and lose the last remnants of humanity she had fought so hard to preserve. So what, Draculina? When someone shoots at you, it doesn't matter whether it's a human or a monster. They came here themselves and tried to kill us. Now they'll all die like the last dogs and rot in the ground where they belong. Because that's how it works. This isn't relative truth, and no one will ever change it. Not God, not the devil, not you. Alucard said in a furious tone, lifting Sarah's off the floor and continuing to hold her by the collar. But even if that's true. Sarah's began, not looking away from Alucard. Put Sarah's down, if you'd be so kind, Carmilla, Alex said, deciding to intervene in the argument. At that moment Alex gently placed his palm on Alucard's hand, signaling that she should let Sarah's go. Alucard turned her head toward Alex, whose gaze was utterly calm. Alucard narrowed her eyes in irritation but released Sarah's, and she fell straight onto her ass in a pool of blood. Alucard turned away, considering Alex's actions wrong. During the time they had spent alone, she had begun to think they were alike, judging by all the stories he had told her. But now Alucard felt only disappointment. Alex had taken Sarah's side, not hers. Ignoring that look, Alex extended his hand to Sarah's to help her up. Sarah's was still stunned by the conversation and took Alex's hand with a dazed look. When she was back on her feet, Alex picked up the black cat head mask from the floor and approached Alucard, who continued staring at him with an upset expression. Alex stepped right up to her and flicked the offended vampire on the nose. Receiving the flick, Alucard froze, noticing irritation in Alex's eyes. And before she could get angry, thinking that look was because she had tried to impose her worldview on Sarah's, Alex raised his hand, signaling that he hadn't started speaking yet. You two are idiots. Since when have both of you stopped relying on your senses? Especially you, Alucard. Since when did you become such a stupid woman? Alex said in an irritated tone. Sarah stared at Alex in confusion, not understanding why he was saying all this at such a moment. Alucard also frowned slightly at his words, not grasping where he was going. After all, corpses of dead SWAT officers lay all around. Seeing the looks from these two women, Alex rolled his eyes, crouched down, and ran his finger through the blood. Then he approached Sarah's and held out his blood-smeared finger toward her. Sarah's recoiled, thinking Alex wanted her to taste human blood. Even though Sarah's face was hidden behind the rabbit mask, Alex knew exactly what she was thinking right now. For the love of God, smell it. What does the blood smell like? Alex said irritably. It smells like rot. Why does their blood smell like rot? Sarah said in shock when she realized why the penthouse reeked so unpleasantly. Has it still not clicked? Or do I have to chew it all up and spoon-feed it to you? Alex said, wiping his finger on the tablecloth. Just don't drag it out, tell us everything, Alucard said, not in the mood to play intellectual games. Why did they look and act like humans? But their blood smells like ghoul blood. It's very simple. There's only one option, a dormant ghoul virus, Alex said, lighting a cigarette despite still wearing the bear mask on his head. Dormant virus. Sarah's repeated doubtfully. Yes. In this world there are 3 types of vampires. Descendants of the alpha vampire, son of Eve. Crystal vampires whose blood freezes and crystallizes. And Nosferatu, that is, you. And only Nosferatu can create ghouls. Seems I should call Integra so she can hear everything. Looks like the situation is more interesting than I thought from the very beginning, Alex said, raising 3 fingers and exhaling cigarette smoke. Sarah's entire demeanor showed she didn't understand a word of what Alex had said, while Alucard frowned even deeper. In the past, when she had dealt with Millennium, she had already encountered something similar. Killed soldiers suddenly came back to life as ghouls, even if no vampire had bitten them. Remembering this, Alucard clicked her tongue in irritation and contempt toward Millennium. Back then the virus had been imperfect. Soldiers could start turning into ghouls right in the middle of battle and slaughter their own comrades, attacking each other like starving animals. But at the same time, Alucard was curious to see how far they had gone with these experiments and where it might lead. Meanwhile in Helsing, in her office, Integra sat staring at the TV screen that Walter had brought in. Integra folded her hands under her chin and watched the news about what was happening in Rio without blinking. She had seen everything from the start of the report, including Alex's stupid dancing in the bear mask. But that didn't bother her. She was only interested in what Millennium was planning and why they had staged this entire spectacle. Walter stood behind Integra, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting orders, in case he needed to use Helsing's connections to pull Alex, Alucard, and Sarah's out of Rio. But suddenly the phone on Integra's desk rang. Integra and Walter both looked at the phone. Integra raised an eyebrow slightly and lifted her hand, signaling Walter that she would answer herself. She reached out and pressed the answer button. "Who is this?" Integra asked in a cold tone. "Your servant, Integra." "We await your orders, mistress," came Alucard's calm voice from the phone. "What did you do to the police?" Integra asked calmly. "We killed them all. Destroyed them. Tore them to pieces, every last one. And that's why we await your order, Integra. The police department is controlled by the enemy, isn't it? By starting the siege, the police were simply following their orders. Those we may soon kill could be ordinary humans. But I can kill them. I'm ready to grind them into dust. Without hesitation or the slightest doubt. Do you know why? Because I am a monster. And what about you, Integra?" Alucard's cold voice sounded again. "Enough, give me the phone." "You're at it again. I need to talk to Integra, and you snatched my phone. I haven't explained anything yet, and you're already playing your little games. Give me the phone." Alex's irritated voice followed Alucard's. Integra, hearing Alucard's words, frowned, because she understood that not only Alucard had killed the police, but Alex was involved too. And before she could finish listening to Alucard, since she already knew where Alucard was heading with her speech, she and Walter heard Alex's irritated voice as he tried to take the phone from Alucard. The entire atmosphere created by Alucard's words instantly collapsed when a quarrel began in the background between Alex and Alucard, Alex trying to grab the phone while Alucard laughed loudly, not denying Alex's words that she was once again playing her game to test what decision Integra would make in this situation. At that moment Alex finally managed to wrench the phone from Alucard's hands. She had refused to let go just to annoy him in such a situation. Having taken the phone, Alex sighed heavily, placed it on the table, and switched it to speakerphone. "So, hi, Integra, Walter. In short, about Alucard's words and the deaths of those police officers, ignore them, they were already walking corpses," Alex said, sighing slightly. "I'm listening," Integra said calmly. "This will be a quick talk, because there's another squad of armed police in the corridor right now. So quick and to the point. From what I've managed to understand in our current situation, we have 3 possible scenarios," Alex said, beginning to speak rapidly. "Tell me everything you've learned." "I need details," Integra said, frowning even deeper and staring at the phone from her end. "First, an experiment. Second, testing Alucard's abilities. And third, a powder keg," Alex said, tapping his finger on the table. "An experiment. A powder keg. I can understand why they'd want to test Alucard's power. But for the rest I need more details," Integra said, frowning even harder. "All the dead police were infected with a dormant ghoul virus. Walter should know about this virus," Alex said, leaning on the table. Integra shifted her gaze to Walter, seeking confirmation. Walter frowned for a moment, as if trying to recall what Alex was talking about, and then remembered. Old memories surfaced in his mind. Walter leaned toward Integra and explained which ghoul virus Alex meant. Hearing Walter's explanation, Integra clenched the hand holding her thin cigar and crushed it from surging irritation. Integra was furious that Millennium was creating artificial vampires, and now it turned out they had also created a virus that infected humans and turned them into ghouls. And the people themselves wouldn't know until they transformed. Without changing her expression, Integra took out a new thin cigar and lit it. "Continue. If they wanted to test Alucard's power, they would have just sent even more vampires to fight her. And they certainly wouldn't have staged such a grand spectacle as labeling the 3 of you terrorists," Integra said, turning her gaze toward the TV. "You're right, this is one big grand spectacle. And the role of the main actress in this play was given to Alucard. She's the match that will ignite the powder keg. And you, my dear Integra, are the match striker, Alex said calmly. Mr. Alexander, if I may ask, what do you mean by those words? Walter asked, feeling he was missing something in Alex's explanation. I'll answer with a question, Walter. What is the most important and fundamental rule in an organization like Helsing? Alex asked with a slight smile. Monsters do not exist, Integra answered instead of Walter. You're absolutely right, my dear Integra. Monsters do not exist, they're just legends for people who don't know that monsters are real. But what if someone like Alucard starts killing humans and appears in full public view? It's the age of the internet. And once this gets online, within a day the whole world will know that monsters exist. But only humans will know about it. Alex began speaking calmly, trying to convey his point. But other monsters too. If Alucard's existence is revealed, other monsters will crawl out of their holes. Damn bastards. This was their plan from the very beginning. They were watching us the whole time. All of it so the world would learn about the existence of monsters. Integra roared in rage, slamming her fist on the table and realizing she had been led by the nose. Integra struck the table with such force that some items on it fell to the floor and shattered, scattering shards in all directions. From Alex's explanation, Integra quickly grasped the entire plan Millennium had prepared, everything, from the virus to the gathering of local media and even labeling Alex, Alucard, and Sarah's as terrorists, was one big stage to create chaos throughout the world. Integra began tapping her finger on the table, thinking about how to avoid the worst possible ending in this situation. This wasn't just about killing some people commanded by vampires and then killing those vampires, it was all one giant trap that Millennium had lured Helsing into. Meanwhile, while Integra was thinking about how to handle the situation, Alex pulled a communicator from his pocket and contacted Jake, Pierce, and Bernadotte to give them orders, to turn the current situation to their advantage. Having finished issuing orders, Alex looked around and found an iron tray. He picked up the tray from the floor, dipped his finger in blood, and wrote the word help, then turned toward the fairy drone Navi that had been flying around him everywhere. Alex knew Lucina was watching, after all, he needed her help in this situation. Meanwhile Alucard was grinning widely, but her red eyes glowed with irritation. Someone had decided to use her like a puppet on strings, as if she were some circus monkey dancing to someone else's tune. Only Sarah's noticed Alex's actions and looked in the direction he was showing his message for help. Sarah saw nothing and looked at Alex, not understanding what he was doing. And while Alex was asking for help, at that moment Lucina was sitting in the bunker in front of her laptop watching the broadcast, simultaneously connecting to everything she could, while Alessa sat beside her attentively observing everything. Alessa tugged on Lucina's sleeve and pointed at the broadcast. Seeing Alex's message, Lucina took out her communicator and put it in her ear. At that moment Alex's communicator rang with Lucina's tired voice. So you finally decided to ask for help. And here I thought you'd handle everything yourself, Lucina said in a slightly tired voice. I love you too, Lucina. But I need your help. The situation here isn't exactly favorable, Alex said, twitching his lips slightly. I already heard. So, what do you want me to do? Lucina asked, chuckling lightly. I want you to connect to everything possible, phones, satellites, and so on. If the situation gets out of control, I don't want a single frame to leak online. If it's not too much trouble, just do what you usually do. Burn the phones, cameras, everything. And if it's really not too hard, I need an EMP charge. To fry everything within a few blocks. I'll handle the eyewitnesses myself, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Not hard. But you owe me a date. While you're having fun there, I'm working. I'll send Alessa with the EMP. She insisted on helping you herself. This isn't Night City where you can pull something like this off so easily, Lucina said, stroking Alessa's hair, the girl sitting beside her. Thank you, love you, Alex said with a slight smile. I know, idiot. Now do your job. Go ruin another group of idiots' plans, Lucina said, chuckling slightly. Alex laughed lightly and pulled the communicator from his ear, then turned around. Until that moment Integra had been thinking about how to avoid an unpleasant ending, and heard Alex's voice as he gave orders to resolve the current problem. Integra frowned slightly and began listening to what plan Alex had come up with in such a situation. The same went for Alucard and Sarah's. They stood a little farther from Alex while he spoke on the communicator. Hearing Lucina's name and how Alex talked to her, all three women reacted differently. Integra, in London, and hearing the entire conversation over the phone, pursed her lips slightly upon hearing Alex. Alucard smirked slightly, but her eyes flared, while Sarah's wanted to know who Lucina was and what kind of relationship she had with Alex. Alex himself, having finished speaking, met the gazes of Alucard and Sarah's. They were looking back at him. Alex cleared his throat dryly, understanding why the two women were staring at him like that. But he wasn't in the mood yet to explain everything. At that moment Alex's shadow began to distort slightly, until Alessa slowly emerged from Alex's shadow, holding her rabbit Robbie in her arms. The creature now looked more like Frankenstein's monster, stitched together from various plush toys. Seeing Alessa appear, Sarah's eyes immediately widened in surprise and at the sight of Alessa's cold black eyes. Alucard reacted differently. When she saw Alessa, her red eyes flared even brighter, and her smile grew wider, baring her sharp teeth. Because she saw in Alessa exactly the darkness she had imagined from Alex's story. Alex smiled and immediately scooped Alessa into his arms, pressing his cheek to his daughter's. Alessa showed no emotion on her face while Alex rubbed his cheek against hers. At that moment Alessa's cold black eyes looked at Sarah's and Alucard. They looked back at her. "How beautiful your eyes are, child. So much darkness in them." "It's like looking into an abyss," Alucard said in a mesmerized tone, approaching Alessa who was in Alex's arms. "Okay, you can chat with my little princess later. Integra, you heard my plan. What do you think?" Alex said, swatting Alucard's hand away from Alessa's face. Hearing Alex's words, Integra took out a new thin cigar and lit it. After taking a small drag, Integra exhaled smoke, thinking about Alex's plan in this situation. Integra didn't deny that Alex's plan could work. They would not only eliminate whoever orchestrated all this but also prevent panic from spreading, and ruin all of Millennium's plans. Taking another drag, Integra stubbed out the thin cigar on the table, and her eyes grew even colder. Meanwhile Alex, Alucard, and Sarah stared at Alex's phone lying on the table, awaiting Integra's words. "Don't you dare underestimate me. I've already given the order. It's changed, how you carry it out is your problem. Find and destroy. Find them all and destroy them. Every last one. Until the last scum draws their final breath. Don't you dare return until you've carried out this order. We must crush all our enemies. Tear them to tiny pieces." Integra shouted loudly, issuing her command. Hearing the commanding shout from the phone, Alex and Alucard burst into loud laughter. Sarah's flinched slightly, seeing Alex and Alucard laughing like two madmen. And only Alessa in this situation remained completely calm, sitting in Alex's arms and clutching her terrifying rabbit Robbie to herself. Stopping laughing, Alex set Alessa down on the floor and stretched slightly, as if he had heard exactly what he had wanted to hear. Cracking his neck lightly, Alex pulled the chains word from his inventory, the one Jinx had made for him. "It will be done, my mistress. We will carry out your will and leave no one alive. We will kill them all to the last," Alucard said in a cheerful tone. "All the infected and vampires." "Not literally everyone," Alex said, looking at Alucard with a blank stare. "Execute," Integra said, ending the call. Alex walked over to the table and put the phone in his pocket. And before leaving, he picked up the black cat head mask and placed it back on Alucard's head. After all, if they were putting on a show, it had to be seen through to the end. And Alucard understood this perfectly, and was ready to participate in the performance Alex had staged. Alucard was ready to tear apart those who wanted to make her dance on the stage they had prepared for her. But if this was the stage Alex had prepared, and she would perform this bloody dance alongside him, then she was ready. Alucard's eyes under the cat mask glowed even more intensely. She was already prepared. Having finished all preparations, Alex and Alucard approached the door to exit into the corridor. Alex touched the door with his hand to determine the exact number of SWAT officers in the corridor. "Sarah's, take Alessa to the very top and set off the EMP. You have to make it before we go downstairs. How everything unfolds depends on you," Alex said, turning his head toward Sarah's. "I'll do my best," Sarah said, trying to show her seriousness. "Alessa, sweetheart, protect Sarah's. Just in case," Alex said, looking at Alessa. "Okay, Dad," Alessa said, nodding slightly. "But shouldn't it be the other way around?" "Like I'm the one who's supposed to protect her," Sarah said in a surprised tone, pointing at Alessa standing beside her. "Police girl, you are weaker than this child. You're the one who needs protection, not her. Monsters born from people's sins and nightmares live in her shadow," Alucard said, turning her head toward Sarah's. Hearing Alucard's words, Sarah turned her head toward Alessa and looked at the shadow behind the girl. And at that moment dozens of eyes opened on Alessa's shadow, staring back at Sarah's. Seeing this, Sarah swallowed hard, feeling discomfort and wondering what kind of creatures lived in Alessa's shadow. But Sarah quickly pulled herself together. After all, if Alessa was Alex's daughter, then even though Alessa didn't need her protection, she still wanted to protect Alex's daughter. Despite the fact that even Alex himself had asked Alessa to protect Sarah's. Alex nodded slightly, looking at Alessa and Sarah's, then turned his head toward Alucard. Despite the cat mask on Alucard's head, Alex clearly saw a very wide smile on her face. Alucard chuckled lightly, already anticipating the slaughter that was about to happen. Meanwhile in the dark corridor in front of the penthouse doors stood dozens of armed SWAT officers. At that moment they were extremely nervous because of the screams that had recently come from behind the closed penthouse doors. They had heard gunshots that quickly died down, then desperate cries from their colleagues who pounded on the doors as if a monster was chasing them. But soon even those cries fell silent, as if nothing was happening in the penthouse. They continued standing in the dark corridor, waiting for orders or at least something to tell them what was going on. Fear paralyzed them from taking further action, so they all took positions, aiming their weapons at the penthouse doors. But suddenly the penthouse doors opened with a slow, drawn-out creak, sending shivers down their spines. And with the open doors the corridor grew much colder, to the point that they began exhaling white vapor from their mouths. The corridor was so quiet that each of them could hear their own heartbeat or someone swallowing nervously. But this silence was broken by the even sound of footsteps, when two figures in animal masks stepped out of the penthouse darkness. Hearing the footsteps, the SWAT officers immediately tensed and gripped their weapons even tighter, aiming them toward the sound. And at that moment they saw two people emerge from the penthouse, a woman in a black cat mask holding two large pistols, and a man in a Hawaiian shirt and bear mask, with a strange purple chainsaw-like sword on his shoulder. Alex and Alucard continued walking forward under the terrified gazes of the SWAT officers, who aimed their weapons with stunned yet frightened faces. The officers themselves were experiencing what in stressful situations is called fight or flight. Their brains were desperately signaling that they all needed to run, and run as fast and as far as possible. But fear paralyzed each officer's body as they followed Alex and Alucard with their eyes while the two slowly moved down the corridor toward the elevator. And when their brains and bodies refused to accept the run signal, only one last option remained: attack before being attacked. At that moment in the dark and quiet corridor, where only footsteps had sounded, the first shot rang out, its flash illuminating the dark corridor. And that first shot became the signal to begin the attack. At that instant Alex gripped his chain's word, and the sound of a chainsaw rang out amid the gunfire. Alex swung at the nearest SWAT officer and delivered the first blow. The chain's word sank into the officer's head and began sawing him in half, while chunks of flesh and blood flew in all directions. Alucard began shooting, not even dodging bullets, because the officers weren't even aiming where they shot, they were simply firing under the influence of fear of death. Every shot Alucard fired from her pistols literally tore SWAT officers to pieces. Alex at that time swung his chain's word, cutting down every officer who got too close. One of the officers, driven by fear, pulled out a grenade and, with shaking hands, yanked the pin and threw it at Alucard's feet. Alex, seeing this, instantly appeared beside Alucard, grabbed the grenade, and threw it back. Alucard grinned even wider under her mask, continuing to shoot in different directions. She hadn't expected that performing a bloody dance with someone in company would be far more fun than she had imagined. Especially if she was performing this dance alongside Alex, who matched her rhythm. One of the officers charged at Alex with a scream, clutching a knife in his hand. Alex turned his head toward the shout and saw the running officer. Alex plunged the chain's word into the ground and immediately grabbed the officer by the head. Before Alex could tear the officer's head off, part of his body literally exploded into bloody shreds from Alucard's shot. Alex looked at Alucard, she continued shooting, looking back at him. "Sorry, my love, but this dance is for two. And you shouldn't touch others," Alucard said tenderly when the empty magazines fell from her pistols. "I'd believe you if you hadn't killed most of them yourself," Alex said, tossing the dead officer aside. In response Alucard only laughed loudly at Alex's words and made no comment. Meanwhile the surviving officers froze in place, seeing how their comrades had met their ends in extremely brutal ways. Parts of their colleagues' bodies lay everywhere, and blood filled the dark corridor. And while Alex and Alucard were talking to each other, the surviving officers did the only thing they could in this situation: drop their weapons and run. Run as fast and as far as possible from the two monsters. The surviving officers began scattering in different directions, some rushed to the elevator, others ran down the stairs, they didn't care how, they just wanted to escape. Alex and Alucard watched as the officers scattered like rats from a sinking ship. Alex saw the elevator doors open and close, as the surviving officers desperately pressed buttons to make the elevator leave, while others ran screaming down the stairs. "Looks like our backup dancers are fleeing. What pathetic creatures, they can't even finish this beautiful dance," Alucard said lazily. "Better tell me, are you taking the elevator or going down the stairs?" Alex asked, looking at Alucard. "I'm still a woman, I prefer comfort," Alucard said lightly, tilting her head slightly to the side. Yes, as you wish, milady. Then I'll return the elevator to you, since you love comfort so much. And I'll take the stairs and catch up with the fleeing idiots," Alex said, snapping his fingers to call the elevator back. "How noble of you, my love," Alucard said, chuckling lightly. "Anything for you, my dear Carmilla." "See you downstairs," Alex said, waving his hand and heading toward the stairwell exit. Alucard laughed once more, watching Alex's lazy behavior as he waved and walked through the doors. When Alex left, the smile on Alucard's face turned into a mad grin that bared her sharp teeth behind the mask. A moment later the elevator returned to the floor, and the doors slowly began to open. The officers inside the elevator were frantically pressing buttons to keep the elevator from going up. And when the doors opened, they all froze in terror, staring at Alucard, who whose cat mask was already soaked in blood, making her even more terrifying. Alucard's red eyes flared brighter as she looked at the frightened officers. Mission accomplished, little soldiers. And now, goodbye, Alucard said tenderly, aiming her pistols at the terrified officers. And at that moment the desperate screams of the officers were drowned out by the loud sound of gunshots mixed with the sound of tearing flesh from bullet impacts. And within moments the gunfire ceased, when Alucard stepped into the elevator filled with corpses and blood. Alucard extended her slender finger and lightly pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator jolted slightly, and when the doors closed, it began descending. Alucard heard a gurgle under her feet and saw an officer bleeding out who had miraculously survived. Without changing her expression under the mask, she lifted her foot and crushed the last survivor's head. Because no one was supposed to survive in this hotel. To be continued. Ahem. I did promise a fight with a vampire who likes to throw cards. But you know what I mean, plot. I just think we shouldn't skip over certain moments that really show off the characters' interactions. As for everything else, it'll happen later. Well, you know what I mean. And now it's time for the sweet stuff. Hee hee hee. Peace, love, and a bloodbath. Chapter 615, Chapter 614, Sarah's tries to get into the role of a mother while the father fights a pathetic vampire. Before the massacre began in the hotel corridor, Sarah's was still in the penthouse. She had a different task, to escort Alessa to the hotel roof in order to set off the EMP. Despite the fact that Sarah sometimes acted clumsily or awkwardly, that didn't mean she was stupid or unable to grasp the bigger picture. When Alex literally explained what could happen if the entire world learned that monsters exist, Sarah's instantly realized the scale of the threat. She absolutely did not want something like that to occur, for the world to plunge into chaos, panic, and a hunt for anyone who could even slightly be called non-human. While gunshots, screams, and the eerie roar of a chainsaw echoed in the corridor, Sarah's tried not to think about the fact that the people Alex and Alucard were now killing had already been dead, because they were infected with a virus that would eventually turn them into ghouls. She forced herself to focus solely on her task. Against the backdrop of the unrelenting noise of battle, Sarah shifted her gaze to Alessa. She knew what fate this girl had endured, and she felt deep sympathy for her. Their childhoods had something in common, both had lost their families at an early age, both had experienced betrayal and pain. But Sarah's believed that Alessa's fate was far worse than what she herself had gone through as a child. A thought even flashed through Sarah's mind: if her relationship with Alex were confirmed, she would essentially become Alessa's mother. And that thought filled Sarah's with both nervousness and a strange, warm anticipation. Alessa, standing beside Sarah's, turned her gaze toward her. Alessa didn't know what was going through Sarah's head at that moment, and she didn't want to know. All Alessa was thinking about right now was that she wanted to help her dad, and nothing else. Because Alessa spent most of her time with Wednesday, she had begun to adopt even more of her cold and detached demeanor, turning into a mini version of Wednesday. Alessa loved her family and all her mothers, but Wednesday's personality somehow felt closer to her. When the sounds of slaughter in the corridor finally died down, Sarah's realized it was over, judging by the screams and the sound of someone fleeing. She wanted to tell Alessa they could go to the roof. But before Sarah's could turn her head, she saw Alessa already walking forward, clutching her terrifying rabbit Robbie to her chest. Alessa didn't care that the entire floor was covered in blood, she simply walked ahead to exit into the corridor. Alessa, don't rush. It could be dangerous, Sarah's called out, catching up with the girl. Mom Wednesday said that if in a situation like this you can't do what you were asked, you should wonder, aren't you the idiot? Alessa said in a cold tone, turning her head toward Sarah's. Isn't one of your moms named Lucina? Sarah's asked, wanting to learn more about Alex's family. After all, she had feelings for him. Mom Lucina is my mom too, Alessa said, nodding slightly. How many moms do you have? Sarah's asked cautiously, her lip trembling as she tried to accept reality. Many, Alessa replied, stepping into the corridor. Many? What does many mean? How many is many? Sarah's muttered in shock, beginning to deny the reality of what was happening. Alessa only glanced back at Sarah's for a moment and continued walking. Alessa believed that Sarah's could become, or already had become, her mother. Sarah's just didn't know it yet. But Alessa remembered her sister's words, don't scare potential mothers who might run away. At that moment Sarah's was trying to process the reality that the guy she liked had many women, and it filled her with very mixed feelings. But she quickly pushed those thoughts aside and slapped her own cheeks to pull herself together and do what she had been asked, escort Alessa to the hotel roof. Having finally gathered her thoughts, Sarah's ran out of the penthouse after Alessa. And the moment she stepped into the corridor, she froze at the sheer amount of blood, corpses, and dismembered bodies of dead SWAT officers. Sarah's face immediately twisted at the sight, but she reminded herself again, these people had already been dead and could have turned into ghouls at any moment. Sarah scanned the entire corridor. Traces of blood and chunks of flesh were stuck to the ceiling, walls, and even columns. What a horror, was all Sarah could say upon seeing the scene. Are you uncomfortable? Alessa asked, looking at Sarah's. A little. Thank you for worrying. Let's head to the stairwell and go up, Sarah said with a strained smile, trying not to show her nervousness at what she had seen. Alessa looked at Sarah's, who was trying to smile even in such a situation, and nodded slightly, thinking that Sarah's was too kind. Alessa even compared Sarah's behavior to Alice and Enid. Despite their nature, they were very kind and always showed her so much love and care that it filled her heart with a very warm feeling. And seeing that Sarah's was exactly the same, Alessa thought, as a good daughter, she should help her future mother deal with her nervousness. Mom, you can help, Alessa said, looking down at her own shadow. Of course I'll help you. But I'm not your mom yet, you can just call me Sarah's, Sarah said with a gentle smile. I wasn't talking to you. Alessa said, looking at Sarah's with her black eyes. Then who? Oh my God, what is that? Sarah's asked in a bewildered tone, then recoiled in shock. Sarah saw Alessa's shadow rapidly expand, covering the entire corridor, causing her to take a couple of steps back. And before she could recover from the sight, she experienced an even greater shock. Pale, long arms emerged from the shadow, grabbing the bodies of the dead SWAT officers and dragging them into the darkness, as if pulling them into the depths of murky water. The entire spectacle lasted only a few seconds until Alessa's shadow returned to normal, and all the bodies and traces of blood in the hotel corridor simply vanished, as if nothing had happened. Sarah's opened and closed her mouth, trying to comprehend what had just occurred. This sight was a genuine shock to her. Alessa, however, nodded slightly with a faint smile. After all, as her mother Wednesday had said, if there are no traces of the crime, then there is no crime that can be proven. Thank you, Mom, Alessa said, smiling slightly. At that moment a slender pale female hand with a ring on the ring finger emerged from the shadow beside Alessa. It gently ran its fingers across Alessa's cheek, then disappeared back into the darkness. Sarah swallowed hard at the sight, wondering who that had been. But Sarah quickly realized, Alex had never told her anything about his family, except that he had daughters. But because of her own comfort, Sarah had ignored an important question she should have asked Alex, about the other women he was involved with. Sarah thought she would need to talk to Alex about how many women he was connected to, considering Alessa's words about having many mothers. And she understood, such a conversation shouldn't be postponed, given that she had feelings for Alex and didn't want to lose them. After all, she felt very comfortable around him. Let's go, Alessa said, heading toward the doors leading to the stairwell. Don't rush, Alessa, Sarah said, stopping her thoughts about the upcoming conversation with Alex. Alessa didn't even turn her head and stepped into the stairwell. Sarah ran after her. And the first thing they heard was screams echoing from below, mixed with the sound of a chainsaw. Sarah leaned over the railing to look down and saw Alex. At that moment he tossed a SWAT officer over the railing, and the men plummeted to the very bottom. Swallowing hard, Sarah turned her head and looked at Alessa. The girl was already climbing the stairs. Not wanting to leave Alessa alone, even knowing she didn't need protection, Sarah still wanted to shield Alex's daughter from all dangers. Climbing the stairs alongside Alessa, Sarah heard the sound of pounding on a door. And just as they nearly reached the door leading to the roof, Alessa and Sarah saw a terrified SWAT officer trying to break through it. The officer was extremely frightened. The sound of the chainsaw and the terrified screams and cries of pain from his comrades echoed in his head, causing even greater panic. And as he tried to force the door, he heard footsteps behind him and froze. Like a robot, he turned his head, and saw a girl in a white rabbit head mask and a 7-year-old child holding a terrifying plush rabbit toy. At the sight, panic and fear gripped the already terrified officer's heart even tighter. He had miraculously survived only because, instead of running downward, he had run upward, toward the roof. The officer immediately drew his knife and pointed it at Sarah and Alessa with shaking hands. Don't come closer, monsters, the officer screamed, pressing his back against the door leading to the roof. Sarah wanted to calm the frightened officer, but at that moment a massive hand emerged from the shadow, grabbing the officer by the head, and immediately afterward Pyramid Head stepped out of the darkness. Sarah saw a tall humanoid figure with an iron pyramid on its head, dragging behind it a massive knife covered in blood and rust. Sarah didn't understand what this creature was, but the mere sight of Pyramid Head filled her with discomfort. The officer at that moment tried to stab the Pyramid Head's hand with his knife, but the blade broke with a characteristic clang upon contact. And at that instant the officer felt even greater despair and fear, and began begging to be let go. But Pyramid Head was not a creature that forgives, he was merely an executioner carrying out judgment. Pyramid Head tightened the hand holding the officer's head and crushed it like a ripe watermelon. The officer's head burst with a characteristic disgusting sound, splattering bone fragments and brain matter in all directions. And before the dead officer's body could hit the floor, Pyramid Head impaled it with his sword, literally smashing the door leading to the hotel roof. Sarah didn't have time to say that perhaps the officer shouldn't have been killed, but she immediately smelled the rot again coming from the dead man's blood. Sarah realized, this officer had been infected too, and so she kept that comment to herself. But what truly upset Sarah was that the dead officer had called Alessa a monster. She didn't care if she herself was called a monster, but she didn't want Alessa to be called that. And this was tied to the fact that Sarah's knew Alessa's story. Sarah shifted her gaze to Alessa, who had already stepped onto the roof, hoping that the officer's words hadn't hurt her. Sarah stepped onto the roof after Alessa and saw that the girl was heading toward the communication tower. Alessa approached the tower and raised her black eyes to look at the top. Remembering her mother's words that she needed a high point to set off the EMP, Alessa decided this height would do. Alessa carefully placed her terrifying rabbit Robbie on one of the tower's crossbars and opened her little bag. What do we do next? Sarah asked, crouching beside Alessa to be at the same level as her. We need to set the EMP at the very top, Alessa said, pointing her finger at the top of the communication tower. And where's the bomb? Sarah asked, watching what Alessa was doing. In my bag. Hold this, and this one too, Alessa said, beginning to pull various items from her bag and placing them in Sarah's hands. How does all this fit in there? And what even is all this? Sarah asked in surprise, staring at how many things Alessa was pulling from her small child-sized bag. Dad made this for me and my sisters. And these were gifts from my sisters, they said it could protect me, Alessa said, continuing to pull various items from her bag and placing them in Sarah's hands. This is what I think it is, right? This isn't weapons. Sarah asked cautiously with a strained smile. I don't know. Tina said that if some idiot bothers me, I should just throw this at his feet. And he'll either explode, or freeze, or shit his pants, whatever that means. Alessa said, pointing at what Sarah was holding. Sarah stared at the dangerous items she was holding in her hands, and her smile became even more strained because now she was afraid of dropping anything that could potentially explode. Sarah couldn't understand why Alex's children carried bombs, grenades, and similar dangerous items with them. But Sarah ignored the fact that monsters lived in Alessa's shadow that could protect her. Sarah watched as Alessa pulled more and more dangerous items from her seemingly small child-sized bag, and only occasionally did harmless things like candy appear, but mostly Sarah saw only dangerous objects, including something suspiciously resembling a torture kit. Sarah tried to ignore all of this as much as she could while a mountain of explosive items continued to pile up in her hands. So where is it? Mom said I need the one with the number 5, Alessa said, examining 2 EMP bombs in her hands. Maybe this one. Look, there's a number 5 here, Sarah asked, holding a black cube after carefully placing everything that could potentially explode on the floor. What does it say? Alessa asked, looking up at Sarah's. To ruin the evening for people in the entire block, press here. Use only if you're bored. Sarah said, reading the label on the side of the black cube. Yes, that's it. Now you need to set this at the very top of that tower, Alessa said, nodding and pointing her finger at the top of the communication tower. Sarah shifted her gaze to the top of the tower and nodded, fully aware that she absolutely would not allow Alessa to climb to the top of that tower. And therefore she had no problem climbing up herself. But Sarah's had one problem, there was nowhere to put the EMP bomb because her uniform didn't have proper pockets. Alessa watched as Sarah examined herself trying to find a place to put the EMP bomb while climbing to the top of the tower. Alessa lightly tugged on Sarah's skirt, drawing her attention. Feeling the tug, Sarah turned her head toward Alessa and tilted it slightly to the side. Alessa pointed her finger at Sarah's chest with a cold expression. At that gesture Sarah felt only confusion, but when she realized why Alessa was pointing at her chest, Sarah's face, hidden behind the rabbit mask, instantly turned red. Sarah looked at Alessa in embarrassment but still decided to use the method Alessa had suggested. And before doing so, Sarah looked around, as if thinking someone might notice, and carefully unbuttoned the collar of her uniform, gently tucking the EMP bomb between her breasts. Still feeling embarrassed about how she was doing this, Sarah decided to start climbing the tower. Don't go anywhere, I'll be quick, Sarah said, trying not to show her embarrassment. You should hurry, new mom, or dad will be almost at the bottom already, Alessa said, picking up her terrifying rabbit Robbie. New mom. He, Sarah said, giggling stupidly because of Alessa's words. Alessa looked at Sarah with a blank stare, thinking about her mother Wednesday's words. She had said more than once that humans are quite easy to manipulate if you can give them what they desire. And Sarah's was clear proof of that. A few simple words were enough to skyrocket her motivation. Alessa stopped looking at Sarah's. The girl was already climbing the communication tower at a speed she hadn't even suspected she was capable of. Sarah deftly pushed off the crossbars with her feet and leaped upward, grabbing other crossbars with her hands and jumping even higher. And within moments Sarah was at the very top of the communication tower. Hanging at the very top, Sarah held onto a crossbar with one hand and carefully pulled the EMP bomb from her female pocket in her chest. But the question remained, how to secure the EMP bomb so it wouldn't fall from a gust of wind. And when Sarah pressed the EMP bomb against the iron crossbar, the bomb simply magnetized to it with a characteristic sound. Seeing that the EMP bomb had simply attached itself to the iron beam, Sarah considered it very convenient. Just to be safe, she checked that everything was fine, then began descending, to return to Alessa, thinking about how the girl had called her mom, causing a stupid smile to appear on Sarah's face again. By this time Alex had reached the first floor of the hotel, lightly tapping the chain's word against his shoulder as he descended the stairs toward the doors. On his way down Alex had killed all the fleeing SWAT officers, and some he had simply tossed over the railing, letting gravity finish them off. Stepping onto the final step, Alex stepped over the corpse of a SWAT officer he had just bisected with the chain's word. Alex's red Hawaiian shirt and the bare head mask on his head were stained with blood by the time he reached the bottom. Alex ran his hand over the bare mask to wipe off chunks of flesh and blood. But in the end he only smeared the blood across the mask, to the point that the cute bare head mask now bore a terrifying smile drawn in blood. Stepping over yet another corpse of a SWAT officer finished off by gravity, Alex approached the door leading to the hotel lobby. Alex lightly pushed the door and stepped into the spacious lobby, gripping the chain's word in his hand. Alex walked slowly to the center of the lobby and stopped. At the same time, SWAT officers were hiding behind columns. They had been ordered to hold the first floor. Alex shook his head slightly from side to side, cracking his neck, and shifted his gaze to the chain's word in his hand. During his descent down the stairs Alex had learned that the chain's word made for him by his daughter Jinx had one useful feature. Alex pressed a button on the handle, and the chain's word made a distinct click as the segment separated and extended. The chain's word created by Jinx's hands had two forms, the first, a simple chain's word, the second, a chain whip. Alex raised the chain's word and swung it, and at that moment the chain whip wrapped around the columns behind which the SWAT officers were hiding, pinning them against the columns. Alex smiled slightly and activated the saw, and at that instant screams rang out from the SWAT officers as they began to be sawn apart. Alex pulled the handle back toward himself, retracting the chain whip, and pressed the button again, turning the chain whip back into a chain's word. And at that moment the sound of an opening elevator came from behind Alex. Turning his head, he saw Alucard. She stepped out of the elevator, gripping her pistols in her hands. "Looks like I'm first," Alex said with a light smile. "I don't think a man should say such things to a woman. And you yourself said you're a gentleman, so it's your duty to wait for the lady, not make the lady wait for your appearance, my dear," Alucard said, stepping closer to Alex and touching the tip of her finger to the nose of his bare mask. "Touché, Carmilla. But you understand I won't let you go outside," Alex said calmly. "Really? And how exactly do you plan to stop me if I want to go out?" Alucard said, leaning closer to Alex. "Well, I don't know. How about a family tea party? You can meet Alessa and all that. Behave like Mama Dracula and so on," Alex said, lazily gesturing with his hand. "Mama Dracula. You're calling me that again. But you know what, fine. I'll agree to those terms. Only because you want to protect this disgusting world so badly. But I'll ask for one more condition on top," Alucard said, removing the bare mask from Alex's head to look him in the eyes. "What condition?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "You'll tell me about the other women. I'm interested in those who manage to win your heart. And whether it can hold even more. Because I wouldn't mind ripping your heart out so it belongs only to me," Alucard said tenderly, but her eyes burned with obsession as she dug her fingers into Alex's chest. "Of course. I'll tell you everything I can in the current situation. As I already told you, the topic of my family is rather delicate," Alex said, nodding slightly with a gentle smile on his face. "That's for me to decide, my chosen one. And now go and don't make me wait. I'm not one of those patient women who will wait while a man does all the work," Alucard said, poking Alex in the chest with her finger. Alex smiled slightly and nodded, but at the same time he was thinking about how much he could tell Alucard about his identity or whether he should simply reveal the whole truth at once. But the only thing holding Alex back was that he wanted to tell Alucard, Sarah's, and Integra everything at the same time, the full truth, as he usually did, instead of telling everyone one by one and answering the same questions over and over. After the conversation with Alex, Alucard simply sat in the lobby with one leg crossed over the other, making it clear that she would wait, and how long she would wait depended solely on him. Alex understood this perfectly, and therefore wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible. As soon as Alex approached the hotel exit, spotlights were aimed at him, which he simply ignored. Stepping outside, Alex saw a large crowd of people staring at him. Cameras and spotlights were trained on Alex the moment he left the hotel. Everyone looked at him with various emotions on their faces, considering his simultaneously strange and terrifying appearance. But at the same time some were surprised that Alex had come out of the hotel instead of the person they expected. The Major, sitting in his hideout, couldn't understand who had stepped onto the stage he had prepared. The same went for the vampire named Cain Alhambra, who had orchestrated this entire scene on the Major's orders. Alex slowly began descending the hotel steps, while voices from Jake, Pierce, and Bernadette came through the communicator in his ear. They said they had taken their positions and were waiting for him to act. Descending a little further, Alex stopped and planted the chain's word in the ground, looking around. 1, 2. Can everyone hear me? Good. Since you called me a terrorist, I'll behave like a terrorist. In addition to the fact that all the police officers in the hotel are already dead, I'll tell you something interesting. This entire square is rigged with explosives. And if the idiot who called me a terrorist doesn't come out here, I'll blow this place to hell, Alex shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. At that moment panic erupted across the entire square in front of the hotel, people began running in different directions, pushing each other and fleeing. Alex only smiled, continuing to watch the chaos, while the police tried to stop the panic sparked by his words. And at that moment Alex's attention was drawn to a man walking between rows of police officers. They were holding shields in front of them. He was dressed formally, a white pinstripe shirt under a blue tie, covered by a dark brown vest, a Congo brown suit jacket, matching trousers and shoes, and a pair of white gloves. Alex recognized this man, or rather, this vampire, who had staged this entire spectacle on the Major's orders. Alex stood calmly, leaning on the chain's word, as the vampire approached closer. Impressive. I didn't expect something like this from a celebrity like you. You don't match your reputation at all, Alucard, the vampire said with a smirk when he stopped at the bottom of the steps. So you're the bastard who disturbed my sleep. Come on up, I'll break your legs, Alex said, pointing his finger at the vampire. What terrible manners. I haven't even introduced myself yet. I am Cain Alhambra, but all my friends call me nothing other than Dandy, Cain Alhambra said, bowing slightly as befits a gentleman. Oh. Where are my manners? Then allow me to introduce myself as well. My name is Freddy the Bear. I love bringing happiness to good people and punishing the bad ones, Alex said, quickly adjusting his clothes and forming a heart with his hands above his head. At Alex's words Dandy froze in place, staring at him as if he were something strange. Even everyone around stared at him like a madman, considering his simultaneously strange and terrifying appearance. Dandy even thought that the person in front of him wasn't Alucard, but just some lunatic who happened to be here by chance. Meanwhile Alex was trying not to burst out laughing, seeing the stunned faces of everyone around, from ordinary civilians and reporters to police officers and Dandy himself, who were staring at him in complete silence. Well, what are you standing there for? You're the idiot who sent those morons to my room, right? Alex said, lighting a cigarette. You mean those poor guys? Their command are complete idiots, and such an outcome was inevitable. Even if all their fighters get wiped out, those who command them will still dream of immortality, Dandy said, slowly beginning to ascend the steps, drawing closer to Alex with every step. Don't want to upset you, little stupid idiot, but immortality doesn't exist in this universe. And that, unfortunately, is the bitter truth. You'll die if I rip your stupid little head off, then shove it up your ass, and then send you in a package to that rat who orchestrated all this. How does that sound? Alex said tenderly, placing his hand on the cheek of his mask. Nevertheless, I'd like to see that, how you plan to do it. Because as it turns out, those poor bastards unknowingly helped me a little, Dandy said, snapping his fingers while holding a playing card between them. I don't understand what kind of help you're talking about. If screaming and running away counts as help, then yes, they helped you. But want me to reveal a very interesting secret? Alex said, swaying from side to side. Go ahead, I want to hear what else you have to say. Before I deprive you of your own life and then take your body to become another specimen for the organization. That's right, as you already know, Alucard, our organization is Millennium, Dandy said, smiling widely and baring his vampire fangs. First of all, I'm not Alucard, as you put it. And secondly, you're a fucking moron for spilling all the plans of your shitty organization without even seeing your opponent's face. And third, the bomb I mentioned really does exist. It's just an EMP, Alex said, extending his hand forward. As soon as Alex finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and at that moment an explosion thundered from the very top of the hotel. Everyone only had time to look up, as the EMP shockwave spread in all directions, frying all electronic devices, phones, cameras, cars, spotlights, every piece of electronics within several blocks was destroyed, and everything plunged into darkness. At that moment panicked screams erupted, helicopters hovering in the air began to fall, creating even greater panic. To prevent innocent deaths, Alex snapped his fingers again, gently landing the helicopters instead of letting them crash. Dandy froze in place, realizing that Alex's words had been true. He didn't know whether the man in the bear mask was Alucard. But all his thoughts boiled down to the fact that only Alucard could have stepped onto the stage prepared for her. Dandy looked at Alex and blinked, and when he opened his eyes, Alex was northwest longer in his place. I think it's time to change locations. Wouldn't want anyone to see me getting your body, Alex's voice sounded from behind Dandy. Dandy clenched the card in his hand and sharply spun around to strike. But the moment he turned, he received a blow to the face. At that instant Dandy flew backward toward the hotel entrance. He felt the bones in his face crack from the impact and his face crumple. He flew backward until he crashed through the hotel's main entrance with his back and slid across the floor to the center of the lobby. The bones in Dandy's face fused almost instantly, but the aftereffects of such a blow were still very much felt. Rising from the floor, Dandy rubbed his face, until he noticed the red eyes staring back at him. Dandy's eyes immediately widened when he realized that Alucard was sitting on a chair in front of him. But he asked himself, then who was the guy who had hit him and sent him flying? Dandy continued staring at the woman with long black hair, red eyes, and Victorian clothing. She was lazily sitting in the chair with one leg crossed over the other, clearly understanding that the person in front of him was Alucard. Alucard? Dandy asked, narrowing his eyes. I'm pleased to hear that you mistook me for my beloved. But you shouldn't lose focus just because you saw me, Alucard said lazily, pointing her finger in a direction. Dandy immediately turned and saw Alex. He had entered through the shattered hotel entrance, removing the bear mask from his head. Dandy realized he would have to fight two opponents. With quick movements he threw two cards, one toward Alex, the other toward Alucard. The two cards flew in different directions. Alucard only tilted her head slightly to the side, not letting the card hit her, while Alex calmly caught the card before it reached his face. Listen, if you want to play cards, just say so. Or does your pathetic organization recruit every street trash? What were you in your past life, a street magician? What's next, are you going to show me tricks to trick me out of my money? Alex asked, lazily spinning the card between his fingers. Now you're caught. Dandy said with a smirk, snapping his fingers. At that moment cards began swirling around Alex, and instantly flew toward him. Alex looked at Dandy with a blank stare, before the playing cards slammed into his body. The cards flew at such high speed that they caused a small explosion, raising a cloud of dust. But when the dust settled, Alex was no longer there. Dandy began looking around and saw only Alucard. She continued sitting in her place and merely pointed her finger in a direction. Dandy shifted his gaze where Alucard was pointing, and saw Alex again, who had extended both fists forward parallel to each other. One became two. Because you killed more than you admit. They are your reflection. Your executioners. Your desires. Accept the spear. Accept the blade. 1, for those you killed. The second, for those you wanted to kill again, Alex said, continuing to hold his fists out in front of him. Dandy didn't understand what Alex's words meant, but at that moment he began to feel intense anxiety inside himself. But before he could comprehend what was happening, a loud siren sound began echoing all around, spreading in every direction. He saw how everything around began to change at that moment. Paint and plaster fell from the walls, exposing rusty grates, the floor cracked and crumbled downward somewhere. And the air began to fill with the thick smell of rust and blood. And behind Alex appeared a massive scaffold, on which stood two creatures with iron pyramids on their heads, one holding a rusty sword, the other, a long spear. Even having become an immortal vampire, having gained power that ordinary people could not dream of, Dandy felt animalistic fear, as if all his past fears had surfaced at that very moment. It seemed to him that he had ended up in another world, a world that embodied his worst nightmare. Have fun, vampire. Whether you accept your fate or fight, it depends only on you. Because they will not stop until you are punished for your sins. Let the execution begin. Because there is only one way out, and that is death and rebirth, Alex's voice echoed from all directions. Dandy didn't understand when Alex had disappeared, but he saw the pyramid heads turn their gaze toward him and leap down from the scaffold. Dandy clenched his teeth, suppressing his fear, and began throwing cards at the pyramid heads. But his attacks only slowed the pyramid heads for a moment, and all the wounds that appeared on their bodies immediately healed, and they continued walking toward him. Dandy began looking around and realized, all exits had simply vanished, and the hotel lobby had turned into the place of his execution. And while Dandy thought about how to escape, the fear in his heart grew stronger, as all his fears, anxieties, and worries intensified with every second, crashing over him in one massive wave that prevented him from thinking rationally. To be continued. Yeah, Sarah's is happy to be called Mom. I could have made the battle against the vampire epic, sure. But damn, screw that card-throwing vampire. Does he think card-throwing is cool? No, of course not. It's cool if you have a grenade launcher in your pocket and can use it. But really, I just didn't see any reason to drag out all this nonsense with that loser vampire. Anyway, peace, love, and a creepy bunny. Chapter 616, Chapter 615, Alex's favorite pastime is ruining other people's plans. Alucard saw with her own eyes what Alex did to the vampire named Cain Alhambra. She watched as the execution began, and the spectacle filled her with immense, almost physical pleasure, pure, unclouded enjoyment from what was unfolding right in front of her. Alucard had seen the expressions of horror and despair on the faces of those she killed countless times, the moment she even slightly revealed her true nature, baring her fangs and red eyes. But sometimes she encountered those who were not afraid of her, at least until she displayed her monstrous form in all its glory. However, the way Alex forced this vampire to feel genuine, animalistic fear brought her an aesthetic, almost artistic pleasure. This was not mere killing, it was a demonstration of power over the mind, over the very essence of a being who considered itself above fear. Alucard continued sitting in her place, watching as the lobby began to fill with thick grey fog. From the fog came the distant but distinct sound of a siren, the very sound that in ordinary people evokes only anxiety and an instinctive urge to run. But thanks to her nature, Alucard heard far more. Beneath the layer of the siren were hidden cries of despair, pleas for mercy, the death rattles of the dying, all of it sounding at once, weaving into one eerie yet beautiful symphony for her. This sound was like a melody she could enjoy forever, an eternal accompaniment to her existence. In Alucard's opinion, everything happened too quickly. The sound of the siren and the screams began to fade, the fog slowly dissipated, revealing a scene of destruction. Alucard even wanted to complain to Alex, saying he had dealt with the vampire too fast, she hadn't even had time to fully enjoy the process. When the fog finally cleared, she saw Cain, his body pierced from all sides by dozens of iron spears, like a giant pincushion. Alex stood calmly in front of him, holding a cigarette between his teeth. Exhaling smoke, he crouched down, grabbed Cain by the hair, and forced him to look into his eyes. In Cain's eyes, Alex saw only emptiness, the emptiness of a man completely consumed by despair, broken to his core. So you're not that special after all. Just another arrogant idiot who died under the weight of his own guilt. Why did I even think you'd be more interesting than my previous toys? In the end, you broke even faster than they did. Pathetic trash, Alex said, releasing Cain's head. Alex calmly stood up and stubbed out his cigarette on Cain's head. The vampire didn't even react, because nothing was left inside him. His mind had been completely shattered under the weight of guilt, fear, and despair. At that moment Alucard smoothly rose from her seat and approached Alex and Cain. She circled the vampire's body, pierced by dozens of spears, lightly running her finger along the cold metal, pondering what Alex had said. Too fast, too boring, yet at the same time incredibly interesting. She stopped beside Alex and leaned forward slightly. Looking down at Cain from above, Alucard suddenly burst into loud laughter, her laugh echoed off the walls of the ruined lobby. And what are you laughing at? Is it really that funny to laugh at an idiot who's nothing special? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. I'm simply glad. Glad that in this world there are still such hopelessly stupid fools as they are. Millennium. The last battalion. Everything falls into place. All of this is the work of that mad major and his combat group. In our world, there is still plenty of madness. Come on, my love, it's time for songs and bloody dances. Let's enjoy this to the fullest. Alucard said in a manic tone, her face twisting into a wide, predatory grin as her hair began to flutter as if caught in an invisible wind. Alex looked at Alucard with a blank expression as she laughed madly in ecstasy from realizing what was coming. He perfectly understood, Alucard didn't care about this world or anyone living in it. If the world exploded like a powder keg, she would gladly stand in the front row and admire the flames. But Alex was not the kind of person who would allow that to happen, and that was why he had already prepared everything for the coming war. The only change in his plans was that now he would have to prepare an antidote in case the major turned out to be as insane as Alucard described. Alex perfectly understood people like the major, even though they were mad, their plans were always systematic, especially when they considered themselves smarter than everyone else. Stopping his thoughts about what was soon to come, Alex shifted his gaze to Alucard. She had stopped laughing, but the wide smile remained on her face. You're so happy that they declared war on you? Alex asked, not changing his expression. Exactly. They declared war on us. We kill enemies. We kill friends. We kill people and devastate countries, even though we're supposed to protect them. We even kill ourselves. But it's still not enough. All living beings are incorrigible warmongers. Don't you agree with me, my love? As death itself, shouldn't you understand the true nature of living beings better than anyone? Alucard said tenderly, placing her palms on Alex's cheeks. I don't know what to tell you. Or what you want to hear from me. Wars have started for far stupider reasons. If the major wants to start a war, let him start it. They crave death in glorious battle. But we won't give them that. They won't get a glorious death, they'll get death in despair and fear, from an inevitable end. We'll take everything from them, even the death they so desperately crave. We'll strip them of everything down to the last drop of blood. Those are the words you wanted to hear, right, Carmilla? Alex said, placing his palm over Alucard's hand. Exactly. The loser in war loses everything, body, blood, soul, absolutely everything. The winner always takes it all, including the truth he will tell everyone. That's how it has always been, and that's how it will always be, and it cannot be changed, Alucard said, gently stroking Alex's cheek with her finger. Hearing her words, Alex nodded understandingly. He understood very well the nature of thinking beings. By his very essence, Alex loved to watch destruction. After all, he was the living embodiment of the concept of destruction, and that was his nature. But even so, he did not change his convictions. Everyone deserves a happy ending, except for those beings whom, in his opinion, it was impossible to forgive. Alex believed that not everyone deserved a second chance, not even the slightest chance at redemption. Sighing once more from sinking back into his thoughts, Alex lit a cigarette and looked into Alucard's bottomless red eyes. They burned with madness and anticipation for what was to come. Exhaling smoke, Alex thought about where Sarah's and Alessa were right now. And the moment he thought about it, he heard the rapid sound of footsteps. At that instant the doors leading to the stairwell burst open with a characteristic bang, slamming against the wall. In the doorway appeared Sarah's. She was holding Alessa in her arms and was slightly sweaty from having to run down the stairs all the way to the bottom. Catching her breath, Sarah set Alessa down and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She walked over to Alex and Alucard and looked past them, seeing the vampire with an empty gaze, pierced by dozens of iron spears yet still alive. "And what about him?" Sarah's asked, pointing her finger at Cain. "He broke under the weight of his own guilt and fears. Now he's just an empty shell. His vampire unlife continues to exist, but his mind has been completely shattered," Alex said, picking Alessa up in his arms. "So he'll stay like this forever?" Sarah's asked cautiously. "Yes. Forever. This is his punishment for his sins. Death would be a release from pain, but he will eternally relive the worst moments of his life, until his body turns to ash," Alessa said, looking straight into Sarah's eyes with her black ones. Sarah's looked at Alessa and nodded slightly. During this time she had managed to talk with the girl and began to understand. Alessa was a very cold and gloomy child, considering her fate. But Sarah's noticed that Alessa showed warmth only toward those she considered her family. Alucard, meanwhile, smiled slightly upon hearing Alessa's words. Her red eyes flared even brighter. That was why Alucard wanted to learn even more about Alessa herself, and even the thought of becoming Mama Dracula no longer seemed absurd to her, but rather very intriguing. Alex lightly stroked Alessa's hair and sat the girl on his shoulders. "I think it's time to leave, before something else happens again," Sarah said, quickly pulling herself together. "We were just about to leave. We just need to wait for our transport," Alex said with a light smile. "Transport?" Sarah's repeated, tilting her head to the side. "Yeah, transport. And it should appear right about now," Alex said, checking the time on his phone. As soon as Alex finished speaking, the loud roar of an engine sounded. A jeep burst into the dark hotel lobby at high speed, smashing through the main entrance with a crash and destroying it even further. The headlights illuminated the dark lobby, and Jake, sitting in the driver's seat, sharply turned the wheel. The jeep began sliding across the floor until it stopped right next to Alex, Sarah's, and Alucard. Alex smirked slightly when the window rolled down, and Bernadotte poked his head out with a grin on his face. "Hey, boss. Transport has arrived. Sorry for the delay, but who knew that after your stunts we'd have to run a couple of blocks to find a car that still runs. Oh, looks like you've got a new addition. Who's this little miss?" Bernadotte said with a grin, noticing Alessa on Alex's shoulders. "My daughter. Sarah's. Take Alessa and get in the jeep. There won't be enough room for everyone. Alucard and I will ride on the roof." "Jake, you know how we need to go," Alex said, handing Alessa over to Sarah's. "Not the first time we've made an escape like this, Alex." "Hop in, police girl, we're going fast, before they send an army after us," Jake said, waving his hand. Pierce, sitting in the back seat, opened the door so Sarah's could get in. Sarah's, holding Alessa in her arms, climbed into the jeep and nodded, showing she was ready, after buckling up. At that moment Jake pressed the gas pedal and sharply turned the wheel. And before the jeep drove off, Alex scooped Alucard into his arms and jumped onto the roof. At his actions Alucard narrowed her eyes slightly, but at the same time smiled, wrapping her arms around Alex's neck as if allowing him to play the role of a knight rescuing a damsel in distress. "Now hold on tight, it's gonna be a rough ride," Jake said, flooring the gas and gaining even more speed. Sarah's immediately pressed Alessa closer to herself, and the jeep flew out of the hotel entrance at high speed, crashing down the steps with a rumble. As Jake had warned, the interior shook violently. It was hard to stay in place, but fortunately the jeep soon reached the bottom. Those people who hadn't yet left saw the jeep again and the two people on its roof. Jake honked to make people scatter and, without slowing down, sped off down the road. Alex, standing on the jeep's roof, set Alucard down and looked in a certain direction. Alucard shifted her gaze the same way, and they both saw that they were still being followed. Alex lazily raised his hand and gave a thumbs down, while Alucard burst into laughter, showing her contempt for the scene Millennium had staged and for the fact that their brilliant plan had been ruined and they achieved nothing. Meanwhile the Major, sitting in his hideout and watching the entire broadcast from beginning to end, simply smiled, because he had seen something far more interesting than he had anticipated. "It seems I was too hasty in my calculations." "No, I wasn't hasty at all. We saw even more than I expected. Alhambra looks like a pincushion right now, don't you agree? And that wasn't Alucard's doing, but someone else's." What an exhilarating feeling when you discover your enemy was hiding another ace up his sleeve. Ha 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 ha. A man capable of summoning monsters, and Alucard, a monster who still looks human. What a beautiful and romantic sight, yet at the same time so terrifying, like a monster in love. How I would love to see them kill each other. Which one is stronger, the one who commands monsters, or the true monster, the Major said with intermittent manic laughter, staring at the broadcast. The Major couldn't stop laughing, gripping the armrests of his chair. He hadn't expected to see someone like Alex on the stage he had prepared, but at the same time it brought him unrestrained pleasure. His chess game had just become even more complicated with the appearance of a new piece on the board. Looking at Alex through the screen, the Major even considered using him. But the Major, though mad, was not stupid, and in Alex's gaze he saw someone who could not be used. But even so he rejoiced, because his chess game now had more chaos. And while the Major continued smiling, behind him stood the doctor. He was biting his finger until it bled, thinking that the vampire he had created turned out to be an even more defective product than he had anticipated. The doctor was one of those people who could not tolerate imperfection in their creations, and therefore his pursuit of the perfect product was plunging him deeper into the abyss of searching for answers to the questions of truth. I'm very sorry. I suppose I have much more work ahead of me, the doctor said, continuing to bite his finger and thinking about the failure. Don't talk nonsense. I consider this a great success. What we learned today will greatly help us in our fight against Alucard. We've obtained information about an unusual being. Even if we didn't learn about Alucard's abilities, we learned far more than we should have. This isn't just a human, he summons monsters. And not just any monsters, but those capable of judgment. And that means all the years of our hard work will soon pay off. We will create monsters. We will turn monsters into soldiers. We will train monsters. We will supply monsters. We will arm monsters. And we will command monsters. We are the last battalion. This is simply incredible work, our dear professor, the Major said in a manic tone, raising his gaze to the ceiling and reveling in the feeling of anticipation for what was to come. Thank you, Major, the doctor said, nodding slightly. Well, gentlemen, this magnificent performance is nearing its conclusion. What do you think? Isn't it time we return to our beloved home, the Major said, turning in his chair. When the Major turned, the view of his airship's command bridge opened before him. It was flying high in the sky, hidden among the clouds so no one would notice this behemoth. Despite the airship being enormous and drifting among the clouds, it remained unnoticed by prying eyes, and all because the Major knew how to use people and governments to get what he wanted. Without losing the smile on his face, the Major gave the order to turn the airship around, to begin carrying out the next part of his plan. At the same time the jeep left the city limits of Rio and drove into a remote area, where they could wait out all the commotion that had happened at the hotel. Despite the fact that the faces of Alex, Alucard, and Sarah's were unknown because of the masks, Alex still preferred to act cautiously and wait out the storm rather than rush headlong into it. The jeep stopped near an old hotel on the outskirts of Rio. At this hour there would be no extra eyes here. When the jeep stopped, Alex and Alucard jumped down from the roof. Alex opened the door, took Alessa in his arms, and helped Sarah's out. Bernadotte, go pay for the rooms. Jake, Pierce, check if we're being followed. If we want to leave Rio, we need to make sure we're not suddenly stopped, Alex said, looking around. I don't have cash. Boss, don't suppose you could lend me a couple hundred? Bernadotte said with a strained smile, turning out his empty pockets. Then pay with a card, what's the problem? Jake said, raising an eyebrow as he prepared to leave. I don't think places like this accept cards, Bernadotte said, putting his hands behind his head. For the love of God. A man should always have cash in his pocket. Here, this should be enough for one night. With the change you can buy yourself some candy, or beer, your choice, Alex said, pulling several bills from his pocket. You're so generous, boss. You're literally any woman's dream, with that generosity, Bernadotte said with a grin, putting the money in his pocket. Get going already. I'm not planning to stand outside all night, Alex said, waving his hand. Bernadotte grinned, put his hands behind his head, and went to pay for the hotel rooms. Alex shook his head and shifted his gaze to Sarah's and Alucard. Stretching slightly, he leaned against the jeep to wait for Bernadotte's return. Alex glanced in the direction Jake and Pierce had gone. They were checking if anyone was tailing them, which could ruin everything. After all, no one wanted to wake up to armed soldiers bursting into their hotel room while an entire army waited outside. Alex lowered his gaze to Alessa, whom he was holding in his arms, and with a light smile stroked his daughter's hair, causing her to narrow her eyes slightly. So much trouble over such a simple thing, my dear. Do you really need to try so hard to act like an ordinary human? Alucard asked, standing in front of Alex. If you don't want to stand out from the crowd, you have to behave accordingly. And unlike you, who will sit in one place until dawn, I still have a lot of work to do. A whole lot, Alex said, rolling his eyes. What work? I mean, what are you going to do? Sarah's asked in a puzzled tone. The ghoul virus. I want to find an antidote. It's impossible to turn a ghoul back into a human. But I want to create something like an antiviral, in case Millennium suddenly decides to disperse this virus across the world, Alex said, rubbing his chin and narrowing his eyes slightly. So you're going to ruin all of the Major's plans even before he starts carrying them out. Ha 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 ha. I love the sound of that. They spent so many years building their plans, but in the end everything will be destroyed before they even begin to act, Alucard said and burst into loud laughter. And will you manage to do all this in time? I mean, even creating a vaccine for a virus takes many days, and this is far more complicated, Sarah's asked, expressing her concern about this important matter. I already have everything at hand. I took blood samples from the dead SWAT officers. And the main ingredient is right here with me, Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly and looking at Sarah's and Alucard. Why are you looking at me like that? Your gaze is making me uncomfortable, Sarah said, taking a step back. It was me who felt uncomfortable when you were looking at me and then jumped on me. Alex began, but he was immediately interrupted. Don't say it. Sarah shouted with a frightened expression, covering Alex's mouth with her hands. Sarah's face was very red as she covered Alex's mouth. Because the moment he started speaking, very fresh memories of what had happened between them on the plane, when they were lying in the coffin, flashed through her mind. And even though in that very heated moment she had been consumed by bloodlust that amplified her feelings, she remembered everything in detail, touching Alex's body, the softness of his lips, how she licked his neck and lightly bit it. Sarah still tried to justify it by saying it was her thirst, that was why it all happened. But she didn't deny, she had really enjoyed it. And she definitely wasn't going to say out loud that she wanted to repeat it, but only when no one else was around. And right now Sarah didn't want Alex to tell everything, not only because Alucard was here, but also because Alessa definitely shouldn't hear this. Alex looked at Sarah's reddened face, not hiding the amusement in his eyes, narrowed them slightly, and licked her hand, causing her to squeal and pull her hands away from his face. Don't you dare say it. Or I'll bite your face. Sarah said, trying to look threatening, which she failed at miserably because of her flushed face. How scary. Anyway, I need your saliva. So feel free to bite my face. Just gently, like you already did, Alex said, chuckling slightly. I asked you not to talk about it. Your daughter is right here. Sarah shouted, and her head was practically steaming from embarrassment. Police girl, how do you plan to participate in this game if you're like this? I really overestimated you, what a shame. I expected more from you, Sarah's Victoria, Alucard said, looking at Sarah's with eyes full of disappointment. What? Sarah said, beginning to stammer under Alucard's gaze. You know exactly what. Stop denying it. You're Draculina, not some little girl. Do you think someone will wait until you take that step? Time waits for no one, and it won't wait until you gather the courage. If you want something, take it, Alucard said, leaning in and whispering into Sarah's ear. Hearing Alucard's whisper right next to her ear, Sarah swallowed hard and thought about her words. An inner voice told her, Alucard was right, no one would wait for her to decide to do something. Sarah shifted her gaze to Alex, and became even more convinced, she didn't want to lose the feelings she had developed for him. After all, he had become the one who had shown her care from the very beginning. And even the thought that he had other women didn't push her away, it simply made her realize she couldn't claim his entire heart for herself. But even so she was ready to stay by his side. Seeing how Sarah's gaze changed, Alucard smiled slightly and licked her lips, because she wasn't interested in fighting a weak opponent who had no desire to fight or will to win. But Alucard had no intention of saying that in this race she had already pulled far ahead of Integra and Sarah's combined. She found it interesting to participate in a game where she had practically already taken first place. Alex pretended not to listen to their conversation and was busy playing with Alessa's braids, just as he did with Wednesday. Alessa looked at Alex with a blank stare as he used her braids to tickle her nose, just as Wednesday had done when Alex did the same. By this time Bernadotte returned, he was holding 2 hotel room keys in his hands. Alex took one key and, holding Alessa in his arms, immediately headed to the room to get to work. Sarah's and Alucard immediately followed him. Entering the room, Alex looked around, set Alessa on the sofa, and immediately sat at the table, pulling a portable lab and his laptop from his inventory. Alucard sat in an armchair, put on glasses, and lowered her head. Only Sarah didn't know what to do in this situation, and simply sat next to Alessa on the sofa. Alessa had already taken out her phone from her little bag. Sitting beside the girl, Sarah looked at Alex and the portable lab, not even suspecting what this device resembling a small suitcase was. You still haven't explained how I can help create an antidote for the virus, Sarah said, looking at Alex. Sarah, who are you? Alex asked, adjusting his glasses on his nose and looking at her. Me. I'm a vampire, Sarah said, pointing at herself. And if you bite a human and drink their blood, what will they turn into? Alex asked, leading her with questions so she could find the answer herself. Into a ghoul. Sarah said with slight doubt in her voice. Excellent answer, Sarah's Victoria. 10 points to Gryffindor. And now be so kind, fill this vial, Alex said with a light smile, holding out a container toward her. Sarah's looked at the vial Alex was offering her, and her gaze clearly asked, what was she supposed to fill it with? Seeing her confusion, Alex stuck out his tongue and clearly demonstrated what she needed to do. Realizing she was supposed to fill the vial with her saliva, Sarah felt a little embarrassed, and carefully took the vial from Alex's hands, then went to the bathroom so no one would see how she did it. Alex looked at Sarah's and shook his head, even Alessa couldn't help but shake her head too. A couple of moments later Sarah's came out of the bathroom with a red face, holding the vial containing her saliva. Just don't do anything suspicious with it, Sarah said in an embarrassed tone. And what suspicious thing could I possibly do with your saliva? Drink it or something. I don't have preferences like drinking women's saliva, Alex said, flicking Sarah's on the nose. Still, don't do anything suspicious, Sarah said, still insisting. Yes, yes. For now you can rest. If you want to read or watch something, I can give you my tablet. Alucard, do you need anything? Before I start working, Alex said, stretching slightly. I don't think you have anything that would match my tastes, dear, Alucard said, raising her gaze to Alex. I have an extensive collection of things to read. From simple books and legends, including very rare books and cursed books, even suicide diaries and diaries of people who know they'll die at the hands of a monster, Alex said, listing what he had. Why do you carry cursed books with you? And such creepy diaries? Sarah asked, staring at Alex. So they don't end up in the hands of some idiot. Anyway, here's my tablet. You'll figure it out, everything's there, Alex said, handing the tablet to Sarah. Sarah nodded in shock at Alex's words about why he carried cursed items with him and took the tablet to pass the time. Alucard, meanwhile, thought she didn't need anything, she would simply wait, as she always did. But at the same time it felt both pleasant and strange to her that Alex treated her like an ordinary woman and showed so much care. However, Alex had no intention of leaving Alucard just sitting there staring into space, as she always did. He pulled out a book and placed it on Alucard's lap, so she could read and pass the time. Alucard glanced at the book on her lap and raised an eyebrow slightly. But she still decided not to refuse Alex's gesture. Time continued to pass, and several hours had already gone by since Alex and the others arrived at this remote hotel. Alucard continued reading the book with a bored expression, propping her cheek on her fist, while Sarah played an intellectual children's game with Alessa, and had already lost to her more than 10 times. Alex, meanwhile, continued working on the antidote for the virus that was supposed to turn people into ghouls. He took breaks only to smoke and think a little. And soon Alex achieved success, and stretched with a light smile. Phew, that's it. Time to rest, Alex said with a cheerful smile on his face. You're already done. You mean you finished working on the vaccine? It's only been 3 hours. Sarah exclaimed in surprise, staring at Alex. Sarah, your saliva was the key to success. You're a direct descendant of the strongest Nosferatu. Creating a vaccine isn't as difficult as you think. Well, not for me, for others, well, compared to me, as Gia once said. Ah, yes. Glorified monkeys who crawled out of their caves, Alex said, shrugging slightly. That's illogical. You can't just create a vaccine in a few hours, no matter how smart you are, Sarah said in shock, pointing at Alex. All the main calculations and data analysis were done by my assistants. All that's left is to synthesize the antidote and disperse it. And all of the Major's plans for a zombie, or rather ghoul apocalypse go straight to hell. He thinks he can play a chess game with me and win. Nope, no one has ever beaten me, Alex said with a smile, rocking back in his chair. Assistants? Some group of scientists? Sarah asked, raising an eyebrow and ignoring Alex's last words about the apocalypse and chess game. Nope, they're robots I created to help me. Pretty playful little guys, but very helpful in moments like this, Alex said, rubbing his chin. Robots. Actual robots. Sarah asked, growing even more surprised by what she was hearing. Why are you so surprised? You're a vampire. Carmilla is a legendary vampire about whom dozens of books have been written and hundreds of movies made. You weren't this surprised when you learned demons and angels exist. But robots, yes, that's surprising, Alex said, giving Sarah a blank look. Well. Those are different things. These are robots, real robots, Sarah said, trying to justify her reaction. You wouldn't be so surprised if you saw how they behave. I don't know what you imagine when you think of robots. But my little ones are more like crazy pets, who would rather rob a store to get their snacks than behave normally, Alex said, shaking his head and standing up from his chair. Sarah's opened and immediately closed her mouth, realizing she simply had no words for this situation. Alex laughed lightly and lay down on the empty bed, stretching slightly. Alessa immediately climbed onto the bed with Alex and hugged him. Alex smiled, running his fingers through his daughter's hair, and looked at Sarah's, lightly patting the spot next to him, inviting her to lie down beside him. Sarah's hesitated at such a gesture and wanted to refuse, because they weren't alone here. She looked at Alucard, who responded with a light smile, literally reminding her of the words she had recently said. In Sarah's head echoed Alucard's words, no one would wait for her if she didn't take matters into her own hands. Clenching her fists and gathering her resolve, Sarah's lay down on the bed next to Alex. And now they were lying face to face, with Alessa between them. Alex closed his eyes with a smile, to rest for a few hours, because he still needed to return to London. To be continued. Anyway, I'm still trying to remember what happened next in the plot, and I should probably read the manga, because sometimes my memory fails me. I've kind of forgotten what happens after Rio. I mean, what's supposed to happen there? Oh well, it's up to me to figure out what to do. The chapter is written, the relationships between the characters are developing, so we continue our journey forward. Infinity is not the limit. Or maybe it is, who knows. And I'm going to go eat. Peace, love, and the world is on fire. Chapter 617, Chapter 616, The appearance of the priest who walks his own path. The second day had arrived since Alex landed in Rio. When morning came, Alex slowly opened his eyes, and once again felt that extremely unpleasant sensation of waking up. With a slight sigh, he stared at the ceiling, running through everything still left to do in his mind. But all those morning thoughts instantly gave way to one single one: he desperately needed coffee. Lying there a little longer, Alex scanned the hotel room and looked at Alucard. She was still sitting in the same spot where she had been for the past several hours while he slept. Alex noticed that Alucard was still reading the book he had given her the night before. Yawning lightly, Alex tried to carefully pull his arm out from under Sarah's head. She had been using it as a pillow. When he slightly moved his arm so as not to wake her, Sarah immediately stirred and drowsily opened her eyes. Sarah sat up, rubbing her eyes and trying to figure out where she was. The reason for her sleepy state was simple: she hadn't slept in her coffin, and her body was protesting against the disruption of her usual routine. Good morning. Sarah mumbled sleepily, still rubbing her eyes and trying to fully wake up. Good morning to you too, Alex said, yawning again and stretching slightly. Sarah only nodded drowsily, still trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. Alex shifted his gaze to Alessa. She was sleeping on her back, hands neatly folded across her chest. Seeing how his daughter slept, Alex just shook his head. Alessa had even begun imitating the way Wednesday slept. Finally gathering his thoughts, which after a couple of hours of sleep were in complete disarray, Alex got up from the sofa and snapped his fingers, instantly changing his clothes into something more suitable for the local street so he wouldn't stand out when going for coffee. Sarah glanced at Alex, not even noticing how he had changed. Right now her mind held only one question: where was he going? Where are you going? Sarah asked sleepily, standing up from the sofa. I need coffee. And then we need to figure out how to leave Rio unnoticed, Alex said, checking the time on his watch. I'll come with you, Sarah said, nodding and nearly falling back asleep on the spot. Alex didn't mind Sarah's coming along. But he knew she didn't handle direct sunlight well, so he pulled a hooded cloak from his inventory, thick enough for Sarah to shield herself from the sun. Alex tossed the cloak toward her, but she didn't even catch it, it simply landed on her head. Sarah lazily pulled the cloak off her head and very slowly began putting it on, still trying to fully wake up. Alex shifted his gaze to Alucard. She had already closed the book and was looking at him. Alex smiled slightly and walked over to Alucard. Will you watch Alessa while she sleeps? Alex asked, taking Alucard's hand. Do I look like a nanny who's going to babysit sleeping children? Alucard asked with a light, playful smile. I'd tell you the truth. But I think you'd try to kill me. Again. So just watch Alessa. You have more in common than you think, Carmilla, Alex said, gently kissing Alucard's hand. I'm ready. Let's go, came Sarah's sleepy voice from behind Alex. Alucard continued looking at Alex with that playful smile, making it clear she wasn't promising anything. In response, Alex leaned in and kissed Alucard on the cheek, causing her smile to widen even further. Such tenderness was something she hadn't experienced in a very long time. She had even forgotten that someone could show her this kind of affection instead of running away or being too afraid to meet her eyes. But at the same time, it felt both pleasant and intriguing to her. It brought back long-forgotten feelings. Seeing that Alucard didn't refuse to watch Alessa while the girl slept, Alex took Sarah by the hand and left the hotel room. Once Alex and Sarah were gone, Alucard shifted her gaze to Alessa. The girl was sleeping with her arms crossed over her chest. At that moment Alucard's eyes narrowed slightly, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Because now, alone with Alessa, she could find out just how deeply the girl had sunk into darkness and what this child truly was. By this time Alex and Sarah's had left the motel grounds and stood on the road. Alex was trying to figure out which direction to go to buy coffee. Lighting a cigarette, he pointed in the right direction once he finally worked it out. Sarah's nodded slightly, gradually waking up. Fortunately, the nearest coffee shop wasn't far, and by now Sarah's had fully come to her senses and returned to her usual smile, as if nothing had happened the day before. Sarah's, of course, noticed that Alex had been holding her hand the entire time, something she definitely didn't mind, and it only made her smile brighter. Squeezing Alex's hand a little tighter, Sarah's looked at his profile. He looked as if he were too lazy to go anywhere or even move more than necessary. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex tried to recall what he needed to do next and what the following step should be. While he was lost in thought, he and Sarah's reached a fairly simple-looking coffee shop. Alex pushed the door open, and a characteristic bell rang above the entrance. Stepping inside, Alex looked around. Behind the counter stood an elderly woman, and the coffee shop was almost empty, except for one woman sitting by the window. Seeing this woman, Alex sighed slightly and decided to order coffee for himself first while Sarah's looked around. "It's pretty empty in here," Sarah said, glancing at Alex. "This is the outskirts of Rio, there shouldn't be many people. Except for tourists who prefer exploring the city's edges," Alex said, paying for the coffee. Sarah's nodded and took her coffee. She thought about adding a blood-flavored candy to her drink once they stepped outside. But before she could take a step toward the exit, Sarah's noticed Alex walking toward the only woman sitting in this small family coffee shop. Sarah's didn't understand why Alex decided to approach a stranger, but she followed him anyway. Sarah's glanced at the woman. She was dressed in black jeans and a light black women's shirt, her light brown hair tied in a high ponytail. Alex walked up to the table and sat down across from the woman. "Decided to change your style, Amara?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "You think I should always wear the same thing?" Amara replied, bringing her coffee cup to her lips. "Well, yeah. After all, it wasn't me cosplaying a gloomy aristocrat during our last meeting. You know, dark black dress, candles, and a gloomy melody from an old gramophone," Alex said, lazily waving his hand. Amara looked at Alex with a blank stare, then shifted her gaze to Sarah's, who had sat down next to Alex. When Amara looked at her, Sarah's felt slightly uneasy under that gaze. But Amara quickly looked away from Sarah's and back at Alex, causing Sarah's to sigh in relief, not understanding why this woman Alex knew had such a heavy, oppressive look. "So, why are you in Rio? And especially here? Were you waiting for me?" Alex asked, tapping his finger on the table. "Not everything has to be me pretending to be wounded. I felt like getting some fresh air, and ended up here. And why I was waiting for you? It's because of your little stunt yesterday, Freddy the Bear. I was enjoying a massage last night, and then the news came on TV. I couldn't even finish the session because several blocks lost power," Amara said, giving Alex another blank look. Alex's eyelid twitched at her words, and all he could do in his defense was roll his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Amara just shook her head and took another sip of coffee. Then she decided to ask why Alex had caused all that chaos in Rio yesterday, enough to get him labeled a terrorist. Hearing Amara's question, Alex briefly explained what was currently happening, causing Amara to simply nod, not even surprised by what she heard. Sarah's, watching the conversation between Alex and Amara, realized they had known each other for a long time and even behaved like old friends. And that realization brought her a little calm. But when Alex introduced her, Sarah's gave an awkward smile and waved lightly. Amara, in turn, gave Alex a sarcastic smile that said more than words ever could. Alex just cleared his throat dryly, pretending not to understand Amara's hint. "Ah, and before I forget. Your nephew is looking for a weapon that can hurt you. He hasn't had any success so far, because Cass managed to grab a couple before they fell into the wrong hands. He even found another of Balthazar's caches. So be careful, so you don't actually get hurt," Alex said, tapping his finger on the table. "I know he's looking. And thank you for the help. Aren't you afraid Dean and Sam will lose it when the truth comes out?" Amara said, smiling slightly. "We've already talked about this. I'll tell them everything when the time is right. Sauron is still keeping an eye on Dean and Sam, like they're two hobbits heading to Mordor," Alex said, rolling his eyes slightly. "As you say. I noticed you've almost collected everything." "As always, thank you," Amara said, shrugging lightly. "We're best buddies, after all. And it's no trouble for me. Here, this is yours, and I need to get back," Alex said, placing a small box on the table and standing up from his chair. "Take care," Amara said, taking the box in her hands. "You too. Otherwise I'll have to listen to Dean's whining again." "A little more and he'll empty all my supplies," Alex said, chuckling lightly and waving his hand as he led Sarah's out of the coffee shop. Hearing Alex's last words, Amara laughed lightly. After all, how could she not know about the struggles Dean faced? She occasionally visited his dreams, where she could talk to him, even if Dean remembered nothing after waking up. Once outside the coffee shop, Sarah's looked at Alex, wondering what they had talked about and what he had given her. But what Sarah's definitely understood was that Amara didn't have the simplest relationship with her family, since her nephew was looking for a weapon that could kill her. And thinking about that, Sarah's realized, Amara was no ordinary human. These thoughts made Sarah's frown even deeper, understanding that she had only caught a small part of the conversation between Alex and Amara, because everything sounded very strange and veiled. Alex noticed Sarah's thoughtful look and lightly patted her on the head to get her attention. Sarah's turned her head and looked at Alex thoughtfully. If you want to ask, just ask. No need to rack your brain over questions you won't be able to answer yourself anyway, Alex said, smiling slightly. Who was that woman? Sarah's asked, stopping in place. Amara. Well, she's a very ancient woman who was betrayed. And now she wants revenge, and I'm helping her. That's all, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. I see. So her family still wants to kill her, Sarah said, nodding. Something like that. It's all pretty complicated to explain in 2 words. You could make a whole series about her story. Better let's go buy breakfast for everyone, Alex said, chuckling lightly and continuing to walk. Let's go. Alessa is probably hungry. And about your friend Dean, what kind of relationship do they have? Sarah said with a smile, following Alex. I didn't expect you to be such a gossip, Alex said, pinching Sarah's nose. I'm just curious. I mean, it's obvious Amara and Dean have some kind of relationship, Sarah said, blushing slightly from embarrassment. If we're talking about their relationship. Yeah, they're sort of together, but in a very strange way. They're bound to each other, but they can't be together. In short, one big romantic comedy, Alex said, shrugging lightly. Sarah's nodded, and her mind immediately began painting very strange pictures from romantic books, where the main characters face obstacles preventing them from being together. Alex noticed Sarah's look, when she started behaving like a teenage girl who had just learned about someone's romantic life. Unable to resist, Alex pinched Sarah's nose again, causing her to squeak lightly and glare at him angrily for doing it once more. Alex just smiled and took Sarah's by the hand, and they continued walking down the road. Meanwhile back at the motel, Alucard and Alessa were looking at each other without saying a word. Alessa had woken up a few minutes after Alex and Sarah's left, and saw only Alucard sitting in the same spot. Alessa's black eyes looked into Alucard's red ones, and neither of them had spoken the entire time. A mysterious smile played on Alucard's face as she looked into Alessa's eyes and saw the impenetrable darkness there with rare glints of light. This indicated that even after plunging into darkness and becoming a monster, Alessa still reached for the light, which in her life had become Alex and her new family. But despite those small glimmers of light in Alessa's black eyes, Alucard saw a very dark and cruel soul, one that would spare no one. And that only brought a smile to her face. At the same time, Alucard wanted to see everything Alessa was capable of if she showed her darkness to others. And she had no intention of doing it now, she had time to see it with her own eyes. Alessa, meanwhile, looking at Alucard, was thinking whether she could consider Alucard her new mother, or if it wasn't time yet. And that was the only question swirling in her head at the moment. But she didn't find an answer, so she decided to ask her sisters. Alessa took her phone from her little bag and messaged them. After writing to her sisters and instantly receiving a reply, Alessa nodded. Alucard noticed Alessa's actions and raised an eyebrow slightly, noticing how the look Alessa had been giving her earlier had changed. What's wrong, child? Alucard asked, intrigued by the reason for the change in Alessa's gaze. My sister said you're our new mom, Alessa said calmly, looking straight into Alucard's eyes. Really? Interesting. And why would I become your mother, child? Alucard asked, looking at Alessa with interest. You already know the answer, Mom. You can't escape Dad, and you don't want to escape him. You wouldn't be able to escape anyway, Mom. You love Dad, but in your own way, Alessa said calmly, continuing to look into Alucard's eyes. Hearing Alessa's words, Alucard's eyes widened for a moment, and then she burst into loud laughter, hunching over in the chair she was sitting in. With her laughter Alucard neither denied Alessa's words, nor confirmed them. Alucard had long forgotten what love or attachment even was. She simply took what she desired, and now her target was Alex. Alucard stopped laughing, and her smile grew wider and more manic, baring her sharp teeth. She rose from the chair and approached Alessa, leaning forward to look into the girl's eyes. Alucard's face was shrouded in thick shadow, from which only her red eyes were visible, looking down at Alessa. Alessa, with the same emotionless expression, looked back into Alucard's eyes, clearly showing her stance in this conversation. Alucard's smile began to twist and stretch unnaturally, making it even more terrifying, when she noticed that even in such a situation Alessa had no intention of backing down. And that filled Alucard with pure delight. You say I love your father. You said I can't escape him, but can he escape me? Can you call it love, the desire to possess someone who evokes so many emotions in you and brings so many thrilling things? Answer me, child. Or are you afraid of me? Alucard said, looming over Alessa. It's not for me to answer that question, but for you, Mom. And you're not the first mom who loves our father in that way. And I'm not afraid of you. You're not scary, Alessa said, tilting her head slightly to the side. Interesting, very interesting. You really are his daughter. Now his personality intrigues me even more. Because your father is not death. I'm right, aren't I, child? Alucard said, returning to her usual appearance. He'll tell you himself. You want to hear those words from him personally, not from me, Mom, Alessa said, looking straight into Alucard's eyes. Ha 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 ha. You're right, I want him to tell me everything himself. It seems everything is becoming far more interesting. And if he's not going to choose one of us, then I'll simply take first place in this race. Or maybe I already have. My mistress still wants to control him, Sarah's is still acting like a lovesick girl. How fascinating. It seems I'm already first. And I like it, Alucard said, laughing loudly. It won't be easy for you, Mom. Mom Wednesday said, whoever celebrates victory too early always ends up last. Unlike Dad, you act impulsively when you want something, Alessa said coldly, stating her opinion. Hearing Alessa's words, Alucard looked at the girl with interest. A light smile appeared on Alucard's face when Alessa expressed her opinion. Alucard couldn't help but note that Alessa was almost an exact copy of Integra, only darker and more cruel. Alucard even thought about how Integra would react upon hearing how Alessa spoke. Would Integra consider taking Alessa under her wing to raise her as the next head of Helsing? You're clever, child. I think Integra would want an heir like you, Alucard said, running her finger along Alessa's cheek. Maybe you should call her. To report to your mistress what's happening, before Dad gets back, Alessa said calmly, changing the subject. Alucard looked at the phone being offered to her, then back at Alessa. It wasn't hard for her to understand that Alessa was changing the subject, and that only amused her. Alucard took the phone from Alessa's hands and sat back in the chair. She began dialing Integra's number with light taps of her fingers, already anticipating the conversation with her mistress. After all, Alex wasn't here to stop her, and she could once again play her little game with Integra to annoy her and throw her off balance a little more. Bringing the phone to her ear, she heard the dial tone, and then Integra's voice came from the other end. Alessa, meanwhile, sat calmly in her place, clutching her terrifying rabbit Robbie to her chest, thinking about her conversation with Alucard. She thought she had done everything right, just as her sisters had asked, so her potential mothers wouldn't run away from their dad. Who is this? Integra's voice came from the other end. It's me, my mistress, Alucard said calmly, smiling slightly. Report what you've learned, Integra said in a calm tone. All of this is the work of the Major and his last battalion. From beginning to end, all of it is their plan. Even back then they acted exactly the same way. The way they operate. And what they plan. It's deeply etched in my memory, my mistress, Alucard said calmly. Excellent. Alucard, today Her Majesty is convening a round-table meeting, Integra said, sitting at her desk in her office. Seriously? The Queen herself? Alucard asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. That's why return as quickly as possible. We need a full report on everything you've managed to learn. Don't make Her Majesty wait, Integra said, turning in her chair and looking out the window. As you command, Integra. But we won't be returning alone, we'll bring a pleasant surprise for you, my mistress. You also want to see his children, don't you? A child you could raise as your heir, who would call you Mom. His child. Those thoughts bring you pleasure, don't they? They stir your blood. You see it in your mind too, don't you? Alucard said, looking at Alessa sitting nearby. Shut up, you idiot. Don't talk nonsense. Get back here right now, you fool. Integra shouted and immediately ended the call. At that moment Integra was sitting in her office, and a light blush had appeared on her cheeks. She didn't deny Alucard's words, but she also wasn't going to admit them so openly. She knew Alex's children were intelligent, very intelligent for their age. And she would like to see them with her own eyes. But she definitely wasn't going to voice her thoughts on the matter. Alucard, in turn, laughed loudly, once again having managed to break through Integra's defenses, and she could clearly feel it. Alessa, watching this and hearing the entire conversation, just shook her head with a cold expression, not understanding why Alucard enjoyed angering Integra so much. And when Alucard finished the call, Alex and Sarah's returned. The moment Alex stepped into the room, he heard Alucard's laughter, and once again wondered, what had amused her so much. Alex shifted his gaze to Alessa, she gave him a blank look. Sighing to himself, Alex realized what had happened again when he noticed the phone in Alucard's hands. Shaking his head, Alex picked Alessa up and set the breakfast he had bought in front of her. Jake, Pierce, and Bernadotte also received their breakfast, and now all that remained was to figure out how to leave Rio without attracting too much attention. After all, even though he had worn a mask yesterday, their entire group looked far too suspicious to leave the country so openly. After some time, Jake, Pierce, and Bernadotte arrived to discuss how they would leave Rio. There's nothing to be done, we can't fly back right now. Airports will definitely be checked. And we're too noticeable, Bernadotte said, stuffing a burger into his mouth. By ship it'll take a whole week, if not more, Sarah said, sitting next to Alessa at the table. You might as well suggest hijacking a plane, little lady, Jake said, rocking back in his chair. A plane isn't even an option. And how would we hijack a plane unnoticed? This isn't stealing apples from a market. You can't just grab and run. They'd shoot us down before we even gained enough altitude, Bernadotte said, rolling his eyes slightly. In principle, it's possible. In theory, Alex said, rubbing his chin. Everyone looked at Alex, who genuinely believed it was possible to hijack an entire plane to return to London. But before anyone could voice their thoughts, the hotel room door was kicked in. Everyone immediately turned their heads and saw Father Anderson standing in the doorway. A smile appeared on Alucard's face. She rose from her seat and walked toward Father Anderson. Father Anderson stepped into the room, and as soon as he and Alucard were close enough, they both raised their fists to strike. And before their fists could connect, Alex appeared between them, placing his hands on Anderson's chest and Alucard's, pushing them apart. Alucard stepped back and landed softly in the chair she had been sitting in, while Anderson took several steps back, until his back hit the wall. If you came here to fight, I don't mind beating you, priest, Alex said calmly, cracking his neck slightly. You. Anderson said, drawing his silver bayonets. Sheath your weapon, priest. Because my daughter is here, Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Anderson narrowed his eyes slightly and saw Sarah shielding Alessa. Seeing that there was a child present, Anderson put away his weapons, because he had always cared for children. But in Alessa's gaze he saw thick darkness that should not belong to a child. He didn't even consider Alessa a monster, rather a child who had endured terrible trials. In his life he had seen that same look in the eyes of children who came to the orphanage he ran, and there were far more such children than he could have imagined. And all he could feel in that moment was pity for Alessa. Not quite the monster after all, since you care for a child. The Vatican has a small private plane, it's 30 kilometers north. Take this paper and get out of here. Before I change my mind and decide to kill you all again. Even despite the fact that this child is here, Anderson said, pulling a document with a seal from his inner pocket. Thank you for the help, priest. But before you leave, allow me to remind you, Alex said, taking the document in his hands. What else do you want to tell me, monster? Anderson asked before leaving. Heaven is empty, and down below a coup is underway. Is it worth walking the path you've chosen if there will be nothing at the end of what your faith promises? Alex said, looking straight into Anderson's eyes. That doesn't matter to me. I am merely a weapon in his hands. And I will not stop, until I die or until all this scum dies. Protect your child, monster. So she doesn't follow in your footsteps. It doesn't matter, child or adult, a monster is a monster, Anderson said, looking back into Alex's eyes. At that very moment, the atmosphere in the room shifted so abruptly and intensely that a shiver ran down everyone's spine, except for Alucard and Anderson. Alex's face instantly went blank as he delivered a swift punch to Anderson's face. In the same second, Anderson smashed straight through the wall and flew outside, sliding across the ground and leaving a clear, elongated trail behind him. Alex stepped through the hole in the wall after him, with a grim expression on his face. Sarah's wanted to intervene, but Jake placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling her not to move. Anderson rose from the ground, spat blood, and snorted blood from his nose. In an instant, Anderson drew his silver bayonets. But Alex was already beside him in the same moment and placed a hand on Anderson's shoulder. Anderson felt an immense weight on his body, as if he were about to be crushed. And his legs buckled with a loud crack, he fell to the ground. Choose your words carefully, priest. Even if I'm interested in your potential as a human, killing you would be like crushing an ant. I am not a monster, Anderson. But I could hunt down every single member of the Vatican, every last one, and kill them all. And none of you scum could stop me. You call me a monster, but the one who raises a hand against a child, that is the true monster. People like you consider everyone around them sinners. But you forgot the most important thing. No one has the right to take freedom from others. He gave you all freedom, not so that people like you could take it away. You are not God's weapon. You are a thief of freedom, Alex said, continuing to press Anderson down into the ground. I've seen children like that in the orphanage. Empty eyes, souls already broken. They smile when beaten because they know nothing else. You call that freedom. You gave her darkness instead of light. Your words change nothing, monster. I don't believe in heaven. I believe only in duty. So protect your child, monster. So she doesn't follow in your footsteps and become like you or her, Anderson said, ignoring his shattered shoulder and forcing himself to rise, even as his knees cracked under the pressure on his body. I'll give my daughter everything she desires. It's not your place to lecture me, priest. People like you don't save children like that, you impose your faith on them, turn them into God's weapons so they can die in your war. But they're just children. Children who also want to find family and warmth. Remember how many children left the orphanage, without becoming soldiers in your war. They are not your weapons, they are alive, just like all of you, Alex said, squeezing Anderson's shoulder with such force that the bones inside cracked with a clear, dry sound. Do you think I don't know how many of them broke? I see their faces every night. Boys who cried when I taught them to hold a bayonet. Girls who whispered, I don't want to die for God. I remember every single one who ran away. Every single one who died without becoming a soldier. And I still keep going. Because if I stop, then all of them died for nothing. Now go. Fly on my plane. Because a monster is a monster. Even if he calls himself a father, Anderson said, ignoring his shattered shoulder and forcing himself to rise, even as his knees cracked and buckled under the inhuman pressure that was still crushing his body. Hearing those words, Alex continued staring straight into Anderson's eyes, and saw the full weight of accumulated pain, exhaustion, and shattered faith hidden behind that fanatical resolve. Alex had seen that look many times before. The look of a man who failed to save or protect someone important. The look of a man who, despite everything, keeps moving forward, to reach a goal he himself considers unreachable, yet refuses to stop. That was why Alex wanted to give Anderson a new purpose and the strength to achieve it. But not now, when the time was right. I understand you, priest. Your gaze. We're alike. You've seen all of this with your own eyes, but you were too weak to change it. Your only way to save those children is to kill all the monsters. I see it in your eyes, that's your true goal. That's your true crusade, the one you started yourself. You can go, priest. Because this isn't the place where your path ends. But when your path comes to its end, there, at the end, I'll be waiting for you. And we'll talk again, Alex said, healing Anderson with a single light pass of his palm before fully releasing him. Hearing those words, Anderson saw in Alex's eyes the same look he saw in the mirror every morning. In that instant he understood, Alex was only pretending to be a monster, but he was not one. And when that realization fully struck him, Anderson understood everything. Standing before Alex, he slowly brushed the dust and blood from his torn clothes, sheathed his silver bayonets back inside his coat, and calmly began to walk away. After a few steps, Anderson paused, turned his head over his shoulder, and looked at Alex. I'll be waiting for our next meeting, Anderson said in a quiet voice, and those final words hung in the air before he finally departed. Alex simply lit a cigarette and tiredly lifted his gaze to the sky. All he could do in that moment was mentally curse Chuck once again for what he had done to this universe. Alex could understand why Anderson was such a broken man, yet still kept moving forward. After all, anyone would break if forced to walk the same path. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex stubbed out the cigarette and returned to the others, so they could finally leave this country and return to London. To be continued. Oh my God, today is a complete fucking day. Suddenly, I was overwhelmed with so much work that I simply didn't know what I needed to do first. And at that moment, my brain literally boiled from fatigue and overexertion. And all I can do at this moment is lie down and stare at the ceiling. Screw it, I'm going to relax, peace, love, and yo-ho-ho. Chapter 618, Chapter 617, Declaration of War. After the conversation with Anderson, Alex returned to the hotel room, stepping back through the same torn, smoking hole in the wall that the priest had left behind. When he stepped inside, everyone inside froze and stared at him with different expressions, some with anxiety, some with wariness, some with barely concealed shock. The only exceptions were Jake and Pierce. They knew Alex and his character too well, so they simply watched in silence, understanding that now was not the time to ask questions. Bernadotte swallowed hard, his Adam's apple visibly bobbed. He had just witnessed how, in a single moment, Alex switched from a relaxed guy who was smilingly suggesting they hijack a plane to get back to London, to a cold, ruthless man who attacked without the slightest warning if anyone threatened his daughter. Sarah's exhaled with obvious relief, glad that everything had ended without new casualties, but at the same time, she was worried about Alex's state. She hadn't expected to see such an icy, almost inhuman expression on his face. Alucard, however, watched Alex calmly, without a trace of surprise. She had heard the entire conversation from start to finish. But what struck her most were the words, "Heaven is empty, and down below a coup is underway." She instantly grasped the deep meaning behind that phrase, and at the realization, her red eyes narrowed even further, a predatory, almost exhilarated glint flashing in the depths of her pupils. Alex, meanwhile, returned to his usual light smile, looking as if nothing special had happened. Anderson's words and gaze had told him a great deal, enough for him to mentally decide, this broken yet unbroken priest was worthy of an invitation to his guild. When the time came. Sighing once more, now calmly, almost tiredly, Alex swept his gaze over everyone and flashed a wide smile. Well, what are we standing around for? Let's pack up and get out of here before they make us pay for the hole in the wall and the broken door, he said, clapping his hands with exaggerated cheer. Boss, you're the one who broke that wall, Bernadotte pointed out with a strained smile, clearly trying to lighten the mood. No, that wasn't me. That was the priest who broke the wall with his back. Let them build the Vatican, I'm leaving. Come on, my little princess, time to fly to London, Alex replied with the most innocent expression, picking Alessa up in his arms and pressing her close. Hearing that, Bernadotte's lip twitched, he opened his mouth to deliver his signature sarcastic remark, but Alex didn't give him a chance. In an instant, he scooped up the stunned Ceres in his arms and, without a word, leaped back through the hole in the wall. In that same moment, Bernadotte's eyes widened in shock. He whipped his head around and realized that even Alucard had somehow vanished. Jake and Pierce had already bolted after Alex, and he was left completely alone in the hotel room with a massive hole in the wall, through which a cool morning breeze lazily blew. Standing in total silence and solitude, Bernadotte realized a simple and bitter truth: they had just ditched him. Hey! Don't leave me behind. I'm not paying for this, he shouted, grabbing his backpack and jumping out through the hole in the wall after them. Bernadotte burst outside just as the jeep they had arrived and was about to pull away. Without wasting a second, he sprinted and leaped into the back seat, causing the whole vehicle to rock, and everyone inside erupted into loud laughter. All Bernadotte could do was mentally curse his rotten luck for nearly making him pay for something he hadn't even done. Jake, behind the wheel, immediately floored the gas, sharply turned the steering wheel, and the jeep, tires squealing, shot out of the motel grounds, racing toward the remote private airport where the Vatican plane was already waiting. The entire drive to the airport, Alex sat with Alessa on his lap, gently stroking her hair and gazing out the window, trying to relax at least a little. This calm would last only a few days, and then all of London would be engulfed in flames. He was glad he had prepared everything in advance. Now all that remained was to wait for the mechanism to start turning. Alex knew exactly where the major and his last battalion were located. He had ripped that information straight from Cain's mind. He could go there right now, wipe out the entire army in seconds, and nothing would happen. But there was no point in that. He wasn't going to throw away a week of careful, meticulous preparation just because of a moment of laziness. Thanks to his plan, no one in London would truly die. Everyone would wake up the next morning as if nothing had happened, not even knowing that a war had just ended in their city, that the city had been destroyed, set ablaze, and drowned in blood. Continuing to look out the window, Alex smiled faintly, never stopping his gentle strokes through Alessa's hair. But the smile quickly faded from his face when he remembered he had forgotten to do something. He quickly pulled his phone from his pocket and sent Jessie a massive batch of data, so she would be fully prepared for what was about to begin. After sending the message, Alex saw that Jessie had read it but hadn't replied. He understood, she was now carefully studying the documents. Ceres, sitting beside him, couldn't help but glance at his phone screen, and seeing the name Jessie, she felt her smile falter. The thought flashed through her mind: how had she managed to fall for such a womanizer with an entire collection of women? The simplest and safest option seemed to be pretending she hadn't seen anything, but curiosity won out. Ceres still peeked at the chat. And she quickly realized, it was mostly work-related, nothing personal. She didn't even notice how relieved she exhaled, and that loud sigh immediately caught Alex's attention. Hearing it, Alex turned his head and looked at Ceres. She instantly looked away, doing her best to pretend she had simply been staring out the window and hadn't peeked at any phone. Alex just shrugged, typed Jessie one more short message saying he was already working on the ghoul virus problem, and put the phone back in his pocket. Ceres turned her head back, and suddenly very much wanted to ask who this Jessie was. Who were you texting? She asked in an embarrassed tone, trying to sound as casual as possible. You mean Jessie? She's my employer, sort of. In case you forgot, I'm kind of a Bureau of Control agent. And Jessie kind of pays me to play the role of an agent, Alex replied, shrugging lightly. Hearing that, Ceres's eyes widened, and she suddenly remembered that she really had forgotten about it. Alex had mentioned he was a federal agent way back at the beginning of their acquaintance, and hadn't brought it up since. Ceres mentally excused her forgetfulness by the fact that he himself hadn't said a word about it afterward. But there was one other person in the jeep who was looking at Alex with no less surprise: Bernadotte. In his mind, federal agents were supposed to be nauseatingly proper, disciplined, and boring, not like Alex. Boss, you're not kidding. You're seriously a federal agent? Bernadotte asked, staring at him with his mouth open. Yeah. And I only agree because having a Bureau of Control agent identity opens a lot of doors. Plus they pay well. All I have to do is solve certain problems. Like a creepy clown, or helping a writer who trapped himself, Alex replied, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. You've actually dealt with a creepy clown. And what was he like? Bernadotte asked with a grin, clearly intrigued. Just your average creepy clown, likes kidnapping and eating kids whose parents don't care. We gutted him, and the clown died. Had to take the job, otherwise the bureau couldn't do anything about him because of the clown's peculiarities, Alex said with a light smirk. Alex, you're not planning to take over the bureau too, are you? Jake asked with a grin, eyes still on the road. Jake kept chuckling, but the response was silence. Stopping his laughter, he turned his head and stared at Alex, who pointedly looked out the window, pretending he hadn't heard the question. But Alex perfectly remembered that he had already promised to talk to the board after returning from London. Sarah's was also looking at him, she very much wanted to hear the answer, and it was obvious he was just dodging the topic. Alex, don't you have enough work already? Pierce asked, looking at him from the back seat. Listen, this isn't my idea. They're forcing me to do it. If it were up to me, I'd never work at all, just lie on the couch or travel. You think I want to run a secret federal organization? No, of course I don't. But if I don't help, those astral bastards will never leave me alone, Alex said in an irritated tone, barely holding back from rolling his eyes. You're complaining now, but they pay you for it, right? Jake pointed out, glancing at Alex through the rearview mirror. Of course they pay. My services are very expensive. So after I help them, I'll get a whole building. So I come out ahead, Alex replied, chuckling lightly. A whole building? Are you serious right now? What exactly do you have to do to get a whole building? Bernadotte exclaimed in surprise, staring at him even wider. You're better off not knowing. You're not even used to the idea that the monster in the closet is real, and you're already trying to learn more. I'm afraid if I tell you, you'll literally shit your pants, Alex said, giving Bernadotte a dry, almost bored look. Oh yeah. Like what? Bernadotte asked with a grin, clearly not backing down. You're better off not knowing. When the vampire situation is over, and you're still alive, then I'll tell you everything. Maybe I'll even offer you a job, one that pays way more than you make now, Alex said, leaning his cheek on his fist and looking out the window. Bernadotte shifted his gaze from Alex to Jake and Pierce. They were sitting in front and smiling slightly, clearly showing the truth Alex might tell was far more interesting and terrifying than he could even imagine. Bernadotte thought for a moment and began mentally going over everything he had already missed. Monsters in the closet were real, ghosts existed, vampires too, and how much more was there he didn't know. After drinking beer with Jake and Pierce last night and chatting with the guys, he realized the world was far bigger and scarier than it seemed. Sarah's even felt like patting Bernadotte on the shoulder, to show him that the truth he knew was only the smallest, safest part. But at the same time, she herself very much wanted to learn more about Alex's work, especially considering that he was going to take over the bureau he worked for, and someone was forcing him to do it. In response to her look, Alex just smiled and lightly pinched her nose, showing, I'll tell you later. Sarah's blushed, swatted his hand away, and pouted like an offended child, because he always did that instead of just explaining everything. Soon the jeep pulled up to a small private airport where the Vatican plane was already waiting. Stepping out of the car with Alessa in his arms, Alex looked at the aircraft and rolled his eyes slightly upon seeing the inscription Deus Vult. Clearing his throat dryly, he stepped onto the boarding stairs and climbed aboard. The moment he stepped inside, he immediately saw Alucard. She was already sitting in a seat, holding a glass of red wine. Alex realized where this female vampire had disappeared to after they left for the airport. But what surprised him more was the absence of pilots in the cockpit. That meant they would have to fly the plane themselves. Alex looked at Jake and Pierce and nodded toward the cockpit. They silently headed that way. Alex sat in the seat across from Alucard. She gave him a light, slightly mocking smile. He, in turn, looked at her with a tired gaze, because she had simply gone ahead of everyone. Sarah's, want to watch a movie? Last time we didn't get to finish it, Alex asked with a wide, almost childlike smile, turning his head towards Sarah's, who was sitting beside him. I asked you not to bring that up. Sarah's exclaimed, nearly shouting because Alex was once again raising the topic of what had happened between them in her coffin. I'll think about it. All right, sit closer, it'll be uncomfortable to watch a movie if you're sitting so far away, Alex said, patting the spot next to him. Sarah's nodded in embarrassment and slid closer, leaning against his shoulder. Sitting beside Alex, she looked at Alessa, who had settled on his lap, and thought that at this moment they looked like a real family heading out on a trip. The thought brought a happy, almost dreamy smile to Sarah's face, and she pressed even closer to Alex. Alucard, watching this, looked at Sarah and thought, if she wants to play family so badly, let her play as much as she wants. The only one left on the sidelines feeling out of place was Bernadotte. He grimaced at the whole sickly sweet atmosphere between Alex, Sarah's, Alucard, and Alessa. They looked like the perfect family on vacation. And what annoyed him most, he was forced to watch it all from the front row. Not wanting to ruin his mood any further, Bernadotte stood up from his seat and went to the front of the cabin. Within minutes the plane had gained altitude, and all that remained was the flight to London. The return flight to London took less time than Alex had expected, and by 9 in the evening the plane had already landed at a private airport, where prepared transport was already waiting. Stepping off the plane, Alex sent Jake, Pierce, and Bernadotte back to the Helsing estate, so they could explain everything to the others. Saying goodbye to the three guys, Alex, Sarah's, and Alucard got into a black armored SUV. Leaning back in the seat, Alex watched the evening lights of London. The car glided smoothly through the city streets. Soon they arrived in the suburbs, at the royal residence. Inside the specially prepared conference hall, the knights of the Helsing Round Table were already gathered under Integra's leadership. She sat at the head of the long table. Opposite her sat Enrico Maxwell, with his advisor beside him and his bodyguard standing behind. Integra had her hands folded under her chin and was looking at the doors, wondering when Alex and Alucard would finally appear. And behind her, on a raised platform, in a throne-like chair, sat the Queen of Britain. She was the one who had convened this emergency meeting. Sir Helsing. Has he not arrived yet? The Queen asked in a calm but firm tone. No, Your Majesty. But I'm certain they will appear soon, Integra replied, turning her head slightly. The Queen gave a short nod and fell silent again. Meanwhile, Maxwell was quietly talking with his people, discussing the Major's plans and how they all had to play defense because the enemy had infiltrated every layer of society, from government and military to economy and church. And all of this because too many had succumbed to the temptation of immortality. Maxwell didn't hide his words, speaking loud enough for everyone to hear. But no one objected, everyone perfectly understood what he was talking about. The Vatican was conducting purges within itself, Helsing was doing the same, but both sides had so far achieved no significant success. The traitors were too hard to identify. However, all conversation instantly ceased when the conference hall doors opened with a quiet hum. In the doorway appeared Alex, holding Alessa in his arms, Alucard, and Sarah's. By this time Alex had changed into more formal attire, a strict, dark, impeccably fitted suit. Alessa was also dressed appropriately, a black elegant dress suitable for an audience with the Queen of Britain. Alex swept his gaze over everyone and narrowed his eyes slightly. We've returned from the mission, my mistress, Alucard said with a light smile, tilting her head slightly. Good work. Remove your glasses in the Queen's presence, Integra replied with a barely noticeable smile. A soft, almost tender smile appeared on Alucard's face. She slowly removed her red glasses and stepped forward toward the Queen. Alex carefully set Alessa on the floor and walked toward Integra. As Alucard approached the platform, the bodyguards tried to stop her, but with a single light motion she flung them aside, not even slowing her step. Alex only glanced sideways at the elderly Queen and smiled faintly. He walked around Integra, pulled out a chair for Alessa and seated her, then pulled a thin folder of documents from the inner pocket of his coat and placed it in front of Integra. She, seeing the documents, gave a short nod. By this time Alucard had already reached the Queen and dropped to one knee, with a tender, almost reverent smile. It's been a long time, Carmilla, the Queen said in an aged but still firm voice, extending her hands toward Alucard. Yes, almost 50 years. And you've already managed to become Queen, Alucard replied with the same tender smile. Let me see your face up close, Carmilla, the Queen said, gently touching her cheeks. The Queen slowly ran her fingers over Alucard's face, for in the past they had known each other. Back then Arthur Helsing led the Round Table Knights, and the future Queen was still a young princess of Britain, and she had been fortunate enough to meet Alucard. Alex knew about this strange, almost impossible friendship between the female vampire and the Queen, and watched the scene with light, slightly ironic interest, standing beside Integra. She, meanwhile, was carefully studying the documents he had brought her. Maxwell irritably looked away from Alucard and the Queen, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to the documents in front of Integra. Then he turned his eyes to Alex, and inside him stirred an unpleasant feeling. Their first acquaintance had not gone in the best way. The Queen, however, continued to smile tenderly, holding Alucard's face in her palms. You haven't changed a bit, Carmilla. As you can see, the years have not been kind to me. I've grown so old. Simply turned into a wrinkled old woman, the Queen said, withdrawing her hands. You are still the same little princess from 50 years ago, young lady. No. I think you've become even more beautiful, Your Majesty, Alucard replied with a light, warm smile. Thank you for such pleasant words. Report, Carmilla, the Queen said, quietly laughing at the compliment. I'm afraid this time I did nothing, Your Majesty. All the work was done by my chosen one, Alucard said, pointing a finger at Alex. Chosen one, the Queen quietly repeated and shifted her gaze. She looked at Alex, and realized she hadn't noticed him at first. The Queen carefully examined him from head to toe, including how he carried himself, how he stood, how he held himself together. Her gaze involuntarily slid to Alessa, who was sitting at the table beside Alex. Now everyone present was looking at Alex, after Alucard's words. And all of them had very strange expressions, including Integra, who was internally seething with irritation. She perfectly understood that Alucard was staking her claim and once again trying to throw her off balance. Unlike Integra, Sarah's had already come to terms with the fact that she wasn't the only one with feelings for Alex, and was simply trying to accept it. Noticing so much attention on him, Alex smiled faintly. "Good evening, Your Majesty. My name is Alexander Voldegode. If you permit, I will report what we learned from the vampire named Cain Alhambra," Alex said, giving a slight courteous bow. "Of course. You may speak," the Queen replied, carefully assessing his demeanor. "Thank you." During a brief interrogation, with light application of force, Alex began with a light smile. "Her Majesty does not need to know exactly how it happened. Speak to the point." And quickly, Integra interrupted, not letting him elaborate. "Fine then. Why get upset, Integra? In short, during World War II there was one fat and insane Nazi dwarf. He thought, why not create an army of vampires? And the cover for it was another plan, which was essentially right in front of everyone's eyes," Alex continued, giving a slight nod. "That was the Millennium Plan," Integra finished for him. "Exactly. There was the Millennium Plan for transporting Nazi soldiers who fled the war, and the Millennium Project, which was creating monsters for the war. During World War II, Carmilla and Walter were supposed to wipe them all out to the last one. But, as it turned out, they survived, and continued their experiments. At this stage they are closer than ever to creating perfect vampires. And importantly, the events in Rio were merely an experiment, which we managed to stop in time. And the name Last Battalion, the last remnants of the Third Reich, that is the real Millennium," Alex concluded, clear and without unnecessary details. Hearing his words, the room erupted in commotion, everyone began speaking at once. Only Integra thoughtfully raised her gaze to Alex, immediately understanding, he had deliberately withheld most of the information. After all, yesterday she had received a detailed report from him about everything they had learned. But at that same moment, a voice sounded in her head, Alex's voice, explaining that no one could know about the ghoul virus. If it started being discussed, he wouldn't have time to disperse the antiviral. Hearing this, Integra gave a short nod, agreeing with Alex's decision to keep that information secret. He had already prepared everything and was doing it covertly, so the enemy wouldn't suspect and start acting ahead of schedule. But suddenly one extra person appeared in the meeting hall, someone no one had noticed except Alex. A young boy with light hair and cat ears, a member of Millennium, Schrödinger. Possessor of the most unique ability, to exist everywhere and nowhere at once, as long as he was aware of himself as an individual. The blood of Cain told you a lot. In fact, this is very bad, came Schrödinger's cheerful, almost childish voice, instantly drawing everyone's attention in the room. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, everyone who could instantly drew their weapons and aimed them at Schrödinger. He stood against the wall with an innocent face, not even paying attention to the barrels pointed at his head. Alex only raised an eyebrow, carefully studying the boy's essence. He saw the same thing he had seen in Adi's essence. But what truly interested Alex was how Schrödinger had acquired this ability and under what circumstances. Adi had possessed it from birth, Schrödinger had gained it due to participation in the Millennium Project. It wasn't Cain's blood that told us everything, he told us himself. "I don't need to resort to such methods to get answers, kid. And you'd better start talking, before your brains splatter the wall," Alex said in a calm, almost bored tone. "Oh, how scary. Really scary, please don't shoot me. I'm just a messenger, and I'm not going to fight," Schrödinger replied, raising his hands to show he was unarmed. None of the guards lowered their weapons, everyone continued aiming at him. Integra frowned even deeper. After the events at Helsing, she had strengthened security to the maximum, and still some little rat had slipped in unnoticed. This confirmed, preparation was still insufficient. "Messenger? How did you get in? From where?" "Walter." Integra asked, not hiding her irritation. "Lady Integra, our defenses were improved on your orders. There are no signs of breach," Walter replied calmly. "Don't worry about your security. After all, I am everywhere and nowhere," Schrödinger replied cheerfully. Sarah's, meanwhile, looked at the boy in surprise, and thought, did Millennium really recruit children? Schrödinger noticed her gaze, tilted his head slightly, and smiled, greeting her. For a moment Sarah's mind short-circuited, and she automatically nodded back. Schrödinger smiled even wider. But everyone present had the same question, why was he here and what message had he brought? Alessa, however, watched all of this with no interest whatsoever, thinking only about how bored she was. Noticing her gaze, Alex gently stroked his daughter's hair, showing it would be over soon. Integra glanced sideways and saw that Alex hadn't even moved, hadn't drawn a weapon, he was simply watching Schrödinger. "So, today we are all gathered here because of the Vatican. I have an important message from our commander, the Major. So please listen carefully, Schrödinger said, placing a small screen tablet on the table. In that moment he tried to play the video, but nothing happened. He kept pressing the button endlessly, and the speakers would make sound for a moment then cut out, because Schrödinger accidentally turned the video connection on and off without noticing. Seeing this ridiculous scene, Alex slapped his forehead so hard that the sound echoed through the entire hall, and everyone instantly turned their gazes to him. Even Schrödinger froze, stopped poking at the screen, and looked at Alex. And at that moment he accidentally pressed the right button, and everyone heard the sounds of gunshots, cries of pain and despair, the crunch of tearing flesh, as if someone was being torn apart while still alive. Those sounds instantly heightened the tension in the room. On the screen appeared a horrific scene, torn bodies over which vampires in German soldier uniforms towered, with bloodied faces and manic smiles. Then the frame shifted to the Major. He stood with his hands behind his back in a white suit, and behind him hung the symbol of the Third Reich. Alucard calmly stepped forward and stood beside Integra, looking straight at the screen. "Greetings, Major," she said with a light smile. "Oh, how long it's been, Alucard." "I'm glad to see you again too," the Major replied with the same light irony in his voice. On the faces of Alucard and the Major played smiles, as if they were old friends meeting after decades. But in reality the Major hated Alucard to the core, for choosing immortality in the body of a monster instead of dying as a human with dignity. Alucard, in turn, saw the Major as nothing more than a pathetic idiot hiding behind grand goals for his own ambitions. Integra calmly watched her opponent, the one who had started all of this. And she wanted to know the same thing everyone did: for what reason had the Major staged this entire farce? "So you're the one leading the opposition. What do you want?" Integra asked, frowning slightly. "It's none other than the head of the Protestant Knights, Sir Integra Helsing." "A pleasure to meet you," the Major said in a light, almost playful tone. "And what is the purpose of this entire farce?" "Answer." Integra demanded coldly. "What purpose? My beautiful Fräulein? What an absurdly stupid question. Purpose? Purpose. We have no purpose at all," the Major replied in a dismissive, almost mocking tone. "That's a lie. You staged such a scene, and you're lying like a naughty child. Is it worth it?" Alex calmly interjected. "Oh, and you? You're here too, the one who commands monsters. Interesting. Perhaps I am lying. Or perhaps not. Who knows? In this world there are plenty of people who don't need an idea to get what they want. And all of you should know, in this world there are people of the incorrigible scoundrel sort, who need no purpose at all. In other words, that's us," the Major said with a wide, almost manic smile and snapped his fingers. In that moment the frame changed again. Now the camera was pointed at a bound elderly man. Around his neck hung a sign reading, "Capitulator." In the old man's eyes was only fear and despair. He knew what awaited him. In the next second vampires pounced on him, and began tearing his body apart while he was still alive. His scream echoed through the entire hall, causing a wave of unease and disgust in everyone. Integra clenched her fists, hiding her irritation behind the gesture, but immediately relaxed them when Alex placed a palm on her shoulder and pointed a finger at his temple. In her head rang his voice. This was an intimidation tactic, to throw everyone off balance and conceal Millennium's true goal. Hearing the analysis, Integra calmed down and began watching the screen more attentively, trying to understand what the Major would say next. Everyone in the room reacted to the atrocity in their own way. Sarah's instinctively moved closer to Alessa and covered her eyes with her palm, completely forgetting that the girl had seen far worse things. But the maternal instinct kicked in, and she did it automatically. "You bastards have gone too far," Maxwell hissed, clenching his fists. "Who's talking, head of the Vatican Section 13, the Major replied mockingly. "Yes, that's me." "You're all just insane," Maxwell shot back, gritting his teeth in rage. "Your God is happy, considering me mad. But may I ask? Who guarantees the sanity of your God? Who do you think you're talking to? Perhaps I should have worn the black SS uniform. We are members of the Third Reich. How many people do you think we've killed? Our group lives and breathes war. Madness. You're saying this now? It's a bit late to talk about it after so many decades. Excellent. Splendid. Try to stop me. But unfortunately, my enemies are not you, Section 13 of the Vatican. My enemy is England. Knights of Faith. No. My enemies are those jubilant men and women standing in this hall, the Major said in a fanatical, almost ecstatic tone, bringing his face closer to the camera lens. At that moment a loud, rolling laugh from Alucard rang through the hall. She clutched her stomach, reveling in manic laughter. Alex, however, stood with an expression as if he were simply passing by the whole scene. But all eyes in the room were now fixed on the two of them. Alex at that moment was thinking, because of one of his actions he had become a target for Millennium, or perhaps they had dug up something about him. And he was almost certain the second was closer to the truth, otherwise the Major wouldn't have said those words. Alucard stopped laughing, and with a wide, predatory smile stared straight into the Major's face on the screen. What a beautiful declaration of war. Very well. I will destroy you as many times as it takes, she said with a wide smile. Of course. We are very persistent. We will reject useless solutions one by one, the Major replied with a light, almost good-natured smile. Kill the messenger. Brutally, Integra ordered coldly. In that instant Alex leaped onto the table with one motion and walked straight toward the tablet and Schrödinger, who stood beside it. Everyone froze, no one understood what he was going to do. Alex, without a word, grabbed Schrödinger by the hair and slammed his face into the table with full force. Then he began smashing the boy's face against the tabletop, again and again, until Schrödinger's face was covered in blood. And as if that wasn't enough, Alex grabbed the tablet and began driving it into Schrödinger's mouth with such brutality that everyone in the room involuntarily shuddered, except for Integra and Alucard, who watched calmly, almost with interest. After each blow Schrödinger's blood sprayed in all directions, along with teeth, fragments of bone, and chunks of flesh. And when Alex delivered the final blow, the boy's head burst with a disgusting wet sound, and the headless body, covered in its own blood, slumped lifelessly to the floor. After that a dead, ringing silence fell over the hall, broken only by the sound Alex made as he calmly wiped his hands clean of blood with a napkin. To be continued. Phew, I was able to squeeze some of the things I'd originally planned into this chapter. But overall, we're moving toward what's called the war in London. But I think there'll be even more development in the relationship between Alex and Integra, and then the war and everything else. So we wait, you wait, I wait, everyone waits. And now that the chapter is written, it's time for something sweet. Peace, love, and an unfortunate death. Chapter 619, Chapter 618, Feelings of the Iron Lady. The way Alex killed Schrödinger was still vivid in everyone's minds, bright, clear, almost tangible. Every blow, every crunch, every spray of clotted blood, and the flying fragments of teeth and bone had burned themselves into the memories of those present with such force that even the most battle-hardened people in the room involuntarily swallowed hard. Everyone already knew that Alucard was a cruel woman, a predator who toyed with her prey like a cat with a mouse before finally sinking her fangs in. But no one, absolutely no one, had expected that beside Integra would appear another being, no less cruel and in some ways even more terrifying because of his cold, calculated fury. The sight of Alex methodically, almost casually beating Schrödinger to death with the very tablet the boy had brought caused everyone in the hall to shudder, and at the same time become tense to the absolute limit. Enrico Maxwell, watching the scene, merely narrowed his eyes. He realized that his suspicions about Alex from the very beginning had been correct. The members of the Round Table, for their part, had not expected that the man who at their first meeting had introduced himself as a federal agent, on the very day Helsing Manor was attacked, would be capable of such a demonstrative, ice-cold display of brutality. But all of it was part of Integra's plan, to make their position in this war as clear and unambiguous as possible. It's better not to mess with us. No one in the room knew that Alex, Alucard, and Integra could communicate mentally, and that was exactly why Alex so willingly played along with Integra in this small but extremely important little performance. Otherwise he would have simply kicked Schrödinger under the table and forgotten about him. But Alex had left the boy a small gift at the end. Because unlike the rest of Millennium's members, Schrödinger was by far the most dangerous, even though he behaved like an errand boy following the Major's orders. That ability to be everywhere and nowhere made him almost untouchable, almost. Killing our messenger in such a manner. How very crude of you. Farewell, Fräulein. I eagerly await our meeting on the battlefield, came the Major's voice from the smashed tablet lying on the floor amid pools of blood and debris, distorted by heavy static, crackling, and hissing. Alex indifferently stepped on the speaker, silencing the Major's last words with a single motion. But at that exact moment everyone noticed, the headless body of Schrödinger had vanished. Completely. Along with the blood, chunks of flesh, teeth, and even the wet stains on the floor. As if nothing had ever happened. But no one noticed that the blood of Schrödinger still remained on Alex's hands, dark, thick, sticky, slowly dripping down his fingers. The disappearance of the corpse caught everyone off guard, eyes widened, breathing stopped for a second, and a new, even heavier silence descended over the hall. Alex himself, at that moment, was thinking about something else. Why had the Major targeted not only Alucard but him personally? He hadn't done anything that should have drawn that level of attention to him, except for killing Jan Valentine, who invaded Helsing together with her brother and an army of ghouls, and Tubal Cain Alhambra in Rio, using the summoning of Pyramid Head and an execution scaffold. After thinking for a bit, Alex decided to shelve the question for now. There was no point in dwelling on it anyway. Even if someone had leaked information about him, information that only the Control Bureau should have had, it didn't matter to him. In this war game the Major had started, Alex had already won. He raised his eyes to Integra, and gave a slight nod. She returned the same short, barely perceptible nod. Sir Helsing. Alucard. And our guest. Destroy them all. That is my royal order, the queen pronounced in a voice as cold as steel, sitting on her throne with her hands folded in her lap. It will be done, your majesty, Integra replied, giving a slight bow. After those words the queen waved her hand, a gesture that brooked no argument, indicating that the audience was over. With that, the round table meeting concluded. She slowly rose from the throne and left the hall accompanied by her bodyguards, her footsteps echoing across the marble floor. Once the queen had departed, everyone present stood up and began to disperse. Alex walked over to Alessa, picked his daughter up in his arms, and followed Integra, who was the last to leave the hall, accompanied by Alucard, Sarah's, and Walter. Stepping outside the queen's residence, Alex saw a black armored SUV already waiting with Hugo standing beside it. Nodding to the driver, Alex got into the vehicle with everyone else and placed Alessa on his lap. Once the car started moving, complete silence fell inside the cabin. No one was going to discuss what had just happened. Integra, sitting beside Alex, first glanced at Alessa. The girl had behaved very quietly and coldly the entire time, as though none of it concerned her in the slightest, neither the declaration of war nor the brutal death of Schrödinger. Integra could not help but appreciate the child's icy, composed demeanor in such a situation. Recalling Alucard's words that Alessa could be raised into a worthy Helsing heir, Integra fell into thought. For that to happen, the relationship between her and Alex would have to move to the next stage, from those who made a contract to those who bound their lives together. Thinking about this, Integra shifted her gaze to Alex. He was gently playing with Alessa's braids, causing the girl to wrinkle her nose slightly but not stop her father. Integra realized, Alex was unbelievably tender with his daughter, despite all the dark past Alessa carried, and despite who she truly was. But there was also another woman in the car watching all of this with a faint, almost predatory smile, as though observing something extremely fascinating. Watching Integra's behavior, Alucard perfectly understood, soon Integra would finally break the iron armor around her heart, and that would be her victory. Only Sarah's paid no attention to any of it, all her focus was on how Alex played with Alessa's braids. A soft, warm smile shone on Sarah's face as she watched the scene. Upon returning to Helsing Manor, Alex immediately went to his people, to tell them what had happened at the meeting. He had already warned them that war was coming to London, but hadn't given an exact timeline. Before leaving with Alessa in his arms, Integra told him to come to her office later. Alex waved a hand. Sure, he'd do it after finishing with his people. Walking through the manor on his way to the meeting room, Alex ran into Bernadotte, who had just stepped out of a room. Before Bernadotte could even raise a hand to greet him and ask how the audience with the queen went, Alex grabbed him by the collar and dragged him along. Bernadotte didn't even have time to say anything. He only realized he was being hauled down the corridor like a kitten by the scruff. He didn't even try to resist. He knew he had no chance of breaking free from Alex's grip. Reaching the room where everyone was gathered, Alex released Bernadotte, pushed the door open, and walked in. The moment he appeared, every pair of eyes immediately turned not to Alex himself, but to Alessa. Chris looked at the girl sitting in Alex's arms, black gothic Lolita dress, creepy rabbit clutched in her hands, extremely dark, almost bottomless, black eyes. Chris couldn't even fathom how a child could have such a cold, evaluating stare. And he wasn't the only one thinking that. Every guy looking at Alessa felt the same. Yet no one denied it. Even with that icy expression, Alessa looked like a very cute child, albeit disturbingly unusual. What are you all staring at? Never seen a kid before? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow as he set Alessa down on a chair. New daughter? Chris asked, arms crossed, leaning back against the wall. And your new niece? If you talk to Claire and Jill more often, you'd know family news. Even Barry knows he's got another granddaughter now, Alex said, rolling his eyes at Chris. He's right, Chris. You should talk to Claire more. When was the last time you spoke to your sister? Maybe Claire's waiting for a niece. Though with that grumpy face of yours it seems impossible, Leon said, chuckling lightly while sitting on the windowsill. One more word, Leon, and I'll throw you out the window. Claire and I are both very busy. She helps orphanages and kids. Neither of us has time, Chris replied coldly. Yeah, except Claire found time to meet her own daughter, while you're only seeing your niece now, Soap teased, rocking back on his chair. Johnny, stay out of family drama when you don't even have anyone yourself, Ghost said, giving Soap an empty stare. I can say the same about you, Ghost. Most of us are single, Soap shot back, pointing a finger at Ghost. Don't drag me into this. I've got a kid on the way, actually, R said with a smug grin. Aisha's pregnant. Congrats, R must have been rough, Alex said with a genuine smile. R grinned broadly at the congratulations. He really was about to become a father. But then his smile faltered, because of Alex's comment about it being rough. Because it really had been rough trying to keep up with Aisha. She was an Amazon, unbelievably strong and enduring, while he, even after brutal training and fighting in a war for the survival of an entire world against demons, still struggled enormously with her libido. Light tears welled in R's eyes, he started complaining again about how hard it had been. Bernadotte, watching this, couldn't understand why R was complaining so much about his wife, until someone explained what had happened to R in the past. He disappeared for a whole week and came back looking like a skeleton. Hearing the explanation, Bernadotte swallowed hard, trying to imagine a woman who could reduce such an enduring man to that state. The guys, on the contrary, started laughing at R again, reminding him that pregnant women can also be extremely active, especially ones like Aisha. In the end, R admitted, he had deliberately run away from home for this job just to avoid getting caught by Aisha. Hearing that, everyone, including Alex, burst into loud laughter. When the laughter died down, Alex clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "All right, guys. We laughed, that's enough. Now to business, the reason we gathered again," Alex said, leaning on the table. "So how did the audience with the Queen go?" Price asked, cigar clamped between his teeth but not lit, because of Alessa's presence. "In short, one word, at the meeting Millennium declared war," Alex said calmly. "So another war against monsters, and now it's vampires. How much time do we have to prepare? What kind of army do they have?" "I'm sure it's not just vampires with rifles," Chris said, frowning slightly. "A little over 1,000. And a huge number of ghouls, as cannon fodder. Prep time, couple of days at most." "Millennium already declared war, they won't wait long," Alex answered, not dumping all the information at once. "Couple of days. Less than we'd like, but enough for full preparation. What do you think, guys, can we make it in time?" Price said, tapping a finger on the table. After Price spoke, discussion of the plan began, how to hold Helsing Manor during the invasion. Everyone understood, Alex would be in London, right in the thick of it. That meant their job was only to hold the manor. Some, Chris, Leon, Jake, expressed that if needed they wanted to be in London during the invasion. Alex didn't comment, just nodded. Because even he wasn't completely sure how many vampires Millennium actually had. He only knew the number he'd ripped from Tubalcain's mind, but he clearly understood, the army could be far larger than just 1,000 vampires and a huge horde of ghouls. The preparation planning session lasted a little over an hour. Bernadotte participated actively too, after all, people's lives who followed him depended on this preparation. And unlike Alex's people, Bernadotte's men had only ever fought humans, not an army of vampires. Alessa, meanwhile, listened attentively, memorizing everything and learning, so she could better understand how her father worked and commanded people. She knew her sisters, despite their mischievous nature, were also learning, and she didn't want to fall behind. An hour later the planning concluded, all roles were assigned. "I think we'll manage. Let's wrap it up, guys. Not the first time we've had to pull everything together this fast. Worst case, we've got Alex who'll finish whatever's left," Lem said with a smirk. Alex rolled his eyes at Lem's words, and at everyone else agreeing. After the discussion ended, Alex picked Alessa up again and said goodbye to everyone. He still had to talk to Integra. Just as he lifted his daughter, there was a knock at the door. Walter entered and said Integra was waiting. Alex nodded, waved goodbye, and followed Walter. On the way Alex thought, would Walter still betray them because of his interference, or would he refuse Millennium's offer? The chances seemed roughly equal. Reaching Integra's office, Alex calmly walked in, still holding Alessa. Integra only briefly glanced up and pointed to the sofa, indicating they would talk once she finished with the documents. Alex nodded, sat on the sofa, and placed Alessa on his lap. He knew it would take some time, so he decided to play with his daughter a little. Some time later Integra finished with the paperwork and set her pen aside. She rested her chin on her hands, noticing how Alex played with Alessa, and once again it stirred emotions in her that she had long forgotten. She remembered how, in this very office long ago, a similar scene had taken place. Back then she had been about Alessa's age, but she had sat not on her father's lap, but on her mother's, while her father worked. And now, looking at Alex and Alessa, Integra felt as though the image from the past had overlaid the present. For her it was both frightening and exactly what she had always secretly desired so deeply. Memories began returning, her parents' faces, the feelings she had experienced then. Integra kept watching them, until her eyes met Alessa's. When their gazes locked, Integra showed no reaction. She simply took a thin cigar, stood up, and walked to the window to open it. A light breeze entered the office, gently swaying the heavy curtains. Integra leaned on the windowsill and lit the thin cigar. Even though this was her private office, she had no intention of smoking openly with a child present. "How considerate of you to open the window," Alex said with a light smile. "Do you take me for some heartless monster?" Integra asked, leaning her back against the window frame. "You'd make, well, kind of a monster. At best a C-grade one. You're actually kind of cute in your own way." "Definitely not a monster," Alex said, chuckling lightly and waving a hand. "I already told you what I'd do if you said those words again," Integra said in a cold tone. "Let me remind you then. You've got zero chance. I've been injured exactly twice in my entire life. First, the bastard who ruined my peaceful life. Second, my friend, when we tried to kill each other over a misunderstanding, Alex said, holding up 2 fingers. Integra looked at him with a calm, evaluating gaze, analyzing every word. It wasn't hard for her to guess, Alex had not been human even before he was forced to become death. And she came to a conclusion: no one has the authority to simply appoint someone as death, the way it happened with Alex. Integra realized there was a far bigger truth behind this than anything he had told her so far. She exhaled white smoke and remembered Alex's words during the meeting when the Major declared war. He had said that everything the Major spoke was merely to conceal the real plan, to distract attention and pretend to be a madman waging war for war's sake, against Alucard and Alex himself. She understood, Alex had deliberately withheld a great deal to avoid suspicion. But thanks to that, she began to realize, Alex was hiding an enormous amount about himself. "You're not death, are you?" Integra asked after a couple of minutes of silence. "We already discussed this." "Why the sudden question?" Alex replied with a light smile, as though he had long expected it. "A lot of things don't add up in your story. How could a Reaper give you a ring that only death is supposed to wear? It seemed suspicious from the very beginning. And why you, out of 8 billion people on Earth? And I'm almost certain there must be someone among the Reapers who could have taken the position of death. Yet the ring went to you, out of all existing beings," Integra said, bringing the thin cigar to her lips. Hearing her words, Alex's eyes widened for a second, then he burst into genuine laughter. Because the story of how he became death was full of holes and loopholes, very easy to spot if one thought about it even a little. Yet everyone he had told that story to, who didn't know his real identity, had never even asked the question Integra just asked. Looking at Alex laughing, Integra realized she had hit the mark. From the very beginning Alex had simply been playing a role, one he invented for himself. And realizing that began to anger her, because she had been played with. Integra frowned and decided, the next questions would determine what their relationship would become. "Stop laughing, and answer my question. Now." Integra said in a cold tone, feeling strong irritation from the thoughts swirling in her head. "Yes, you guessed right. I'm not death. Because there can only be one death. She always was and always will be one. No one can replace her, and no one can take her throne. And I, am just a hired worker. The old man before me was also a hired worker who died in a conspiracy," Alex said with a light smile, slightly squinting his eyes. "Why you?" Integra asked, narrowing her eyes and understanding the implication of his words. "That, let's just say it's very personal information. What connects me to her and how? Let's call it a family secret," Alex said, pressing a finger to his lips. Hearing his words and looking into his eyes, Integra understood what he was hinting at, as though he were deliberately nudging her toward the choice she had to make herself. She had only 2 paths: stop digging into the truth that gave her no peace, or make a completely different decision and take the step she had thought about but rejected because she believed she could not give Alex what he desired. Alex, meanwhile, watched Integra frown more and more deeply and realized he had probably overplayed his hand a little. He shook his head, giving her time to think, and looked into Alessa's black eyes, which seemed to say, "You brought this on yourself." Seeing that look from his daughter, Alex couldn't resist and pinched Alessa's nose. In response, Alessa repeated Wednesday's signature move, dramatically rolling her eyes at his action. Alex sighed, understanding, if he revealed the truth only to Integra, it would create tension. He needed to do it the way he always had, talk to Integra, Alucard, and Sarah's at the same time, so nothing unexpected would happen. "Integra, I think I forgot to remind you, the contract we made will last for eternity. And the contract between you and Alucard has also changed," Alex said calmly. At those words Integra froze and raised her eyes to him. "Explain. What do you mean?" Integra said, looking at him with a cold gaze. "I think you forgot our conversation in the basement, right before we made the contract. I give to you, you give to me. You were so determined to control me, so I wouldn't take Carmilla and so I couldn't run away, that you simply forgot that part of the contract. And don't even think about saying I deceived you or lied. Because I told you clearly, even if you drive me away, I will still do my job and protect you anyway, until everything is over. But since the contract is made, we are bound by these ties. Just like my whole family," Alex said calmly. After those words Integra sank into thought, recalling that night when they made the contract. Every word Alex said was true, she clearly remembered hearing that they had equal rights in this contract. Integra understood, there was no deception here. It was simply that at one moment her emotions had taken over, and she hadn't wanted to lose the control she had. Even now she was still obsessed with controlling Alex, so he would always stay close. Not just as an ally or a weapon, but as someone she could rely on, someone who would stand beside her when it mattered. And even if she didn't need protection, his words that he would protect her anyway still had a powerful effect. And without realizing it, on the iron wall around her heart, already covered in tiny cracks, those cracks began to widen. Feeling the armor cracking more and more, Integra slowly brought the thin cigar to her lips, took a light drag, and exhaled a thin stream of smoke. Taking another drag, she walked to the desk, stubbed out the cigar, and looked thoughtfully at Alex, who calmly waited for her next move. Would she ask more questions, or retreat once again into the false sense of control? Even though she already clearly understood, she had lost control over Alex the moment the real truth, even if only partial, came out. Integra looked at Alessa. The girl sat on Alex's lap and had been quietly watching her the whole time, as though she too was curious what Integra's next action would be. For Integra that silence felt endlessly long, she was struggling with the choice she had to make. And at that very moment her eyes became sharper and colder, she had made her final decision. She was not one of those indecisive women who wait for something to happen. She had always been in charge, always taken everything into her own hands, given orders, and, if necessary, dirtied her hands with blood. Straightening up, Integra walked around her desk and with a cold face approached the sofa where Alex and Alessa sat, stopping right in front of him. "Stand up," Integra said in a cold tone, clenching her fists and looking down at Alex. Alex and Alessa looked at Integra in surprise, then exchanged glances. Alessa too was curious what Integra was about to do. After all, her sisters had written, this is a possible future mom who also has feelings for their dad. Without saying a word, Alessa slid off Alex's lap, sat beside him, and even took out her phone, to record everything. Though she took after Wednesday and Zhangya in personality, she also inherited some of her gremlin sister's behavior. So Alessa could already be considered a little dark gremlin. Alex rose, as Integra had demanded, and stood facing her. Integra had to lift her gaze to meet his eyes. Looking into Alex's eyes, she clenched her fists harder and harder, until the skin over her knuckles turned white, then began to bleed. As though she were fighting herself over what she was about to do. At that moment Integra raised her bloodied fist and struck Alex in the face, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Integra put all her strength into the blow, bones in her hand cracked, but she paid no attention to it. Hearing the clear crunch and seeing blood on Integra's hands, Alex didn't understand what was happening but still wanted to heal her hand. Before he could grab her wrist, however, she pushed him away. "Get your hands off. This is for lying to me," Integra said, knocking Alex's hand aside. "I didn't lie," Alex said, trying again to take her hand to heal it. "I'm not finished. This is for making me feel this," Integra shouted angrily, striking Alex in the face again and ignoring her broken hand. "Listen, enough. I don't care if you hit me. But it hurts me to see you hurting yourself," Alex said, trying to stop Integra. "Shut up. I said don't touch me. I said I'm not finished. This is for not daring to demand that I become someone else," Integra shouted again, raising her fist. Integra struck Alex in the face once more, with even greater force, leaving a bloody mark on his cheek. At that moment Alex looked at Integra in astonishment, struggling to understand why she had become like this. He really hadn't expected his presence to affect Integra so deeply, that she would even snap like this. Not only Alex was stunned at that moment, even his wives watching the stream observed the scene as though witnessing the Iron Lady finally breaking free of her iron armor under the influence of love. Walter too became a witness. He heard Integra's shout. Walter cautiously peeked into the office through the crack in the door, and saw what was happening. But being an excellent butler, he quickly closed the door and left, as though nothing had occurred and he had never been there. Alessa noticed him, but she too stayed silent. After all, she had to record everything and then send it to her sisters. After delivering one more blow to Alex's face, Integra began breathing heavily, having finally said everything she felt. Alex looked at Integra. She was breathing hard, still clenching her bloodied fists. "If you're finished, let me heal you," Alex said, carefully taking Integra's hand. "No, not yet. There's one more thing. This is for forcing me to choose between you and Helsing. But I'm not going to choose. You said it yourself, I'm yours, you're mine," Integra said, raising her eyes to Alex. At that moment Integra grabbed Alex by the collar of his shirt and pulled him toward her. And the instant Alex's face was level with hers, she kissed him on the lips. It was not a kiss full of passion like the ones he shared with Alucard and Sarah's. It was a cold, hard, almost domineering kiss, as though Integra were showing in this way, now Alex belonged to her, and she to him. During the kiss Integra looked straight into Alex's eyes, feeling every moment their lips touched. She tasted strawberry sweetness, and would never admit that this flavor seemed the sweetest thing she had ever experienced in her life. For a brief instant Integra closed her eyes, and her hands relaxed. But her controlling nature immediately reasserted itself. She opened her eyes and gripped Alex's collar even tighter, kissing him even more insistently. To her it felt as though time had slowed in that moment, and everything around them disappeared. But only 10 seconds passed, when Integra pulled away from Alex, though she still held his collar firmly. When the kiss ended, Alex gave a small sigh, and a light smile appeared on his face. He looked into Integra's eyes, as though this was exactly what he had been waiting for from her. This doesn't mean I'll become someone else. I'll stay the same. Cold. Hard. But you are mine now. Completely. And if you ever dare forget that, I will remind you personally, Integra said, looking him in the eyes. About that. Alex began with a strained smile. I know. There are others. Not just Sarah's and Alucard. I'll pretend everything is fine and under my control. But I repeat, if you ever dare forget me or abandon me, no matter what or how, I will find a way to kill you. Even if it's impossible. Do you understand? Integra said, placing her bloodied hand on Alex's cheek. Wow, no one has ever confessed to me quite like that. I've been blown up, locked in basements, even kidnapped. But this is the first time a woman has beaten me up, to confess her love, Alex said, looking at Integra with a faint smile. I don't hear your answer. And know this, I don't know how to be a mother. I don't know how to be a wife. But I do know how to protect what's mine. You said your duty is heavier than mine. Maybe it is. I understand, they help you too. And I won't stand aside either, Integra said, running her hand along Alex's cheek and smearing her blood across his skin. When someone confesses like that, it's hard to refuse. But right now I can't tell you everything. Not because I can't or because it's some secret. I just want to tell all three of you at once. Because it will be a long conversation. And not the kind of truth you expect to hear. But I'll tell you one thing, Alex said, placing his palm over Integra's hand and healing her. I'm listening, Integra said, looking into his eyes and seeing that he wasn't lying. I'm going to kill the god, the one you believe in, Alex said with a light smile. What do you mean, kill God? What are you saying? Integra asked, frowning. Exactly what I said. He's just a liar and a thief. And the darkness, the one we talked about, that is the true goddess of this world. Telling the whole truth will take a long time. But know this, everything happening in this universe, from the very beginning to the very end, is his fault, Alex said, giving a small sigh. I'll wait. Once the Millennium situation is resolved, you will tell me everything. And that's non-negotiable. Or I'll rip off the part you need so much, Integra said in a cold tone. Of course. And now one more little kiss, to seal the deal, Alex said playfully, leaning closer to Integra. No. Don't even ask, Integra said coldly, pushing his face away. Alex smiled, and still quickly kissed Integra on the lips before stepping back. Integra gave him an empty stare and sighed. But at the same time Alex's words made her realize, the situation in the world was far more complicated than just a mad Nazi bastard deciding to start a war. Looking at Alex once more, Integra understood, she was now, in a way, in a relationship, and she was accepted exactly as she was. Inside her appeared a strange feeling of completion, but she didn't show it on her face. And for some reason she felt as though she had moved ahead in some race, one she hadn't even known existed. But deep inside Integra felt a light joy and calm, now she had someone who would always be there. And at the same time she realized, she had become a mother. Integra couldn't help but glance at Alessa, who quickly hid her phone, pretending she hadn't done anything. Integra narrowed her eyes, exhaled heavily, and walked back to her desk, with a strong desire to smoke a cigar and have a drink to calm the raging emotions that had overtaken her. To be continued. This chapter was published thanks to a lot of effort to get my internet working properly. The hardest part of writing this chapter was writing Integra's love confession. She's an iron lady, after all. But I somehow managed to convey her true emotions, the way she would have said it. And before I break everything around me because of the stress of this asshole internet, I'm going to go eat something sweet and maybe hit someone. Peace, love, and hugs. Chapter 620, Chapter 619, The Last Calm Evening at Helsing. After Integra's domineering declaration of love, everything returned to its former state, the office once again sank into a heavy, almost tangible silence, as though the events of just a few minutes ago had been nothing more than a brief, vivid dream. Sitting behind her desk in her chair, Integra closed her eyes for a moment, sincerely hoping that it had all been a figment of her imagination, a momentary weakness she would never have permitted herself in reality. But when she opened her eyes and looked at Alex, calmly seated on the sofa beside his daughter, Integra understood, it had not been a dream at all. She really had confessed her love to him, albeit in the only way she considered right for herself, harshly, without unnecessary words, with blood on her knuckles and ice in her voice. Looking at Alex and Alessa, Integra clearly realized what kind of woman she was, and that she would never be able to become a normal wife or a normal mother. Yet precisely because Alex accepted her exactly as she was, without trying to change her, without demanding that she become softer, sweeter, or more feminine, she felt a rare, long-forgotten sense of calm. Propping her chin on her hands, Integra narrowed her eyes slightly, turning over in her mind the few but weighty words Alex had spoken. There had been no lie in his eyes. He had been completely serious when he said he intended to kill God. Though he had revealed very little, those few sentences were enough for Integra to begin piecing together a rough picture. Especially when he called God a liar and a thief, and named the darkness, the very one the Winchesters had released, the true goddess of this world. No matter how much she thought about it, no matter how hard she tried to assemble the puzzle on her own, without a detailed explanation from Alex, huge gaps remained. Sighing inwardly, Integra poured herself a measure of whiskey into a heavy crystal tumbler, realizing that all she could do now was wait. He had promised to tell her everything, and she believed he would keep his word. Taking a slow sip, Integra looked at Alex again. At the same moment, Alex, phone in hand, replying to messages from his family, felt her gaze on him. Turning his head, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and a mischievous, almost boyish smile spread across his face. He raised both hands above his head, forming a heart shape with his fingers, and wiggled them playfully like a teenager trying to make his girlfriend laugh. Integra saw the gesture, and a faint weariness appeared on her face. She stared at him with an empty, almost emotionless look, then simply exhaled through her nose. "This is not a circus." "Stop it," she said in a flat, cold tone. "You're no fun." "I was trying to cheer you up, or at least lighten the mood a little," Alex replied, chuckling softly. "Just because we've confirmed our relationship doesn't mean I'm obligated to entertain you or respond in any way to your idiotic gestures." "Don't even hope for it," Integra said, still regarding him with that blank stare. "Ouch, my heart is broken." "Alessa, heal my wounded heart with your love." "Your mommy is so mean," Alex said dramatically, clutching his chest theatrically before pressing his cheek against Alessa's. At those words Integra's eyelid twitched slightly. She watched as Alex rubbed his cheek against his daughter's, and felt a powerful surge of irritation mixed with the urge to hurl something heavy at him. The only thing stopping her was Alessa's presence. So Integra did the only thing she could to preserve what remained of her nerves. She simply pretended she neither saw nor heard anything. Noticing that she had stopped reacting to his antics, Alex ceased rubbing cheeks with Alessa and shifted his attention to the phone lying on the small table in front of him. At that moment the phone gave a short notification chime, and almost simultaneously rain began to fall outside the window. Turning toward the glass, Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint, satisfied smile curved his lips. The final piece of his plan to defeat Millennium had fallen into place. No matter how desperately the Major wanted to unleash chaos across the world using the ghoul virus, he would fail. Hearing a low roll of thunder outside, Integra swiveled her chair and looked out the window. Beyond the glass poured a heavy, almost tropical downpour. Ignoring the weather, Alex tapped a finger on the table, and the shadow cast by his finger widened slightly. From it slowly emerged a small mouse, composed entirely of living darkness. Alex took a tiny notebook from his pocket, tore out several pages, and placed them in front of the mouse. The shadow mouse stepped onto the paper and began to dissolve, spreading a black veil across the entire surface. A second later the shadow dissipated, and text appeared on the sheet. Alex picked it up and began to read. It was an intercepted conversation between Maxwell and Anderson. The Vatican intended to intervene in the London War. The Crusader army was already prepared. Having read the entire exchange, Alex merely shook his head, mentally calling Maxwell the ultimate idiot. He knew that in the original timeline Maxwell had launched a crusade to purify London of heretics. Alex had hoped his interference would at least make Maxwell pause and reconsider whether it was wise to involve himself in Helsing's war against Millennium. But, as it turned out, Maxwell was a fanatic consumed by his own ambitions and had no intention of backing down, even knowing that Helsing had not only Alucard but someone like Alex on its side. The only person Alex truly paid attention to was Anderson. And perhaps those who might choose to follow him when Alex offered the priest a job. Shaking his head again, Alex incinerated the sheet with a casual flick of his fingers, erasing all traces. Sighing, he recalled another event that was supposed to be happening right now and closed one eye, activating surveillance magic. Instantly a woman's voice sang in his ear, in German. Alex remembered, the vampire named Rip Van Winkle was currently seizing a British aircraft carrier, another piece of the Major's plan. Seeing Rip Van Winkle with his own eyes through the link, Alex merely shook his head. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the woman, except her extraordinary musket marksmanship, which allowed a single shot to strike dozens of targets. He continued watching as the helicopter carrying Rip Van Winkle approached the carrier, all while she sang her song about the hunter. God, how irritating, Alex muttered, pressing a finger to his ear to muffle the unbearable operatic cacophony. What's irritating you? Integra asked, turning her chair to face him. That at this hour I can't buy anything sweet. It's almost midnight, every shop is long closed, Alex replied, glancing at Integra while still keeping one eye shut to keep observing Rip Van Winkle. Tomorrow I'll tell Walter to buy whatever you prefer, Integra said with a slight nod, ignoring the fact that one of Alex's eyes remained closed. Thank you. And in return, you'll be getting a call soon about an incident. Roughly an hour or two, Alex said, stroking his chin and trying to tune out Rip Van Winkle's singing. Explain, Integra said, frowning. Well, let's just say, while we've been talking, the aircraft carrier Eagle has been seized by vampires. And I, one might say, have front row seats, Alex replied, tilting his head slightly and pointing at his closed eye. And you're just sitting here watching it happen. How did you know they would target the carrier? Integra asked, narrowing her eyes. I can't explain everything right now. But this was always going to happen, no matter the circumstances. You're looking at the situation the wrong way, Alex said, finally opening his eye. He had just seen Rip Van Winkle complete the takeover, eliminating the turned vampire crew members. And how the hell am I supposed to look at it when a carrier has just been hijacked right under our noses? What exactly am I supposed to see here? Integra snapped, slamming her palm on the desk. You're looking at it like someone who wants to control everything, Mom, Alessa said, lifting her gaze to Integra. But from the very beginning you didn't ask yourself, why did they seize the carrier, and what for? Maybe they want to use it as a weapon. Or for something else, to provoke war between nations. Hearing Alessa's words, Integra had to admit, she really had missed the chance to view the situation differently. From the start she had only asked why Alex was merely observing and how he knew, but never why. And when Alessa calmly pointed out her mistake, Integra realized she had slipped. She began considering how Millennium could use a captured carrier, and quickly concluded, it could serve as a weapon to start a war simply by entering another nation's territorial waters. Or it could transport an army of vampires for a surprise amphibious assault. But Integra almost immediately discarded the territorial incursion scenario, and understood, with traders already aboard, the most likely intent was a sudden strike from the sea. Mulling it over, she took another sip of whiskey and began drumming her fingers on the desk. When she finished thinking, Integra couldn't help glancing at Alessa, and inside her stirred a feeling of pride. The girl was extraordinarily sharp and had grasped the essence instantly. Her resolve to train Alessa as Helsing's heir only strengthened. So you were watching to figure out their plan. Fine. I admit it, my mistake. And it's your fault I made it. Because of you I let myself relax too much, Integra said, clamping a thin cigar between her teeth without lighting it. And what did I do? Blame the power of love. And why didn't you say anything to Alessa? She noticed what you missed. As a mother you should set the right example, Alex said, staring at Integra with an empty look. Why should I blame a child for my own incompetence? She was absolutely right, and that deserves praise, Integra replied, returning the same blank stare. Tell that to Alessa, not me, Alex said, gently stroking Alessa's hair. Well done. Alessa, Integra said in her usual dry tone, looking at the girl. Hearing Integra praise Alessa, Alex's eyelid twitched slightly. He had nothing against Integra's personality, and knew perfectly well that she wasn't going to change her manner of speech anytime soon if she remained head of Helsing. Shifting his gaze to Alessa, she gave only a short nod in response to the praise. Seeing the gesture, Alex understood, Wednesday probably praised Alessa too, but in her own dark, Addams family way. Still, he knew the other girls more than made up for it with far warmer displays of affection toward Alessa. Shaking his head, Alex looked back at Integra. She sat at the desk, hands folded under her chin, watching him and Alessa. You know, you tried. Really. I'm not saying you need to overdo it. Just, you know, maybe a few more words than plain, well done, Alex said with a strained smile. No. That's sufficient. Even if I'm far from the model of a normal mother, I still know one shouldn't praise a child for every trivial thing, or they'll grow up spoiled. Discipline and manners must be instilled from childhood, Integra replied calmly. Yes, I know. But every child deserves a childhood. You don't want her to spend hers the same way you did, do you? Alex asked, meeting Integra's gaze evenly. We are not talking about me right now. Your children can, and should, have a normal childhood. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't learn etiquette and how to behave in society, Integra stated, making her position clear. All my children take etiquette lessons. No need to worry about that, Alex answered, crossing his arms over his chest. Good to hear. But once the Millennium situation is resolved, I will personally take charge of Alessa's upbringing. And that is not open for discussion. As for your other children, I will need to see for myself how well they've mastered etiquette. Then I'll decide whether they require additional lessons, Integra said, ending the conversation and making it clear the topic was closed. Alex gave her a dry look and mentally thought, she was in for a world of headaches. Alcina had complained more than once that their daughters could barely sit through an entire etiquette lesson, and at any opportunity tried to escape, even though they still learned. Alcina was strict on the matter too, repeatedly telling the girls they needed proper manners, despite the fact that wherever Anya, Tina, Nyaruko, or Jinx went, chaos and explosions inevitably followed. Alex silently pitied his daughters. Now they had yet another extremely strict mother who would insist on lessons. And he knew for certain, Integra, like Alcina, would not soften during lessons, but she too was destined for exactly the same headaches. Alessa, for her part, reacted to the conversation quite calmly, After all, Wednesday also taught her etiquette alongside other, darker lessons drawn from Wednesday's own knowledge. Alex looked at Alessa and stroked her hair, asking her opinion about the upcoming lessons. Alessa gave a small nod, indicating she didn't mind if it helped her learn more. Alex smiled and hugged his daughter, pressing his cheek to hers. While embracing Alessa, he heard another notification on his phone. Opening the message, he saw text from Alcina. She herself wanted to speak with Integra about lessons for their children. Alex didn't reply immediately. He closed his eyes and pictured Alcina and Integra together. Imagining the scene, he mentally wished his daughters good luck. Smiling faintly, he answered Alcina. She could do so after he had explained everything. While Alex remained in Integra's office, Walter wandered the halls of Helsing Manor after what he had witnessed. Even he had not expected such behavior from his mistress, the girl he had watched over throughout her childhood. Recalling Integra's face as she struck Alex, Walter understood. She had finally found someone she could rely on. Stopping in the middle of a dark corridor, Walter removed one glove and gazed at his aged fingers, sinking into old memories. Before his eyes flashed the image of little Integra, smiling brightly. And how, over 10 years, she had transformed into the Iron Lady, sealing every emotion behind a steel wall. He had tried, or at least attempted, to become the father figure she had lost. He never crossed that line. But he had always cared for her health, ensuring she slept properly and stayed fit. Even the training he gave her was solely so she could survive the most dangerous conditions. Walter clenched his fist, feeling that his own time was drawing to a close, that soon he would leave Integra behind. On one hand he was satisfied, she had found someone who would support her if he were gone. Yet at the same time Walter did not want everything to end this way. He had only one true wish, to see Integra with her own family. Even though he knew it was an almost impossible dream. But seeing how Integra expressed her feelings toward Alex, Walter thought, at least one of his wishes had come true. Still, he wanted to witness how things would unfold. Sighing, Walter slipped the glove back on and resumed his patrol, occasionally nodding to the mercenaries patrolling the corridors, including those Alex had brought in. He couldn't help but note, Alex's people prepared in a way completely unlike anything he had ever seen. At first glance they seemed relaxed, yet Walter, with his experience, sensed the lethal danger radiating from them. And that gave him a measure of calm in the face of what was coming. During his rounds Walter reached the hidden basement entrance behind a painting. Pulling it aside, he opened the door and slowly descended the stairs, hands clasped behind his back. His footsteps echoed off the stone walls. Reaching the bottom, Walter looked at Alucard. As usual, she sat upon her throne, head bowed, arms wrapped around her knees. Of course Walter had noticed, Alucard too had changed because of Alex's presence, yet she remained herself. "What brings you here, Walter? Shouldn't you be at our mistress's side?" Alucard asked, lifting her gaze with a faint smile. "Master Alexander and young Lady Alessa are currently keeping Lady Integra company. As butler, I deemed it improper to intrude," Walter replied calmly, stepping closer to Alucard. "Really? Well, I can't fault you for that. It was quite the spectacle. Who would have thought it would end this way? But it makes things far more interesting, don't you agree, Walter? For 10 long years she built an iron wall around her heart, one even I could not breach. And he needed only a couple of weeks. What an astonishing chosen one I have," Alucard said, chuckling lightly as she looked at Walter. "It is not my place to comment. My duty as butler is merely to ensure my mistress remains in good health and to protect her should the situation demand it," Walter answered calmly, offering a small smile. Alucard smiled faintly in return, showing she knew his true thoughts, which Walter quietly ignored without betraying any sign. But Alucard had no intention of pressing him, she saw no point. Now she had far more entertainment. After all, she had seen everything, from beginning to end, every moment in Integra's office, every thought that crossed her mind. Were it not for Alex's presence, Alucard would not have missed the chance to tease Integra once more, to tell her she was still ahead in the race. "We kill them, and they keep coming back. If there's one thing you can't deny them, it's persistence," Walter remarked, deciding to speak of Millennium. "And we will continue killing them, as many times as they return. Simple, as always. Only this time it won't be just the two of us, Walter. Sarah's is with us now." "And him," Alucard replied, resting her cheek lightly on her fist, displaying her habitual boredom while waiting for Millennium's next move. "I wanted to ask something," Walter said, regarding Alucard calmly. "What is it?" Alucard asked, raising a brow slightly. "Why did you turn Sarah's into a vampire? If I may be so bold, such an act is not characteristic of you, Lady Alucard," Walter said, watching her intently and awaiting an answer. At Walter's question Alucard's eyes widened for an instant, as she remembered Alex's words that she had simply felt lonely. At the time she hadn't taken them seriously, only occasionally pondering them. Recalling how Alex suggested perhaps fate was involved, or a momentary hesitation, or a desire to stop feeling alone. Before meeting Alex she had felt only boredom and emptiness, understanding that one day it would all vanish and she would be alone again, simply waiting while the world moved on. Slowly Alucard removed her red glasses and set them on the small table beside her throne, then lifted her gaze to Walter. I did not make the decision. She herself expressed the desire to walk this path. What of her family? Alucard asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. She has none. She is an orphan, Walter answered evenly. I suspected as much. Beneath that innocent appearance hides a remarkable and fascinating being. Her superiors and comrades were turned into ghouls in that city of death. She narrowly escaped rape and death at a vampire's hands. It was true hell on earth. And what did she do then? What choice did she make? Most people die, and choose to give up. Those who refuse to surrender earn the right to rise above human weakness, Alucard said, smiling faintly as she looked at Walter. She only had to start drinking blood, correct? Walter said, narrowing his eyes slightly and noticing the change in Alucard's demeanor. She will drink blood, sooner or later. Whether of her own volition, or guided there by him. Do not doubt it, Walter, Alucard replied, baring sharp fangs in a grin. So it all comes down to what choice Lady Sarah's makes. Is that correct? Walter asked, raising a brow slightly. Perhaps. Will she remain the coward everyone must protect, or embrace her dark side? The entire decision rests with her alone. But it seems she will make that choice soon. Very soon. Extremely soon, Alucard said, her voice growing quieter with each word. Walter made no comment on Alucard's final words, merely lifted his gaze to the basement ceiling, reflecting that it would be difficult for Sarah to abandon her humanity. All this time he had observed her, and clearly saw, she still clung desperately to the fact that she had once been human. Alex's appearance had only strengthened that desire to remain human, as though becoming a full monster would mean she could no longer stay near him. Walter realized, it wasn't only Integra who harbored feelings for Alex, Alucard and Sarah's did too. Walter couldn't help thinking, Alex must be quite the sinful man for Helsing's women to fall for him. Meanwhile the very subject of their discussion, Sarah's, was conducting the most disgusting experiment of her life. She sat in the dining hall before a table laden with various foods. The reason for the experiment was simple, could the blood candies Alex had given her allow her to consume anything besides coffee? Sarah's desire was very straightforward, she wanted to be normal as a vampire could possibly be. Staring at the abundance of food before her, Sarah swallowed hard and placed a bowl of chicken soup in front of herself. After a brief hesitation she took out a blood candy and dropped it into the soup, stirring gently until it dissolved. Waiting a moment, Sarah brought the spoon to her lips, hoping she would finally taste something. But the instant the chicken soup touched her tongue, Sarah felt violent nausea. The flavor was revolting, as though she had swallowed garbage that had been rotting in the sun for months. Gagging at the taste in her mouth, Sarah began coughing violently, trying to rid herself of the foul aftertaste. Coughing, she failed to notice Alex, Alessa, and Integra entering the dining hall. Why aren't you drinking blood, police girl? You are no longer human. You were turned into a vampire, Integra said, looking at the coughing Sarah's. Hearing Integra's voice, Sarah looked up, and saw not only her mistress but Alex and Alessa watching her with keen interest. Sarah instantly realized, she had been caught red-handed. Alex, looking at her, merely sighed, perfectly understanding Sarah's longing to eat normal food again. Even Alice had spent years yearning to taste ordinary food, and when she finally succeeded she devoured everything just to experience new flavors. Alex saw, the chicken soup in front of Sarah's was no ordinary dish. And he quickly grasped what she had been trying to achieve. Well. Sarah said in an embarrassed tone, unsure how to explain. Just tell us what you were doing here. No need to make excuses. If you miss it that much, you could have simply asked, Alex said, nodding toward the soup. Sarah lifted her gaze to Alex, then immediately dropped her head, realizing he had understood everything at once. Shame flooded her. She had wanted to go on a simple date with him, like an ordinary girl, eat something together, not just drink coffee and walk. But Integra, observing Sarah's, interpreted her reaction differently. Calmly she removed one glove and made a small cut on her finger. The moment blood appeared, Sarah stared at Integra in shock. Integra smiled, while Alex barely restrained himself from facepalming. Lady Integra. Sarah exclaimed, voice rising. I cut my finger. I don't want infection to set in. Lick the wound. This is genuine, 100% virgin blood. It will definitely suit your taste, Integra said, extending her bleeding finger. But. Sarah said nervously. Lick it. That's an order, Integra commanded coldly, narrowing her eyes. Sarah hesitated and was about to obey, when Alex intervened, finding the situation far too absurd. He seized Integra's hand and popped her finger into his own mouth, face completely blank. Seeing this, Ceres froze and blushed furiously. She even imagined herself in Integra's place, and how Alex would take her finger into his mouth. Integra, meanwhile, frowned at Alex's action. But he merely met her with a tired look. "Think before you act, Integra," Alex said, removing her finger from his mouth and lightly tapping her forehead. "Have you lost your mind?" Integra asked coldly after being flicked on the forehead like a naughty child. "No, you listen first before slicing your finger open." "And you, Ceres," Alex said irritably, glaring at Integra before turning to Ceres. "Why yes," Ceres said, snapping to attention. "Instead of fidgeting, speak plainly. I gave you synthetic blood so you could stay fed. And what happens?" "Integra thinks you aren't drinking blood at all," Alex said, flicking Ceres lightly on the forehead. "It's not that I didn't want to say. It's just," Ceres mumbled, blushing deeply from embarrassment. At that moment Ceres felt like a scolded child caught lying. Integra raised a brow upon hearing Alex mention synthetic blood. Suddenly she was curious, what exactly was the synthetic blood Ceres was consuming? "Synthetic blood?" Integra asked, interrupting Alex while he scolded Ceres for her foolish stunt. "Yes, synthetic blood. I created it specifically, and turned it into candy form. It has the exact same effect as regular blood but is laboratory made. And it comes in different flavors. I honestly don't understand how anyone can keep two vampires and still feed them plain human blood. It's barbaric," Alex said, launching into his familiar tirade. "Enough. Police girl, show me," Integra said, raising a hand and looking at Ceres. "Here, Lady Integra," Ceres said, producing a small box from her pocket. Integra took the box from Ceres's hands and opened it. Inside lay small, round, translucent orbs, somewhat resembling children's candies. Integra picked up one blood candy and brought it to her nose, sniffing. All she detected was a faint sweet scent. There was no familiar metallic tang of blood. Examining the candy from every angle, she placed it back in the box and looked at Ceres, her gaze conveying what she expected. One look from Integra was enough, Ceres understood. She immediately popped a candy into her mouth and squinted slightly. This time it was lemon flavor, which she disliked. Seeing Ceres's face twist, Integra narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Alessa, watching the exchange, sighed wearily, foreseeing yet another misunderstanding, and tugged Ceres's sleeve, pointing toward Integra. "Oh, Lady Integra, please don't misunderstand. It's just that this blood candy is lemon-flavored, and I don't particularly like lemon," Ceres said hurriedly, beginning to explain. "So each of these blood candies has a different flavor." "Understood. And how many do you need to feel satiated?" Integra asked, nodding slightly once Ceres explained her reaction. "One candy contains as much blood as an entire blood pack. The difference is they don't cause oversaturation. And the biggest advantage of my invention, you can drink coffee with them," Alex said proudly. "I see. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Integra said, acknowledging the usefulness of the invention. "I think I did. Maybe. I don't remember. And anyway, does it really matter?" Alex replied thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "Yes, it matters. Ceres is an important member of Helsing. I need to know her condition. I cannot have a subordinate unable to perform her duties because of hunger," Integra said sternly. Yes, my fault. Don't we have more pressing matters?" Alex said, waving tiredly. "We are not finished. Prepare your gear and await orders, Ceres. We have lost contact with our carrier off the coast of Wales. This is Millennium's doing," Integra said, narrowing her eyes at Alex before turning to Ceres. "Yes, Lady Integra." "I'll be ready," Ceres replied, immediately rising from her seat at Integra's words. Integra gave a slight nod, cast one final glance at Alex, then slowly walked away, hands clasped behind her back. Once Integra had left, Ceres exhaled in relief, and looked up to meet Alex's teasing gaze. He merely shook his head. Seeing this, Ceres blushed and swatted Alex's arm. Alex laughed and quickly kissed her on the cheek, causing her to blush even deeper, yet she smiled at the gesture. But now she had to prepare in case she was deployed again. Ceres quickly hugged Alex and hurried off to get ready. Alex calmly took Alessa by the hand, and followed Integra at a leisurely pace, as she had already gone ahead. To be continued. First off, I want to brag to you. My birthday may be on the 6th, but I've already received a nice gift in the form of Resident Evil Requiem. Oh yeah. The second thing I'd like to say is that, as you know, I publish chapters every day, except in extreme situations, like when I have no power all day or I'm so sick I can't even move. And even then, I somehow manage to publish chapters in those situations. And on the 6th, I might be busy because I'm planning to go to a country house with a friend to drink beer and grill some meat, if the weather is nice. So, on the 6th, the chapter might not be out on all 3 platforms I publish on. I'll keep you updated. Peace, love, and Leon Kennedy. Chapter 621, Chapter 620, Visiting the Government Headquarters as a Member of Helsing. After Sarah's hurried off to prepare for the possibility of being sent out again to kill vampires, Alex and Alessa calmly followed Integra. She simply returned to her office, intending to head to the headquarters of Britain's security service first thing in the morning. Integra clearly understood she needed to gather her strength. She could distinctly feel that a storm was approaching London, and it would arrive very soon. Back in her office, Integra quickly finished dealing with the remaining documents, set her pen aside, and glanced at the clock. It was already nearly 3 in the morning. Since Alex, Alucard, and Sarah's had left for Rio, she had barely slept for almost 72 hours, and it was finally beginning to affect her concentration. Lightly rolling her neck, Integra looked again at Alex and Alessa. They had returned to the office almost immediately after her. Her gaze once more fixed on Alex, and she could not deny it, he was an extremely attractive man. Integra even thought that he was perhaps the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. And it struck her as strange that such a man attracted virtually no attention. Wherever he went, he seemed to blend in as just another ordinary passerby. "What is it, Integra?" Alex asked, tilting his head slightly to one side. "You look too good." "It's irritating. If you were even a little uglier, it would be easier for me," Integra replied, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, it warms my heart." "But that's a common family trait in my family," Alex said, chuckling lightly. "Family trait?" Integra repeated, raising an eyebrow and resting her chin on her hands. "Yep. All my older brothers are good-looking too. Especially the eldest." "I'd say, he's devilishly handsome," Alex answered, laughing at his own pun. "I'll keep that in mind." "Now come on," Integra said, giving a slight nod and rising from her desk. "Where to?" Alex asked, lifting an eyebrow slightly. "To sleep." "I need to rest," Integra replied, preparing to leave the office. Alex froze for a second, trying to process exactly what Integra had just said. Despite all his intelligence, he couldn't figure out, was she suggesting they sleep together, or would he simply have to sleep in an armchair while she took the sofa? Alex glanced at Alessa. She calmly rose from the sofa they had been sitting on and tugged him by the hand. Following Integra out of the office, Alex was still trying to decipher what exactly Integra had meant by sleep. One thing he was absolutely certain of, nothing intimate was going to happen. Not only because of Alessa's presence, but also because of Integra's personality. Integra herself considered her decision perfectly reasonable. Since they had confirmed their relationship, Alex now belonged to her completely. And therefore he would sleep wherever she slept. Alex and Alessa followed Integra until they reached her bedroom. Integra calmly opened the door and entered, without even turning her head to invite them in. Stepping into Integra's room, Alex didn't expect to see anything surprising or out of character. The room perfectly reflected Integra, a large bed with a plain wooden frame, no carvings, dark bedding. Minimalism, yet one that emphasized aristocratic origins, a wooden bookcase, a desk with a computer by the window, the bare minimum of items, but all of them chosen for Integra's own convenience. The wardrobe was built into the wall. There Integra hung her jacket. After hanging the jacket, she unbuttoned only a couple of buttons on her shirt and sat on the edge of the bed. "Lie down. Don't touch me without permission. Don't speak. I need 5 hours of sleep. If you wake me earlier, I'll shoot you in the face," Integra said, pointing to the other side of the bed. "You don't happen to have a softer pillow, do you?" "I don't like sleeping on hard ones," Alex said, poking the stiff pillow with his finger. "If you don't like it, sleep on the floor." "But make sure I can see you," Integra replied, casting him an empty glance. Alex wearily pinched the bridge of his nose and snapped his fingers, instantly changing Alessa into a black nightgown and himself into shorts and a t-shirt. Once dressed for sleep, he retrieved Chastiful from his inventory in the form of a pillow. Replacing the hard, uncomfortable pillow with a very soft one, Alex first helped Alessa lie down and covered her with the blanket, then lay down himself. Integra watched the entire process with an analytical gaze, mentally noting that such a method of changing clothes was quite convenient and saved a tremendous amount of time. She didn't even see any reason to ask why Alex carried a pillow with him. She simply decided he was prepared for everything. Seeing that Alex and Alessa were already in bed, Integra looked at them for a few more seconds, and once again old memories flooded back, how she had once slept in the same bed with her parents. She had lain in the middle, her parents on either side. Shaking her head, Integra pushed aside the old memories that had been resurfacing more and more frequently lately, and lay down herself. Resting her head on the pillow, she turned and looked at Alex, who had placed his hands behind his head and closed his eyes, and at Alessa, who had also closed her eyes, hands folded on her chest. After looking at them for a couple of seconds, Integra turned away and lay on her side with her back to Alex. Soon Integra's bedroom fell into silence, broken only by the light, even breathing of the sleepers. When morning arrived and it was time to wake, Walter entered the room, as a responsible butler, he intended to rouse his mistress. Entering without knocking, Walter froze in place, his monocle nearly slipped from his eye when he saw the scene. Integra was sleeping on her side, clutching Alex's hand in hers, while between them Alessa slept peacefully, hands folded on her chest. Walter quickly adjusted his monocle and even wondered, wasn't everything moving a bit too fast, if Alex and Integra were already sharing a bed? But Walter was not the type to ask such questions. He approached the bed and cleared his throat discreetly, to wake Integra. Her eyelids fluttered, she squeezed Alex's hand and immediately opened her eyes. Seeing Walter, Integra realized she was holding Alex's hand, but pretended nothing unusual was happening. She released Alex's hand, sat on the edge of the bed, and with perfect composure put on her glasses and buttoned her shirt. "Good morning, Lady Integra. Breakfast is already prepared. Shall I wake the gentleman and the young lady?" Walter asked in a calm tone. "No need. I'll do it myself. For now, prepare my suit in the car," Integra replied, standing up from the bed. Walter nodded and took a step back, only to witness something he had seen several times before. Integra walked to the wardrobe, put on her jacket, then circled the bed and stood over Alex, who was still peacefully asleep. She lifted her leg and hooked him. With a now familiar gesture, Integra yanked Alex toward her, and dumped him off the bed. For the umpteenth time Alex woke up by slamming face first into the floor. Wearily opening his eyes, he rolled onto his side, and the first thing he saw were Integra's legs. With a tired sigh Alex looked up at her, she stared down at him with an utterly expressionless face. Walter, observing the scene, gave a faint smile, finding the situation rather comical, considering how many times it had happened and how it always followed the exact same script. "Is it really necessary to keep doing it this way? Can't you be a little gentler?" Alex asked wearily, looking up at Integra. "Gentler? I allowed you to sleep in the same bed with me. How I wake you is my decision," Integra replied, still looking down at him. "A morning kiss would have sufficed. Not throwing me out of bed, I was asleep, you know," Alex said, getting up from the floor and sitting on the edge of the bed. "A morning kiss is not compensation. It's a reward. And rewards must be earned," Integra answered, leaning closer to Alex. Alex gave Integra a blank stare, looking straight into her cold blue eyes and making it very clear with his entire demeanor that he had been completely serious about the morning kiss. Integra stared back into his eyes, expression unchanged. Neither of them intended to back down. Even Walter showed considerable interest. Would Integra give Alex what he wanted, or reject him? Integra continued looking into his eyes, and finally let out a small sigh. "But, since you did let me sleep properly, very well," she said in a calm tone. After those words Integra grabbed the collar of Alex's t-shirt, pulled him toward her, and quickly kissed him on the lips. Walter immediately turned away tactfully, utterly shocked by what he had just witnessed. The kiss lasted only a moment, and Integra released Alex. A victorious smile appeared on Alex's face, as though he had won this little game. At that smile Integra's eyelid twitched slightly, but she quickly regained control. During the time she had spent with Alex, she had very quickly realized, he stirred far too many emotions in her, emotions she had previously avoided. For someone like Integra this was both intriguing, that she could feel such things toward a man, and frightening, she so easily lost control not only over herself but over the entire situation around her because of his presence. That was the first and last one for today. Now get up. After breakfast we head straight to Security Service headquarters. If you're late, you'll make your own way there, Integra said, releasing Alex's collar. I'll be fine with just coffee, but Alessa needs proper nutrition, she's still growing, Alex said, stretching lightly. Master Alexander, I was unsure of young Lady Alessa's food preferences, so I took the liberty of preparing a breakfast suitable for a growing body, Walter said with a gentle smile. Thank you, Walter. Ugh, today's going to be a very long day, Alex said, stretching again, to which Walter nodded with a faint smile. What makes you think that? Integra asked, changing into more appropriate shoes. My intuition never fails me. All right, breakfast first, everything else after, Alex replied, cracking his neck lightly. Integra nodded, considering Alex's explanation reasonable. Alex turned to Alessa and gently stroked her hair. Alessa's eyes immediately opened, she sat up, hands at her sides, and looked around. Seeing Alex, she gave a small nod and climbed down from the bed herself. Alex took Alessa by the hand, and together with Integra followed Walter to the dining room for breakfast. Upon arriving, Alex seated Alessa at the table and sat beside her. While Alessa ate, Alex deftly braided her hair, all while she paid no attention and continued eating. Integra watched this with a calm expression, slowly eating her own breakfast and listening to the quiet melody Alex hummed as he braided Alessa's hair. Within a couple of minutes Alex had finished 2 neat braids, and began drinking his coffee while skimming the latest news on his phone. Flipping through headlines, Alex gave a faint smile, because a heavy rain had fallen across the entire world the previous day. He understood, this was the fastest and easiest way to spread the antivirus worldwide, without drawing any attention. Just to be sure, Alex searched for anything related to the events in Rio, to confirm there had been no information leak. All he found were mentions of a terrorist attack and a composite sketch of himself wearing a bear head mask, along with identical sketches for Alucard and Sarah's. Finding nothing unusual, Alex set the phone aside and continued drinking his coffee. "What were you reading?" Integra asked, taking a sip of tea and glancing at Alex. "Latest news. Old habit, from back when I worked as a mercenary. Useful to stay informed about what's happening in the world," Alex replied, taking a sip of coffee. "Useful habit. If you've finished your coffee, get ready. It's time to go." "Time waits for no one," Integra said, setting her cup on the table. "How I hate places like that. Always the same thing, every single time. Care to bet that when we arrive they'll try to throw us out?" Alex said, finishing his coffee. "I'm not going to play your games. And since you're done, put on something proper." "Not like the first time," Integra said, rising from the table. "You didn't tell me we were going to a tea party back then," Alex replied, giving Integra a blank stare. "Not my problem. And back then I wasn't obligated to tell you. But since you now belong to me, dress accordingly," Integra said, leaving the dining room to change. Alex wearily watched Integra's departing back, and once again confirmed, these were the consequences of being in a relationship with a strict woman. Even his other wives had repeatedly told him to dress appropriately when doing his work. Looking down at his own clothes, Alex of course understood, he wasn't about to go to Britain's security service headquarters in shorts and a t-shirt. He didn't even understand why Integra had told him to change in the first place. "That's love for you." "Right, Walter," Alex said, turning his head back. "I cannot disagree, Master Alexander. Shall I prepare a suit for you?" "I took the liberty of preparing an appropriate outfit matching your preferences." "Even though you always choose your own attire," Walter replied with a professional smile. "I don't even want to ask how you know my sizes. But I wouldn't expect anything less from the Helsing butler," Alex said, nodding. "Then shall I bring your suit?" Walter asked, giving a slight bow. "Please do. But no jacket, shirt and trousers will be enough." "Just in case I need to move around a bit," Alex said with a faint smile, helping Alessa wipe her mouth after breakfast. "I shall bring it to Lady Integra's chambers," Walter said, bowing, and immediately left. Once Walter was gone, Alex snapped his fingers, and Alessa's nightgown changed into the dark dress she usually wore in Wednesday's style. Alex lightly adjusted his daughter's clothes, making sure everything was perfect. Alessa looked up at him with her black eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck, signaling she wanted to be picked up. Despite her cold demeanor, Alessa, like all her sisters, was deeply attached to her father and loved the moments when he showed her care. Holding Alessa in his arms, Alex returned to Integra's room and entered without knocking, catching the exact moment Integra was changing. Integra only briefly turned her head toward him, then slipped off her shirt and began putting on a fresh one. "It's clothing. Nothing more." "And stop standing in the doorway," Integra said, pulling on a different pair of trousers. Alex merely shrugged and stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. Setting Alessa on the bed, he waved a finger, and the pillow he and Alessa had slept on transformed back into chasteful spear form and flew into his inventory. Integra noticed, but made no comment, simply noting to herself, Alex possessed a unique weapon capable of changing shape. The only thing that piqued her interest was what kind of weapon it was. She had neither seen nor heard of anything like it. A couple of minutes later there was a light knock at the door. Walter entered, holding Alex's prepared suit. "Considering your preferences, Master Alexander, the suit is black, as you like. And 2 ties to choose from, red and black," Walter said, holding the suit on a hanger along with the 2 ties. Alex nodded and took the clothes from Walter's hands, to change. He pulled off his t-shirt, bearing his back to Integra. Integra noticed, there was a tattoo on Alex's back, something she had known nothing about. Looking closer, she saw intricate inscriptions and designs in the center of his back, with additional inscriptions in an unknown language running along the sides. Alex calmly put on the black shirt and began buttoning it. Once fully dressed, he was about to roll up the sleeves as usual, when Integra approached and inspected him from head to toe, assessing his appearance. "Walter, bring my father's cufflinks." "Let him wear them," Integra said, turning to Walter. Walter immediately nodded and left the room, to fetch the cufflinks she had mentioned. He hadn't expected Integra to take such a step so quickly. But he knew, this was entirely in character for her. She had no intention of waiting for the right moment. Integra was the kind of woman who, once she made a decision, followed it through to the end. Alex didn't even have time to say anything. Walter was already gone. Turning his gaze to Integra, she was adjusting his clothes to make him look neat. "I think cufflinks are overkill. No need to dress so formally. Shirt and trousers are enough," Alex said with a tired sigh, watching Integra straighten his tie. "You are now part of the Helsing family. You wear what my father wore. You must look the part. End of discussion, Integra said, tightening the tie around Alex's neck and making her position clear. That's exactly why I said I hate places like that. Too formal, Alex replied wearily, earning a look from Integra that clearly said, shut up. With yet another tired sigh, Alex was certain his wives were currently watching him and memorizing exactly how Integra treated him, so they could use it against him later. And as someone who loved his family unconditionally, Alex understood there was no escaping this. While Alex was lost in thought, Walter returned, holding a small wooden box engraved with the Helsing symbol. Walter approached Integra and opened the box containing the cufflinks that had once belonged to Arthur Helsing. Alex saw silver cufflinks engraved with a cross and a rose, dark red stone set in the center. Integra took the cufflinks from the box and fastened them herself. Having finished with the cufflinks, she looked at Alex, indicating he should finish dressing. Sighing, Alex retrieved his pistols and put on the holsters for Ebony and Ivory, as well as the belt holster for Blue Rose, and only then put on the jacket, which Integra immediately straightened. Appearance is the face of any gentleman. I don't care how you usually dress. But when you accompany me, your attire must match your status, Integra said, smoothing the collar of Alex's jacket. And exactly what is my status? Alex asked with a faint smile. Spouse of the head of Helsing. Don't forget it, Integra replied, looking him straight in the eyes. Nice to hear. Then I suppose I should start working on a suitable ring, Alex said, nodding. I'll be waiting. Walter, is the car ready? Integra asked as Walter placed a cloak over her shoulders. Yes, your new driver is already waiting outside, Walter replied after helping drape the cloak over Integra's shoulders. Alex gave a small smile and draped a light black cloak over his own shoulders, letting it hang freely. Integra glanced at Alessa's black dress, and gave a slight nod, indicating the outfit was appropriate. Having finished preparing for the trip to Security Service headquarters, Integra left the room first, Alex and Alessa followed. Alex could feel he should keep himself in check and not be rude as usual, but he also knew his patience wasn't limitless. Leaving the manor, Alex saw Hugo, already waiting by the car. Noticing Alex's and Integra's attire, Hugo gave a slight nod and opened the doors. Alex helped Alessa and Integra in first, then got in himself. As the car pulled away and left the Helsing estate grounds, Alex looked at Alessa with a faint smile and stroked her hair. Why do I suddenly feel like a mafia boss right now? Alex said, chuckling lightly. I don't know. And I don't want to know, Integra replied, casting a brief glance at Alex. Alessa, want to play mafia? I think it'd be fun. I've never been a mafia boss before, Alex said, stroking Alessa's hair. That would be boring. The only good part would be collecting debts from people who don't pay protection money. But even Al Capone got caught because he didn't pay taxes. And you'd get bored quickly, Dad. You'd start complaining again that you already have too much work, and dump everything on one of the moms again, Alessa replied, lifting her black eyes to Alex. Fine. You're right, it really would be boring. And I don't have time for it anyway, Alex said, clearing his throat dryly. Alessa gave a small, satisfied nod and pulled out her phone from her bag, to text her sisters that they now officially had another mom. Integra caught the important details in the conversation between Alex and Alessa, and it wasn't hard for her to guess. Alex had his own organization, which he had mentioned at the very beginning of their acquaintance. The only thing she was truly interested in was the structure of that organization and the other women connected to Alex. Integra clearly wanted to know how many women he had and who they were. But she decided to wait until the Millennium situation was resolved. Then Alex would tell her everything. As the car approached headquarters, they were stopped at the checkpoint. Integra merely cracked the window and looked at the soldier guarding the entrance. Seeing her, the soldier immediately saluted and signaled to let them through. Integra. Alex said as the car passed the checkpoint. What? Integra asked, turning her head. If they try to take Alessa's toy away, I won't mind crippling someone. Just warning you. I don't care who they are or what their rank is. One wrong move against my daughter, and I'll cripple everyone here, Alex said in a cold tone. You won't need to do anything. If the problem arises, I'll handle it myself. So keep yourself under control, Integra replied calmly. I hope you manage to resolve it before she gets involved, or Alessa's bodyguards. And they definitely won't wait for a polite conversation to settle things, Alex said, lightly stroking Alessa's hair. You mean those creatures with iron pyramids on their heads? Integra asked for clarification, avoiding mention of the woman Alex had spoken of. Yes. They've always protected Alessa, and they still do, Alex replied, looking out the window. Integra nodded in understanding, and did not continue the conversation. But realizing that Alessa had protectors brought her a small measure of calm. Walter, sitting in the front beside Hugo, hoped the situation would not spiral out of control. He knew perfectly well what kind of people worked in Britain's security service. When the car stopped at the entrance, Alex got out first and helped Integra and Alessa out. As they left, he gave Hugo a subtle finger signal to stay ready. Hugo nodded and drove to the underground parking. Entering the building, Integra merely glanced at the guards, and they let them pass without any trouble or search. Alex, holding Alessa's hand, walked beside Integra, with Walter following behind. Just as Alex had expected, he heard whispering among the staff. Entering the elevator, Walter pressed a special button, and the elevator descended. When it reached the government Cobra bunker, the doors opened. Standing in the doorway were two armed soldiers who immediately saluted Integra the moment they saw her. Integra gave no response and simply walked forward. Walking beside Integra, Alex calmly observed the military uniformed personnel who stared back at him in complete shock. As they approached the main hall, Alex and Integra heard shouting coming from the observation room. Walter stepped forward to open the doors, letting Alex, Integra, and Alessa enter first. The moment Alex and Integra stepped inside, all arguments instantly ceased, and every eye turned toward them. Royal Knights of the Order of Helsing, Her Majesty's Secret Service, by order of the Queen, have arrived, Integra announced in a calm tone. Sir Helsing, Sir Voldegode, please come in, Shelby Penwood said, seated at the head position. Hearing the man's voice, Alex shifted his gaze to him. Alex's eyes immediately gleamed when he looked at Shelby Penwood. At first glance, an ordinary elderly man with a short, plump build and blue eyes. Despite being a vice admiral in the British Navy, he was often considered incompetent and cowardly due to frequent panic attacks. Even when the Valentine brothers invaded Helsing during the Round Table meeting, Penwood had panicked more than anyone. But Alex knew, people who appeared cowardly on the surface were usually the bravest in the most critical moments, willing to go to extremes, even self-sacrifice. But the moment Penwood spoke those words, chaos erupted in the room again. Admiral. You're allowing them to work with us, one of Penwood's officers shouted. This is a matter of national security. And you're going to let this suspicious pair stay here? They even brought a child into this place, a second officer yelled, pointing at Alex and Integra. This is under our Navy's jurisdiction. You have no right to be here. Get out, a third officer shouted, trying to drive Alex and Integra away. Alex and Integra showed no reaction to the shouting, and simply approached the table. Alex pulled out a chair for Integra, letting her sit first, then seated Alessa and sat down himself. Seeing such brazen behavior, everyone immediately fell silent. Alex lazily leaned on the armrest, pulled out his phone, and in a couple of seconds connected to Britain's defense system. Integra calmly brought a thin cigar to her lips and clamped it between her teeth, completely ignoring all the shouting. Penwood, watching this, could not fail to notice the very familiar cufflinks on Alex's sleeves. And Penwood quickly recognized them, because he had personally known Arthur Helsing. Seeing such cufflinks on Alex's sleeves, Penwood couldn't help giving Integra a very surprised look. Penwood glanced back and forth between Alex, Integra, and Alessa, who in this moment looked exactly like a Helsing family, and for some reason felt as though he was seeing his old friend again. Of course, we can leave, if that's what you want, Integra said in a lazy tone. What the? An officer who had been trying to drive them out began shouting. Wait. Please stay, Sir Helsing, Penwood said, wiping sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Report the situation, Admiral, Integra said, tilting her head slightly to one side. Penwood nodded and looked at his people. Though reluctant, they placed a folder of satellite photos on the table in front of Integra. 18 hours ago the aircraft carrier Eagle, conducting exercises in the Atlantic, reported an unidentified helicopter approaching. That was their last message. The ship is now stationary 300 kilometers from Peeling Bay. Initially this was supposed to be handled by us. But please take a look at these satellite images yourself, Penwood said, explaining what had happened. Alex reached for the folder, under the disapproving stares of the officers who still resisted their presence. Looking at the photographs, Alex couldn't help complaining about how outdated their satellites were. He slid closer to Integra, pointing out key details as he reviewed the images. Integra gave a slight nod. And when Alex reached a larger shot, showing a German swastika painted on the carrier's deck, Integra already knew from Alex's earlier words that Millennium had seized the ship. But she kept her face impassive. Understood. This is Millennium. Their last battalion, Integra said, lifting her gaze to Penwood. What nonsense. Vampires? Remnants of a Nazi group. If you want to joke, keep it reasonable. We don't have time for your occult games, an officer shouted, immediately dismissing Integra's words. Vampires? Impossible. There was simply a mutiny on board. Nothing more, an elderly officer said, denying Integra's statement. Well, fine. Then I want to see what you're capable of, Integra said with a cold gaze. Integra's words sounded like a challenge to these officers, and they were ready to launch the operation to retake the carrier under British control. Alex looked at all these people like the ultimate idiots. Shaking his head, he placed his phone in front of Integra, and she looked down. Alex had hacked into Britain's satellites. Integra saw the satellite camera tracking moving helicopters. Seeing what Alex had done, Integra narrowed her eyes. Even Walter leaned over her shoulder and was quite surprised. Alex swiped his finger across the screen, redirecting the camera farther, aiming it at the captured carrier, and began zooming in, until a silhouette sitting under an umbrella in the center of the swastika became visible. Realizing who it was, Integra merely sighed, pitying the soldiers who would die because of the stupid orders of a group of idiots. Pity the soldiers, Integra said without any emotion in her voice. What? Penwood asked, hearing Integra's words. Admiral, I can tell you only one thing. Integra said, looking straight into Penwood's eyes. And what is that? Penwood asked for clarification. There will be a massacre, Integra said in a cold tone. You should start preparing documents for those soldiers, Sir Penwood. Because not one of those 30 men is coming home. Your foolish orders and so-called pride have doomed 30 people, Alex said, folding his arms across his chest. The moment Alex spoke those words, silence fell over the entire room. From the radio came the commander's voice, reporting that the helicopter was nearly at the target. And in the same instant screams and explosions erupted, only to fall silent a moment later. The entire room sank into dead silence. Only 10 seconds had passed since the report that the carrier Eagle was within visual range, and all the sent soldiers were dead, both helicopters shot down. The soldiers' screams and the explosions of the two helicopters echoed in the ears of everyone present. Penwood clenched his hands, realizing he too bore responsibility for this. Once again his indecision had cost lives. He thought, if only he had ordered the carrier recovery operation cancelled, none of this would have happened. And now they were all dead, and no one could bring them back. Alex merely shook his head, but he understood the reasons behind these people's actions. They simply refused to believe they couldn't handle it, and in the end lost their lives. To be continued. Let me say right away, this isn't a plot device, but an important part. We need to see how the relationship between Alex and the girls develops. That's important, isn't it? As for the battle on the aircraft carrier, I thought Alex would be there too. Why? Isn't that fun, especially since it's all part of Alex's plan? And we'll be moving on to the battle in London pretty soon. Regarding Alucard's level 0, I'm debating whether to use it or not. Although, I do have one idea. How would I call it the proper conclusion to the Helsing arc? Or the final conquest of Alucard's heart? As for Sarah's, and her becoming a full-fledged Nosferatu, I have a plan for that too. But as you know, all of this is spoilers. So, peace, love, and a very strict wife. Chapter 622, Chapter 621, How to Properly Conduct Negotiations to Impress a Strict Wife. In the underground bunker, in the observation room, an almost tangible, oppressive silence fell, after the two helicopters sent to retake the captured aircraft carrier were shot down, and more than 30 soldiers, including the pilots, perished without even managing to approach the target. Even though it all happened in a mere 10 seconds, every officer present froze in place, the soldiers' screams and the thunder of explosions still rang clearly in their ears, as though the echo refused to die. But shock quickly gave way to frantic activity. The officers pulled themselves together and began feverishly trying to determine exactly what had destroyed the helicopters, and with what. Alex, seated beside Integra, had connected to Britain's entire security system the moment he arrived at headquarters, including every satellite used by the British military. Leaning his shoulder lightly against Integra's, he showed her frame by frame on his phone screen exactly how both helicopters had been taken down. Integra made no comment on the fact that Alex had so easily and quickly breached an entire country's security system. She simply memorized it silently for later. Right now she was simply watching Alex's phone screen and, frame by frame, saw how Rip Van Winkle had destroyed both helicopters with a single musket shot. The bullet fired from her magical weapon altered its trajectory in flight and struck multiple targets simultaneously. Integra tapped the screen with her finger, zooming in on a frame, and with a glance signaled to Alex that she wanted to hear his assessment of this vampire's capabilities. Walter also leaned in closer, to listen and analyze what Alex would say, already mentally calculating possible countermeasures. Alex nodded and began explaining in a low voice. Rip Van Winkle's power did not stem from her vampiric nature, all her strength lay in the magical musket created by the Major and the Doctor. The weapon fired special magical bullets capable of changing trajectory mid-flight, splitting apart, and striking dozens of targets at once. Integra heard what she wanted and gave a short nod, already thinking about how such a threat could be countered. Alex, meanwhile, was mentally calculating. It would be nice to acquire that musket after the battle, rework it and later give it to Rika. He was certain Rika would appreciate such a gift. While Alex and Integra quietly discussed Rip Van Winkle's abilities, the officers continued noisily trying to understand what exactly had shot down the helicopters they themselves had sent. Were the helicopters taken out by ship-mounted guns? One of the senior officers asked, seated at the table and staring demandingly at his subordinates. No, sir. The carrier's guns were not used. Something else brought down our aircraft, a junior officer replied, eyes fixed on his monitor. Was anyone left alive? Did any of the SAS survive? Another senior officer asked, slamming his palm on the table. Impossible to tell, sir. A fire is spreading across the sea surface, it's blocking our view, the junior officer reported, still unsuccessfully attempting to re-establish contact with anyone who might have survived. Once again the headquarters erupted in noise and arguments. Senior officers shouted at one another, but in reality each was simply trying to cover his own back and find someone to blame for the failed mission. None of them intended to admit that they were the ones who had ordered the carrier's recovery, and that the SAS member sent had died precisely because of their decision. Watching this circus, Alex grimaced in disgust. He could clearly see the true thoughts of these senior officers, who pretended to want to take action while in fact only searching for ways to avoid responsibility. Integra also saw the entire farce, but her face remained cold and impassive. She merely clenched her thin cigar slightly tighter between her teeth. Only Shelby Penwood felt genuine guilt for not having stopped the operation the moment Integra appeared. After all, he too had been present at the round-table meeting convened by the Queen. He had heard and seen Millennium declare war on Britain. Clenching his fists, Penwood thought, he should have immediately ordered the operation cancelled the instant he saw the Nazi symbol on the carrier's deck, and simply waited for Integra, who could have dealt with the vampires who had seized the British ship. Soon even Integra began to lose patience listening to officers who were already preparing to launch yet another suicidal operation. Farce. Integra murmured quietly, folding her hands under her chin. What did you say? A senior officer snapped, looking at her with disapproval. I merely said that all of this is a farce, Integra replied, pronouncing each word slowly and clearly, staring straight at the senior officers. What exactly are you implying, Lady Integra? Penwood asked, deciding to intervene and genuinely wanting to hear her opinion. There is no point sitting here bickering. While you stage this farce and accomplish nothing meaningful, blood continues to flow, Integra said in a calm, even tone, looking Penwood directly in the eyes. How would you like to proceed, Lady Integra? Penwood asked, calmly meeting her gaze. It is already obvious that this is the work of vampires. Therefore, Helsing will handle it. And so, with your permission, Sir Penwood, we are taking this matter into our own hands and will act at our discretion, Alex said calmly, folding his hands on the table. Penwood shifted his gaze to Alex, who, despite all the chaos, looked utterly composed. Penwood could not help noting, every time he saw Alex, he seemed different. Their first meeting had been at Helsing Manor, when Alex crashed through a third-floor window straight into the meeting hall, dealt with a vampire and ghouls single-handedly. The second was at the round-table meeting, where Penwood had witnessed his methods. And now the third, Alex had appeared again alongside Integra. Each time he seemed like a different person. When Alex declared that this was Helsing's matter, all the senior officers immediately tried to dissuade Penwood. But Penwood stopped looking at Alex, who, despite his youth, looked like someone who had been through far more than an old man like himself. Penwood turned his gaze to Integra, wanting to see her reaction. My husband's words are Helsing's words, Sir Penwood, Integra calmly confirmed. Very well. Very well, Integra. Gentlemen, silence. From this moment forward, Helsing is granted full freedom of action, Penwood said, slightly surprised by Integra's reference to husband, but quickly regaining composure. Thank you, Integra replied, rising from her seat. And before we leave, Sir Penwood, allow me to say one thing, Alex said, lifting Alessa into his arms. I'm listening, Sir Voldegode, Penwood replied, raising his eyes to him. Gather your courage and give orders like an admiral should. You are in charge here, not them. Order them to stop sending people to their deaths. And try ramming the carrier with a drone. It's important. Ah, yes. Good luck, Alex said in a calm, even tone. When Alex finished speaking, the senior officers already had their mouths open to begin berating him, but Penwood raised a hand, signaling they should be quiet. Seeing this, Alex gave a faint smile and approached Integra to leave. As he drew near, she gave the slightest hint of a smile at the corner of her lips and exited the observation room together with him. Penwood watched them go, and reflected on Alex's words. Because when Alex spoke them, he had not been rude or scolding. He had given advice. Clenching his fists, Penwood realized, he really did need to stop being a coward and a pushover who trembled at every unfavorable turn. With a sigh, he immediately ordered all current operations cancelled, recall the personnel and avoid unnecessary deaths. Penwood didn't fully understand why Alex had suggested using drones to ram the carrier, but decided to follow the advice. Alex carried Alessa in his arms and walked beside Integra. Walter followed behind, a faint smile playing on his lips. Walter had never once doubted Alex's leadership qualities during all the time he had been at Helsing, and those final words to Penwood only confirmed his opinion. Integra too was pleased with Alex's conduct in the situation. This had been her small test, to see how he would behave in such a place. And Alex had not disappointed her expectations. "Walter, what do you think?" Integra asked, walking slowly down the bunker corridor. "Well, undoubtedly, this is a trap. And time is currently on our side," Walter replied, sharing his opinion. "And what do you think, my husband?" Integra asked, turning her head toward Alex. "Regarding Walter's words that it's a trap, I completely agree. But as for time being on our side, no. Time never favors those who believe it does." "Right, my little princess," Alex said, smiling faintly and pressing his cheek to Alessa's. She gave a short nod in response. "I understand your point. But we cannot simply do nothing. A ghost ship like the Eagle is far too dangerous to leave unchecked," Integra said, nodding and bringing a thin cigar to her lips. Alex smiled, continuing to walk beside Integra and thinking through the next steps. He clearly understood, for Millennium's invasion to begin, Alucard and he himself would have to leave London. Otherwise the Major might take a different course of action. And what Alex could not fail to notice was how many disguised vampires were present in the main observation hall, among the regular officers, and among the soldiers patrolling the corridors. Continuing down the bunker corridor, 2 armed soldiers passed by, and Alessa looked at them with her dark eyes, perfectly aware that they were vampires. She raised her gaze to Alex. He gave her a slight wink, signaling not the time to mention it. "May I ask, Master Alexander, why did you ask Sir Penwood to ram the Eagle with drones?" Walter asked, looking at Alex. "To irritate the vampires. If Penwood isn't stupid, he won't send a group of drones all at once, but one by one. Because..." Alex began with a faint smile. "They won't attack on their own. But they also won't ignore a threat. If anyone gets too close, they will defend themselves. As though deliberately playing the role of fortress defenders. Oceanic castle walls and an endless moat of water, correct? And those magical bullets that effortlessly destroy anyone who approaches," Integra continued, picking up Alex's words. "If the carrier is a fortress, then it's a fortress they cannot escape from. And if they cannot escape, the only option is to board it. Or bomb it until the ship sinks. And if we're lucky, one drone will be enough to breach the hull. And stage a Titanic scene. Or would that already be the vampire version of Titanic?" Alex said, nodding slightly in time with his words. "We shouldn't wait and rely on luck. Boarding remains a viable option. Now we need to figure out how to transport Alucard and Ceres to the steel fortress in the middle of the sea." "Another warship?" Integra asked, stopping in the middle of the corridor. "Immediately, no. You might as well ask for an inflatable boat so Ceres could row with oars. Even Somali pirates aren't pathetic enough to storm a fully armed aircraft carrier," Alex replied, giving Integra a blank stare. Hearing Alex's comment, Integra's eyelid twitched, and she clenched the cigar in her hand so hard it snapped in half. Without thinking long, Integra raised her leg and kicked Alex in the knee for his insolence. Despite having confirmed a relationship that had very quickly progressed to another level, Integra had no intention of tolerating Alex being cheeky in a place like this. But before her foot reached its target, Alex stepped back and rolled his eyes. Walter saw this, and his lips curved in the faintest smile, at the interaction between Alex and Integra, at how they finished each other's sentences, and still managed to argue. "A ship is out. Then perhaps an aircraft. Or an airdrop?" Integra asked, taking out a new cigar. "No. Surface-to-air missiles, they won't even let us get close, let alone land. Unless we use a sufficient number of decoy anti-missile targets to cover the aircraft's approach," Walter suggested, recalling one suitable option after all the discussion. "Also no. Don't forget, Walter, magical bullets. The only way to board is to blind that musket bitch. But that will be difficult too. What do you think, Carmilla?" Alex said, rubbing his chin. The moment Alex finished speaking, a light feminine laugh echoed in the corridor, and the shadow behind him began to expand, covered in red eyes and something resembling writhing centipedes. The shadow grew until it covered part of the wall and ceiling, and from it slowly emerged Alucard's hand in a white glove. She leisurely stepped out of the shadow, trailing her fingers across Alex's shoulder. Fully materializing, Alucard wrapped her arms around his shoulders and narrowed her eyes slightly at Integra with a faintly provocative smile. Still smiling, she ran her fingers along Alex's neck, leaning slightly forward, while her other hand stroked Alessa's hair. Integra saw the gesture, but not a single muscle twitched on her face. The only one no one paid attention to was Ceres. She tumbled out of the shadow on the ceiling and landed on her backside with an expression as though she didn't understand where she was or how she had gotten there. Seeing Ceres, Alex extended a hand to help her up. Ceres immediately grabbed his palm and straightened her skirt, which had once again ridden up. Once again Ceres mentally complained to herself that the skirt was too short, and had already thought more than once about asking for trousers instead. "You need to find a way to get me onto a ship in the middle of the sea, and avoid missile fire and magical bullets," Is it really that difficult? Alucard asked, still leaning on Alex, standing behind him. No. There is perhaps only one aircraft with a fuselage capable of executing such a mad idea, Walter replied with a smile, recalling a suitable option after all the discussion. Then lead the way, Walter. We need to resolve this problem as quickly as possible, Integra said calmly. Walter nodded and walked ahead, toward the elevator. Everyone followed. As they moved down the corridor, a provocative smile continued to play on Alucard's face. She held Alex's arm, walking beside him. Integra, walking alongside, saw all of this but maintained complete calm. She saw no reason for jealousy or any other emotional display. Alex already belonged to her completely. Seeing that Integra did not react to the provocation, Alucard's smile only widened. She became curious, how much could Integra ignore, and how far would she allow things to go? The only one who did not get involved in any of this was Sarah's. And only because she was still in shock from finding herself in the British government's underground bunker. The reason was simple, it was Sarah's first time traveling through shadows, and it had caused her considerable discomfort. Reaching the elevator, the entire group ascended to the underground parking, to get into the car and head to the Government Research Division. Already in the car, Walter explained which aircraft he had in mind, who its creator was, and why Integra's influence was required to negotiate. Having listened to the explanation, Integra gave a short nod, indicating she would handle it. While the car moved through London streets, Alessa sat on Sarah's lap, and Sarah was very happy the girl didn't mind. Alex sat beside Integra, feeling Alucard continue to stroke him with her foot, slowly sliding it up his leg. All this time a smile played on Alucard's face. She propped her cheek on her fist, leisurely moving her foot higher along Alex's leg. Alex himself was looking at his phone, and occasionally pinched Alucard's toe when her foot rose too high and moved where it shouldn't. He had become so accustomed to such gestures that he simply ignored them and acted on instinct. After all, Alucard was far from the first woman to behave this way with him. Seeing there was no reaction, Alucard simply placed her feet on his lap. Alex decided to use her feet as a stand for his phone. Seeing this, Alucard laughed quietly. Integra, how much do you think your government would pay me if I offered to improve their security system? Alex asked, running his finger across the phone screen. Why do you ask? Short on money. Shall I write you a check? Integra replied, turning her gaze from the window to him. I managed it in 5 seconds, full control of all Britain's systems. As for money, I'm already rich. I'm simply curious how much your government would be willing to pay, Alex replied, lazily leaning back against Alucard's legs. You did what? Sarah's exclaimed, hearing Alex's words. All satellites, all communication services and everything similar, currently under my control. And why are you so surprised? I hacked all of America's databases out of boredom, simply because I could. Look here. These are Britain's classified files. And this is a live satellite feed. See, that's Helsing Manor, Alex said, turning the phone screen toward Sarah's. Seeing the screen, Sarah's froze, staring at it with her mouth open. She couldn't believe her eyes. Sarah's mouth opened and closed, she tried to find words, but only inarticulate sounds came out. Alucard merely glanced at Alex's phone screen out of the corner of her eye, and smirked. Integra pondered Alex's words, but decided not to attach too much importance to them for now. She felt, Alex had no intention of doing anything that could endanger Britain. Seeing Sarah's reaction, Alex chuckled lightly and once again used Alucard's feet as a phone stand. Soon the car arrived in another part of London, at a remote military airfield. Passing the checkpoint without issue, everyone followed Walter. Soon he led the group to a separate hangar. Entering, Alex saw the aircraft Walter had mentioned and examined it carefully. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt the urge to obtain detailed data on this machine. Alex paused for a moment, took several photos. After all, this aircraft existed in a single copy. After inspecting the machine, he set Alessa down, so Sarah could watch her while Alucard, as usual, vanished back into the shadows, finding the whole thing too boring. Sarah had no objection to spending time with Alessa, and without ceremony took the girl by the hand, suggesting they inspect the aircraft from all sides. Catching up with Integra and Walter, Alex hoped, for gremlins wouldn't suddenly appear and decide to steal the machine. Meanwhile Walter entered the office and opened the doors for Integra, letting her go first. Following Integra inside, Alex saw an elderly man with disheveled gray hair and glasses on his nose, wearing a lab coat. He was seated at a desk, head bent over blueprints. Hearing people enter, the man looked up and raised an eyebrow slightly. Walter immediately introduced Integra, and explained the reason for their visit, as well as what they required. Hearing Walter's request, the man adjusted his glasses and folded his arms across his chest, looking at Integra and Alex. EXP-14 is an experimental top-tier aircraft. The British Army Technical Bureau acquired 2 American State Route 71 Blackbirds several years ago. I rebuilt the two aircraft into one. Truth be told, only the outer skin remains from the American State Route 71. The internals required serious work, so now it's an entirely different machine. Originally it was a two-seat reconnaissance aircraft. Now, a single-seat high-speed aircraft capable of easily breaking speed records. So that's how it is. And now I ask once again, who exactly are you people? And what is this Helsing organization? The scientist said, not missing the chance to boast about his creation. Integra raised her gaze to Walter, signaling him to explain again and stop wasting time. Walter was about to begin speaking when Alex calmly raised a hand, indicating he would handle it himself. Seeing the gesture, Walter bowed and stepped back, standing behind Alex and Integra. The scientist shifted his gaze to Alex, adjusting his glasses slightly. Alex, expression unchanged, reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out a folder of blueprints from his inventory, placing it in front of himself. Integra looked at Alex with interest, curious to see which approach he would choose in such negotiations. She would have simply ordered and demanded in this situation, and the scientist would have had no right to refuse due to her status. As a man, I perfectly understand, you treasure your creation, into which you poured so much effort and labor. And now people like us come and demand your work for our mission. And from our side we should already be grateful that you haven't cursed us out and thrown us out, Alex began, placing his hand on the folder of blueprints. Yes, you're right, young man, the scientist replied, nodding and folding his arms across his chest. And at the same time we urgently need this aircraft right now. Yet, I believe one should not take something for free. Therefore I propose a deal, Alex continued, tapping the folder with his finger. A deal. I'm listening attentively, the scientist said, leaning forward. In this folder are blueprints for military drones that are several generations ahead of the most advanced American drones. I will give you this folder with all the blueprints, and you give us your aircraft. I consider this a fair exchange in our current situation. We are not insisting on charity, therefore this is an honest trade, Alex said with a calm smile. Then let me take a look. The scientist said, reaching for the folder. I should remind you, our time is not unlimited. And I need an answer now. I assure you, these blueprints are indeed a worthy price for your aircraft, Alex added with a smile, not allowing the scientist to touch the folder. Seeing Alex's position, the scientist pondered for a moment, folded his hands under his chin and narrowed his eyes, looking at the folder under Alex's hand. Understanding that a little motivation was needed for a decision, Alex calmly opened the folder and pulled out one of the pages, handing it to the scientist. He took the sheet and began reading quickly. What Alex had given him included part of the specifications for a military drone. Seeing the scientist immersed in reading, Alex gave a faint smile. This blueprint for a military drone would not significantly impact the global stage overall. After all, Alex had obtained these blueprints from a world where a zombie apocalypse had occurred, when he and his group had infiltrated the underground complex of the evil corporation. There they used far more advanced drones to control zombie hordes, while control over all the zombies had not yet been taken by Davitha's demons. Integra calmly watched all of this, not interfering in the conversation and slowly smoking her cigar. Seeing how Alex conducted the negotiations, she was genuinely pleased inside, though she did not show it on her face. Walter gave a slight nod, seeing how Alex behaved. If Walter was accustomed to Integra conducting negotiations in her own style, always aggressively, then Alex behaved calmly, offering something of equal value. Walter understood, not every situation called for aggression, sometimes a different approach was needed. And so Walter mentally gave Alex a high mark. What do you say, Doctor? As you understand, my wife could simply demand your aircraft, and you would have no right to refuse. But I do not consider such methods acceptable. Therefore we take your aircraft, and you take the drone blueprints, Alex said calmly, interlacing his fingers. Fine. Better than outright theft. The aircraft is yours now. And one last question, where did you get such blueprints? The scientist asked, sighing slightly and rising from his desk. I developed them myself. And one last thing, there is room for improvements in the blueprints. But that now depends solely on you and your team, Alex replied, continuing to smile and handing the folder to the scientist. Understood. Then I will prepare everything for handover. But that will take time, the scientist said, taking the folder from Alex's hands. How much time is needed for preparation? Integra asked, deciding to intervene. About 2 days for full flight preparation. Everything needs to be checked, we have only conducted test launches. For the pilot's safety everything must be rechecked. The scientist began, thinking slightly. The aircraft will not be piloted by a human. She will not be threatened by anything that would threaten an ordinary person. All that is needed is for the aircraft to deliver her to the target and do so quickly, under fire, Integra interrupted, raising her hand. I don't understand what you mean, and what your words, not human, imply. But if that's what you say, still a minimum of 16 to 18 hours to check primary systems, skin integrity, and refueling, the scientist replied, shaking his head slightly. I give you 15 hours, so everything is ready. That is an order, Integra said, her entire demeanor making it clear discussion was over. But the scientist began, watching as Integra simply walked away. Good luck, my friend. I myself have trouble arguing with her, let alone you. In 15 hours we will return, Alex said, patting the scientist on the shoulder. The scientist watched the departing group of three, and wearily pinched the bridge of his nose because of what had just happened in his office. No matter how much he wanted to complain, he had no choice. Looking at the folder of blueprints he had received in exchange for his aircraft, the scientist sighed and decided to get to work, to prepare the machine for flight. Leaving the scientist's office, Alex, Integra, and Walter collected Sarah's and Alessa, who had spent all that time inspecting the aircraft. Back in the car, Alex suggested having lunch at the nearest restaurant, but Integra immediately rejected the idea and named a different address. Alex merely shrugged and closed his eyes, while the car continued moving forward. You don't regret trading such blueprints for an aircraft that ultimately won't last long? Integra asked, wanting to hear Alex's reaction. Those blueprints I gave that scientist are only a tiny fraction of what I have. They are merely military drones, nothing more. You saw the robots unloading trucks with the equipment you ordered. And that is far more advanced technology, Alex replied, opening his eyes. So you gave him garbage? Integra asked, raising an eyebrow. No. Those blueprints are useful, but they won't shake the global stage. After all, human greed and ambition know no bounds, Alex said, shaking his head slightly to loosen his neck. Understood. You thought ahead. Good decision. And you handled those negotiations well, Integra said, giving a slight nod. If you want to praise me, better give a reward, Alex replied with a faint smile. Not now. Tonight, Integra answered, not refusing his words. Alex smiled faintly and shifted his attention to Sarah's, who was busy playing with Alessa. Alex was pleased to watch Alessa spend time with Sarah's. And Sarah's herself had no objection to spending time with the girl. Alex leaned slightly forward, to see what Sarah's and Alessa were doing, and saw they were once again playing a children's intellectual game in which Sarah's had still never managed to win against Alessa. Alex couldn't help asking Sarah's, why did she play if she couldn't win? To which Sarah's blushed slightly and proudly answered that she had won once. But her pride quickly turned to embarrassment, when Integra reminded Sarah's that she had lost to a 7-year-old child. Seeing Sarah's lower her head in embarrassment, Alex chuckled lightly and stroked Sarah's hair, causing her to smile again. Alex decided to join their game, while the car headed toward the restaurant. To be continued. Of course, I could jump straight to the battle against Ripwan. But how can I just skip moments? I actually thought the plane would be flying towards the aircraft carrier by this chapter. But I'm so busy today that I simply don't have time. So, as usual, we'll stop here. Anyway, regarding the chapter on the 6th, there probably won't be one. After all, I'm leaving. Yeah, I know, it's sad to hear that. But I also need to rest on my birthday. But I'll always be with you, in spirit. Yeah. Anyway, as always, peace, love, and friendship are magic. No. Chapter 623, Chapter 622, an airplane can also be used as a ram. Because preparing the aircraft for ramming the carrier would take a full 15 hours, time dragged on unbearably slowly, as though every minute stretched into eternity. After a brief lunch at the restaurant, Alex and the others returned to Helsing Manor to complete the final preparations. Integra saw no point in remaining at the security service headquarters any longer, listening to the endless squabbling of old officers who, after yet another failure, would once again shift blame onto one another just to keep their own seats. Alex, for his part, could barely tolerate such places, his patience ran out far too quickly, and he already felt irritation beginning to boil inside him. Upon returning to the manor, Alex immediately went to check on his people, to find out how preparations for the defense were progressing. The moment he began recounting what had happened at security service headquarters, Chris clapped him on the shoulder with an understanding, almost sympathetic expression. After all, before Chris joined the guild Alex had created, he had remained in his original world, the one where the zombie apocalypse had escalated into a full-scale invasion by an army of demons. And Chris too had dealt with arguing old men who accomplished nothing, merely continued to argue, shifting responsibility and covering their own backs. In the end, Chris had simply thrown the table out the window and left, with Leon and Pierce following right behind him. While Alex chatted with the guys, he began explaining what was really happening. As soon as he finished describing the captured carrier, a light, tense silence fell over the room. "It's a trap," Ghost said, arms folded across his chest, leaning back against the wall. "No shit, it's a trap. From the moment they seized it, they've been sitting still 300 kilometers offshore, just defending. Even the dumbest guy in our group would realize it's a trap," Jake added lazily, rocking back and forth on his chair. "Hey, I can hear you, you know," Lutz shouted, pointing a finger at Jake. "No one was talking about you, Lutz. But props for being self-aware about your limits, Mao smirked, leaning his elbows on the table. You. Lutz began, gritting his teeth. All right, enough bickering, guys. We don't have time for this. Alex, as I understand it, the moment this trap snaps shut, everything begins. Or rather, better to put it another way. It's already begun. And that trap is set specifically to lure out your vampire girlfriend, Lem said, lighting a cigarette. Exactly. No matter how clever the Major is or how grandiose his plans, he and his army can't do anything against Carmilla. To her they're just food. But sometimes the most primitive bait trap turns out to be the most effective. Only the Major doesn't know that he and his army are walking into a trap too, Alex replied, chuckling lightly. Yeah, you're the evil genius who can outchess every evil genius combined. Have you already told your new wife about this? Aren't you afraid that woman with the ice-cold face will rip something off you? Jake asked lazily, waving a hand. I'll tell her when the plane takes off. All you guys need to do is hold the manor. And make sure Sarah's doesn't get hurt. I'll play all the other cards myself. I don't like holding back in situations like this, but Sauron is way too vigilant and still isn't ready to step onto the stage, so I have to act with extreme caution, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Sauron. Isn't that the evil eye by the volcano, or did I mix something up? Ar asked in a puzzled tone. For God's sake, just watch the movie. All right, I'm going. Integra isn't exactly the patient type, Alex said, heading for the door. Henpecked, Soap coughed quietly. That's the power of love, Johnny. A lonely mutt like you wouldn't understand, Alex replied lazily, waving a hand as he left the room. When Alex uttered those final words before leaving, Soap coughed slightly at being called a lonely mutt. Ghost, standing nearby, merely gave Soap a blank look and followed Alex out. The guys took turns patting Soap on the shoulder, trying not to burst out laughing. But seeing the others' faces, Soap was on the verge, especially when Ar demonstratively flashed his wedding ring on his ring finger. That was the last straw. Soap felt like punching someone. Meanwhile, Alex walked unhurriedly toward Integra's office, wondering how to occupy himself in the remaining time. He stopped by a window and looked outside. He understood, tomorrow London would erupt in flames. But he had already prepared everything, now all that remained was to wait. The only thing Alex wanted to avoid after the events in London was Chuck noticing that nothing had happened in London. And that was the one thing he wanted to prevent, because his plan to confront Chuck had not yet entered its final stage. But Alex thought, Chuck was currently so engrossed in his role as the brother hiding from an enraged sister thirsty for revenge, that he probably wouldn't even pay attention to what happened in London. Hoping his calculation was correct, Alex sighed and continued on his way to Integra's office. Reaching the office, Alex entered without knocking. The moment he appeared, Integra raised her gaze to him. Are you finished? She asked, setting her pen aside. Pretty much. We just went over the manor's defense one more time, just in case, Alex replied, removing his jacket and tossing it over the edge of the sofa. I see. Anything else you want to say? Integra asked, nodding slightly and looking him straight in the eyes. You mean the reward for how I handled the negotiations? Can I cash it in now? Alex asked with a faint smile, loosening his tie and placing it on top of the jacket. That's not what I meant. But if you want your reward, come and take it yourself. I'm not getting up from this desk just for that, Integra replied, still looking him in the eyes. Alex smiled faintly, walked over to Integra's desk and calmly circled it. Integra swiveled her chair, turning to face him. Without losing his smile, Alex leaned down and kissed Integra on the lips himself. Integra had no objection to maintaining her cold demeanor in their relationship, but she also didn't stop Alex from taking the initiative when the time and place were right. Even if their relationship had only progressed to a new level yesterday evening. A couple of seconds after the kiss began, Integra calmly placed her palm on Alex's face and pushed him back, signaling that was enough. Alex only chuckled quietly when Integra turned away. Still chuckling, he walked over to the sofa and simply lay down on it. Stretching out, Alex put his hands behind his head and thought about Sarah's and Alessa, who were currently spending time together. Of all the women in Helsing, Sarah's was the kindest, and it was obvious she enjoyed being around Alessa. Thinking about what to do next, Alex chose the simplest option, just sleep. And while I remember, my wife, Alex said, turning slightly onto his side while lying on the sofa. What is it, my husband? Integra asked, raising her gaze to him again. You should get some rest, not keep acting the way you usually do. The plane will be ready in about 12 hours. And after that we head back to Security Service headquarters, and for that you need a clear head, Alex said, looking at Integra. I'm fine. I've rested enough, Integra replied calmly, lowering her gaze. All right, as you wish. I've done everything I could. Wake me when it's time to leave. I have plans for that plane and the carrier too, Alex said, rolling onto his side. I'm not your alarm clock, Integra replied in a cold tone, staring at Alex's back. You're my wife, and that's enough. When Carmilla takes off, I'll tell you everything. For now, sweet dreams. See you in about 10 hours, Alex said in a sleepy voice and instantly fell asleep. Seeing Alex simply fall asleep, without explaining any of his plans, Integra merely exhaled through her nose, feeling mild irritation at his secrecy once again. But she quickly suppressed the feeling and continued working on her documents. Unconsciously, Integra began writing on the paper a little more quietly than usual, as though it came naturally to her. She continued working, paying no attention to the time, until there was a light knock at the office door. Integra looked up, the doors opened, and Walter entered, wheeling a cart in front of him with tea and light snacks. Seeing the sleeping Alex, Walter's expression didn't change, he simply wheeled the cart to Integra's desk and calmly poured tea. Integra took the cup, took a sip, and her gaze smoothly shifted to the sleeping Alex. Walter, of course, noticed that Integra's gaze was fixed on Alex, but made no comment, maintaining his professional smile. Time continued to pass slowly. While Integra worked, the sun had already set, and night had fallen. The office was lit only by the dim glow of a desk lamp. Setting her pen aside, Integra looked at the clock and realized it was time to wake Alex. She calmly rose from her seat and walked over to the sofa where he slept. Already thinking about waking him in her usual way, dumping him on the floor, Integra lowered her leg and sat on the edge of the sofa. She looked at Alex, who was sleeping on his back. Integra thoughtfully ran her fingers through his hair, touched his cheek and neck. She gently stroked his cheek, until she felt his arms wrap around her waist. Feeling this, Integra froze for a moment, sensing the warmth of his palms. If you're already awake, then get up. And stop hugging me, Integra said calmly, though she didn't remove Alex's arms. At least you didn't dump me off the sofa, that's progress, Alex replied, continuing to hold Integra around the waist. I still can. So move and get up, before I really do throw you off the sofa, Integra said, still looking down at him. Fine, fine, Alex replied, releasing Integra and stretching lightly. Getting up, Alex habitually leaned down and gently kissed Integra on the cheek, the same way he did with his other wives. Feeling the warmth on her cheek, Integra froze for a moment, her heart skipped a short beat. She looked at Alex, he calmly dressed as though everything was perfectly normal. Feeling the pleasant warmth on her cheek, Integra thought, that gesture was rather nice. When Alex had fully dressed, he stretched lightly and looked at Integra, who had been watching him the entire time. Shrugging slightly, Alex's entire demeanor signaled, ready to go. Looking at him for another moment, Integra took her cloak and left the office together with him. I hope Alessa doesn't get used to sleeping in a coffin, Alex said, walking beside Integra down the corridor. Why bring that up now? Integra asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. Because Alessa is currently sleeping with Sarah's, in her coffin, Alex replied, yawning lightly and trying to fully wake up. I see no problem with that. If she likes it, I'll simply ask Walter to order another specially made coffin for sleeping, Integra said, expression unchanged. Alex looked at Integra and shook his head slightly, he saw no reason why Alessa shouldn't sleep in a coffin. All his daughters had their own preferences, and sleeping in a coffin wasn't that big a deal. If Alessa asked for such a bed, Alex wouldn't mind personally making one for her, as long as his little princess was happy. Seeing that Alex didn't pursue the topic, Integra thought she should tell Walter to place a special order, just in case. Leaving the manor, Alex saw Walter and Hugo, already prepared for departure. He noticed Alucard's coffin, which had been placed on the roof of the car. Alex knew, she always took it with her when going somewhere far. After all, she used it not only as a place to sleep and store things, but also as a reminder of who she was and where she came from. Nodding to Walter and Hugo, Alex helped Integra into the car, then got in himself. Beautiful night tonight, isn't it, Carmilla? Alex said, settling into the car. A truly beautiful night for hunting, my dear, Carmilla replied with a light smile, baring her vampire fangs. Enough flirting here, Integra said in a cold tone. Don't be jealous, my mistress. He'll belong to you by day, and to me by night. Fair division of our men, Alucard answered with a provocative smile. Shut up, Alucard, before I rip your tongue out, Integra said in an icy tone. In response, Alucard only laughed quietly at Integra's threat, showing she had no intention of backing down on this matter. Alex pretended he wasn't even there. After all, he had long since learned the main rule: when women argue, don't try to play peacemaker. Otherwise you become everyone's enemy. Stretching his legs forward slightly, Alex closed his eyes, to simply relax during the drive to the military airfield. But the moment he relaxed, he felt someone stroking his legs. And Alex knew perfectly well, it wasn't Integra. Opening one eye, he saw Alucard once again sliding her foot along his leg. And she was doing it demonstratively, not only to provoke a reaction from him, but also to continue irritating Integra. Alex once again wondered, why did Alucard's personality toward him differ so much from her counterpart in the original timeline? He even thought it was because Alucard was now a woman with whom he had a relationship. Integra watched Alucard's actions with a cold gaze, showing neither irritation nor jealousy. Only a cold, evaluating look, to which Alucard responded with provocation. Alex was caught in the middle of it all, and simply remained silent. Soon the car arrived at the military airfield. It stopped beside a remote hangar, where lights were on and voices could be heard. Getting out of the car, Alex, Integra, and Alucard headed inside. Entering the hangar, Alex saw bustle, many people were moving about and continuing their work. When they appeared, the scientist Alex had made the deal with regarding the aircraft approached them. Being a tactful man, the scientist asked no questions about who would fly the plane, he simply said they were finishing the final preparations and refueling the machine. Integra gave a short nod with a cold gaze, making it clear she had no intention of talking. The scientist swallowed slightly under her stare, to which Alex gave a barely noticeable wave of his hand, signaling, not his fault, better to leave. The scientist immediately nodded and retreated farther away, to avoid being near Integra. Once the scientist left, Alex, Integra, and Alucard stepped outside to the car. Alex lit a cigarette and leaned against the vehicle, gazing at the moon. Integra stood beside him smoking a thin cigar, arms folded across her chest, methodically tapping her finger. Finishing his cigarette, Alex flicked the butt away and, without a word, walked off, leaving everyone standing by the car. A couple of minutes later he returned, holding an iron chain in his hand. "What do you need a chain for?" Integra asked, narrowing her eyes. "Because someone else is flying with Carmilla." "He's going on the plane," Alex replied, nodding slightly behind himself. Integra, Alucard, and Walter shifted their gaze behind Alex, and saw a child about 10 years old in a school uniform. He looked very strongly like a child version of Alex, only with an even lazier expression, as though he simply wanted to sleep. After examining the mini copy of Alex from head to toe, Integra shifted her gaze to Alex himself, waiting for an explanation. Alucard lightly sniffed the scent wafting from the mini version of Alex, detecting a completely different aroma than from Alex's own body. Even Walter removed his monocle, wiped it lightly, and put it back on, thinking he must have imagined it. "Meet Mini-Me. And he's flying with Carmilla, on the plane," Alex said, pointing at his 10-year-old copy. "Explain," Integra said, looking Alex straight in the eyes. "I want that musket. And Mini-Me will take it and bring it to me. I love rare weapons, and I'll never let something like that go to waste. Never. Plus it's part of the plan." "Right, Mini-Me," Alex said, patting his mini copy on the head. "Get off me and stop calling me that. I'm not Mini-Me, you're the damn original. And anyway, are you seriously letting me fly with your Dracula girlfriend in the same plane? There's only one seat. Are you suggesting I fly on her lap?" Mini-Me said, kicking Alex in the leg. "Did I say anything about you flying in the plane? I said, on the plane. Otherwise why would I look for a strong enough chain?" Alex replied, lightly shaking the iron chain in his hands. "How I hate myself," Mini-Me said, slapping his forehead with his palm. "I hate myself too." "At least we have that in common, Mini-Me," Alex said, chuckling lightly. The clone stared at Alex as though he wanted to attack him, to which Alex responded with a blank stare, clearly showing he didn't care, and his words were completely serious. The clone sighed wearily, squatted down, his entire demeanor showing he wanted to do nothing, then simply collapsed onto the ground and sprawled out. Integra, Alucard, and Walter watched all of this with different expressions. Integra analyzed what was happening, Alucard was genuinely amused by the situation, and Walter tried to return to his professional demeanor as the perfect butler. The entire farce with Alex's clone continued, until a man emerged from the hangar and announced that the plane was ready for departure. Alex calmly lifted his mini copy by the collar and carried him into the hangar. Alex's clone didn't resist at all, merely hung limply in Alex's hands. Entering the hangar, Alex dropped his copy onto the floor, and jumped onto the plane. He wrapped the chain around the plane's wing, and tied the other end around his clone. And all of this happened in full view of everyone present. And everyone unanimously thought, what the hell is Alex doing, and why is he tying a child to the wing of a plane? Finishing all the preparations, Alex looked down at his clone from above. "Stop lying there, get up already." "You know what to do," Alex said, kicking his clone lightly. Yeah, I know. Grab the musket and make another gift for the cat." "I'm not stupid, I got it the first time," Mini-Me replied in a lazy tone, getting up from the floor and jumping onto the plane's wing. "Good boy. And you understand?" Alex began, looking at his clone. "I'm not promising anything. She's your girlfriend, original." "Not mine," the clone interrupted, lazily waving a hand. Alex only rolled his eyes and returned to Integra, who had been watching and listening to the entire conversation between Alex and his clone the whole time. Despite there being no important details in their exchange, Integra quickly realized the musket was merely cover for Alex's real plans. Before leaving, Alex looked at Alucard. She was already sitting in the pilot's seat with a light smile, one that showed her anticipation of the impending slaughter. Alucard felt Alex's gaze on her and sharply turned her head. Alex gave a slight wave, before walking away. And at that very moment a voice sounded in Alucard's head, Alex explaining everything to her. In that instant her eyes widened, and she began laughing quietly, until she burst into loud laughter, after learning Alex's plan. And she liked this plan very much. Alex heard Alucard's laughter, until he left the hangar. Sitting in the back seat of the car beside Integra, Alex closed his eyes to relax. "I'm waiting for your explanation. What are you planning?" Integra said, looking at Alex. "Carmilla and I need to leave London." "And it's important," Alex replied, opening his eyes. "Go on," Integra said, folding her arms across her chest. "At the very beginning of our discussion about how to get Carmilla and Sarah's onto the carrier, Walter and I said it was a trap." Alex began, tapping his finger on his knee. Short and to the point, Integra interrupted. "In 2 words. The carrier is one big trap. Because only you have the weapon capable of stopping the entire Millennium invasion, the moment they appear. The Major knows perfectly well, the instant a vampire appears on radar, you'll immediately order it killed. And if a vampire seizes the carrier, and that vampire is part of Millennium, then you'll immediately start thinking, why and for what purpose did they do this? And here your direct and cold-blooded nature comes into play, my dear wife," Alex said, poking Integra on the nose. "So all of this was planned from the very beginning, and you understood the entire plan but said nothing," Integra said, swatting Alex's hand away from her face. "If you're playing chess against someone, you need to let your opponent feel like they're winning the game. You, my dear Integra, play chess aggressively. Your queen is Carmilla. And you send her out to kill every piece on the board, without even thinking, leaving yourself undefended. And the Major exploited that vulnerability. From the very beginning he set traps for you, but not to kill the king on the chessboard, but the queen. But don't worry, you have me. And I've already prepared everything for this chess game. And I really love shaking chessboards. And that's why my clone flew along with Carmilla," Alex said calmly, taking Integra's hand. "Why didn't you tell me right away?" Integra asked, squeezing Alex's hand hard enough. "Because you would have acted in your usual manner again. Started acting aggressively. I've watched you from the first moment we met. I know how you act, I know how you'll behave in any given situation. I know all of it. And that's why I only guided you, instead of telling you the whole truth. And before you get angry and say I was moving you like a piece, I'll say right now, no. I would never betray, and I would never treat someone I love that way. Neither you, nor Carmilla, nor Sarah's, are pieces on this chessboard. So don't get mad," Alex said, continuing to hold Integra's hand gently. Integra squeezed Alex's hand tighter, and did not deny his words. After all, she had always acted aggressively, because her opponents had always been vampires and old men who put obstacles in her way while she upheld Helsing's status. She did not refute Alex's words about her aggressive nature, and had no intention of denying them. Raising her gaze to Alex, she looked into his eyes and saw only calm, the gaze of a man who knew exactly what he was doing and how he was doing it. And the only thing that interested Integra at that moment was how long ago Alex had figured out the Major's plans and begun preparing for them, and how much time it had taken him to unravel them. But at the same time she felt relieved that a man like Alex was by her side. Walter, sitting in the front seat beside Hugo, was no less surprised at what he had just heard. But he became fully convinced this was exactly how Alex had managed to accomplish all the work that the Control Bureau had been unable to handle for so many years. After all, strength was one thing, but knowing how to use your brain was something else entirely. "This is the last time. Never deceive me again. I'm not the kind of woman who tolerates being lied to. Do you understand me?" Integra said, grabbing Alex by the tie. I know. And for the record, I didn't lie. I just told part of the truth, that's completely different," Alex replied, chuckling lightly. "I made myself clear," Integra said, yanking his tie toward her. "Of course, my dear wife. Now let go of my tie, or you can kiss me, since you're so close," Alex said with a faint smile. Integra's hand gripping Alex's tie loosened for a moment, but she tightened it again and pulled his face closer, clearly showing that he still belonged to her. Integra's lips touched Alex's in a short kiss. And with that gesture Integra herself showed, she acknowledged defeat in this game, because Alex really had outplayed her. Integra wasn't angry, she only felt a brief flash of irritation at Alex hiding his plans from her once again. And even now he hadn't told her everything. Stopping the kiss, Integra released Alex's tie and neatly tucked it back into his jacket. Adjusting Alex's tie and jacket, Integra looked into his eyes, signaling, now he had to explain the Major's plan in detail, what she had missed, and what she hadn't understood. Alex perfectly understood that look from Integra, and glanced out the window to see where they were driving and whether he had enough time to explain everything before the car reached government headquarters. Seeing there was enough time, Alex turned his head and began explaining everything to Integra, omitting certain details. Integra noticed, but ignored it. She only squeezed his hand tighter. At the same time, 300 kilometers from England's shores, the captured aircraft carrier stood motionless. This ship had been seized under the command of the vampire Rip Van Winkle, who wielded a magical musket whose bullets struck any target without fail. At that moment the hum of guns surrounded the carrier, operating non-stop. Rip Van Winkle herself was singing her favorite operatic song about the hunter, which helped her concentrate and control the magical musket. And the reason for this was that unmanned drones were flying toward the carrier one after another, intending to ram the ship. Just as Alex had requested, Penwood had carried out the request and began sending drones one by one, without even knowing why it was necessary. The soldiers under Rip Van Winkle's command barely had time to reload and aim the guns, to shoot down each successive drone heading toward the carrier. And all this time they heard the song Rip Van Winkle was singing. And when the last drone was shot down, the soldiers halted the guns, awaiting the next order. But at that very moment the operatic song Rip Van Winkle had been singing suddenly stopped. Rip Van Winkle herself stared into the dark sky, studded with stars and bright moonlight. Her eyes widened in fear in that instant, as though a real monster was heading their way. What's happening? What? It's him. He's coming here. Rip Van Winkle shouted in terror, eyes wide with fear, staring into the sky. Her voice crackled over the soldiers' radios, who couldn't understand what she was talking about. But in that same moment they saw on radar a very fast-moving object, approaching at supersonic speed. And while the soldiers wondered how to stop the aircraft, Rip Van Winkle herself felt fear gripping her heart so tightly that her hands and legs trembled, and she couldn't stand up from the carrier's deck. He's approaching. He. The herald of madness. On a black steel steed, and death follows in his wake. He's racing straight here. Rip Van Winkle said in a panicked tone, trying to reload her musket. At the same time high in the sky a modified State Route 71 Blackbird streaked at tremendous speed. On the nose of the aircraft stood Alex's clone, who had taken his normal appearance. And in the pilot's seat sat Alucard, calmly folding her arms and hugging her knees, smiling widely and baring sharp fangs. When the plane reached the required point, Alucard pushed the control stick forward, forcing the machine into a steep dive straight downward at enormous speed. Alex's clone, standing on the aircraft's nose, merely turned his head and yawned lightly. Despite the plane diving downward at tremendous speed, Alex's clone didn't even flinch, continuing to stand on the nose with arms folded across his chest. When the plane reached the necessary point, the carrier's guns opened fire to shoot down the machine. Seeing they were being shot at, a plain black sword appeared in the clone's hands, with which he began deflecting every bullet flying toward them. After all, the carrier's guns posed no threat. What Alex's clone was waiting for was a shot from the musket that Rip Van Winkle was supposed to fire. Alex's clone saw Rip Van Winkle, who was lying on the carrier's deck and aiming her musket in their direction. The clone's eyes narrowed slightly when he tilted his head to the side, awaiting the shot. And at that moment Rip Van Winkle fired from the musket, and the magical bullet, which always changed trajectory in flight, flew toward the diving plane. Alex's clone smiled faintly, and immediately deflected the flying bullet, which changed trajectory again and returned. Alex's clone kept deflecting the magical bullet, while Alucard herself removed the restrictions on her powers, right before the plane collided with the carrier's deck. Rip Van Winkle began to grow nervous because her magical bullet couldn't reach its target, and someone or something deflected it every time the bullet returned to strike the diving plane. Because Alex's clone was distracted deflecting the magical bullet, the carrier's guns finally hit the diving plane, and it immediately caught fire. And now the burning plane, like a meteor, fell downward, gaining even greater speed. And right before the plane collided with the carrier's deck, Alex's clone simply leaped aside, unwilling to play the role of ram. The plane crashed into the carrier's deck at tremendous speed, and an explosion immediately erupted. Bright flames lit up the night sky. But for someone this was not merely a collision between plane and ship, for them it was the harbinger of death. To be continued. Yeah, I know I promised in this chapter, we were supposed to kill Rip Van and all that. But you already know the answer. Some things, as usual, aren't meant to be. As for the war, that'll take some work, because a lot of things will be happening at once. I'm talking about the fall of London, the attack on the Helsing estate, and all that. But I'll figure something out and figure out how to do it. Now I'll go get something to eat. Peace, love, and Alex never steals anything. Chapter 624, Chapter 623, Capturing the Iron Fortress in the Middle of the Sea. Before the plane carrying Alex's clone and Alucard crashed into the vampire-seized aircraft carrier Eagle, Alex and Integra had already arrived at the headquarters of Britain's security service. On the way there, Alex calmly and in detail explained to Integra the Major's true plans and exactly what she had overlooked due to her direct, uncompromising nature. After listening to Alex's analysis, Integra simply fell silent, folded her arms across her chest, and began methodically tapping her finger against her forearm, reflecting on everything she had missed and failed to notice. She clearly understood, the invasion was inevitable, and now all that remained was to hold out. Thinking about the impending attack, Integra had no idea when it would happen, and Alex himself couldn't recall the exact timing either. Exhaling cigar smoke, Integra pinched the bridge of her nose, realizing that Alex had already begun preparing for the invasion long ago, while all she could do now was issue orders and rely on his calculations. When the car stopped in the underground parking lot, Alex got out first and helped open the door for Integra. She already considered this gesture from Alex so routine that she simply took his hand and stepped out of the car, firmly planting her heel on the cold concrete. Approaching the elevator, Alex hummed a melody while waiting, swaying slightly to the rhythm. Integra glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and reminded him that he should calm down before they went downstairs. Alex only nodded, continuing to wait for the elevator. When the doors opened, two men in strict suits stood inside. They immediately seemed familiar to Alex, and he raised an eyebrow slightly, examining the two people in the elevator. One was a man over 40, the other a young guy barely over 20. Alex tried to recall where he might have seen these two before. Then he noticed that the older man had also recognized Integra, and a gentlemanly smile appeared on his face. "Sir Helsing, an unexpected meeting at such a late hour," the man said with a gentlemanly smile. "Truly unexpected, Sir Galahad," Integra replied, nodding and stepping into the elevator first. "It's been a long time, Walter," Galahad said, shifting his gaze to the butler. "Indeed it has, Harry. What brings Kingsman here?" Walter asked with a light smile. "The same thing that brings Helsing. And I'm also bringing the new recruit up to speed. This is my protege, Eggsy. And you, sir, who might you be?" Harry said calmly, introducing the young man standing beside him. "Oh, forgive me. My name is Alexander Voldegode. I am Integra's husband and a representative of the Federal Control Bureau," Alex replied with a courteous smile. Hearing Alex's answer, Harry froze in place, visibly stunned. Walter, standing nearby, gave a faint smile. Alex, meanwhile, immediately recognized who was standing in front of him and was surprised to learn that the Kingsman Agency also existed in this universe. For a second, Alex wondered why Kingsman representatives hadn't been at the round table meeting. But he quickly realized it was because the meeting concerned the supernatural side of the world, and Kingsman members had no business there. Harry couldn't help glancing at Integra. After all, he had known her father Arthur Helsing, and they had been friends in the past until Arthur died of illness, along with his wife. Harry looked at Integra's reaction and saw she didn't deny it, and he couldn't fail to notice the cufflinks on Alex's shirt sleeves, the very ones Arthur had once worn. But Eggsy was the most shocked of all. He understood nothing at all, had no idea about the supernatural side of the world, had only recently joined Kingsman, and was just beginning to grasp everything. Alex watched Eggsy and realized that some events were diverging, which was obvious anyway. Alex gave a slight smile and nodded to Eggsy, who nodded back automatically. Soon the elevator stopped at the desired floor, and Harry and Eggsy prepared to exit. "Well, it was a pleasure to see you again, Sir Helsing. And since Helsing has already intervened, the situation is resolved. Good night," Harry said before stepping out. Integra merely nodded in response. Alex was pleasantly surprised to see Harry and Eggsy but didn't attach much importance to it. Even the fact that he hadn't known about Kingsman's existence changed nothing and only brought him mild surprise. He simply hoped these two wouldn't die after Millennium's attack. When Harry and Eggsy left, the elevator doors closed again, and it continued downward. At the same time, Alex thought he would need to order a suit from Kingsman's tailor once everything was over. The only thing that truly interested him besides ordering a suit for himself was how Eggsy's fate would develop if the key events that turned him into a proper agent never occurred. But Alex's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the elevator doors opening as it reached the lowest level, straight into the bunker. Walking down the corridor, Alex, Integra, and Walter entered the observation headquarters and silently took free seats at the table. This time no one even thought of chasing them away, and only Penwood was curious about what Integra had done and what order she had given. Sitting at the table, Alex closed one eye and saw that the plane had already taken off, rapidly gained speed, and was heading toward the carrier. Calculating the time, he realized that at such speed the aircraft would need just over 6 minutes to reach the target. Knowing how Alucard might behave in this situation, Alex hoped the magical musket wouldn't be broken. A thought flashed through his mind: how to preserve his future magical musket while making the scene even more convincing. While Alex and Integra sat in silence, calmly smoking and not saying a word since their arrival, everyone else continued tensely watching the carrier, waiting for something to happen. All they saw was that the reconnaissance drones sent by Penwood's order to ram the carrier were shot down one after another, without even getting close to the ship. Alex tapped out a melody with his finger on the table, to which Integra only glanced before shifting her gaze back to the large screen showing the satellite feed of the carrier's situation. "It's begun," Alex said, stopping his tapping. In that same moment a very fast-moving object appeared on radar, heading straight for the carrier. No one had time to understand what was happening before everyone saw the carrier's guns open fire. No one could figure out what they were firing at until, for a brief instant, the silhouette of a plane appeared on the screen, crashing into the carrier's deck at tremendous speed. And in that same moment the satellite image was completely obscured by a column of smoke and flames that blocked any view of what was happening on the carrier. When the plane struck the carrier, a cold smile flickered across Integra's face. The plan had succeeded. And in that same instant all the officers erupted in noise because they couldn't comprehend what had happened. Everything had occurred so quickly that they hadn't even had time to react to something crashing into the carrier. What happened there? "Have we received data from the reconnaissance aircraft or satellite images yet?" a senior officer shouted, trying to clarify the situation on the carrier. "The deck of the Eagle is engulfed in flames. Thick smoke from explosions. It's hard to make out what happened," a junior officer shouted back, making his report. Alex and Integra exchanged glances, and faint smiles appeared on their faces. No one had expected anyone to resort to such a step to reclaim the seized carrier. But what nearly made Alex roll his eyes was his clone's action. At the last moment he simply leaped aside, allowing the plane to crash into the deck at full speed. Alex once again confirmed to himself that such work shouldn't be entrusted to clones. No matter how difficult it was to kill Alucard, Alex didn't want her to sustain even minor injuries, even though he himself had killed her more than 10 times during their past fights. Sighing, Alex decided it was time to swap places with his clone, but first he needed to fully play out his role here. "Victory," Walter said quietly, standing behind Alex and Integra. "We simply did what they didn't expect." "Right, wife," Alex said, leaning his elbows on the table. "Of course, husband," Integra replied, smiling faintly and narrowing her eyes. Alex and Integra smiled at each other as though everything had gone exactly as it should. Walter, standing behind them, shook his head slightly, thinking that Alex and Integra were very different, yet thought in almost the same way. But their conversation didn't go unnoticed. There was someone who had been watching Alex and Integra from the very beginning, and that was Shelby Penwood, who already knew what methods Integra could use, but even for him what was happening before his eyes came as a surprise. "What have you done? What's happening on the deck, Sir Helsing?" Penwood couldn't hold back from asking. "Sir Penwood, before answering your question, I'd like to ask you one first. What did I ask you to do before we left?" Alex said with an innocent smile. "Ahem. Sir Voldegode, you asked me to try ramming the carrier," Penwood replied after clearing his throat, wiping sweat from his brow. "Exactly. And thanks to Sir Penwood's correct answer, Hufflepuff receives 10 points, Alex said enthusiastically, raising his thumb. When Alex's words rang out, everyone stared at him in stunned silence, looking at him as though he were a complete eccentric. In that moment Alex looked as though someone had flipped a switch, and his entire manner of speaking instantly changed. Integra cast him a blank look and kicked him under the table, hinting that he should stop talking nonsense or just shut up. Receiving the kick to the leg, Alex cleared his throat lightly, lowered his hand, and put on a serious face, showing it had been a failed joke on his part. "In truth, Sir Penwood, you and everyone present know that an aircraft carrier is an iron fortress standing in the middle of the sea. And it's not hard to guess that taking such a fortress is extremely difficult. Therefore a ram is needed. And so we conducted a perfectly ordinary siege," Alex said, steepling his fingers and looking at all the officers present. "A siege? A fortress?" a senior officer seated to Penwood's right asked. "Yes. Only the ram we used struck at 3.2 Mach and immediately devastated an area of 30 meters. The ram struck, walls breached, defenses broken, moat crossed, and my warrior seizes the castle from within," Integra said, continuing Alex's words. After Integra's words, complete silence once again fell over the observation headquarters as everyone present tried to process what she had said. Even if Alex's and Integra's words were veiled, even the densest idiot could understand what they meant. Penwood, with difficulty, realized why Alex had asked him to use drones to try ramming the carrier's hull. And when it finally dawned on everyone what had happened, the senior officers erupted in noise over the carrier being destroyed. "Do you even realize how much that carrier costs? This is state property," a senior officer shouted, slamming the table. But he couldn't finish his sentence because a cup of hot coffee flew into his face, and immediately afterward he screamed loudly, clutching his face which instantly reddened. Seeing what happened, everyone looked at Alex, who was staring at the senior officer with a cold expression as the man screamed and rubbed his face after the hot coffee hit him. Everyone immediately took a step back, frightened by Alex's gaze. Even Integra slightly raised an eyebrow at Alex's action but said nothing. Walter, standing behind, lightly adjusted his shirt collar, not having expected such a gesture from Alex. "You old bastards probably forgot what's happening here. Or should I remind you? This isn't some fucking war game. From the moment that carrier was seized, it no longer belonged to Britain. And instead of leaving such a resource in enemy hands, it must be destroyed. If you can't drive the enemy out of the fortress, burn the fortress to the ground. Let it become their grave, Alex said in a cold tone, sweeping all the officers with an icy gaze. Sir Voldegode, I understand your explanation and that it was a necessary step. But I believe throwing hot coffee in Sir Berkeley's face was unnecessary, Penwood said, wiping sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. No big deal. He's not a child. Let him go to the infirmary and the nurse can blow on his boo-boo. What are you staring at? I can kick you too if that's not enough. Or is all you can do shout? Alex said with a kind smile, looking at Penwood and then baring his teeth at Berkeley. Officer Berkeley, whom Alex had doused with hot coffee, clenched his teeth and rose from the floor with the help of junior officers, covering his reddened face with his hands. As he left, Berkeley didn't forget to cast Alex a hateful glare before exiting the observation headquarters. Integra looked at Alex and frowned slightly, but instead of speaking he silently placed his phone in front of her. Integra lowered her gaze and read what was written there. The moment she read it, her gaze turned cold. Walter leaned forward and also saw the inscription. Neither Integra nor Walter showed any emotion on their faces when they saw the word traitor that Alex had written on his phone. Integra looked at Walter and gave a slight nod. Walter bowed with a faint smile and turned to leave. The moment Walter turned, his face became cold, and he exited the headquarters. It was a brief exchange between Alex, Integra, and Walter, and no one noticed it. Integra clenched her thin cigar between her teeth but immediately relaxed when Alex tapped her hand with his finger, signaling that everything was fine. Integra exhaled smoke, and her gaze once again became focused. Alex quickly scanned some of those present, but after what he had done to Officer Berkeley, no one intended to say anything to him, and some averted their eyes to avoid meeting his gaze. Sweeping everyone with his gaze, Alex closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair to discreetly swap places with his clone, who could definitely cause trouble due to his laziness. The only thing Alex hadn't accounted for, sitting beside him, was someone who noticed what he had done. Integra glanced at the supposedly sleeping Alex and immediately looked away, losing interest because it wasn't him. Alex himself, after swapping places with his clone, found himself atop the carrier, right on the communications antenna. Standing at the very top, Alex looked at the flames burning on the deck and at the burning plane that had plunged straight into the center of the carrier. Alex felt a faint nostalgia after finding himself on an aircraft carrier again, not counting the fact that everything around was burning, and from below came the screams of burning vampires rolling across the deck trying to extinguish the fire. But even those screams quickly faded. Stopping his gaze on the dying vampires, Alex shifted it to Rip Van Winkle, who sat on her knees 10 meters from the burning plane, clutching her musket with terror in her eyes. Rip Van Winkle's gaze was fixed on Alucard, who emerged from the flames completely unscathed. In Alucard's eyes there was only boredom because Rip Van Winkle was so frightened. She approached Rip Van Winkle slowly, who didn't move from her spot. And just as Alucard was almost touching Rip Van Winkle, screams rang out. Alex, standing above and watching everything, saw how soldiers under Rip Van Winkle's command rushed onto the deck. They were all in terrible condition, covered in blood and burns. But they all held their weapons, which they aimed at Alucard. Alex had no intention of letting Alucard take all the damage again, even if it caused her no pain and posed no danger. Alex instantly appeared beside Alucard, and when the first shot rang out, Alex deflected the bullet with his finger. Alucard immediately sensed Alex's scent and sharply turned her head toward him, instantly losing all interest in the terrified Rip Van Winkle. You bastards have completely lost your fear. Who the hell were you trying to shoot at, whose wife? Alex said, baring his sharp teeth. But in response Alex only received a hail of bullets flying at him and at Alucard standing behind him. In Alex's hand Yamato appeared, and he quickly drew the blade and spun it in his hand, stopping the bullets flying toward them. While Alex was distracted blocking the bullets, Alucard stood behind him with an intrigued smile after he had called her his wife. At that moment Alucard didn't care what was happening around her, she was only interested in when she had become Alex's wife. She stretched out her arms and embraced Alex from behind, placing her hands on his chest, ignoring the chaos unfolding around them. While Alex was busy blocking the shots and Alucard was caught up in her obsession with Alex taking over, it gave the soldiers a chance to save Rip Van Winkle, who was still sitting paralyzed with fear. Because not one monster had come for her, but two. The soldiers rushed to Rip Van, trying to lift her and drag her away. And while the soldiers were dragging their terrified commander away, Alex heard the clicks and swung his blade, scattering the bullets across the floor. Seeing the neatly arranged row of bullets, the vampire soldiers gripped their weapons tighter out of fear. What else can you show me? You were screaming so fiercely, firing so desperately in our direction. And in the end, nothing worked. Come on, show me what vampires like you can do. There's nowhere to run, all that's left is to fight. So fight. Struggle for your worthless lives. Because in the end, only purgatory awaits you, Alex said, smiling wider. Alucard, standing behind Alex, also smiled broadly, feeling the soldiers' fear. Seeing the smiles of Alex and Alucard, who terrified them merely by their presence, the soldiers immediately took a step back. But one of the soldiers grabbed a rocket launcher and aimed it at Alex and Alucard. A dull explosion sounded as the rocket launcher fired. The rocket hit beneath Alex's and Alucard's feet, and a powerful blast erupted, causing the flames to spread even more intensely. Someone among the soldiers shouted for everyone to throw grenades, and all of them as one pulled out their grenades and yanked the pins. Everyone began throwing grenades where Alex and Alucard stood. Explosions continued to thunder without pause while two soldiers dragged Rip Van Winkle farther away, who still hadn't come to her senses. "Hold on, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, you need to pull yourself together, you're werewolf. The Major's order is coming any moment. Hold out until then," a soldier shouted, trying to drag Rip Van Winkle away while also helping her regain her senses. "They're monsters. Spawn of madness." Rip Van Winkle muttered under her breath as the two soldiers dragged her along. "You know, I get offended when people call me that," a voice sounded from above. Hearing the voice overhead, the two soldiers looked up and froze when they saw Alex standing on the railing above them, with flames roaring behind him and screams of soldiers and sporadic gunfire coming from farther away. Rip Van Winkle froze in place, her lips trembling, she couldn't utter a word. One of the soldiers released Rip Van and shoved her aside, aiming his rifle at Alex and immediately opening fire. Alex leaped up, dodging the bullets, and in the next moment softly landed on the soldier's head. Rip Van and the soldier supporting her so she could stand on her legs froze in place. In that same moment the soldier whose head Alex had landed on was crushed as though put through a press. Oh, what a shame. There was more shit in him than blood. Now I'll have to throw these shoes away. By the way, my wife bought them for me, Alex said, smearing blood across the carrier's deck while trying to wipe the blood off his shoe soles. Run, Lieutenant, I'll hold him off, the second soldier shouted, shoving Rip Van Winkle away. Having pushed Rip Van Winkle aside, the soldier aimed his rifle at Alex and immediately began firing while Rip Van herself tried to flee on trembling legs, completely consumed by fear. The soldier screamed, firing at Alex. But all he saw, not a single bullet touched Alex. When the clicks indicating an empty magazine sounded, Alex smiled, extended his hand forward, and slowly opened his fingers. In that same moment bullets began falling from his clenched palm, landing on the burning carrier's deck with a characteristic sound. The soldier reached with trembling hands for a second magazine to reload his rifle, but in that same moment Alex was already beside him. Alex raised a finger and wagged it back and forth. The soldier, finding himself face to face with Alex, began shaking with terror that gripped his entire body. "Shoo, don't scream. It's too early to scream, my little tin soldier," Alex said, pushing his hand into the soldier's mouth. Alex slowly slid his hand into the vampire soldier's mouth under his terrified gaze. Alex gripped the soldier's lower jaw and sharply yanked downward. Alex pulled the soldier's lower jaw with such force that he tore the skin from his chest along with the bones. In that same moment the soldier's entrails mixed with blood spilled at Alex's feet. All this time the soldier's eyes held only fear and pain because Alex did it slowly enough to prolong the process. Having killed the soldier, Alex tossed the corpse aside and shifted his gaze backward, seeing that Alucard was using her powers to tear the vampire soldiers apart without even moving from her spot. Dozens of shadowy hands covered in ice ripped the soldiers to pieces, scattering their entrails and body parts in all directions. Alex looked at the soldier he had killed and thought that this was Alucard's fault. She had influenced him so much that he killed the soldier in this way instead of killing him as usual and moving on. At the same time Rip Van Winkle was running to save herself. With every step her fear grew stronger, and she simply wanted to find a place where she could hide so as not to deal with Alex and Alucard. Because they terrified her so deeply that she couldn't even describe this fear with any fitting word, as though she had faced the very embodiment of primordial terror. Searching for a place to hide, Rip Van Winkle heard the Major's voice in her head and his question about what she would do when the demon came for her, as in her favorite operatic play. Hiding in the only safe place, Rip Van Winkle clutched her magical musket to her chest with both hands as though it were the only thing protecting her from being completely consumed by fear. Clutching the musket in her hands, Rip Van Winkle continued to hear the same question echoing in her mind. "Oh, and who do we have here?" "A frightened vampire, Rip Van Winkle." "What, were you so scared you hid in the corner like a naughty child?" a cheerful voice sounded nearby. Hearing the cheerful voice beside her, Rip Van Winkle froze in place and slowly turned her head, meeting Alex's rainbow eyes looking at her with unconcealed amusement. Seeing Alex so close, Rip Van Winkle froze not because of his handsome face, but from fear of him. She immediately pressed herself into the corner, trying to crawl as far away from Alex as possible. Her gaze darted over his clothes covered in the blood of those under her command and over his blood-stained hands that had killed her soldiers. "Oh, you're afraid of me? How sad. Let me cheer you up. I know how to entertain people, whether vampire or human. Look, smile, Alex said in an exaggeratedly cheerful tone, parodying a clown's voice. Alex raised his hands and drew a clownish smile on his face using the blood that stained his hands. From this, Rip Van Winkle's fear of Alex only intensified even more when she saw the bloody smile on his face. Smiling even wider, baring his sharp teeth, Alex slowly reached his hand toward Rip Van Winkle, causing her to freeze in place, afraid even to blink. Alex made a magical gesture with his hand, and a deflated red balloon immediately appeared in it. Right after that, Alex brought the balloon to his lips, inflated it, quickly tied it to a string, and the eerie red balloon smeared with blood from Alex's hands began to float. "Take the balloon, Rip Van. And you'll fly. They all fly, and you'll fly too. Want to fly with everyone? Then join your soldiers, and you'll all fly together." "Ha ha ha ha," Alex said, continuing to parody a clownish tone. Looking at Alex's face, tears of fear welled in Rip Van Winkle's eyes as she stared into his rainbow eyes reflecting madness. Listening to Alex's words, Rip Van Winkle was on the verge of a nervous breakdown because she was alone. After all, she no longer heard the screams of her soldiers or the sound of gunfire, only the crackling sound of the spreading fire gradually devouring the carrier's deck. And amid those sounds came only the light click of heels slowly approaching their direction. The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer until behind Alex rose the silhouette of a woman in Victorian clothing, her long hair gently swaying in the wind, and her red eyes looking with the same madness as Alex's. Looking at the two monsters, Rip Van Winkle suddenly stopped crying. With a trembling hand she wiped the tears from her eyes, and her gaze became cold and focused as she looked at Alex and Alucard standing before her. Her grip on the musket tightened as she aimed the barrel directly at Alex's head. "My bullets don't discriminate, who or where, and they spare no one," Rip Van Winkle said in a cold tone, aiming the musket barrel at Alex's head. "Then shoot, vampire. Before you join the ranks of the dead," Alucard said quietly, leaning forward. In that same moment Rip Van Winkle fired from her musket. The sound of the shot rang out followed by a pop as the bullet struck the red balloon Alex was holding. But the bullet did not reach Alex and Alucard standing nearby. The bullet made a whistling sound, twisting in the air as though searching for its target. At the same time Alex held Alucard in his arms and easily dodged the magical bullet that followed him relentlessly. Alucard in that moment fully enjoyed the situation as Alex held her in his arms, evading the magical bullet's hit. "Die. Die. Go to hell. Die." Rip Van Winkle screamed as her bullet couldn't even catch Alex, who was running with Alucard in his arms. Alex skillfully avoided the magical bullet's hit at the very last moment. Seeing this, Rip Van Winkle's gaze sharpened as her concentration reached its peak. Dodging once again, Alex noticed the bullet no longer pursued him and stopped. In that same moment the bullet flew out directly from under his feet. Alex tilted his head back, not allowing the bullet to reach him, and continued running. "Almost. Let's try again," Alex said, continuing to run. "Go to hell." Rip Van Winkle screamed. "Nope. You go there yourself, idiot," Alex said, laughing. Dodging once more, Alex tightened his hold on Alucard and abruptly crouched as the bullet whistled over his head. Alex frowned slightly when he heard two bullet whistles instead of one. In that same moment Alex saw that Rip Van Winkle had managed to control two bullets instead of one, as she had done before. Even Alucard was impressed by what Rip Van Winkle had done, if only for a moment. But even when two magical bullets pursued him, they still couldn't catch Alex, who continued dodging while holding Alucard in his arms. And all of this was being watched by the Major and the other members of Millennium. A moment later Alex stopped, and the two magical bullets flew toward him from both sides. Smiling faintly, Alex took a step back at the very last moment, and both magical bullets collided in midair and fell at his feet. Alex calmly set Alucard down on the deck. Seeing that nothing had worked, Rip Van Winkle lost all hope. And in that same moment she bolted with fear in her eyes surging in a new wave. But before she could get far, rusty chains emerged from the shadows, seizing her by the legs and dragging her back. Rip Van Winkle fell to the floor and began grasping at anything that could help her stay in place, but all her attempts were futile, and she was dragged back to Alex and Alucard. Feeling herself being pulled, Rip Van Winkle could only scream in terror until she once again found herself face to face with Alex and Alucard, who looked down at her. Alex squatted down in front of Rip Van Winkle and with a lazy motion removed the glasses from her face and tossed them aside. "You know, Rip Van. I could even invite you to my guild because of your skills. But you're so, how should I put it, EW. More precisely, your entire Millennium is just EW. I don't even want to understand what drives you if you, Cain, and everyone else are just pawns in the Major's hands. And the funniest thing about this whole situation, do you know what it is?" Alex said in a bored tone, propping his cheek on his palm. "What?" Rip Van Winkle asked nervously. "None of you know where things like you end up after death. If you want to know, just ask. I'll be so kind as to answer that question." "Boop," Alex said, poking Rip Van Winkle on the nose with his finger. Where? Rip Van Winkle asked, swallowing hard as she tried to overcome her fear. To purgatory. Yes, you heard right, to purgatory. You're not human, and none of the other Millennium members are human either. Heaven and hell are for humans, not for monsters. All monsters end up in purgatory. And do you know what's most interesting? There live very hungry creatures that have existed since the dawn of creation. And all that awaits things like you is an eternal battle with one another and fleeing so as not to become food. And in purgatory you cannot die. It's an endless cycle of fighting, fleeing, and death, Alex said, continuing to poke Rip Van Winkle on the nose with each word he spoke. Rip Van Winkle's eyes immediately widened in shock, and she didn't even pay attention to the fact that Alex kept poking her nose. All she was trying to do in that moment was comprehend the words he had spoken. And the fear of what awaited her after death surged over her in a new wave. Alucard, standing behind Alex, looked at his back and narrowed her eyes slightly with a faint smile on her face. Because she had heard something interesting. But suddenly Alex's hand stopped, and this brought Rip Van Winkle back to her senses, and she raised her gaze to Alex. Well, all right. Time to wrap this up. And instead of purgatory you'll find yourself in the eternal embrace of the Iron Maiden for everything you've done with your own hands and your musket, Rip Van Winkle, Alex said in a calm tone. In that same moment behind Rip Van Winkle a rusty Iron Maiden covered in dried blood emerged from the shadows. And the chains binding Rip Van Winkle stretched straight from inside the Iron Maiden. And before Rip Van Winkle could utter even a word, she was immediately pulled inside the Iron Maiden. The doors of the Iron Maiden began slowly closing with a creak, as though deliberately prolonging the moment. Rip Van Winkle saw the sharp spikes drawing closer and closer with every second, and the last thing she saw were Alex's rainbow eyes and Alucard's bright red eyes watching her until the very last moment before the doors of the Iron Maiden slammed shut. Alex and Alucard watched as the Iron Maiden slowly vanished into the shadows. That was fun. Time to head back. I've got the musket, which means time for coffee, Alex said, picking up the magical musket from the floor. No. We're not finished yet, my dear. It's only just beginning. Or do you want to leave and abandon me here? That's not happening. You held me so tightly in your arms that I'm waiting for more after everything that happened here, Alucard said, turning Alex toward her and pressing her entire body against him. Maybe not here? Alex asked in a dry tone. No. Here and now. Right now, Alucard said and immediately kissed Alex on the lips, not giving him a chance to speak. Alucard gave Alex no chance and simply pushed him down onto the deck of the ruined carrier, which was soaked in blood, soot, and the entrails of slain vampires. Alex didn't even try to escape because he understood that in such a situation only a fool would run. And so he wrapped his arms around Alucard's waist, trying not to think about the place they were in or what surrounded them. To be continued. I don't know what's going on in my neighbor's head. But I do know his IQ is under 9, because this complete idiot decided he could change the electric meter himself. Turns out he can't. Because that bastard knocked out the lights in the entire building, and I sat without power until almost 9 p.m. Fuck him. Ahem, now on to business. Rip Van Winkle is dead, which means no more invasion of London. And that will give me plenty of time to think. In the meantime, I'm going to go get ready for a well-deserved rest that will last all day. Hooray. Peace, love, and delicious food. Oh yeah, see you on the 7th, bye-bye. Chapter 625, Chapter 624, Sarah's needs proper motivation. The moment Alex's back touched the carrier deck, soaked in blood, scattered entrails of dead soldiers, and a layer of soot, he realized he had forgotten one important thing he was supposed to do the instant he arrived on the carrier. Alex turned his head and saw Schrödinger sitting among the wreckage, holding a tablet on which a live feed was playing, showing the Major's face. Because of Schrödinger's special ability, it was extremely difficult to notice or even detect him, even for Alucard. Alex was not the kind of person who enjoyed being spied on. And so, before Alucard could literally tear his clothes off, Alex managed to reach the magical musket that had rolled aside and pull it toward himself. He turned his head and aimed the barrel directly at Schrödinger, who was sitting among the debris. Their gazes met, and a smile appeared on Alex's face. Bang, Alex said, grinning widely. Along with Alex's words came the sound of a shot, and from the musket flew a round bullet that made a whistling sound. Schrödinger didn't even have time to realize what was happening before the magical bullet began tearing through his body again and again, turning him into a sieve. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, along with fragments of the shattered tablet he had been holding. Hearing the musket shot, Alucard paused for only a moment, and for a brief instant she turned her head toward where Schrödinger had been. Seeing Schrödinger's corpse instantly vanish, Alucard lost all interest in what was happening, and her red eyes once again fixed on Alex. Before Alex could even let go of the musket, Alucard pinned his hands to the deck so he couldn't escape. Alex looked into Alucard's eyes, burning with obsession, and understood that right now he wouldn't be able to get away from this woman, and he had no intention of running anyway. He simply knew he would have to stay for several hours. Before Alex could say a word, Alucard kissed him again, pressing her body against his. Alex knew there was still time before Millennium's full arrival in London, so he could fully enjoy his time with Alucard, even if consequences awaited him afterward. Alex managed to break free from Alucard's grip and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. "Since you insist, I'll stay with you a little longer," Alex said when Alucard stopped kissing him. "Until this night ends, you belong to me," Alucard said, leaning closer to Alex, her tongue sliding along his neck. "It's hard to refuse you in a situation like this, Carmilla," Alex replied with a smile, embracing Alucard around the waist. Alucard grinned widely and kissed Alex again, tearing his clothes off. Alex didn't even have time to complain that it was a new suit before Alucard was already down to her underwear. And as Alex had expected, it took several hours to calm Alucard's obsession, which had flared up with new force after the slaughter. Alex and Alucard sat on the carrier's bow, which was slowly drifting toward London. Alex held Alucard around the waist while she rested her head on his shoulder, pressing her entire body against him. Alex once again fully confirmed that Alucard was extremely aggressive when it came to intimacy, and if he had been an ordinary human, he would have died long ago. His entire body was covered in red lipstick marks and bite marks, and clear red scratches from her nails ran down his back. Sighing, Alex looked at the rising sun, slowly running his hand through Alucard's long hair. "Looks like it's time for me to go. I need to prepare the stage before the Major arrives." "Don't you think so, my love?" Alex said, stopping stroking Alucard's long hair. "You can go, it's time for my mistress now. Playing by the rules is far more interesting than I thought. But before you leave, I need to remind her that I'm still ahead," Alucard said, grabbing Alex's cheeks and kissing him deeply on the lips. "You're looking for any excuse to annoy Integra again," Alex said after the kiss. "Otherwise it would be boring. I'm curious how long she can keep the cold mask before she tries to make the next move," Alucard said, running her finger across Alex's lips and smearing red lipstick over them. You're incorrigible, Carmilla," Alex said, chuckling lightly. In response to Alex's words, Alucard only laughed and pressed herself against him for a brief moment, running her tongue along his neck to leave yet another mark. And before this could turn into another loss of several hours, Alex quickly kissed Alucard on the lips and stood up from the carrier's bow. Standing up, Alex extended his hand to help Alucard rise, and she elegantly reached out, gently trailing her nails across his palm before taking his hand to stand. When Alucard rose, shadows enveloped her body, and she was once again dressed in her familiar red Victorian outfit. Alex picked up the magical musket from the floor and examined it more closely, thinking he would need to improve this musket. After one final inspection, Alex slung it over his shoulder and turned to Alucard. And before swapping places with his clone, Alex kissed Alucard on the lips once more. Alucard ran her fingers across Alex's cheek, showing a rare moment of tenderness. Alex only smiled at the tender gesture and pressed his cheek against Alucard's palm before swapping places with his clone. When Alucard removed her hand from Alex's face, his clone was already standing in his place, with the same lazy expression, as though he didn't care what was happening. The clone looked at Alucard with a lazy gaze, then scanned the ruined carrier deck. "Not bad, you two had some fun here." "Well, whatever. I'll probably sleep. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do. Except pretend I'm still here," the clone of Alex said in a lazy tone, slowly lying down on the ruined carrier deck. "And who are you?" Alucard asked, looking down at Alex's clone from above. "Me. I'm his laziness. Probably. I don't know. I don't care. I just want to sleep," the clone of Alex said before finally falling asleep. Alucard only raised an eyebrow slightly and turned away from the now sleeping clone of Alex, losing all interest in the fact that the one now lying before her was not Alex. Alex himself, at that moment, opened his eyes and realized he was inside the elevator at Britain's Security Service headquarters. Alex turned his head and met Integra's cold blue eyes, which made him feel as though he had seriously messed up. Alex shifted his gaze to Walter, who tactfully looked away as though it had nothing to do with him. Alex didn't understand what was happening, and before he could ask what he had missed, Integra raised her hand and punched him in the face. Alex only managed to blink before Integra struck him in the face. Integra herself didn't notice, but because of her contract with Alex, her body had become much stronger, though it had taken time. Before Integra could land a second blow to his face, Alex caught her hand. But she immediately struck with her other hand, which Alex also caught in time. Integra didn't falter because both her hands were restrained, she drove her knee toward Alex's groin. Alex instantly clamped her leg, preventing it from reaching its target. Alex didn't understand why Integra had decided to attack him. But the reason was that Alex had simply forgotten to disconnect the link, and Integra had seen everything that happened between him and Alucard on the carrier deck. And on top of everything she had seen, she had also partially felt it. "Walter, help, otherwise Integra's going to sink her teeth into my neck any second," Alex said, continuing to hold Integra in place. "Bastard. Before coming back, you could have at least wiped your face," Integra said in a cold voice, trying to break free from Alex's grip. "What?" Alex said, tilting his head to the side. And that brief moment of Alex's confusion gave Integra the opportunity to attack again. Integra pulled her head back and immediately headbutted Alex straight in the nose. This left Alex even more stunned, still not understanding that the reason for Integra's anger was the embarrassment she felt from seeing and feeling what had happened through the link. Being stunned by Integra's actions, Alex slightly loosened his grip, and Integra broke free from his hands, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, and yanked him toward her. Without waiting for Alex's next reaction, Integra tore his shirt open to expose his neck and immediately sank her teeth into his skin. Alex wondered why the women of Helsing loved biting his neck so much. After all, both Alucard and Sarah's, both vampires, instinctively bit the neck, and now even Integra had bitten his neck, even though she wasn't a vampire. Alex could only look at Walter, who once again tactfully turned away, pretending he wasn't there. Alex could only sigh, wondering where he had screwed up while Integra continued clenching her teeth on his neck. When Integra finally released her bite, a clear mark from her teeth remained on Alex's neck. Integra was lucky that Alex instinctively relaxed, otherwise she would have broken her teeth on his skin. When Integra stopped, the elevator doors opened on the underground parking level, and she stepped out first. Alex lightly rubbed the bite on his shoulder, wondering what had come over Integra. "I feel like I've been violated," Alex said, trying to joke while adjusting his torn shirt. "Shut up." "Not another word," Integra said in a cold tone, getting into the car. All right. Don't be mad, Integra. How about some tea?" Alex said with a faint smile. "No. Get home on your own," Integra said, slamming the door. Before Alex could say another word, the car simply drove off, and the last thing Alex saw was Integra's cold glance thrown at him through the open window. Alex froze in place, standing in the middle of the underground parking lot of the security service headquarters. Sighing, Alex shrugged and repaired his clothes with magic before leaving. Alex knew for certain that if he tried to leave the headquarters grounds the normal way, he would definitely be stopped, so he simply teleported to the center of London. Alex knew Integra was angry but didn't know the reason for her anger. And so, as a man, he decided to take a little walk to give Integra time to cool down. Checking the time, Alex realized he had time for a walk until the car reached Helsing Manor. Sighing once again, Alex lit a cigarette and headed to the nearest pastry shop to get himself a cake and coffee. Right after buying the cake and coffee, Alex sat in the nearest park, enjoying the last hours of calm. After all this I'll take a week off. I'll just lie around and do nothing. At most, go on a date. I deserve it. Sigh, Alex said, putting a piece of cake in his mouth. Young man, there's no need to sigh like that. You're still young, and you have your whole life ahead of you. It would be better if you spent time with your family instead of sitting here sighing, a kind elderly voice sounded beside Alex. Alex turned his head, still holding the dessert spoon in his mouth, and saw an elderly woman with a light, friendly smile on her face. She sat down beside him and began feeding the pigeons. Alex smiled politely and nodded to the elderly woman, who responded with a gentle smile and offered him a handful of seeds. Alex took the handful and also began feeding the pigeons. Alex and the elderly woman said nothing and continued feeding the pigeons. "And why are you sitting here, young man?" the elderly woman asked with a kind smile. "My wife got angry at me, so I'm hiding here until she calms down," Alex said, chuckling lightly. "You had a fight?" "Since you're hiding from her," the elderly woman asked, still smiling. "Not exactly a fight. She's just a very strict woman. And sometimes her need for control gets the better of her," Alex said, shrugging slightly. I understand you perfectly. My husband was the same. He was a soldier and raised our son with strictness too. We often argued about that, about his methods of upbringing. But I understood it was for our child's own good. My husband was a good man and an excellent father," the elderly woman said with a nostalgic smile. "That's right, Margaret. Your husband Thomas was a good man, even if strict. But he always loved you, and you loved him in return. You both lived a wonderful 40 years of marriage. And you never regretted a single day," Alex said, tossing the remaining feed. "Indeed, I never regretted it once." "How do you know?" Margaret said with a faint smile, then froze, looking at Alex. "Who knows, Margaret? But one day we will meet again. It was a pleasure talking to you, but my wife has already arrived home. And if I'm not there, she'll get even angrier. Before I go, there's a wonderful strawberry cake nearby, you should try it," Alex said, lightly turning the ring of death on his index finger. The elderly woman named Margaret stared at Alex's back as he calmly threw the empty coffee cup and paper plate into the trash and walked away just as calmly. Margaret first felt surprise, then it dawned on her who she had been sitting next to and talking with. Realizing this, a look of relief appeared on Margaret's face as she looked at her aged hands. It wasn't hard for her to guess who Alex was and what his last words meant. She only felt relief that she would soon meet her husband again when her time came, and that brought her only calm. Meanwhile, Alex left the park, thinking that because of his interference, Margaret's life was supposed to end that night due to Millennium's attack on London. But because of what he had done, Margaret's life had been extended by just a couple of years, giving the elderly woman a little more time with her son and grandchildren, enjoying the last moments surrounded by family, instead of experiencing all-consuming fear and being torn apart by ghouls' hands before dying. Lighting another cigarette, Alex took a step and vanished, reappearing near Helsing Manor. Alex didn't enter the manor but waited until the car with Integra arrived. When the car pulled up, a faint smile appeared on Alex's face as he approached and opened the door to help Integra out. Integra looked at Alex, and during that time she had already managed to calm down. Exhaling through her nose, Integra took Alex's hand and stepped out of the car. "Where were you?" Integra asked, getting out of the car. "Ate strawberry cake, drank coffee, and fed pigeons in the company of a nice old lady. In some sense, it was quite fun." "I'd happily do it again," Alex said, nodding as he entered the manor alongside Integra. "I'm glad you spent your free time so productively." "But we're back a couple of hours early," Integra said, handing her coat to Walter. "What do you mean?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "If you hadn't been having fun and had returned right after getting the musket, you'd already know everything," Integra said in a cold tone. Oh. Now I understand what that laughter meant. Ahem. "Sorry, I forgot to block the connection," Alex said, embarrassed, clearing his throat while looking at Integra. "I don't care. I'm ready to accept your other women. But let this never happen again. And I'm not going to be in the position of observer. Do you understand me?" Integra said, grabbing Alex by the tie and pulling him closer. In what sense?" Alex asked, looking into Integra's eyes. In response to Alex's words, Integra released his tie and simply walked away, leaving Alex standing in the hall. Alex, of course, wasn't stupid and quickly understood the meaning behind Integra's veiled words. Alex shifted his gaze to Walter, who raised his thumb, showing that this was already significant progress on her part. Alex smiled faintly at Walter and shook his head. Leaving Walter behind, Alex immediately headed to the kitchen to eat something before he had to leave again. And Alex knew for certain that something would happen that evening and that he simply wouldn't have time to eat or drink anything until it was all over. Entering the kitchen, Alex put the kettle on to boil water and, humming a light melody, took out an instant noodle cup from his inventory. Swaying slightly to the rhythm, Alex waited for the kettle to boil. When the kettle whistled, Alex poured boiling water into the noodle cup and immediately left the kitchen, still humming the melody. Alex walked down the manor corridor, humming, meeting people along the way until he reached the entrance to the basement hidden behind a painting. Still humming, Alex descended into the basement and headed to Sarah's room. Entering Sarah's room, Alex looked at the coffin standing in the center. Pulling a chair closer to the coffin, Alex sat down and opened it with his foot. When the coffin opened, Alex saw a rather amusing sight of Alessa and Sarah sleeping. Even in sleep, Alessa's entire demeanor showed how uncomfortable it was for her to sleep like that while Sarah's continued to hold her tightly to her chest. Seeing this, Alex couldn't help but chuckle lightly. And the moment he laughed, Sarah's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened them. "Good morning," Sarah said in a sleepy voice, trying to sit up. "It really is morning now when you should still be sleeping," Alex said, bringing the noodles to his lips. What did I miss?" "Ugh, pumpkin," Sarah asked in a sleepy tone, placing a blood candy on her tongue to wake up. "The carrier's destroyed, and I got a cool musket. Want some coffee?" Alex said, bringing another portion of noodles to his lips. Help," Sarah said, reaching her arms out, still drowsy and not even realizing what she was doing. Alex saw the sleepy Sarah's reaching toward him while still sitting in her coffin. Smiling, Alex set the noodle cup beside the chair and walked around the coffin to help Sarah's up. As soon as Alex leaned down, Sarah's wrapped her arms around his neck and hung on him. Alex smiled and kissed Sarah's on the lips, causing her to rub her nose against his cheek. Still smiling, Alex sat back down on the chair, placing Sarah's on his lap, and she immediately pressed herself against him and began gently nibbling his neck. At that moment Sarah's didn't realize what she was doing, she simply wanted to. Stopping her nibbling on Alex's neck, Sarah's looked up at him and immediately kissed him on the lips, hugging his neck tighter. During the kiss, Sarah's eyes turned red, indicating that her bloodthirst had awakened again. And before the kiss could turn into something else, a sound came from beside them, as though someone was eating noodles. Sarah's immediately froze and pulled away from Alex, her red eyes turning blue again. Turning their heads, Alex and Sarah saw Alessa sitting on the edge of the coffin, eating the instant noodles Alex had brought. "Dad, if you want to kiss Mom, do it where I'm not around." "I've already had enough watching Grandma and Grandpa do it at Mom Wednesday's house," Alessa said, blowing on the noodles and looking at Alex and Sarah's with her cold black eyes. "Alessa, when did you wake up?" Sarah's exclaimed, literally jumping off Alex's lap and quickly fixing her skirt. "As soon as you started kissing Dad, Mom," Alessa said calmly, bringing the noodles to her lips. "I'm not. It's not what you think, Alessa. It's just. Sarah's began to stammer. "You just loved Dad and couldn't hold back." "I understand everything," Alessa said, nodding. Hearing Alessa's words, Sarah's face turned even redder, and steam practically came out of her head from the embarrassment she felt at that moment. Sarah's began blaming herself for once again giving in to her bloodthirst, which amplified her emotions, and so she couldn't control herself again when she was so close to Alex. Alex, chuckling lightly, took Sarah's hand and pulled her back before her embarrassment reached its peak and she decided to run away. Sarah's ended up back on Alex's lap and immediately covered her face with her hands, feeling embarrassed. Alex wrapped his arms around Sarah's waist and rested his chin on her shoulder. Covering her face with her hands, Sarah began mentally calming herself and soon regained composure. Alex watched Sarah as she tried to calm down and thought that his presence had strongly affected her. "Sarah, you need to become stronger, otherwise you might get hurt," Alex said, understanding that he needed to talk to Sarah. "I'm not." Sarah began, still unwilling to accept her vampiric side. "Sarah, listen. Becoming a vampire doesn't mean you've become a monster. We've already talked about this. You are Sarah's Victoria, and you always will be. Because you suppress your emotions, at some point they might spiral out of control. In my eyes, you will never be a monster, even when you fully become an Nosferatu. And before you start thinking bad things about yourself, let me explain what I'm asking of you. I mean, you need to be strong not for me or anyone else, but for yourself. Do you understand?" Alex said, lightly massaging Sarah's shoulders so she wouldn't fixate on one part of his words and would stay focused. "I think I understand what you mean." "Probably," Sarah said with an uncertain smile. "No, you don't. Any normal girl in your place would be scared and run away. Right now you're sitting on Death's lap, even if I'm technically not Death, just a part-time worker. And I'm not even talking about who in their right mind would want to kiss Death. Probably me. But the conversation right now isn't about me, it's about you, Sarah. You stopped being a normal girl a long time ago. So enough of this uncertainty. Come on, my dear Sarah, straighten your shoulders and show your confidence," Alex said with a cheerful smile, helping Sarah sit up straight. "Right. I am who I am. And what do you mean I'm no longer a normal girl? And what do you mean by, you're ready to kiss Death?" "Explain," Sarah said with a bright smile, and in that same moment her gaze turned threatening. "Well, isn't it obvious? And anyway, Sarah, what's with the sudden switch? And why are you looking at me like that again?" Alex said, looking at Sarah, whose eyes were slowly turning red. Sarah's eyes turned red while a smile remained on her face. Alex calmly lifted Sarah off his lap while she continued smiling, her eyes slightly narrowed in a predatory grin. Alex took a step back, and Sarah took a step forward. Alex was 100% sure Sarah didn't have split personality, but at that moment he even began to doubt it, because Sarah's personality had changed so abruptly, as though someone had flipped a switch in her head. Alex didn't know whether this was caused by him calling her strange or by his words about kissing Death, even though the latter was true and known only to his family. Sarah looked at Alex with her red eyes, then blinked, and her eyes turned blue again, and she began laughing. Hearing Sarah's laugh, Alex blinked as he snapped out of his thoughts and saw the laughing Sarah. Alex looked at Sarah with a blank expression, and in that same moment appeared beside her and began tickling her. Sarah laughed even louder, trying to break free from Alex's hands. Alessa was still sitting on the edge of the coffin eating instant noodles, watching as Alex tickled Sarah, who was trying to escape. "You almost got it, Dad. But you said something stupid again." Dad. You're so unserious at moments like this. Mom told me more than once that you act silly at times like these," Alessa said, bringing the noodles to her lips, blowing on them lightly, looking at Alex and Sarah with her black eyes. "I heard that, little princess. And your dad is very smart, he just hides it," Alex said, holding Sarah by the waist so she couldn't escape. "No, you're stupid. First you said wise things to motivate me, then you said something stupid." "Even I understand that was stupid," Sarah said, folding her arms across her chest while hanging in Alex's arms. "It's not for you to say that, Sarah. You're quite fond of wasting your time on silly things yourself. Though I'm not much better. But that's different. And anyway, if you keep calling me stupid, I'll spank you," Alex said, lightly shaking Sarah, whom he was holding under his arm. "Maybe not. Or at least not in front of Alessa. I mean, not at all. I'm not a pervert. Sarah said, and her face instantly turned red after she realized what she had said. Mom, Sarah's turned out to be a pervert. Gotta write that down, Alessa said, setting the empty noodle cup on the floor and pulling out her phone from her little bag. I'm not a pervert. Don't write that. It was just a joke. Sarah shouted in a panicked tone, seeing Alessa's actions. Alessa raised her gaze, and her empty black eyes looked into Sarah's eyes, who at that moment was panicking heavily that her potential daughter would think she was a pervert, which she wasn't. Tears welled in Sarah's eyes when Alessa lowered her gaze back to the phone screen and began demonstratively typing something very slowly. Sarah's face instantly paled as she went limp in Alex's arms, as though her life had finally come to an end. Sarah's had never felt so bad, not even when she learned she had become a vampire, as she did at that moment when the girl who called her mom labeled her a pervert, which she wasn't. Sarah's raised her eyes full of despair and noticed the faint smirk on Alessa's face, and she immediately understood she had been played. Seeing Alessa's smile, Sarah's clenched her teeth and tried to break free from Alex's arms, but a second later she went limp again because she couldn't escape. Maybe let me go, I'm not a child, Sarah said, hanging limply in Alex's arms. I'll think about it. How about some coffee instead? Before I have to leave again. Alex said with a faint smile. Sure. Just let me go. If Lady Integra sees this, she'll get angry, Sarah said, swaying in Alex's arms. It's fine. She's in her office right now and won't see it. At most, other people will, Alex said, raising his thumb. That's even worse. What if my skirt rides up again? Sarah shouted with a reddened face, trying to fix her skirt that had once again ridden up, exposing her underwear. All right, you in there. We'll need to get you a different uniform. I have nothing against your skirt, but others might see what they shouldn't. And I don't want to have to gouge out the eyes of everyone who sees your underwear, Alex said, nodding and setting Sarah's back on the floor. Once back on the ground, Sarah's quickly fixed her skirt that had ridden up again. Sarah's didn't mind if Alex saw her underwear, after all, he had already seen it, but because Alessa was there, Sarah's felt embarrassed. But Alex's last words made Sarah's think. She looked at Alex, who calmly left her room and continued walking. Sarah's thought about whether Alex had been joking when he said he would have to gouge out eyes if someone saw her underwear. And in some way she felt happiness that Alex reacted this way, that he was even ready to make her a new uniform. You were joking, right? About the eyes? Sarah's asked, looking at the departing Alex. No, Mom, Sarah's dad wasn't joking. Now come on, Alessa said, pulling Sarah's by the hand. Has something like that really happened before? Sarah's asked embarrassedly, looking at Alessa. Ask Dad. He'll definitely tell you. Or don't ask, that's up to you, Mom, Alessa said, still holding Sarah's hand. Sarah's nodded and caught up with Alessa, and the two of them quickly caught up to Alex. Leaving the basement in the company of Alex and Alessa, Sarah's thought about Alex's words, and she understood very well that she needed to become stronger so she wouldn't lose anyone again. Memories of the past flooded Sarah's as she sank into thought. She remembered what happened to her parents when she was a child, killed by robbers who broke into her home, and what happened to her police colleagues who were turned into ghouls. Those memories were painful for Sarah's, but they made her realize she needed to become stronger. Alex, walking beside Sarah's, noticed the change in her eyes and smiled. Alex stroked Sarah's hair, seeing her determination, and he already had an idea of how Sarah's could become stronger without drinking human blood. But for that to happen, a certain event needed to occur that night. Alex felt awful that he would have to resort to such tricks to make Sarah's stronger. But he understood that Sarah's herself had to accept the power he wanted to give her, otherwise it wouldn't work. Maybe we can go for another walk when all this is over. I mean, sit on Big Ben again, Sarah's asked with a faint smile. Of course. As soon as these Nazi vampires die like dogs. We'll go on a date. And I feel it's going to happen very soon, Alex said with a light smile. Is that a promise? Sarah's asked, looking into Alex's eyes. Yes, it's a promise, Alex said, poking Sarah's on the nose. Just don't kiss here, Alessa's voice came from below. Alex and Sarah's looked down and saw Alessa looking at them with a blank gaze, and then they both laughed lightly. Chuckling, Alex, Sarah's, and Alessa reached the kitchen to drink coffee and spend the last calm hours that Helsing had left before the vampire army invasion. Alex decided not to say anything about what was going to happen that evening, because his words wouldn't change anything. All Alex was waiting for was to see what else the Major was willing to do if his plans went off the rails. Because Alex had seen something interesting inside the Major that could shake the chessboard even harder. To be continued. Phew, I had to put in a bit of effort to collect my thoughts after all that drinking. But I did it, and this chapter absolutely had to be there because I need to show Sarah's being motivated to become stronger. After all, Alex's presence in Sarah's life only made her softer, not the vampire girl who would eventually break and become a monster. What I have planned for Sarah's, you can just guess. But I can give you a hint, Sarah's will stop being a vampire and become someone else. Basically, peace, love, and the coming carnage.